Our story begins with meeting the prince of the royal family. This is not the first time Jamie Welton has woken up from a long, boring dream. He is the eldest son of the Welton royal family and its legal heir. But no one knows who he was before he was reborn in this body. During another battle more than 50,000 years ago, he found himself in a difficult position, but did not admit defeat. Fighting with 12 gods, this magician declared that they were unable to defeat him because all they could do was to seal him. With a loud laugh, he declared that he was not against it, but warned his enemies that after his rebirth, the bright lights of the 12 gods would be plunged into complete darkness. Known in the past as Diablo Wolfer, he promised that he would not let them die easily and they would regret defying him. Thus, the 12 gods were able to seal him, but after a huge amount of time, a crack appeared in their barrier, thanks to which he was able to escape and was eventually reborn as the son of this family. Being the son of royalty, he received an incredible amount of attention, and his parents were delighted to see him. This was the first rebirth of the great magician from the past. As a child, he tried to say something in response to his annoying parents, but his vocal apparatus was not developed enough. He became an aristocrat, dearly loved by his parents. About 9 years have passed since then, yet he was forced to play his role like a child. For a great magician who had lived for more than 50,000 years, this was very tiring. Taking a break from excess attention, he realized that another boring day awaited him. When he woke up, a nanny came to see him, who also admired the young heir of the family. Jamie behaved with integrity and always treated his elders with respect. Having high manners, when asked what he was doing so early in the morning, the guy politely replied that he was admiring the beautiful morning sky. Not only his parents were annoying, but also his nanny, who complimented him during every meeting. A kind woman offered to help the heir get dressed, because his parents were already waiting for him. As befits the royal family, they spent breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Approaching the door to the dining room, the nanny politely announced that the young master had arrived for breakfast. Realizing what awaited him, Diablo Wolfer sighed heavily. As soon as he walked inside, an incredible amount of care from the family was directed his way. The great magician from the past played his role perfectly. In addition to the heir, the royal family also had a daughter. Their parents never tired of noticing how cute and beautiful their children were. The only daughter of the noble family, Belle was not actually the young master's real mother. Jamie's father was the head of the royal family, Welton, one of the 5 sword masters of their kingdom named Argino. Although he has a really impressive status and is a formidable and powerful sword master, he is crazy obsessed with his wife and his children. Sister Sarah was much younger than her promising brother. Jamie got along well with her and played along in every possible way. During every meal together, he could not avoid her attention. Playing his role perfectly, he brought great joy to the parents, who were very proud of their children. This was repeated almost every day. The great magician behaved like a child, while in fact he would like to enjoy solitude. Returning to his room was a real relief for him. It was hard for him to get used to this lifestyle. Over time, it became easier, because he had a greater variety of activities. This mansion didn't seem like such a bad place to him. His family's private library was the most interesting place. In addition, Jamie acquired an interesting pet. When alone, he could call him to his aid. Also, thanks to the fact that he was reborn, he had a new ability. His hatred for the 12 gods did not fade away because they continued to exist even after 50,000 years. Because he was so young, he was not yet capable of much. Since there was little information about dark magic during the era of his rebirth, time was on his side. Feeling hatred for the 12 gods, he dreamed of how to get rid of their annoying existence. But at one point, his happy loneliness was interrupted by a visit from the nanny. The woman was talking about how it was time to read children's books with her mistress. Each time these words seemed like torture to him, but because of his young age, he was forced to demonstrate politeness so as not to reveal his secret. Sometimes playing the sweet boy was so hard that he missed the times when he was sealed in the god's trap. Unlike him, his younger sister, as always, was delighted with this way of spending time. But as soon as the reading of the book began, Sarah fell asleep. After reading a fairy tale about a magician named Heinz, a caring mother asked if the children liked it. With a smile and a sparkle in his eyes, James said that he wanted to become as cool a magician as the main character of the fairy tale. Mom didn't even doubt that he would achieve success, because despite the fact that he was only 9 years old, he defeated all 3 magic teachers who were hired to teach him. Gently placing her hand on the head of her beloved son, the lady said that his dad had invited the most powerful magician he knew to visit. After these words, the magician began to hope that he would finally meet a worthy master of our time. After reading a fairy tale with his mother, Jamie decided to do something more interesting and went to the library. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find anything interesting, and yet another book on the use of mana turned out to be a waste of time. It was lunchtime, and Jamie decided to come before the nanny went to pick him up. But as soon as he left the library, he saw a strange stranger in front of him. The gray-haired man looked at one of the statues of their luxurious mansion and was surprised that the Welton family used a rare artifact as decoration in front of the dining room. The young master had never seen this person before. When the old man paid attention to him and greeted him, Diablo Wolfer, for the first time since his rebirth, saw such a large amount of mana that it seemed as if it was literally flowing out of the owner's body. Assessing the stranger by modern standards, the magician from the past assumed that in front of him was a master of at least the 7th level. He still didn't understand how he managed to get inside their mansion so unnoticed. Jamie was suspicious of him, although the old man did not seem hostile. The young master was of particular interest to the advanced magic master. While Jamie was trying to find out who he was and what he was doing inside their house, the old man analyzed his mana and was surprised that at such a young age he was already a mid-level master. Of course, the well-mannered heir to the royal family understood that he had started their conversation incorrectly, but he was infuriated by the calm behavior and gaze of the stranger. The 9-year-old magician was infuriated by this situation and decided that the stranger should be taught a lesson. The guy's behavior surprised the stranger and he became curious what would happen next. Jamie couldn't believe that in response to his use of mana, a stranger would dare to do the same. He was filled with anger that some old man dared to test him. His pride was justified, because in his previous life, he was almost able to destroy all the gods with his own powers. Concentrating mana on his fingers, Jamie repeated the attack, which he was able to defeat all the magic teachers he hired. But in the end, this attack did not meet his expectations and did not bring any results at all. It became clear that the old man was significantly superior to him in mana reserves and the ability to use it for defensive purposes. Seeing what the heir to the royal family was capable of, the old man was simply in admiration and could not believe that such a capable magician was only 9 years old. Within a moment, a magician of at least the 7th level shouted that it was a good try, after which he began to form a counterattack. This magician was significantly superior to those whom the heir had encountered previously. His attack seemed quite serious. But there was one thing about this situation that kept Jamie from reacting seriously. He knew from the very beginning that this attack was not aimed at him, so there was no point in dodging. The old man was simply shocked that despite the demonstration of terrifying strength, the boy did not even blink an eye. Unexpectedly for both sides, Swordmaster Arjano intervened in their show of force. Dissatisfied with this situation, the gentleman turned to the guest and said that he had gone too far. After this, he turned to his dear son and asked if everything was all right. In response, Jamie began to act confused and, in order to take revenge on the arrogant old man, he decided to demonstratively cry. As soon as Mr. Argano saw the tears of his beloved son, with a threatening tone, he asked the magician to step aside for a serious dialogue. The old man felt awkward, seeing that the boy's reaction was fake. In response, a master of magic named Marcus Linmill began to laugh loudly and said that for him this situation seemed like a very funny conflict, after which he admitted that he was very jealous of the Count. As it turned out, this magician was the person whom Mr. Welton hired to teach his son. Their conversation began with the Count's dissatisfaction with the fact that the magician behaved recklessly towards the heir of the Welton family. In response, the old man said with a smile while drinking tea that he knew about it. Hearing such carefree words, Mr. Arjano became seriously angry. The old man asked to listen to him and calm down, because the aura of the swordmaster was putting great pressure on him. Marcus decided to start the conversation by asking how much the Count knew about his son. The man who spent all his free time raising his own children could not understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, the old man meant that he simply admired the genius of the heir to the Welton family. In response, the excited Count said that this was the reason why he entrusted him to the best magician he knew, but it was unclear to him why the old man suddenly attacked his son. The respected magician said that most likely the local Count really does not know everything about his son. Mr. Welton could not help but listen to his words about his son's magical abilities, because Lin Mel considers Macruz to be the most powerful 8th grade master among all living magicians. Based on this, the father began to worry that someone like him was unlikely to recognize his son, and that perhaps even Jamie was not as good as he thought. Noticing the gentleman's excitement, the old man warned him that he was absolutely serious. Unexpectedly for the swordmaster, the 8th level magician declared that he could not take his son as his student, since he simply could not cope with him. With a sincere smile, the Grand Master of Magic admitted that Jamie was able to read all his actions. The swordmaster doubted his words, believing that it was impossible, no matter how smart his son was. To clear up his father's misunderstanding, the old man explained that his son immediately realized that his spell was flying by. The great magician admitted that he was surprised that the heir of the Welton family did not even flinch at a time when very strong magic was aimed at him. Then, with a very satisfied look, the old man stated that Jamie was already able to become a third-class magician, thanks to self-study alone. He believed that if they turned a blind eye to his body's limit, then his level would be even higher than level 4. The Grand Master seriously stated that the heir of the Welton family is not just a genius, but a real monster who does not need any teacher. He believed that the son of a great swordsman only needed support, then he would continue to improve himself. After these words, he declared that the Count had given birth to a legendary 9th grade magician. As expected, the Count was simply shocked by the words of the Grand Master. After that, the magician began to stand up and ask for forgiveness for attacking the heir of the Welton family. He stated with hope that with the advent of such talent, great discoveries await the whole world. After the solemn announcement, the old man began to use teleportation magic and disappeared. Count Argino Welton was left alone. He wasn't prepared to hear something so shocking, so he wanted to think about what to do next. Evening came, the great magician from the past, who was reborn in the body of the heir of the Welton family, once again felt incredible fatigue due to his relationship with such a caring and attentive family. As soon as his mother found out about what happened between her son and the magician, she attacked him with tears and promised that she would deal with the old man who had offended Jamie. The guy believed that despite the difficult day, everything was not so bad, because he was able to see the real spell of this time. It wasn't that bad. The reincarnated Diablo Wolfer believed that the composition, technique, and balance of this spell were top-notch. But he was more impressed not by Mr. Marcus, but by his father, Count Argino Welton. With a smile on his face, Jamie said out loud that such a strong swordmaster was worthy of being his father. Suddenly for the heir, Mr. Marcus appeared on his bed, and with a sincere smile asked what made the young heir feel such joy. An experienced magician from the past was simply shocked by the sudden appearance of a magician in his room. The old man assumed that Jamie didn't notice him because he was too lost in his thoughts. Demonstrating his acting game, the guy got scared and fell to the floor, after which he panicked and asked what the strange old man had forgotten in his room. With a loud laugh, the old man was surprised that such a young genius could be scared so easily. First of all, Jamie asked in confusion how he got into his room. Rising from the bed, Marcus Linmel replied that he used teleportation. From the very beginning, Jamie understood that this was not an ordinary old man, but he could not believe that he could teleport to his room without any problems. Pointing his finger at the young man, the magician noticed that the heir was modest when he was near his father, and then asked why the guy behaved differently when he was in front of strangers. Rising from the floor, the heir answered displeasedly that family and strangers are completely different things. Then the old man approached the heir of the Welton family and suddenly said that he was not strong enough to train such a rare genius. After that, he held out the magical memoirs in his direction. The guy asked why the old man decided to give him this book. In response, the old man shocked him with the words that the magic that Jamie uses has long been outdated. Jamie began to feel awkward about this expression, which seemed humiliating to him. With a smile on his face, the old man thought that his reaction meant that he was touched by the gift. Talking about the book, the old man said that it contained many of his original spells and that the heir Welton would be the first to read it. Hearing his words, the guy immediately began reading, because he was filled with interest in what spells this great magician had created and how much the magic of this time differed from his own. Noticing the guy's interest, the old man decided to distract him from reading before saying goodbye. With a serious look, The great magician stated that he had high hopes for the future of the Welton family's young master. As he left the room via teleportation, he said that he was very interested in what the young genius would be like the next time they met. Saying goodbye to him, Jamie confidently declared that he would become much stronger than the old man thought. Magicians pass all the magic that exists in this world through themselves and then absorb it with their hearts. This is the most effective way to learn to control your mana. But there is one big problem. This is the restriction from the young master's body. Since Marcus Linmel called the heir's magic too old, he wanted to know what spells the great magician uses. The guy, hungry for knowledge, was delighted with what he saw, but after a few minutes he closed the book, believing that it was too complicated. In order to use her knowledge, the magician must try hard to feel every particle of mana so that it can pass through the body and skin. The guy didn't understand who was even capable of such madness. In addition, he managed to find two disadvantages of the old man's method, and decided that the old methods could not be surpassed and that he should not bother himself with such training. But after a moment, he remembered that he himself was the great magician of the past, Diablo Wolfer. After this, his inspiration returned. With a smile on his face, he opened the book and said that the old man had opened his eyes. Jamie was determined that he would read every page of the precious book, which was far superior to any he had previously dealt with. To begin with, he decided to use outside help and called on his pet. Turning to the black pet, he asked him to spray some mana. Flying up, the little black one fulfilled his master's request. The first disadvantage of the old man's technique was that the absorption of grains of mana by one's body has a limit in which all proportions must be strictly observed. But the young genius did not have to worry, because this problem was solved by the pet. The Blackling with whom he has a contract can spray the required amount of mana, so the problem with proportions has been solved. The second disadvantage was Jamie's body. He had a limit on the amount of mana his heart could take. But the inventive magician decided that this problem could be avoided by distributing all the mana to different parts of the body, and thereby avoiding the limit. Jamie was so engrossed in the process of studying the old man's skills that he did not notice how morning came. Seeing what was happening in his room, the worried nanny was forced to ask the Count for help. Mr. Argino Welton couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was shocked that mana was swirling around his son. He knew that Marcus had given Jamie something, but he couldn't understand how his son had learned to control mana in just one night. Overflowing with love for his son, he suggested that sweet Jamie had many hidden talents that they did not yet know about. Addressing the nanny, the gentleman asked not to worry and to assign someone to his door, because it was unknown when he would leave his room. In response, the caring nanny said that she would personally look after the young master so that my lord would not worry about his condition. When leaving, Argino Welton understood that his son would become a magician, not a swordsman. Still, he was genuinely excited about his son's prospects, even though Jamie wouldn't follow in his footsteps. Using his pet as an assistant, the magician continued to master modern methods. After 12 hours of hard training, he returned to reality, because he managed to comprehend such a complex method of mana control. At first it was quite difficult to control the mana because its movements were unpredictable for him, but after several attempts he achieved the result. Despite his success, it seemed to him that at this age his limit was the 4th level of magician power, judging by modern standards. Sighing heavily, he realized that he was close to reaching the 5th level, but the limitations of his body prevented him from reaching a higher level. Alternatively, he could improve his body using one of the methods available to him, but he was not going to risk it, because Jamie's body was too young and weak. The great magician from the past decided to be patient, because he is not limited in the time of development, because the gods will not go anywhere, and he has already gone too far to rush things. After that, with one wave of his finger, he used the invisibility ability on his pet. Since the black boy was upset by the sudden use of force on his body, Jamie explained that he wanted to meet his father, so he wanted to make sure that he did not find out about him. When he walked a little further, he was convinced that the pet's presence was too faint to realize that he was there. The guy was sure that his father would definitely not notice that he had Churnish. As soon as he approached the room where his father was, he heard that he had guests. The gentleman was surprised that such a busy man decided to visit him. The man replied that he just wanted to greet the local count. The stranger said that he knew that there had never been problems with religion in the lands of Hayes. so he would like to thank the Count for giving their cult of Genis a chance. In response, the Swordmaster said that he believed that it would be very nice to help his population, so he decided to give their cult a similar chance. The cult member took these words ambiguously and asked what he meant. The Count replied that he always strives only for the best, so he decided to make the cult of Genis the greatest in his lands because now many people support it. The cult representative took these words as a kind of warning that the people of the land of Haze should not be considered great worshippers of the gods. He decided that he had to take the local count more seriously than expected. After this, Arjuna Welton suggested ending their conversation, suggesting that the cult representative was a very busy person. As they said goodbye, they exchanged pleasant compliments and wishes. Still, the cult member understood the situation perfectly. The head of the Welton family was forced to show sympathy, although in fact he was suspicious of the emergence of their cult. Being nearby, Jamie couldn't help but look at who his father was talking to. Looking at the unexpected guest, he only justified his guesses. The crescent moon sign with a yellow orb and the dark aura emanating from the cult member told him that this was Genis. The guy was filled with anger because this god dared to extend his influence to the place where he lives. It remained a mystery to him why his father suddenly decided to make his lands religious, and why, of all the religions, he chose the cult of Genis. The great magician from the past began to get seriously nervous, because he couldn't let this happen. Due to certain circumstances limiting his freedom of action, he had few options to solve the problem. He understood that this religion was officially sanctioned by his father, so the only way to get rid of it was to make him drive them away. As soon as Jamie walked into the living room, his father's mood changed. With a smile on his face, Master Arjuna asked how his son was doing. Jamie happily replied that he had dealt with everything. In response, the man suggested that his son really liked magic. Jamie confirmed his words. But instead of joy for his son, Arjuna thought about something. Jamie decided to ask if everything was okay. In response, the Count said that he thought that he would grow up like an ordinary child. The fact is that he understood that living the life of a genius is not such a simple thing. When a child shows his talent, everyone begins to applaud him. However, when everyone gets tired of this talent, the same people begin to bully this child, so he was not sure whether his genius was truly a gift of fate, or vice versa. The thought of this made him nervous and move on to a more serious conversation. Addressing his son, he said that if he does not like doing magic, then he can leave this business and start doing something else. But if this decision is final, then he will not contradict him, and, as a father, will help in every way he can. With a carefree smile, Jamie asked him not to worry, confidently saying that he would never give up magic. The son's intentions were clear, so Arjuna did not object. And yet, looking at him more closely, he did not understand how a 9-year-old boy could have so much mana. He could already feel the mana emanating from his entire body. But as soon as he realized that his son's magic was stored not only in his heart, but also in other parts of his body, he was in complete shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he asked how much his son had learned from the memoirs that Master Marcus had provided him. The guy calmly replied that he had managed to master all the knowledge that was shared with him. In fact, he also improved some of the techniques described in that book, but he could not admit it, so as not to arouse suspicion. Now Mr. Welton realized the full seriousness of what Marcus had told him. Seeing such a transformation in the distribution of mana, it was hard for him to imagine how much this child could learn in just one night. Now he had no doubt that Jamie was truly the one who could become the legendary magician of the 9th grade. It seemed to him that compared to his own son, he was a complete non-entity. An awkward laugh surprised the guy, and he asked if everything was okay. The father replied that he laughed only because at that moment he was especially proud of his son. Masterfully playing his role, the great magician laughed in response. Next, Mr. Arjuna Welton carefully stroked his head. At that moment, the great magician felt awkward, because given his true age, he could not get used to being treated like a child. After this loving gesture, the father suddenly pointed his finger at his son's hidden pet and asked if he had managed to summon it himself. Hearing this, Jamie got scared and hesitantly asked if his father could really see him. He didn't understand how this was possible, because he made sure that he had cast invisibility on the little black one, and even checked how difficult it was to sense his presence. The father closed his eyes and, imagining the pet, showed its approximate size and suggested that it was something similar to a bat, but with a more rounded body. Jamie really didn't expect his father to be so advanced in sensing mana. He still hoped that he didn't realize what the pet was doing with dark magic. As soon as Mr. Weldon found out that his son had made this bat with his own hands, he attacked him with a big hug and again shouted that he was proud of his success. Jamie was devastated as he left the living room. He is incredibly tired of his parents loving him so much. After another tiring dinner, the guy returned to his room and locked the door. That evening, he decided to take action. Wearing a long cloak with a hood to hide his true identity, the guy summoned his pet, which without further ado took on a winged form. The great magician could not allow the cult to be located on his territory, so he decided to find out their motives on his own. To do this, he used the power of his pet and left the mansion to check the events in the city. Members of the criminal organization Laval were operating in one of the alleys of their city. The guy with purple long hair named Philip was a little nervous because of the boss's order. His comrade Jans agreed with his fears, believing that the boss would make any sacrifice just to achieve his own goals. The man with the scar on his right eye understood that the local count allowed their organization to coexist peacefully with everyone only until they crossed a certain line, but he was sure that everything would come to an end as soon as they began to carry out the human trafficking plan. In response, Philip said that if they were lucky, they could escape quietly and no one would catch them. Since it was a matter of luck, his comrade could not accept such risks. Remembering the Count's love for his own children, Jans declared that they would end as soon as he learned that they were using other children to trade on his own lands. He understood that if this happened, then all criminal organizations would be destroyed by the hands of one of the strongest sword masters in the kingdom. In response, Philip suggested that their boss was simply confident that they would not be caught. But Jans believed that jokes with the swordmaster were bad and would not lead to anything good. They didn't have much options. Philip believed that they could save themselves either by escaping or by surrendering their boss to the police. Nevertheless, they agreed on the idea of escaping so as not to violate the rule of the underworld, which states that people who have a certain responsibility in the mission should under no circumstances surrender the organization or reveal their plan of action to third parties. Jans asked if his comrade could suggest some kind of plan, given that no matter how large these lands are, the boss's people will search every corner to find them. Philip replied that it was better to take a risk, because it was simply impossible to avoid the wrath of the sword master. They simply had no other way to survive except to escape. While they were discussing how crazy it was to engage in the slave trade in this place, they were already being followed. Of course, it was Jamie, and he heard everything they were talking about. At one point, he decided to show himself, and the guys realized that their plan was now at risk of failure. Jans immediately asked who was the one who interfered in their affairs. In response, the young magician arrogantly said that the bandits were in no position to ask questions. His words got on the nerves of the self-confident Jans. He shouted that if the stranger decided to remain silent, then he was finished. Both bandits rushed to attack, but as soon as they tried to strike, their enemy suddenly disappeared. Looking around, they could not see where he had gone. Within a moment, they began to feel such strong fear that they could not move. The same stranger appeared right in front of them, and in a terrifying voice asked what they were talking about. An incredible amount of mana surrounded him, extending his hand towards them. He said with an evil smile that he would like to hear more details. Within a moment, the technique of dark magic began to influence the minds of the bandits, so that they could not move. As a result, Philip and Jans completely obeyed the young magician. They told everything they knew about this mission. Jamie was surprised that those guys decided to do what his father despises most. It seemed strange to him that those idiots would hope to succeed in such a matter while being in a land where a great sword master was a count. What irritated him most of all was the fact that now not only the gods manipulate people as they please, but people themselves dared to do something similar, no different from those disgusting creatures. It also seemed strange that the boss of these bandits would decide to do something like that, even though he probably knew his father's character very well. He had an extremely bad feeling about all this. Using dark magic, Jamie began to use mind control again. He ordered these guys to go to the Count's estate and tell him everything they knew. The bandits, who fell under the influence of magic, unconditionally began to carry out the order. The young master understood that the morning on their estate was going to be stormy. He managed to do a good job of pushing his father to investigate the activities of certain groups that are associated with the occultists. Having done all that was necessary, Jamie once again turned to using his pet's wings to return home. But a moment later, two bodies flew past him. Looking around, He realized that these were the same guys he had used to tell his father the plan of the cult. Afterwards, the culprits of his failure appeared. There were 4 people, but the most suspicious was the stormy man in the middle. Jamie thought he had already done it, but because of some crazy person, the work only increased. Using dark magic again, Jamie asked the stranger how he dared to touch the people who were following his orders. After that, a huge seal appeared behind him. Using his magic, he said that he forbade his charges to die until they carried out his instructions. After this, the bodies of the recently mortally wounded bandits began to recover, filling with the mana of their new master. An employee of the rival criminal organization named Han Ni was surprised that another person was involved in this case. So he asked his wards to drag those 2 unfaithful guys and a strange guy in a raincoat to his feet. To hurry up his bandits, he threatened them with violence if they did not begin to carry out the order. The young master was surprised by the bandits' self-confidence. They stole the bodies of traitors to their organization right before his eyes. With tears in his eyes, Philip asked a magician he did not know to help him. The cruelty of the criminals who live on his father's lands drove Jamie crazy. He hatedly called Han Ni a scoundrel and asked how he dared to do such a thing on these lands. With loud death threats, the criminal used magic and attacked Jamie, hitting him in the head. With a terrifying thirst for blood, he continued to attack the body of an unfamiliar magician who had interfered in the affairs of their organization. Using his strength, the self-confident villain completely destroyed the body of the guy in the cloak. But at the same moment, the ward, scared to death, asked what harm their brother Finn had done to him. Han Ni did not understand what he was talking about because he dealt all these furious blows to the stranger. Within a moment, Jamie appeared next to him and asked if this was really all he was capable of. The frightened Han Ni was frightened by the terrifying voice and looked around, asking what was going on. After that, with a scary look, Jamie asked if it was fun to kill his partner. Shocked by what was happening, the villain realized that if his opponent was still alive, then all those attacks he carried out were aimed at someone else. In addition, it was the first time in his life that he had seen such an ominous aura emanating from the magician's body. Within a moment, Jamie was right in the face of his opponent and said intimidatingly that the villain was taking on too much, being only a third-class magician. As expected, such words greatly hurt his opponent's pride. Realizing the danger of the situation, Han Ni resorted to using a third-class spell called Buster. He believed that although it could not compare with a 5th-class magical explosion, it would be enough to incinerate the stranger's small body, thereby leaving no traces. But as soon as he tried to use his power, he found himself under the complete control of the young master, who suggested that he listen to one thing about how the human mind works. By controlling the senses and body of his enemy, Jamie eerily said that people feel completely helpless when faced with those who are many times stronger than them. He admitted to his puppet that this is precisely why he loves to manipulate those who are much weaker than himself. Although the great mage of the past, Diablo Wolfer, had not yet been able to regain even a small part of his former strength, he easily subdued this 3rd-level mage. With no chance of resistance, Han Ni fell face first onto the surface. The wards of this villain were simply shocked that the little magician easily defeated the leader of their group. Realizing that there was a real monster in front of them, the trembling bandits decided to flee, but it was already too late. Using his power, Jamie said that they should take this defeat as ordinary bad luck. Within a moment, the dark magic of the young master captured the bodies of the villains. Clenching his fist, Diablo Wolfer used destruction magic. Having dealt with the minor villains, he returned to their group leader. Raising Han Ni's head as he lay on the ground, he ordered him to answer all his questions. The 3rd-level magician completely submitted to the will of his new master, having lost control over his body and mind. He repeated the same thing as the previous guys. True, Jamie had already heard this and was wasting his time, because this information should be conveyed by Philip and Jans. The question that remained was what to do with Han Ni. Although the magician stopped his death, his soul was almost destroyed, so he was unlikely to be able to hold out for much longer. Since he is only a 3rd-class mage, he can be turned into an undead. But if this is done, he will quickly become unusable due to his soul. On the battlefield, such an undead would look quite normal, but using it in a peaceful place seemed far from the best idea. Based on the circumstances, the brilliant Jamie decided to use a different method. The 3rd-level mage is a vessel of a good amount of mana. The guy took advantage of the situation and absorbed his powers. Due to his human characteristics, the mana was overflowing with impurities, but that was not bad. Diablo Wolfer did not expect that at that age he would be able to consume such an amount of mana. The second question was how to deal with ridiculous charges. The magician had already given them some of his mana, but he understood that they were unlikely to be able to hold out in this state for long. I had to turn to the abilities of the little black one. Those guys had unfinished business, so Diablo Wolfer gave them a chance to enjoy life a little longer. He turned to necromancy, an ability that allows him to revive the dead, but with some peculiarities. In fact, a person resurrected by this power is a complete contradiction to the laws of nature. From that moment on, his servants took on a new appearance. They were ordered to live despite the fact that they had already died once. Now they were ready to carry out orders. Although Jamie was able to use the ability of necromancy from his previous life, this time there were some strange things. Some black smoke remained around the bodies of his servants, and the guy thought that he might have made some mistake. Blackie began to get nervous and squeak pitifully, fearing that it was he who was to blame. Dissatisfied with his behavior, Jamie asked not to take everything to heart and not to think too much. The guy thought that his pet actually did everything perfectly. Trying to calm himself down, he played with it like a rubber toy, guessing that he himself had done something wrong. Diablo Wolfer was depressed, as he found it hard to admit that he had made a mistake in using magic. Usually he doesn't get attached to his past achievements, but this time it was still a shame that his skills were starting to be lost. Because of this strange and suspicious aura, he understood that their use was impossible and they would attract the attention of the guards, so the only way out of the situation was to simply get rid of the unsuccessful servants. In addition, returning to the cult of Genus will also not be possible, because their magic users will also suspect something. But the little black one did not agree with his reasoning. The dark pet sat on the magician's shoulder and began to behave very strangely. Jamie yelled at him for starting to bite his master's cheeks. It turned out that he just wanted to attract attention to himself before proceeding to resolve the issue. Sitting on Jans's head, he began to absorb the dark aura that surrounded his body. Diablo Wolfer had never seen a pet do something like this before. As it turned out, he had no need to absorb excess mana, because in a past life, the owner's magic was more rational. The small black creature barely absorbed the entire volume of the dark aura of the undead. Now Philip and Jans were ready to carry out orders. But the situation has improved. Blackie was simply filled with mana and felt a certain heaviness. The young master thanked him for his work and praised him for successfully correcting the spell error. Next, it was time to name your first two servants. Jans received the new name Azard, while Philip acquired the name Rise. The young master approached his servants, but their reaction indicated that they did not understand what was happening at all. Jamie decided to give them some time to come to their senses. After a few minutes of silence, the undead began to look at the world around them more adequately. Azard was the first to start the dialogue. He assumed that in front of him was the person who brought him back to life. Jamie powerfully confirmed his suspicions. Azard could reason from his previous experience, so he was shocked that in front of him was such a powerful magician who looked no more than 10 years old. In addition, he noticed his huge and ominous aura. It seemed to him that this was some character from a book he had read when he was little. The young master looked like an ominous creature that should not exist in the world. He felt that this magician could challenge the whole world himself. Of course, Diablo Wolfer couldn't help but notice his fear. He guessed that the servant thought his master looked like a demon lord. His words turned out to be an accurate description of how he was perceived by these guys. Rise gathered all his determination together, because he no longer had anything to lose. He loudly stated that he had no idea who was in front of them, but in his eyes, the young master definitely didn't look human. Jamie was surprised by his reaction. The servant was acting too aggressively, and it seemed that he did not understand that his master was in front of him. He suggested that there were some flaws in his spell, but that didn't mean he would just turn a blind eye to it. With one wave of his fingers, he demonstrated his superior strength, and Rise instantly found himself face down on the surface. When Jamie began to walk towards him, the servant's whole body began to tremble from the inability to resist. With an intimidating look, the young master said that he would forgive the servant just this once, but threatened that if he raised his voice at him again, he would not get away with it. The chilling speech made the former villain take his words seriously. After communicating with one servant, the young master warned the second that this also concerned him. This is what the subjugation of the souls of dead people is. It didn't matter whether they wanted it or not, but as long as they were bound by the contract, their lives belonged to the magician. This is the whole essence of the dark magic that Diablo Wolfer used. Before leaving, the guy remembered an important detail. He asked the servants not to think that he was a demon lord. Polite Hazard asked permission to find out who their master was. With a sweet and harmless expression on his face, the young master called himself an ordinary dark magician, although he could not clarify that he was also the one who once tried to kill the gods, and having been reborn into a new body, he considers this goal his only reason for existence. Trying to keep a low profile, he ordered his servants to keep an eye on the Church of Genis and gather all information related to it. In addition, he wanted anyone who might know something about human trafficking to be brought to him. He wanted him to be the one to tell his father everything for them. Faithful Rise and Azard bowed to the young master. When there was silence, they looked up. It turned out that the young master had already left. At that moment, they were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, they began to remain awkwardly silent. The guys understood that they could not disobey the owner's order, so they decided to do as he said. Returning home, the little black one began to worry about the undead, but Jamie assured him that everything would be fine with them because they were too scared, so they could not easily disobey his orders. In addition, those guys will give information to his father so that he can personally solve the problem of the slave trade. Afraid of getting involved in trouble, the pet again began to pull the master's cheeks, and dissatisfied with this treatment, Jamie explained that he could not continue to allow the cult of Genis to do this on his lands. Jamie invited the little black one to return to the mansion, but something unexpected happened. The magician did not even notice how someone suddenly approached them, after which they hit his back. The stranger himself was surprised that he managed to crash into someone in the middle of an empty road. The young master was a little furious about the situation. Looking at the stranger, he called him blind, after which he was surprised that he was also a child. In response, the stranger shouted that the impudent young man was still also a child. Diablo Wolfer felt uneasy when he remembered that he was really only 9 years old. Turning around, he arrogantly said that this time he would let the stranger go, after which he asked him to be more careful in the future. The strange behavior and speech of the same boy tensed the stranger. In response, he furiously whispered under his breath that the impudent guy thought he was an adult, although he didn't even have a single gray hair on his head. As soon as the little black one heard this, he jumped on his master's head and transformed his hairstyle. Jamie was surprised by the sudden commotion. After looking around, he realized that the reason for his pet's behavior was the words of an offended child. Blackie did this only because the stranger joked about his hair color. Diablo Wolfer did not understand how Blackie dared to climb on his head and where his manners disappeared. Still, he decided to take this situation more seriously, so he turned to the boy in a terrifying voice and threatened that he should watch his language if his life was dear to him. Apologizing, the stranger began to run away. Having fulfilled the wish of his restless pet, Jamie calmly returned home. Still, the guy decided to punish his pet. Chernish felt guilty, while the owner asked him to think about his action, after which he warned that if he did something like that again, he would not get off so easily. Nevertheless, the beast, summoned by dark magic, forgot about manners due to the long absence of his master. Falling face first into the pillow, Jamie sighed heavily, tired because he had used more strength than he had originally thought. He understood that now he would have much more to do, and his easy and carefree life would come to an end. Yet an enemy will soon appear on his lands. This is the god he hates most, Genis. Even though Diablo Wolfer had not yet been able to regain even a fraction of his former strength, he did not care how strong the enemy cult would be. He promised that this time he would get rid of all enemies completely. Meanwhile, Azard and Rees arrived at the villain's lair. One of his comrades was shocked that he was still alive, while his new master's servant asked to know where the elder was. That frightened guy could not understand why his comrades were still alive, because Han Ni was going to personally get rid of them. He couldn't believe that guys who didn't have magic were able to defeat a third-level magician. But Hazard had no intention of playing with old friendships. He defiantly smashed the wall near the head of his old comrade with his bare fist, and said that he would not repeat his words twice. The villain named Pip did not understand what had happened. He did not see the rest of his comrades, who would certainly have caused a major scandal if they had found out that Jans had returned. The confused villain understood that these guys had dealt with the rest of the bandits, so in order not to risk his own life, he assured them that he didn't even have a clue where his older brother had gone. But a moment later he was shocked to learn that Philip also survived. The rebel Philip, with the new name Rise, asked if Pip was sure of what he was saying. Confused Pip without even thinking about what he was saying, said with a trembling voice that he was not lying, and this could be clarified with the others. True, the rest were already dead, but oh well. By the look of Rise, it was clear that he was furious. He was already fed up with everything. He needed to find his old boss in order to carry out the master's order, since the elder brother knows about everything that is happening in the city, so there is a great chance that he has some information about the Church of Genis. Turning seriously to his old comrade, he asked him his own opinion about where the boss might be. Scared to death, Pip understood that he needed to give them some kind of normal answer, because otherwise they would immediately blow his head off. In a frightened voice, he suggested that since the boss liked girls and liked to drink, then he could explore all the bars that were nearby. Hazard and Rise agreed that this was a pretty good idea, so they decided to go to the nearest bars. Seeing the guys leaving, Pip sighed with relief. But a moment later, Hazard punched him in the face pretty well. He returned because he remembered the gentleman's request to find any witness. It seemed to him that Pip was suitable for this role, but did not know where to hide him, so he suggested that he could simply tie up the poor fellow and throw him in the forest nearby. Rise praised his option, but said it would be easier to lock it in the basement of the house. They spent too much time gathering information, so they decided to hurry up and find the boss. Meanwhile, one of those who were absent during the actions of Hazard and Rise returned to their lair. Looking around, the guy could not understand what had happened. All the guys around were unconscious. The child Jamie encountered on the street worked for these bandits and thought that he would be beaten again because he did not fulfill the quota. But as it turned out, he was no longer in danger. In this case, he decided not to risk his own life and ran away so that the others would not suspect anything. The next morning, Jamie woke up later than usual. This was not surprising, since he had to begin his actions, and it turned out to be tiring. He understood that now he would not be able to avoid meeting his enemies. On the way to the dining room, he apologized to his pet that he was going to call him away so that he would not catch the eye of his father. As soon as he approached the entrance, he asked his parents how they slept. With a smile on his face, Arjuna wished his son good morning. In response, Jamie was surprised that his mother had not yet arrived. As it turned out, she was hiding behind the door and suddenly jumped out at her son. Acting out the role of a cute child, an excited Jamie asked how she was able to hide so unnoticed. Of course, this question was played out. Mom started laughing because her son was scared by her joke, but the guy boldly declared that he instantly came to order when he realized that it was his beloved mom. After that, his mother and sister hugged him, continuing to talk about their love. Then they started breakfast, and this time Sarah sat next to her parents, and not her brother. Mom continued to hug her and play even at the table, showing a huge amount of love for the child. Watching this, Diablo Wolfer thought that he himself wouldn't mind touching his little sister's cheeks, because children's cheeks are always soft. But as soon as he realized what he was thinking about, he nervously hit his head on the table, realizing that a great magician who was going to destroy the gods should not get used to such a quiet life. After finishing breakfast, the parents began to discuss their plans. Noticing this, Jamie wondered what would happen the next day. The father was surprised that the children did not know yet. The mother made the excuse that because her son made her worry, she completely forgot about it. Most likely, she was referring to Jamie's technique, which he used to accumulate mana. Knowing her character, he understood that she was very worried about him. Like a polite and well-mannered son, Jamie apologized with guilt for such behavior. Mom carefully replied that she understood that nothing would happen to him, but after a moment, she began to show her excitement and stated that if her son continued to exhaust himself like this, then she might faint somewhere in the corridor because she would become too sad. After another apology, Jamie decided to return to the previous issue, and as it turned out, the Welton family were going to go to the ball together. It will be a huge ball, organized by Earl Simon and Earl Welton, and almost all the nobles living in the north of the Seldom Empire will be present. Mommy was happy that the children would attend such a noble event for the first time, while Diablo Wolfer understood that his precious free time would soon end. The evening of another boring day has arrived. After dinner, the young master again used his pet's wings to visit his servants. Previously, he indicated to them the meeting place, so he went to one of the buildings in the city. As soon as the master entered, his servant stood up from the table. Removing the hood, Jamie asked if they had done what he asked. Feeling guilty, an emotional Rise apologized for the fact that they were never able to find out anything about the Genis cult, since it was created not so long ago. Hearing his answer, Diablo Wolfer realized that even the members of Laval were unable to obtain any information in just one day. After that, he inquired about the progress regarding the second assignment. Everything was fine with the second assignment, and the guys introduced their friend named Pip to the master. As soon as that guy saw the color of the young man's hair, he immediately realized that the Welton family itself was taking care of their affairs. Rise introduced Pip as one of the members of Laval's cult, who in fact knew that Han Ni was going to kill them. They thought that this only proved that this guy was not an ordinary pawn. Since Pip didn't say anything, Jamie decided to conduct the interrogation using his own methods. To begin with, he asked to untie the prisoner's mouth. As soon as they did this, Pip took a deep breath of air. After that, he began screaming to beg the gentleman to spare his life, saying that he knew nothing, but would get any information if he was released. Looking up, he couldn't understand why he was trembling so much at the sight of some child. As it turned out, he felt an endless amount of its terrifying power. In response, Jamie said that he had no reason to kill him, and that he just wanted the prisoner to carry out his orders. Lowering his head, Pip tearfully shouted that he would do whatever he was ordered to do, even find the boss in order for his life to be spared. After young Mr. Welton called the poor guy too loud, he was speechless. Then Diablo Wolfer put his hand on the villain's head, and using his dark magic, gave him the order to go to the Count's estate and tell him about everything that their organization was doing. When the guy got to his feet, it became clear that he no longer controlled his consciousness. He silently left Reese's house and walked towards the Welton family's mansion. Addressing the servants, Jamie asked them not to worry about the prisoner, saying that the Lival organization was unlikely to catch him. At least he was sure that his father would be the first to deal with him. Then he ordered the guys to leave the city and hide somewhere. Noticing such a reaction, the little black one whispered something in his owner's ear. Jamie agreed with his remark and asked the guys in surprise why they were not interested in the reasons for such an order. Bowing low, the servants replied that the master's orders are the law and they cannot disobey them. After this, Rise admitted that he most likely understood their master's motives. Most likely, they guessed what situation they were in, because after hearing information about the plans of the criminals, Mr. Welton would probably destroy the Lival organization and would like him not to find out about the existence of Rise and Hazard. As Jamie left the building, he warned the servants that he would be gone for several days, so the boys should be quiet until he returned. Doubts continued to worry the guys, and Rise ran out into the street. He shouted after his master. Jamie turned around and asked the servant in surprise what had happened. As it turned out, Philip's personality wanted to know who they ended up becoming. He knew that they were dead, and also that there was no way to fix it. Besides, he didn't even want to go back to his previous life. He was sincerely glad that he had become stronger. But he could not have peace until he knew what kind of creature he had become. Rise surprised the young master with his curiosity. He assumed that he was now a top-ranking undead. In response, Jamie began to laugh and Rise felt awkward, which is why he apologized for his stupid question. But the young master clarified that he was laughing because people usually ask whether they have become undead or not, while Rise surprised him with his easy perception of reality. These guys seemed like an unusual find to him. Diablo Wolfer had never met such servants. Usually everyone refused to accept that they had become monsters and had lost their humanity. But Rise and Hazard looked like they could be really valuable players. Nevertheless, the young master explained to the guys that now they are the most ordinary zombies, because he saved their appearances before they died. After they became zombies, their strength also increased, so now they are much more powerful than ordinary people. Still, this news upset Rise a little, and he hoped that at least after death he would gain special power. To support them, the young master said with a smile on his face that everything depended only on them, and perhaps they would someday become top-level zombies. Of course, such a speech greatly inspired the guys. Then the gentleman and his roomers politely said goodbye. Returning home after a long walk, Jamie asked his pet not to consider his servants pathetic. He thought they were quite interesting and very reminiscent of a certain person from his past life. That night, the Welton household was in turmoil as one of the members of Laval, a huge criminal organization based in Hayes, decided to betray his own association. The Count had to stay late to deal with some matters. Therefore, only 3 of his family went to Regan, the largest city located in the east. In fact, Jamie could already get to this place using only the teleportation skill, but he decided not to attract too much attention and used the usual transport. He was already much stronger than before. In addition, thanks to the study of the old man's book, he learned that magic has made incredible progress and is now radically different from what it was in his time. But the problem is that he has no idea how much time has passed since his death. The events that took place after his death were described in history books. They mentioned an army of demons attacking humans led by a demon lord. Despite some very high-profile events, there have been no wars for the last several hundred years. Considering all this, it could be said that a long time had passed since his previous life. Analyzing the situation, Diablo Wolfer understood that his enemies were never able to unite. For him, it was even better because apart they are much weaker. But for the immediate future, their family's ball was the priority. As soon as they entered the city, Jamie could not hide his surprise at its beauty. Mom explained with a smile that this is the most advanced city in their kingdom, and it is impossible to find a place through which such a huge amount of money passes as through Regan. Now Jamie understood why their support had such a strong impact on the development of the center of their lands. After some time, they almost arrived at the palace. Jamie continued to act modest and admitted that he wanted to see Count Simon so much that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. As usual, hugging her son tightly, the mother called him cute and asked him not to worry. She assumed that Jamie admired Uncle Simon so much because he too wanted to become a magician. In response, tired of her hugs, he agreed with her words. Mom explained to her son that Count Simon is simply incredible, because being the same age as his father, he was already a 7th-grade magician, and along with him is one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Council of the kingdom's nobility, and he is also the lord of the city of Regan. The magic of the local city, according to people, is similar to the Red Lotus, which is why he was called the Red Lotus Magician. They say that with one spell he can kill 1,000 people at once. Hearing this, Jamie asked what kind of person the Count was. Mom thought deeply before answering the question. The first thing that came to her mind was to say that the Count's hair was as red as his blood. In fact, the young master didn't care about these things. But the power by which the Count could take so many lives was what really interested him in his conversation with Simon. His conversation with Marcus Linmel was a bit useless because it was too short, so he hoped that with the help of the Count he could find out more about modern magic. Mom was the first to get out of the carriage, and then she called the children. They had already been met by the polite butler of this mansion. He assumed that this was the wife of Count Welton. Having convinced himself of this, he offered to escort them to their chambers. The chambers for their entire event were simply huge. The butler also said that if they had any wishes, they could contact him. The guests admired Count Simon's care. They even allocated a separate room for the young gentleman. Jamie was glad for such attentiveness, since he could not even imagine how difficult it would be to be with his family all this time. Addressing the children, the mother asked them to take things apart and returned to her. A few minutes later, she was already the center of attention of the maids. They took care of her hair for the ball. The woman looked simply incredible, and her son could not help but express his admiration. Hearing this, my mother was very happy with his words. In front of the maids, she demonstrated the relationships within their family. The mother almost pounced on her son to hug him, but one of the maids politely asked the madam to control herself, otherwise her hair might lose its look. She seemed to take it too personally and couldn't believe that now she couldn't hug her beloved children. Meanwhile, young Mrs. Sears also finished her preparations. As expected, the mum could hardly contain her emotions, while Jamie said Sarah looked like a doll. The girl was especially pleased with her older brother's compliment. Still, they both agreed that these clothes were not very comfortable, but agreed that they would tolerate it in this form until the very end of the holiday. In the end, Jamie was also forced to change his look a bit. Then they went to the banquet hall of Count Simon's castle. Everyone was surprised by the incredible size of this hall, and Jamie wondered if ballrooms always looked so luxurious. Sitting down in his place, the guy asked whether Count Simon really loved luxury so much. Mom replied that this was so, and most likely her son would be even more surprised when he met him in person. Then 2 beautiful ladies approached Madame Welton and immediately noticed her incredible appearance and gorgeous dress. Watching these fake conversations made Jamie feel disgusted, realizing that they were actually trying to suck up to their family. He had met many people like them in the past. In times not mentioned in history, such people flattered the gods whom he hated so much. Although this sight was disgusting, Jamie understood that his mother knew how to behave with such people. Meanwhile, the greeting of all visitors to Count Simon's castle began. The host of the ball, Rayval Banner, introduced himself to them, who is also a member of the administrative bodies of the city of Regan. The entire hall immediately paid attention to him. With a smile on his face, Rayval stated that the ball would begin soon, and it was time to take their seats. After this, he asked the visitors to prepare to welcome Count Simon and his entire family, who would be here any minute. A few minutes later, the organizer of the celebration appeared. Of course, the appearance of such an incredible magician brought the young master to his senses. He could not help but notice the pressure in the air from the appearance of an advanced master. A man with red hair greeted everyone present. The 7th grade mage impressed the young master with his presence. Count Simon hoped that everyone would enjoy the event. While everyone was discussing the appearance of the ball organizer, Jamie could not sit still. He was surprised that Count Simon was almost on the same level as the great magician Marcus Linmel, or even stronger. The Red Lotus mage truly exceeded all his expectations, and the guy was looking forward to their conversation. At the same moment, the Welton family was approached by the family of the local count. As expected, Mrs. Welton exchanged polite greetings with them. The magician was surprised that his fellow swordmaster had not arrived. Then he learned that Mr. Argino would be closer to the knight, as he had some problems. After this, the count turned his attention to the children of his comrade. The caring mother introduced her son. After that, she introduced her daughter, Sarah. The children politely expressed their admiration for this event. Mrs. Simon could not help but be surprised at how sweet and well-mannered Mr. Argino's children were. While the two mistresses were talking to each other, the two magicians began to take a closer look at each other. Jamie was not interested in the ball, but the identity of the Red Lotus magician seemed very intriguing to him. In addition, he noticed how the count looked through every corner of his body. This was exactly what the young master wanted, so he fueled the count's interest in his personality and even showed good possession of mana. This demonstration aroused the interest of the great magician. He decided to personally meet the interesting child. Jamie said with a smile on his face that he admired the count's exploits. After this, the Red Lotus magician came closer to him and suggested that they talk later in a calmer environment. As soon as they agreed, the man interested in the talented young man decided to go further. The young master was satisfied. The count exceeded all his expectations, and he looked forward to their second meeting. The host of the event invited visitors to feel at home and enjoy the evening. Those present began to rise from their tables to find interlocutors and make good connections. Meanwhile, one red-haired youth took a closer look at the child of another noble family. Of course, he was interested in Jamie Welton. At Count Simon's table sat his wife and two sons. One of them asked his father what he thought about the son of Earl Welton. When asked what interested him in a 10-year-old child, the young master of the family, Simon, replied that although Mr. Jamie is young now, he will become the head of the family in the future, and it would be nice for them, as peers, to get to know each other. At that moment, the count remembered the rumors that his son was showing leadership qualities among noble children. It seemed stupid to him that his son was trying to gain recognition in this way. However, he didn't mind playing along a little, so he called his son wise beyond his years. When asked by his son if he could tell anything else, the count decided to remain silent. Instead of answering, he simply asked for an aperitif, thereby demonstrating that he was not going to give his youngest son any hints. The mother volunteered to support her son. She gently and caringly placed her hand on his arm, and then asked him to get along with young Master Welton, since their families had been allies for a long time. With a sly smile, the guy agreed with his mother. Miss Simon was glad that the matter had been resolved. After that, she decided to join the meal. But the young master continued to experience some tension. He was ashamed in front of his mother, because in fact he did not even intend to get along with the son of the Welton family. He couldn't wait to make the noble child of the Welton family crawl on his knees in front of him. All this was just for one purpose. He hoped that this would gain his father's recognition. The younger brother noticed his sly smile. He understood what was going on and looked forward to interesting events. The ball continued, and the Welton family decided to leave the table. Mom asked her son to be polite and be sure to make friends with everyone. As soon as she walked away, Jamie felt relieved. He had no interest in dating youngsters, so he decided to spend this time wisely alone. Hoping to find a secluded place in this mansion, he went outside. Looking around, he saw incredible gardens and realized that magic was not the only advantage of the Simon family. He thought about how the Count was able to reach such a high level. A moment later, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. Someone quietly approached him behind him. Because of this, the guy without hesitation turned to using magic. But as it turned out, he threatened some girl his age with his thunder spear. The young master behaved extremely rudely. Seeing that there was an ordinary girl in front of him, he canceled the effect of his magic. The little girl sighed heavily after such an unexpected greeting. Then she asked, with a trembling voice, whether it was possible to attack so suddenly. Jamie infuriated her with his response, saying that she had snuck up on him too suddenly. The young master continued to behave unexpectedly rudely, and without unnecessary manners, asked who she was and how she managed to sneak up on him. The girl's eyes began to sparkle. She thought that the young master was interested in her, but she doubted whether to tell him her name or not, saying that after his action, I somehow didn't want to communicate. As expected, Jamie found her speech unpleasant, as did the fact that she could suddenly appear behind his back. Still, he continued to act rudely and used his magic, shooting it near his leg. The girl was frightened by his behavior. The heir of the Welton family introduced this technique as air bullet, second-level magic. He warned that if her magical defense was not sufficiently developed, then such an attack would pass right through her and, most likely, for a little thing like her, it would be fatal. The girl just wanted to meet the polite son of the Welton family, but she began to realize that she was dealing with a real psycho. Turning to the poor fellow, Jamie asked whether he should continue. The girl, in a panic, told him to stop. The situation forced her to stop being mysterious. She admitted that her name was Ash Vale. As it turns out, this is the eldest daughter of Viscount Vale, who is a summoner of spirits. Summoners are those magicians who have entered into a contract with the mysterious spirits of nature. There are not many summoners on the continent. They are considered outstanding magicians and can lay claim to the title of Baron. This explained the fact that she was able to silently get close to him. Jamie assumed that she used the spirit of the wind, because this was possible in his past life. What was more surprising was that she was the same age as him, but already a summoner. Usually, to unite with nature, people begin to study at the age of 10, but this girl apparently was born a genius, and when she starts studying, she will most likely be able to enter into a contract with the so-called king. After Miss Valley introduced herself, she asked the rude man to hurry up and introduce himself, because it was a mystery to her who dared to use such dangerous magic inside the Simon family palace. The guy was surprised by her question. He couldn't believe that she would try to interrogate him after revealing her identity. Judging by her character, he understood that she did not like to lose. Ash wanted to know who she was dealing with. Nevertheless, Jamie decided to satisfy her interest and introduced himself as the heir of Earl Welton. Hearing this, Ash was shocked, because in fact the Vale family are loyal vassals of Count Welton. Meanwhile, Mr. Argino had already managed to deal with the rival organization. Grabbing their leader, he admitted that his gang was annoying, but he didn't touch them, because that's all they did. Besides, sometimes they were even useful. Lifting his head with his boot, he furiously asked why they decided to repay his kindness by engaging in human trafficking. With a cold look, he stated that on his lands either a madman or someone who was tired of living could have taken on this. Believing that the rival leader wished to die, Mr. Welton promised that he would fulfill his wish. As expected, the leader of the criminal gang begged for mercy, but the trembling of his body did not evoke pity from Mr. Argino. Addressing his charges, he asked to get rid of the villain. The wards accepted his order unconditionally. Then he asked that the cart be prepared for immediate departure. Mr. Welton went to the ball. At the same time, his charges led the criminals to the place of execution. Meanwhile, they were already being followed by the true masterminds of human trafficking. Laval's organization failed them, so they had to start Plan B. The Welton family's young master continued to walk around the Simon family's palace, but he couldn't concentrate on his thoughts. He couldn't have privacy because of the intrusive Ash, so he got mad and nervously asked why she was following him. Jamie said that if her father was his father's vassal, it didn't mean anything. He asked the shy girl to stop communicating with him as if they were in a business relationship. As soon as he asked to be left alone and decided to leave, the girl grabbed his hand. Thus, she only pissed him off even more. Looking into her eyes, he asked her directly why she pestered him. The shy girl replied that she had met someone her age for the first time, so she wanted to make friends with him. Hearing this, the guy was confused. Silence began between them, because he didn't even think that this was the reason. He could still assume that she was talking about a servant, but he had no idea why she needed a friend in the first place. Sighing heavily, He thought that friends were very important for children her age. At the same time, he believed that this was not his problem, because such a friendship could take up too much of his time. Jamie decided to go further and advised her to find someone else, since he himself does not need friends. With tears in her eyes, Ash asked him to stop and called him a pest. Still, he managed to retire. He thought that she was still a child and did not understand that friendship, like any relationship, was irrational. He judged based on his past mistakes. Diablo Wolfer believed that if he had immediately gotten rid of such feelings, then in his past life, he would not have had to experience something terrible. This situation ruined his mood, because of it, he remembered something unpleasant. His solitude suddenly came to an end as he was once again distracted by his peers. This time it was 3 guys, with a red-haired young master standing in front of them. Seeing them, Jamie immediately realized that in such a daring tone, he was addressed by someone who was most likely the son of Count Simon. Instead of introducing himself to him, he asked him to repeat his address. One of the young master's impudent comrades, Simon, displeasedly asked how Welton dared address their brother in such a disrespectful tone. The second guy clarified that Jamie should have realized that Mr. Alf was in front of him. After that, they both shouted that this was the son and heir of Count Simon's family. In response, Jamie, with a sly smile, called them too noisy and cast a spell of silence. At the same moment, the 2 impudent guys were speechless. The Simon family's young master was confused by what happened. Confused, Alpha asked in an uncertain tone if he had actually cast a silencing spell on them. With a joyful laugh, Jamie was surprised that young Master Simon had heard of him and suggested that in that case, he was better than those naive monkeys. Calling the young master of the Welton family a smug bastard, a nervous Alf asked if he realized that he was older than him. In response, Jamie calmly asked him not to go into details and get straight to the point before he did the same to him as he did to his comrades. The situation was heating up and young Mr. Simon began to think about how to get out of this situation. Still, he decided not to make the situation worse. Turning to Jamie, he falsely admitted that he had not come to fight, because he wanted to socialize a little. Moreover, he went further and even called him incredible for being able to use the silent spell. Despite his attempt to rectify the situation, Jamie replied that he had already listened to enough useless chatter, after which he invited the Earl's son to go his own way. As expected, Alf was simply shocked and decided to make sure that the impudent person was exactly aware of who he had the honor of talking to. Nevertheless, he decided to come to terms with this refusal, believing that the time for a serious dialogue simply had not come. He asked the son of Earl Welton whether they would maintain contact in the future. In his defense, he asked to understand them correctly, citing the reason why they treated him this way in his rude answer when they met. Alf further stated that since in the future they would become the core of the nobility of the eastern region, it would be nice for them to become friends at that age. Listening to the deceitful speech, Jamie thought that this red-haired guy was some kind of clown, because if he had not shown him the skills, then their company would have tried to make friends by force. The reason for his behavior was clear to him from the very beginning. Alf wanted to subjugate him to himself. Jamie was already annoyed that he allowed himself to listen to something so pathetic, so he decided to answer directly, and refusing the offer of friendship, stated that he did not care about his ideas and all that, after which he once again asked to be left alone. Upon hearing the refusal, Alf lost his temper and shouted that Jamie was a disgusting idiot that was getting on his nerves. After these words, he shouted that he would mercilessly trample to smithereens the frail magic of the self-confident heir of the Welton family. Pointing his magic wand at his opponent, he confidently declared that Jamie would have no choice but to serve him. In response, the heir of the Welton family did not even blink an eye. With a sly smile, he decided that it would be better to put him in his place now than to continue to play further. Turning to his opponent, Jamie said that in fact Alf initially planned to resort to brute force. In response, the vile heir of Count Simon admitted that this was true, after which he clarified that he changed the plan slightly after Weldon used his magic. In the end, he decided that he would act in his usual style. Diablo Wolfer felt some disgust at the duplicity of his opponent at such a young age. He wondered if he really thought adults would let him do whatever he wanted. Jamie was sure that his age would be in trouble if anything happened. With a confident smile, the arrogant Alf replied that there was no need to worry about it. After that, he took out a magic ball and said that no one would see them as long as he had this thing in his possession. Then he used the artifact and a seal appeared under their feet. Looking around, Jamie assumed that the enemy had a magical artifact of illusion in his hands. Alf replied that if Jamie knows what it is, then he really is a magician. Despite this, he was confident in his superiority and shouted that soon the arrogant heir of the Welton family would beg for his mercy. At the same moment, he was surprised that the enemy decided to dispel the silence spell. Young Master Simon's servants were freed from the spell. They started talking about how hard it was to go through something like this, after which they returned to threatening the Welton family member, saying that he was tired of living and would not get away with this. While the angry servants of the young master threatened the heir of the Welton family, he admitted that the son of Count Simon possesses a very good artifact. Jamie called this situation extremely interesting. The self-confident Alf replied that he simply did not realize the situation he was in. Without letting him finish, Jamie cast a spell, calling on his enemies to suffer. His incredible pressure affected the self-confident boys so much that their noses began to bleed, and they could do nothing to ease their torment. With a sly smile, Jamie advised them not to turn off the artifact, because otherwise everyone would see them drowning in hellish torment. With a loud cry, they all fell to their knees while Jamie began to arrogantly laugh at their pathetic behavior. In the end, Alf still stopped using the artifact and remained the only one of the three who did not lose consciousness. His head began to hurt so badly that he could not control his nausea. This state seemed incredibly humiliating to him. His whole body was trembling at the thought that his opponent was a fourth-rank mage, while he was some kind of pathetic second tier. He didn't understand how things could turn out like this. Alf knew in advance that Jamie was born into a family of knights, so he believed that he was significantly superior to him in strength, because he could not come to the ball with a sword. He couldn't understand how someone his age had such magical power if their family specialized exclusively in swordplay. He assumed that this was about an exceptional talent that he himself did not have. Rising from his knees, he was filled with hatred. He loudly declared that he would not forgive his enemy and would not leave it just like that. Consumed by rage, Alf, who believed that he had been defeated by talent, thought that he would do everything to crush his opponent and make sure that Jamie could never use magic again. As soon as the heir of the Simon family returned to the mansion, he again planned something insidious. This time his comrades were not so confident in themselves, because it was about stealing a magical instrument. The young master was dissatisfied with their excitement, and declared that the servants had no right to ask questions, but should silently and blindly follow the boss. At that moment, they were suddenly startled by the mention of Alpha's name. As it turned out, their younger brother Lennon approached them. The older brother asked why he was here and not at the ball. Lennon replied that this was due to recent events. Extending his hand with magical objects towards his older brother, Lennon said that he could not be calm when Alf was offended by the actions of some fool. Seeing the object in his brother's hands, Alf was alarmed, realizing that it was a very dangerous thing. With a smile on his face, the caring Lennon asked his older brother not to worry about where he got such a thing, after which he advised him to teach the Welton family dropout a lesson. Alf admitted that he was right because he was simply seething with hatred for the heir of another great family. Later that day, Mr. Arjano Welton finally arrived at the ball. Count Simon personally went outside to meet him. For the first time that evening, a sincere smile appeared on the face of the Count Magician of the Red Lotus. Arjano Welton was also glad to see him. He even laughed in surprise that the Count was greeting him in person. As soon as they exchanged pleasantries, the organizer of the ball invited the dear guest to go inside. The ball has already come to an end, and according to the red-haired Count, the event was a success as always. But what he wanted to discuss most during the ball was a meeting with young Mr. Welton. The father was interested to hear the great magician's opinion about his son. First of all, Mr. Simon noticed that the Welton family loves their children very much and admitted that he is very envious of his friend. Arjano assumed that nothing had changed between them. Silence began as Mr. Simon did not want to remember this. However, he returned to the original topic and stated that Jamie not only surprised him, he was completely amazed by this meeting. Arjano was not surprised by this answer. He understood that the Blood Lotus mage was beating around the bush. In order not to waste time, the sword master politely suggested that his comrade considered his son talented. With an interested look, Mr. Simon replied that the word talent would not be enough. He thinks Jamie is the best he's ever seen. The great magician said that perhaps in the history of all mankind, there was no more talented person than the heir of the Welton family. Arjuna admitted that Marcus Linmel had the same opinion about his son. With some sadness, he said that he too knew about his talent when he was younger, but never thought of it as anything special. So he asked Marcus for a favor, because if someone is so talented in magic, then he should become a magician, despite the family traditions. With a smile on his face, Mr. Simon admitted that his friend's son would be very lucky to have such a strong teacher as Marcus. When he learned that the great magician refused this request, he treated this information with understanding, after which he declared that Jamie was an unsurpassed genius who would be able to achieve everything on his own, even becoming a legendary magician of the 9th rank. After this, he unexpectedly stated that he was envious that the young man was born more talented than himself, but on the other hand, he was very interested to see how far the high magician could advance with such power. Hearing his comrade's speech, Arjuna began to get nervous, realizing that he was heading towards a very dangerous topic. After this, Mr. Simon began to say that although people are weak, they were able to build a great civilization. On the other hand, he understood that compared to dragons, high elves, and other creatures, their magic was insignificant, like a breeze against a hurricane. The great magician believed that only through their unity could they withstand certain threats. Addressing his comrade, he stated that thanks to sword masters like him, they can still fight for life in this world. With an anticipatory smile, he asked his comrade what would happen if a magician of the 9th rank was born. With incredible enthusiasm, he declared that even such masters of magic as dragons would not stand next to him. Despite his comrade's concern about his words, he stated that with all his soul he longed for people to become the true rulers of this world. More modest and worried about the fate of his son, Earl Welton said that Mr. Simon's words were very arrogant. But the red-haired magician replied that even if his words were arrogant, it was not something bad, because they both knew about the forgotten history that was erased from the face of the earth. The story that Count Simon mentioned was a secret that was known only to a few on the entire continent. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared due to some incident. Because of the extraterrestrial perfect creatures who decided to protect people from those secrets, Count Simon dreams that people will gain such power that it would prevent them from being kept in line. He wanted humanity to gain such power in order to prevent the history of their civilization from repeating itself, as well as the risk of their sudden extinction. After this tense dialogue, they said goodbye and went to rest. The caring father could not approach his son. Looking at him, he wondered whether such expectations towards Jamie would be justified. As a father who has such a talented child, he was very worried. It was hard for him to accept that his sweet and beloved son would one day become a support for all humanity. Arjuna Welton hoped that his son would grow up to be a just man. He was ready to give his all for this goal. In the morning, the event continued, and all the guests returned to the Simon family living room. Jamie was quite thoughtful, worried about the reason for his father's worries, but he wasn't going to use mind control just because he was just interested. In addition, he understood that his abilities were not yet sufficiently developed. His calm was interrupted again by Mrs. Ashe. As soon as she came over to say hello, an already puzzled Jamie asked her not to pester him with her obsessive behavior. In response, the girl slyly said that this time she had an interesting thing to do. After that, he loudly called his sister. Jamie understood that the situation was getting worse, because Ashe suddenly decided to increase the number of annoying interlocutors. To avoid such a pastime, Jamie tactfully stood up from the table and said that he was leaving, since he had no intentions of getting closer to them. In response, the girl shouted that he should at least meet his sister, since their families are so close. After her words, the eldest daughter, Rebecca Vale, came up to them and called her speech rude. She asked her younger sister not to discard formalities in conversation with the Count's son. Seeing her face, the guy froze in place and no longer paid attention to the argument between the two girls. Noticing his reaction, Ashe started laughing and said that he had a crush on her older sister. Diablo Wolfer was devastated. He did not understand how Jane ended up here. He meant the beloved of his life, who was given to the gods for her own good. This is where the story of the great magician of the past begins, who was deprived of his human emotions. At the same moment, the young man who hated the heir of the Welton family most of all rushed towards them. Filled with rage, Alf was about to carry out his revenge. He again armed himself with dangerous artifacts, believing that he was now ready to put an end to his offender. But Jamie did not pay any attention to the heir of the Simon family. He again named the eldest daughter of the Vale family after the love of his life. Hearing this, the girl was confused, because she did not understand who she was talking about. Seeing the look of young Mr. Welton, Ash said out loud that he had fallen in love. The sneaky alpha decided to take advantage of this moment. He shouted that Jamie would now obey him, and then used the power of a rare magical artifact. Jamie was oblivious to this, while Ash was frightened by the danger of the spell that was directed in their direction. At the same moment, the frightened Rebecca rushed towards her sister. But a moment later, young Mr. Welton intimidatingly addressed the enemy, asking him not to interfere, after which he dispelled his attack. Alf Simon could not believe his eyes. He knew that the artifact created by his father, the Phoenix Ring, belongs to the 6th rank of fire magic. He was confused, not understanding how the 10-year-old magician was able to repel his attack. Releasing his mana, Jamie said with hatred that it was time to die. He used an ice spell on his opponent. Ice began to spread throughout the body of the heir of the Simon family. The frightened guy began to feel incredible cold and could not resist this force at all. Alf began to scream from the pain he was experiencing. Despite the fact that the enemy was suffering in front of everyone present, Jamie was consumed by his anger and had no intention of interrupting the spell. But at that very moment, the swordmaster approached him and said that this was enough. His father, Mr. Arjano Welton, came to deal with his rage. He asked his son not to worry, and said that everything is fine now. Having looked around, Jamie was convinced that the girl, who was the reincarnation of his beloved from the past, was unharmed. After this, he fell unconscious due to his father's use of magic. This incident took place in front of everyone present, and at the center of the events were the 2 counts and their children. Mr. Arjano could not believe that Jamie was actually going to use such a terrifying spell on his peer. Communicating with his friend, at first he thought that he had made a mistake. But seeing the power of the spell and the impossibility of resistance on the part of the heir of the Simon family, he realized that these actions on the part of his son were serious, and if he could not stop him, then Alf could die. At the same time, Mr. Simon was not at all worried about his son, considering the actions of the future magician of the 9th rank to be amazing. He understood that the Alpha's magic was weak and less than half his own, but if the artifact had worked, then everyone present would have been burned alive. This outcome of events did not make him nervous, because he was filled with admiration for the future child, who would be able to fulfill his long-time dream. At the same moment, his wife threw a tantrum over the fact that Jamie almost killed their child, while the Count behaves completely calmly. Her words hurt the feelings of Jamie's mother. She asked the lady to express herself correctly, because the only one who tried to kill was Alf. As an argument, she stated that it was the heir of the Simon family who first attacked their son. In addition, she mentioned that Alf had prepared in advance and used the artifact in his direction. Her words were true and put the lady of the Simon family in an awkward position. With tears in her eyes, she tried to justify herself. Mrs. Sears Welton demanded that she speak to the end. Mr. Arjano intervened in their conflict and told his wife that this was enough. Under the gaze of all the visitors, the woman who loved her beloved son tried to find support. Her husband took a few steps forward. She was sure that although he was strict, he would now decisively stand up for his child. But her hopes came to an end as soon as he admitted to all the visitors that their son had behaved rudely on such an important day. Addressing Madame Welton, he offered his sincere apologies. The lady did not expect that the Red Lotus magician would actually take the side of justice. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that she was surprisingly kind and couldn't be angry after such an apology. In response, Mrs. Welton thanked the Count for resolving the dispute and said that she would go to her room. Count Simon took this for granted and suggested that Arjano also go and rest. As soon as he resolved the conflict, he apologized for ruining the evening in front of the rest of the guests, after which he asked them to return to their chambers and have a good rest. On such a note, the ball was over. There was silence in the hall, which could only be interrupted by the quiet whispers of those present. Turning to her husband, Mrs. Simon asked in a trembling voice why he did this. With tears in her eyes, she shouted that their son had suffered because of the actions of the heir of the Welton family. The moment she became rude, the Count, with a cold and piercing gaze, ordered her to remain silent. He said that there were a lot of unnecessary ears here, so she and her son should return to their quarters. Despite the madam's pleas, Mr. Simon still approached his son and assumed that he was trying to get his attention. With an angry look, he asked him not to remain silent. While the son trembled in fear of his father, The man asked if he thought that his actions would ruin their reputation in the eyes of the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom. Raising his eyes, he could not hide his fear. Alf thought that he just wanted his father to notice him. Still, he couldn't find the courage to admit it, so he shouted that Jamie had been rude to him. After his words, in an even more angry and threatening tone, the Count asked where he got the phoenix ring. The son, scared to death, was afraid to give an answer. His father asked him to hurry up, saying that he did not like to repeat things twice. With tears in his eyes, Alf admitted that his younger brother gave him the phoenix ring. Hearing this, the Count called his youngest son. As soon as Lenin walked inside, he realized what was happening. He couldn't believe that his older brother was so pathetic that, despite the conditions created in advance, he still failed. Lenin decided to pretend that he didn't know what was going on, so with a kind smile he asked his father what was the matter. In response, the father directly asked if he was the one who gave Alpha the phoenix ring. The younger brother admitted this, so the Count asked why he gave him something so dangerous. Lenin began to twist the facts, saying that he did not want Jamie to bully his older brother. But just moments later, his father's words made him tremble, because he said that Lenin did not do this for his brother, but simply wanted to manipulate them. Lenin found himself in an awkward position. He did not understand how his father figured out what games he was playing between his peers. Only at that moment did Alf realize that he had become part of his younger brother's cunning plan. Looking at the children, the Count said that the children most likely had already guessed that they were not interesting to him. With a cold look, he asked if they knew why everything was like this. Without waiting for an answer, he said that despite the fact that his blood flows in their veins, they lack talent. On the other hand, he noted that this does not mean that he is not aware of their vile and base thoughts. At that moment, the guys could not squeeze out a word, because they were afraid of their father, who was cold towards them. Addressing the children, Count Simon said that if they were so eager to get his attention, then they should not waste time on such tricks. Instead, he asked them to work to prove themselves worthy of his blood. As he left the hall, he warned them that he would no longer interfere with their plans, so they themselves had to deal with the mess they had created. He explained that Alf and Lenin should ask Jamie Welton for forgiveness when dawn comes. As soon as his father left the room, Alf was alarmed that he would again have to meet the heir of the Welton family, whom he hated so much and considered the cause of his problems. Just the thought of it made him shake, and he admitted it. Having asked his brother whether he was going to carry out his father's orders, he heard nothing in response, and looking at Lenin, thought that his father's words made him feel bad. But as it turned out, his younger brother was delighted with his father's words. He swore to himself that his father would see that he was truly worthy of the royal blood of the Simon family. That evening, an anxious Mrs. Sears could not fall asleep for a long time. She watched her sleeping son, because she could not forget how serious his bloodlust was towards the heir of Count Simon. Mom could not imagine what could have happened to a 9-year-old child for him to get into such a state. The moment she realized that they were not just fooling around, she managed to realize the danger of using such a powerful artifact of fire magic. The woman could not forgive Alf, even after Count Simon's apology. As soon as her son turned over during sleep, she completely forgot about her anxiety. She grabbed her face, not understanding what she was thinking about. At that moment, her husband came to her aid. Mr. Argino asked if she was okay. She didn't know how to answer his question. She understood that her caring husband saw her condition, but she still could not admit her worries about the situation. The man asked what he should do for her to make her feel calmer. With a smile on her face, the lady remembered how he stopped her during the conflict after the incident between the children. Mr. Argino said he was simply worried that doing so would only make her mood worse. Mother mentioned that Count Simon immediately politely apologized, so she didn't want to create conflict among the Eastern nobles over such nonsense. The unrest disappeared, and then they began to laugh all together because the heir of the Simon family got a bad deal for his insolence. After that, they decided to leave so as not to disturb their son's sleep. Of course, Jamie was awake and heard all their conversations. He understood their excitement, because he could not control himself at that moment of the conflict. He didn't really pay any attention to it. The only thing he had thought about since meeting the eldest sister of the Valle family was that his lover from his past life had also been revived at this time. For the great magician, this did not seem too strange, since he himself was reborn after tens of thousands of years. He thought it impossible that it wasn't her, but as it turned out, Jane had no memories from her past life. Still, this was normal, because he is a special case, since his rebirth is an act of his power. However, he did not understand the very fact of her rebirth at the same time as him. He had already begun to think about whether this was just an accident or fate, or whether the 12 gods were involved in this. His doubts were dispelled by his pet. Jamie admitted that it was nonsense to assume the intervention of the gods, because if they found out about his rebirth, he would not have a peaceful life. Playing with the little black one like a toy, he decided not to bother his head with unnecessary thoughts. But still, memories from his past life haunted him. This was due to the fact that he then lost his beloved Jane. Since such an opportunity had arisen, he did not mind meeting her again. Meanwhile, the cult members have already learned that great changes are coming in the world of magic. One of them has already prepared a report for its management. This report was written about the eldest son of the Welton family. He indicated that at the age of 9, he was already a wizard of at least the 4th rank, and most likely, his incredible talent would soon turn the whole world upside down. In the morning, Jamie went to Count Simon's garden. The atmosphere was pleasant because he was away from the noise of the event. At the same time, the little black one was walking with him. As it turned out, he didn't really like spending his time this way. Diablo Wolfer understood that the place was quiet due to the fact that most of the guests had already gone home, since this was the last day of the ball. This was to his advantage because he enjoyed being alone. Before returning home, he thought that he needed to meet his lover from his past life again. But in the midst of this silence, he suddenly felt mana. Its use was accompanied by some sounds. The guy looked around, but did not see the source or user of the power. He decided to use mana and quickly found the user's locations. As soon as he ran to the pond, he saw who had attracted his attention. As it turned out, it was Rebecca Vale. She used her power and communicated with a spirit named Ondine. The spirit and the eldest daughter of the Vale family were surprised when they noticed that someone had decided to distract them. Looking around, she was surprised that the Count had come to her. First of all, she asked if everything was okay with him. After his answer, Jamie awkwardly tried to remember her name. Seeing his strange behavior, the beloved from the past began to laugh sincerely. He reintroduced herself to him as Rebecca Vale, not even worried that the Welton family heir had been rude when he forgot her name. Diablo Wolfer could not take his eyes off her. He remembered the last words of his beloved, who asked not to forget her. He understood that Rebecca, like Jane, was also a summoner of water spirits. He was distracted from deep thoughts by the daughter of the Vale family. She politely asked why he looked so sad. Jamie couldn't admit that they had already met in a past life and were lovers. Rebecca herself began to feel sad, assuming that he had not yet recovered from yesterday's events. She understood that she could help him and made the first attempt. Reborn Jane hugged her past life lover and consoled him with the words that everything would be fine. The feeling of having her nearby seemed like a remnant of feelings from the past. But he didn't mind enjoying this moment a little longer. After a little conversation, they sat down by the pond and began to laugh. With a sincere smile, Rebecca mentioned that her father taught her that difficulties are easier to overcome if you share them with someone. Jamie immediately realized that he was talking about Viscount Vale. The girl happily replied that he was right. After that, he admitted that he was glad to have the opportunity to talk normally. Jamie replied that the same thought had occurred to him. Although he was pleased with the girl's sweet smile, he thought that she was a completely different person. During the conversation, he mentioned that he had heard that the Vale family had a tradition of making a contract with the spirits of the air. Rebecca agreed, but as it turned out, due to her strong connection with the spirits, they themselves came to her, but she immediately refused to enter into a contract, and then left. However, on another day, Ondine appeared to her and said that it was her destiny to conclude a contract with her. With an awkward laugh, she admitted that it was an important decision and she should have discussed it with her father, but she accidentally made a contract with the water spirit the first time he appeared. Everything fell into place, because Diablo Wolfer understood that the King of Spirits knew for sure about her rebirth. The contract with the Spirit King is different from any other. It can be called a soul contract that binds lives. The moment Jane's soul was reborn in Rebecca's body, the Spirit King immediately realized it. Jamie politely asked if her father punished her for this. Rebecca replied that Viscount Vale was not angry, but he looked upset, as did she. Looking into his lover's eyes, Jamie said that this was something special. He surprised the girl by saying that he had never heard of an elemental coming to someone on his own and offering a contract. Jamie said that although she could not make a contract with the spirit of the air, she was chosen by the water elemental, so she should believe in herself. The girl was surprised by his unexpected caring words. With a sweet smile, she thanked him for this. After this pleasant conversation, Jamie thanked her for the day and said that he had to go. As soon as he said goodbye, he immediately ran away without waiting for her answer. The girl thought sadly that she would like to talk more. She became embarrassed, not understanding what kind of feelings she was experiencing at the moment of being next to him. On the way back, Jamie laughed at how awkward he was acting, but believed that such a formal speech had the place to be, since Rebecca seemed more mature than the other children at the event. Then he calmly returned to the mansion. As soon as he returned, he heard awkward addresses in his direction from his peers. These were the heirs of the Simon family who came to meet him at the request of his father. Jamie asked what they wanted from him. His peer Alf felt awkward, but still gathered his resolve and shouted an apology. The heir of the Welton family was surprised and asked why he suddenly decided to change his mind about the situation. After that, he suggested with a sly smile that the Count had forced him to go and apologize. Alf was confused by Jamie's reaction. Still, Jamie understood him. But on the other hand, he didn't know what another son of the family, Simon, was doing here. He asked Lennon why they came together, believing that Alf was afraid to come and apologize himself. The youngest son admitted that he was the one who gave his brother the magical artifact. Now everything has fallen into place. Jamie directly said that in this case, the brothers wanted to get rid of him by combining their forces. After that, he asked his younger brother what his name was. Without feeling any awkwardness from the words of his peer, Lennon introduced himself with a sly and self-confident smile on his face. Jamie felt that he was not so simple, so he decided to test his abilities with the help of mana. Looking at the self-confident and even arrogant air of the great magician, he noticed that he was not only cunning, but also quite talented and could not be compared with the second son of the Simon family. Alf was surprised that his hated enemy was so interested in his little brother. In fact, Jamie was surprised that even such a talented son was not enough for Count Simon. Lennon still acted cunningly. He noticed that it was good that nothing terrible had happened, after which he said that since the heir of the Welton family had heard their apologies, they could be free. At that moment, the Welton family's young master's interest only intensified, realizing that this guy was taking him for an idiot. On the day of the incident, Lennon did not even appear among those present, although he was the real instigator of their conflict. Diablo Wolfer suggested that for this young manipulator, there are no interesting and important people except his father. He understood that if he let him go just like that, he would continue to put a spoke in his wheels. To warm up these guys a little, he decided to infuriate his eldest son, and asked whether it would be difficult for him in the fight for the inheritance. At the same moment, he asked his youngest son if he was right. Just as Lennon decided to walk away from the conversation, Jamie appeared in front of him, and putting his hand on his shoulder, threateningly said that since the whole conflict was his doing, then he must be punished. After that, he began to use one of his terrifying pierce spells. Lennon freaked out and asked what Jamie was doing. But after a moment, he felt that there was no one else next to him. It was dark around him. He felt very cold, and the trembling in his body began to cause him serious anxiety. After that, he saw a terrifying aura of piercing gaze that said that this was his last chance. Scared to death, Lennon fell to his knees. He didn't even notice how tears began to flow from his eyes. Despite his self-confidence, it was only at that moment that he realized that he had fallen under the influence of a strong illusion. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't shake that feeling of horror. The cunning manipulator had never encountered anything so dangerous. His body was trembling with fear and he could barely stay conscious. With a satisfied smile, Jamie waited for the answer of his impudent peer. Looking at him, Lennon realized that he knew for sure that this was his last chance. Bowing his head to the heir of the Welton family, he apologized for his behavior. The time has come to say goodbye. The carts of the great families arrived at the main entrance to the mansion. Jamie was really glad that he was finally going home. In fact, he was already tired of such trips out of town, and began to think that it was better to be squeezed by his mother and stay at home. As soon as he thought about this, he began to laugh because he became too emotional and loving after his rebirth. At that moment, the Count approached him, and noted that he was glad to see the heir of the Welton family in a good mood. Although Mr. Simon promised to talk to Jamie, he did not have the right time for this dialogue. Young Mr. Welton replied with a smile that he was simply glad to be returning home soon. The Count admitted that he was sorry that he never had the chance to communicate with a very promising magician. Polite Jamie replied that he also hoped for this, so he shared his interlocutor's feelings. Hearing his agreement, the Red Lotus magician invited him to stay, but Jamie politely refused, saying that his desire to go home was stronger since he was completely exhausted. After this, he suddenly took the experienced Count by surprise by saying that the reason for his fatigue was known to both of them. Sighing, the Count laughed politely and agreed with the words of the talented young man. After this, he said that Jamie should be careful, because after this event, the world of magic began to watch him. In response, the guy said that this was expected for him. The Count was surprised, and with a sincere smile came to the conclusion that Jamie already knew who he was. In response, Jamie said that he really knows his worth. Walking near the mansion, he remembered the gentleman's youngest son, and said that he was forced to teach him a lesson. Count Simon thought so, saying that Lennon had not been himself for the second day. Showing some confusion, Jamie asked in surprise whether Mr. Simon was angry because of the situation. The magician replied that he saw no reason to be evil, because these were the consequences of their decisions. Seeing his reaction, Jamie finally understood what those two brothers were missing and why they had become so cocky and rude. To influence the situation a little, he mentioned that Lennon was quite talented and should be trained. The Count assured him that he knew more about his youngest son's abilities than anyone else. He said Lennon was worthless. To dispel his self-confidence a little, Jamie continued to press, and said that it was worth a try, because if Lennon tried, he could reach the level of his father. But he had no chance to show his talent now, because he was under so much pressure. After that, the heir of the Welton family allowed himself to rudely point his finger at Count Simon and say directly that it was his fault, because it was precisely because he could not see the talents of the children that they became such bullies. Jamie thought Alf was quite ordinary, but Lennon seemed promising to him. Hearing this, the master felt awkward and began to admit that he had underestimated his own son. He could not believe that the talent that he, an 8th-level magician, could not notice in his son was able to be discovered by a child. Count Simon, being one of the most powerful magicians of our time, felt as if standing in front of him was not a child, but a great magician. He was in complete shock and wanted to know how Jamie came to such conclusions, but the guy did not have time to hear his words. His mother, Sears, approached him and asked him to hurry as they were already leaving. Hearing this, Jamie politely said goodbye and finally asked not to attach importance to the words of the stupid child. In just a few minutes of communication, he was able to create an incredible impression. The bright shine of the young magician's incredible talent haunted Count Simon. Still, the meeting met his expectations. From the very beginning, he thought that after communicating with this talented person, only a feeling of devastation would await him. As soon as Jamie arrived home, he went to meet his servants on the first night. The meeting place was appointed in the forest, and the little black one immediately sensed where his master's charges were. Jamie asked the servants to hurry up in a dissatisfied tone. Immediately after his words, Rise and Azard appeared from the bushes in new noble costumes. They apologized for showing up a little later than their master wished. In response, Jamie asked to get to the point and tell him everything they had learned. To begin with, Rise reported that the Zenith Church has been doing useful work within the lands of Heis for some time without compensation. They provide food and shelter to those in need, and recently opened their own orphanage, which has created a good impression of themselves. As it turned out, they began to act immediately after the destruction of the criminal organization Laval. They came to the poor, served them, and preached the will of God. At first, civilians did not attach any importance to this. However, after the church's continued activity, people began to depend on it, soon becoming believers. As a result, the position of the Zenith Church in Cheese rose to incredible heights. The news that people worshipped the Zenith Church as the most generous and respected in Hies made the young master angry. There was a reason for his feelings. He knew that that deity would never do charity for nothing. After this, he decided to direct his resentment towards the servants and asked if they believed that war and peace could coexist. The guys looked around in confusion and hesitantly answered that no. In turn, the more erudite Rise said that he believes that war and peace are connected. Jamie agreed with his words and said that this is the whole Zenith, because the world under his rule is time, the price of which is countless victims, and war is a true manifestation of his divinity. After this, he declared that everything that the priests of Zenith were doing was contrary to his will and aroused suspicion. He was sure that something was hidden under this nobility. so he gave the order to find out what was the reason for their actions. He was right, because more and more children devoted to their faith appeared in the Zenith Church orphanage. Addressing one of God's servants, Ricky said with admiration and joy that compared to begging and constant beatings, "This is paradise." He could be understood because what he saw was just a beautiful picture. A month and a half had passed since they arrived at the shelter, and Ricky was truly happy. He believed that if it weren't for the shelter, his and his sister's lives would have been doomed. They finally have a comfortable place to live. Sister Anna always greeted him with a smile on her face. Unfortunately, she is blind. Knowing this fact, their parents simply abandoned them and ran away. To protect his sister, Ricky did a lot of evil. Living on the street is hard, and even the adults were indifferent to their misfortune. It was a hopeless life with no one to help you. After all the terrible events, the Zenith Church was the first to lend them a helping hand. The child's life suddenly changed. Perceiving this false mercy as a second chance, he wanted to share his happiness with others, and for this, he was going to become a priest of God to spread the so-called miracle. The children were encouraged by various news, for example. The news that their peer, Shino, had received a divine blessing became a motivation to demonstrate even more loyalty to their religion. Having received divine blessing, the child will be able to become a priest after training in the main church. After talking with his subordinates, Jamie looked around the city and was about to return to the mansion. But at the same moment, the little black one began to point out something strange to him. Listening to his opinion, Jamie looked around again and noticed something strange. Some knight in a long cloak was lying unconscious on the sidewalk, which looked very strange. As soon as Jamie came closer to him, he felt that he had a very strange energy. He understood that we were talking about vile divine power, so he assumed that this was a priest. But when he saw his weapon, he realized that this was a high-ranking church minister. The fact that the holy knight was lying on the road like that still seemed strange. It sounded like a problem brewing. With his foot on the vile servant's head, Jamie thought that this was an opportune moment to get rid of him. At the same moment, the attendant suddenly grabbed his other leg. The attendant took him by surprise, and Jamie was afraid. It seemed that this man did not understand what was happening at all. He tried to say something but could not finish his speech. It was clear that this guy was exhausted to the limit. In the end, he managed to shout that he was damn hungry, after which he lost consciousness again. Jamie was indeed frightened at first by his behavior, but since the attendant posed no danger to him, he decided to leave him lying there. As she left, she hoped that she would never again encounter this strange knight with vile divine power. But as it turned out, the world is a very small place, and the very next morning they were destined to meet. The knight, so disgusting to him, joined their family breakfast. The stranger said with a kind laugh that if it weren't for the Count's help, he would have died of hunger on the sidewalk slabs. Mr. Arjano replied that it was the merit of the guards that led him to the mansion. Despite his words, the Knight of Ras continued to thank the Count, saying that he had excellent soldiers. As it turns out, this man is a Knight of Light. Jamie felt incredible discomfort from the presence of such a person at their family table. Moreover, he did not understand the reason why Mom and Dad treated the stranger so well. The knight then said that he serves the Church of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. As it turned out, when Mrs. Welton learned about this, she was very surprised. Turning to the knight, she asked if he had ever heard of Bishop Saphira. The knight was surprised and assumed that the lady was from Afton. He was shocked when he found out that she came from Belle's family. As soon as he heard this, he suddenly rose from the table. After this, he bowed low before the lady, expressing his greetings. The situation became even more confusing in Jamie's eyes. He knew that Perro's church was located in Afton, on the territory where Belle's family was located, but he knew that this should not be the reason for his prostration. Anyone in front of whom a knight would behave this way must be of at least the rank of a bishop, so he turned to his father for an answer. Diablo Wolfer was forced to take advantage of the privileges of his age, and, with a sweet expression on his face, asked why their guest was greeting his mother in such a manner. The father replied that it was a long story, after which he said that perhaps he would tell about it another time. Jamie couldn't believe that his clever trick didn't work, and he had to suffer some humiliation because of it. He thought that if the Bell family really had such close ties to the Pyro Church, then this could become an inconvenient problem, since the patroness of those religious fanatics was the one he would have to kill one day. After breakfast, Mr. Arjano decided to talk with the knight alone, and first of all asked how he ended up in his lands. This seemed strange, since the Pyro Church does not conduct business in the eastern region of the kingdom. Without waiting for an answer, the sword master assumed that the knight was here to expand their influence. Sir Raz became agitated by his words and began to object, saying that he had in no way planned to do such a thing, but was only here because he had been pursuing someone for a long time. After being asked who his target was, the man hesitantly answered that he was the one who was conducting unthinkable and cruel experiments that no one should conduct. He was referring to the mysterious creator of the chimeras. Hearing the mention of such a master, Mr. Welton was confused and felt anger that such a person was on their lands. After an awkward pause, the knight apologized, saying that the rest of the information was so secret that even within the church not everyone knew about it. Despite the fact that he could not tell anyone about this, he still decided to share the information with the Count if he listened to his request, and they concluded a contract. Thus he asked the swordmaster for help, hoping that this would greatly help their cause. Mr. Arjano had not heard of the existence of such spellcasters for a long time. It is known that the outer body of chimeras is created from various creatures, but their creators are treated worse than ordinary criminals because the basis of the chimera is a person. Perhaps there were those who did not use people to create them, but history knew no such precedents. In response, Mr. Argano could not promise his full support, but stated that since he was aware of the relative's relationship with the Pero Church, he could not turn a blind eye to this incident. Hearing his speech, joy and blush appeared on the young knight's face. Nevertheless, Mr. Welton directly stated that he would help his unexpected guest. Hearing his words, the knight exploded with joy, but the Count asked him to leave pleasantries and asked why the church was pursuing the creators of chimeras alone and did not ask for help from the kingdom. After this question, he began to feel awkward. The fair-haired Raz admitted that the kingdom would help them, but they did not resort to their help, since in this case the authority of the church would be greatly undermined. Moreover, this matter was personal, because the creator of the chimeras, who was being persecuted by their church, had kidnapped more than 10 of the goddess's knights. Based on this, the swordmaster came to the conclusion that chimeras were created that used divine powers. Meanwhile, Jamie went out into the courtyard of their mansion. Although he was tired of family relationships, this time he couldn't wait for another tea party. Sears and Sarah were already waiting for him here. They asked him to hurry up. The attentive and caring mother immediately noticed her son's dissatisfaction. She asked what he wanted to know so badly. As expected, Jamie wanted to hear more about the mysterious knight and why he was bowing to her. It seemed extremely suspicious to him that the Knight of Light was solemnly greeting a man whom he had never seen before. With a sweet smile on her face, Mom said that the reason for his behavior was because his family had some connection with the Pyro Church. As it turns out, his mother's grandfather, whom he has never seen, is the savior of the Pyro Church. Hearing this, Jamie was unpleasantly surprised that his relative was the one who supported his enemies. According to her mother, in the past, when a very important thing that they kept was stolen from the Pyro Church, her grandfather helped them. She was talking about an incident known as the Portsmouth Garden Incident. This was an incident in which the Demon King's followers used a sacred relic but were unable to summon their lord. The great-grandfather of a talented magician died trying to stop the summoning of the Demon King, after which the Pyro Church granted their family the title of Archbishop and vowed that for the next 100 years the head of the family would be equivalent to the rank of bishop. After hearing the story, Jamie understood why his mother looked sad during the meeting with the knight. Furthermore, he believed that it was stupid of Pyro to make such a reward, but it was all they could do in hopes of thanking the savior for returning their only relic. Diablo Wolfer believed that these circumstances would have a good impact on his future plans, so he planned to take full advantage of these occultists in order to get rid of their patron. At one point, the malicious smile on Jamie's face disappeared because his mother suddenly turned to him. The beloved son regained his childish behavior to the delight of his mother. Having learned interesting information, Jamie carefreely continued drinking tea. Meanwhile, the youngest brother of the Genus Church, Shino, was chosen as the new priest. The current priests blessed his upcoming journey and raised their glasses, calling this a significant day. The guy was filled with joy, believing that he would soon become the same savior as those who gave him a second chance at life. As he said goodbye, many friends gathered around him and could not hold back their tears of joy. Before leaving for Mount Chongbon, he said goodbye to his comrades. The decision to go was sudden, so he didn't even expect that the guys would come to say goodbye to him. Happy for his friend, Ricky said with a sincere smile that the priests were going to send him too, but a little later, so he asked his friend not to be sad from loneliness. Clenching his fist, Shino promised with a blush on his face that he would wait for his comrades to arrive. After these words, his carriage set off. Ricky was sincerely happy for his comrade and promised himself that one day he would also become a priest. Although we were talking about Mount Chongbon, the road to it, to the surprise of the young man, did not take much time. A few hours later, they suddenly stopped and the priest asked him to hurry up. Looking outside, the guy realized that it didn't quite look like the place in question. Approaching some ominous building, he thought that the cart could not cover such a distance in such a short time. Shino hesitantly asked the priest if this was really the main branch of the Pyro Church. The man with a strange smile did not answer his question, but only asked to follow him. Looking around, the guy apologized and expressed the opinion that they were in the wrong place, but the priest asked him not to worry and trust the church. After that, he pushed the guy inside. As soon as they entered the ominous building with dim lighting, the priest asked him to go downstairs. Continuing to descend into some deep and cold basement, Shino tried to convey to the priest that this did not look like the place he had been told about. As he talked about how this place seemed strange and not quite what he had imagined, large doors appeared in front of him, leading to a mysterious room. Looking inside, he saw something terrible. In an uncertain voice, he whispered to the priest that he saw something strange. But the priest did not pay attention to his words, after which he saw another church minister in front of him, and addressing him as a bishop, said that he had brought the child he was talking about. The boy was shocked when he saw the bishop in such a place. With tears in his eyes, he turned to him in fear, saying that he was here because he had been chosen by God. But at the same time, he expressed that this place was strange. With a trembling voice, he admitted that he had seen some kind of monster. With a hypocritical, lying smile, Bishop Lincoln replied that Shino was indeed the chosen one. Hearing his words, the guy with tears in his eyes asked why he was then in such a terrible place, and not on Mount Chongbon. In a terrifying voice, the bishop said that this is the place where they achieved utopia. After that, he gloatingly said that he was eager to know what such a pure and innocent child like Shino would turn into. After that, Lincoln led the frightened child inside one of the rooms. A terrible man, with a face reminiscent of some kind of monster, appeared in front of him. He said that this time he came across a truly worthy experimental object. Extending his hand towards the trembling guy's head, he declared that he would become a beautiful chimera. The next morning, the young master was forced to go to the largest street of Haisa with the Knight of Light, whom he could not tolerate. The reason he had to show this man around the city was quite simple. During morning tea, his father unexpectedly said that Jamie would show the city to their dear guest. He was not even asked if he wanted it, but as expected, due to his politeness, he did not have the opportunity to refuse. While the guy felt incredible discomfort, believing that he was cursed with bad luck, the attentive Knight of Light wondered where the 9-year-old boy had so much endurance and such a developed memory. Feeling some tension in their walk, he decided to turn to the young master. With a sincere smile on his face, he thanked him for the opportunity to look around his father's lands. Still polite, Jamie replied that he hadn't actually left the house for a long time, so he didn't mind taking a walk, especially one with such benefit. Extending his hand to the young man, the knight suggested returning to the mansion, but Jamie refused the offer to go arm in arm and instead asked if he could ask him one question. Sir Raz was confused, because he thought that the young master should be treated like a child of his age. Feeling awkward, he said he welcomes any questions. After these words, Jamie looked into his eyes and asked what he and his father were talking about. The knight was shocked by such a sudden question. He expected that the child asked him something regarding his service. To avoid this question, he said that they were discussing the talent of the young heir of the Welton family and how handsome he would grow up to be. In response, Jamie showed his displeasure and directly asked him not to lie. The pressure from the young man turned out to be surprisingly great. The knight figured that guys of that age liked to hear something like that, so he began to justify himself that he was telling the truth. Realizing that there would be no constructive conversation, Jamie angrily stated that even children would not believe such nonsense. Feeling awkward, The Knight of Light apologized for the lie and said that he could not tell him what he and the Count were talking about, because this dialogue concerned only adults. Although he didn't say anything for sure, Jamie was now able to make sure that something was definitely going on in Hayes, and most likely, this was the reason why he was asked to show the city. While the knight tried to appease the heir of the Welton family, he tried to understand what other clues there might be. At a moment when the knight felt incredible devastation due to the fact that he had offended the son of the great count, Jamie suddenly said that he had forgotten to show another interesting place in this city. The Knight of Light thoughtfully asked what was going on. With a smile on his face, Jamie said that they should visit the Janissa Church of Hazeland. After some time, they arrived at their destination, but the white-haired master did not stop pestering Jamie with questions about whether he was angry with him. At this place they had to stumble upon Ricky, who, as usual, was cleaning the church grounds. Of course, he couldn't help but recognize the guy he ran into on the street late at night. Jamie was exhausted by the energy of the Knight of Light, who continued to be surprised by everything around him and act too loudly. At that moment, another problem appeared, pointing his finger at Jamie. Ricky shouted that he was the black-haired boy they saw one night. The knight noticed the boy and asked the young gentleman if they were friends. Jamie definitely didn't expect to meet in such a place the guy he had met by chance once in his life. Changing his hair color did not help him avoid unnecessary attention. He did not want to add problems to himself, so he did not even look in his direction and said that he was seeing him for the first time. Ricky shouted with displeasure that the black-haired guy was behaving extremely unfriendly. After these words, he ran towards him and with a kind smile and a friendly tone said that he barely recognized his comrade after he dyed his hair. As soon as he ran out onto the road, he heard a cart rushing towards him. The man who was driving it began to panic and shouted at the boy to immediately run off the road. It was already late, and the guys understood that if they didn't do anything, something bad would happen. The horse cart was moments before the collision with the young man. Fearing the child's death, Sir Ras desperately rushed to his aid. Ricky, with tears in his eyes and trembling in his body, froze in front of the horses that were a moment before the collision. It was obvious that the child could not be saved, so the great magician decided to intervene. He used a chainfield spell to stop the cart. The knight managed to grab the guy, hoping to soften the blow with his own body, but after a moment he saw that they were saved. The carriage was stopped using the magic of chains. Ricky couldn't believe he survived. As soon as he recovered from the state of shock, he rushed towards his savior and squeezed him even harder than his mother did. While Jamie tried to calm him down, the Knight of Raz was deep in thought. He couldn't believe that the magic Jamie used to save the child was so much stronger than any other he had ever seen. He couldn't believe that such a powerful magician was only 9 years old. It seemed obvious that within 10 years Jamie would be so powerful that the knight would not be able to look him in the eye. The young master's sudden address took him by surprise. Jamie asked the confused knight to calm down and move on to the church. Unfortunately for the young master, Ricky was also heading towards the Janissa Church and said that he knew it as his home. With a smile on his face, he said that this is a shelter where children live, who, like him, have nowhere to live. As soon as they arrived at the building, they were greeted by a high-status sister of the church. She asked where their student had been, and then asked who he came with. Moving closer to her, Ricky emotionally spoke about how they saved him from imminent death. With her hands folded in front of her, the woman thanked the saviors for the fact that Ricky had escaped his terrible fate. In response, the knight stated that this was nothing, because this was what any servant of Pyro should have done. Hearing this, the woman became wary. Moreover, the talkative Knight of Light involved the young master in all this, saying that he made a much greater contribution. When the woman asked who he was, the knight replied that he was the son of the ruler of these lands. Jamie was forced to introduce himself to her, forgetting about trying to hide his identity. In response, the woman, in a slightly confused voice, admitted that she was so shocked by what had happened that she did not immediately guess who she was dealing with, even though she saw his emerald hair. Jamie was wary of her reaction, knowing that those born in Hayes would immediately recognize his family by the color of their hair. In addition, she was noticeably agitated, which indicated that they were trying to hide something from the rulers of these lands. The woman further suggested that the guys decided to simply take Ricky to the shelter, but the Knight of Light replied that he came because he heard that the Church of Janissa showed up here only this year, so he wanted to see how their affairs were. The sister invited the representative of the Pyro Church to follow her, after which she asked Riki to give a tour for the young master. Jamie immediately noticed her attempt to separate them. He began to suspect that Raz would be in danger if left without his support. To make the night a little safer, before splitting up, he asked him not to forget that he had dinner with his parents that evening. Hearing this, Raz was a little confused. It is not clear whether he understood the young master's plan, but with a kind smile he thanked him for the reminder. With a slightly confused tone, Riki hesitantly showed where the shelter and the cafeteria were. Still, he didn't know how he should interact with Jamie after hearing about his noble status. Considering his behavior ridiculous, Jamie angrily asked him to drop the formalities. Riki was surprised by the young master's words, so Jamie was forced to repeat that he did not care about formalities and that you could communicate with him the same way as before. The child from the orphanage was so happy that he began to infuriate the great magician. With a sincere smile, Happy Riki offered to inspect everything that makes the Genus Church proud. Having shown most of the boring places, he offered to come visit him. Opening the doors, Riki told his sister that he had brought a friend with him. Jamie once again felt tense at being called a friend by those he didn't consider to be one. The blind girl was surprised by her brother's words and walked towards the door with a sweet smile. As soon as Jamie saw her, he was simply shocked. Calling Jamie an amazing person, Riki introduced his sister Anna. At the same moment, he noticed some strange reaction from his friend to his sister. As it turned out, Diablo was shocked that the girl had a holy essence, especially that her eyes were filled with holy power. The magician, who hated the gods, understood that she was the representative of God on earth. Therefore, her power was greater than that of any other person. At birth, one of the body parts of God's representatives possesses a huge accumulation of holy power. Most likely, Anna became blind due to powerful holy power. But the moment she awakens, all the true flows of this world will open to her divine eyes, and, with a high probability, in the future, she will cause the enemy of the gods many problems. Diablo Wolfer thought about getting rid of her, but he knew that if he could recognize her essence, then the high-ranking priest should also know about it. Based on this, he decided not to rush, because getting rid of her now is much more dangerous than later. The young master's silent and mysterious behavior made Riki assume that he had fallen in love with his little sister. Hearing this, Anna decided to intervene and teach her ill-mannered brother a little lesson. Hitting him on the head with a book, she asked for help with reading the part. Having received a good hit in the back of the head, Riki agreed to help her with the reading. The guy sat down on the bed, and Jamie continued to look at them while standing, thinking about whose holy power Anna possessed. He understood that it would be better to keep an eye on them, because if someone took advantage of their talents, it would lead to trouble. Still, he had nothing to do here, so he decided to leave. Riki was surprised that Jamie was in a hurry. He was happy that he had a real friend, so he decided to accompany him to the exit. On the way out, he continued to press the young master with his sincerity and sociability, asking if Jamie would visit them again. At one point, the heir of the Welton family asked why Riki returned to this place every time. The Genos church servant thought it was a friendly interest, which made the young master even more nervous. Riki admitted that at first he was content with being close to his sister, but after he got to this place, he changed his mind. With a smile on his face, he declared that he wanted to be chosen by Mr. Genis and become his priest. Then the guy remembered that yesterday, one of his shelter friends was elected to the priesthood and went to Mount Chongbon. All the children were sincerely jealous of that lucky guy. As soon as Jamie heard about this, he began to feel a connection. The connection between all the events of recent times. We are talking about the sudden appearance of the church on their lands, as well as the fact that local criminals suddenly stepped over the line of what was permitted and began to engage in human trafficking. Jamie felt like he was close to the answers, so he nervously asked where Riki had been before he came to this orphanage. When Riki answered hesitantly that he was on the street, Jamie asked him to remember life even earlier. After this question, the young man was forced to admit that he used to be a member of the Six in the criminal organization Laval. After these words, the young master's assumptions created a complete picture, and he smugly thought that he was a real genius. Having examined the church of Genos, the Knight of Ras thanked his sister for the excursion and pleasant pastime. Next, the woman offered to take him to the young master. The knight himself noticed that she was too silent, so he suggested that the locals did not trust the priests of other churches, and even suspected that this might be connected with the Chimera. The guys met again. Ricky boasted that he showed the shelter to their dear guest. At one point, unexpected people joined their dialogue. It was the Archbishop, accompanied by a strange knight. The man was surprised that such an important guest had come to them in his absence. After greeting Ricky, he turned to the young master and said with a smile that it was an honor to have him in their church. Jamie introduced himself to the bishop, thinking that now everything fits, and most likely it was they who kidnapped the children, using the services of a criminal organization. Then Raz Armitic introduced himself. He did not forget to mention that he is a minister of the Pyro Church. Jamie wondered why the bishop appeared before them at such a moment, and assumed that this was due to the unexpected visit of the Knight of Light. After Ras Armetic introduced himself, Lincoln pitifully said that it was a shame for him that he was absent during the visit of the representative of the Church of Pero. Ignoring Genos's servant's deceitful words, Jamie felt a strange energy emanating from the knight standing behind the bishop. Based on the level of divine power, he guessed that this was a paladin. But what was stranger was how the Knight of the Races reacted to his presence. Analyzing the tense situation, the young master realized that something was wrong with that paladin. Walking back, Raz was lost in thought. To whet his interest a little in actions regarding the Church of Genos, Jamie shared Ricky's words that his friend was chosen by God and then sent to the main church to become a priest. Hearing this, Raz was shocked but decided not to show it. In response, he said that Ricky is a good guy and will certainly be able to achieve success, like his comrade. After his fake reaction, Jamie realized that the slight hint wasn't enough. He decided to act more cunningly and asked if the knight had heard anything interesting from his father lately. Since Raz did not understand what they were talking about, Jamie decided to give him ideas, saying that 2 months ago their guards destroyed the Livel gang, which kidnapped and sold children. Then Jamie remembered that before the shelter, Ricky was also a member of that organization. The young master was glad to observe the knight's reaction to his words, hoping that he was already close to understanding the situation. By manipulating the knight's understanding of the situation, Jamie added the key fact that the Genos Church spends a lot on charity. After these words, Ras Armetic clenched his fist angrily as he remembered the fact that the Genos Church had never engaged in charity. Now it became clear to him that the orphanage was just a cover for using children as material for creating chimeras. As soon as the knight returned to the Welton family mansion, he met with the Count and shared his observations. In response, Mr. Welton said that according to reports, the Genos Church is having a positive impact on his lands. After this, Ras Armetic mentioned a meeting with the bishop, next to whom stood a strange paladin. He said that he felt powerful divine power from him, but at the same time it was impossible to determine whether this paladin served Genos. Moreover, he shared his opinion that that divine power was mixed with something else. After these words, Mr. Welton realized that most likely we were talking about a chimera, which consists of various types of magical energy. Realizing the danger of the situation, Welton exploded from his seat and declared that in this case, he would immediately send his knights to the Church of Genos. In response, Ras Armetic said that first they need to make sure that their guesses are true. He promised that he would find proof of this. Mr. Welton did not want to let him go alone, but the knight asked him not to worry, saying that he was ready for danger. After this, the swordmaster asked to clarify what the chance of success was. Ras Armetic responded that he felt he had the advantage in this situation. In order not to expose the guest to unnecessary risk, Mr. Welton called 3 fighters and said that they would help him in the battle. Looking around, Raz was surprised, because he had not even felt their presence until the moment they appeared. He immediately noticed that although they wield bastard swords, judging by their appearance and stealth, they are definitely assassins. The Count explained that these are knights who protect the Welton family from the shadows. He called them professionals who would be useful in completing the task. The Knight of Light thanked him for his help and promised that he would definitely reveal the true intentions of the Church of Genos. Using his pet, Jamie overheard their conversation and learned of a chimera with divine powers. He thought that using children as raw materials to create such monsters is quite evil. Still, he was not surprised, realizing that the gods, just as they were vile creatures, remained so. Analyzing the actions of the cult members, he came to the conclusion that they were far from ideally prepared, which meant that they were in a hurry for some reason. Based on this, he decided to change his plans a little. With the help of his pet, the magician sent a message to his servants who were nearby. He himself was already starting to get ready to join the battles and become a real headache for Genis, whom he hated greatly. Realizing that the coming battles would require the highest level of magic, Diablo Wolfer used a subconscious technique that pre-prepares complex spells for later use. Meanwhile, his charges were in the building opposite the church. Hazard was dying of boredom. He did not see any suspicious knights, and because of this, he could not wait to cancel his master's order. In response to his whining, Rise asked them to be grateful for life and do as they were told. Hazard agreed with him and continued to sway in his chair. Their peace suddenly came to an end. Rise heard footsteps behind him. It was a paladin filled with the lust to kill. Within a moment, his blow was aimed at Hazard. He managed to dodge, but was simply shocked by the incredible divine power of his opponent. Despite the unsuccessful attack, the paladin was not going to stop. Having an immeasurable desire to kill, he went on a rampage. Addressing his comrade, Rise asked him to notify the master about the incident as quickly as possible. They understood that they had no chance of winning, so Azard ran towards the exit. But at the same moment, an enemy blow was directed at him. Azard was careless. Seeing the sword approaching, he realized that it was too late to dodge. At the last moment, Rise rushed to his aid. He pushed his comrade towards the window and asked him to hurry up. Hazard fell out of the building and screamed the name of his comrade as he flew down. Rise was wounded in the stomach by an opponent's blow. Within a moment, the entire building was surrounded by a protective barrier called the Dark Dimension. The gentleman came to the rescue in time. Looking at his faithful subordinate, he said his name. Addressing the knight, Jamie stated that now no one would know what was happening, because he used a fairly strong barrier spell. Still, he was a little unhappy that he could not come earlier. It took him a long time to figure out how to use the subconscious even with the help of his pet. Yet 6th rank magic is still too heavy for a child's body. The paladin was not at all concerned about the appearance of a strong enemy. He single-mindedly rushed into the attack, filled with a lust for killing. Jamie didn't even flinch. He confidently resorted to using gravity, 5th rank magic. This power increased the gravitational force in the opponent's area and suppressed the target to the point where the paladin was unable to move and fell to the ground. Next, he used Death Grip on the prone opponent, magic that summons the dead to hold the target. The next step was an equally powerful sacrifice spell that sacrifices the summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. The paladin immediately sensed incredible danger. After using the power of the 5th rank, Jamie was surprised that he could not achieve the result quickly. The knight was badly wounded, but was still able to rise to his feet. At that moment, Jamie logically assumed that his opponent was at the expert level. The paladin rushed to the attack again, wanting to destroy all the lives around. Demonstrating his fortitude, he surprised the young magician, but Jamie didn't even move. Turning to the enemy, he used another spell and told him that, unfortunately, he had chosen an opponent that was not up to his level. It was a puppet spell, magic that threaded threads through the soul of a target into submission. The paladin was stopped moments before striking. Unable to resist and remove the restraints, he fell to the ground. In addition, his condition did not make it possible to clearly analyze the danger. Having immobilized the enemy, the great magician of the past began to slowly walk towards him. Approaching him, a wild-eyed Jamie decided to satisfy his enemy's interest and reported that fragments of the dead had entered his body, creating an explosion. The paladin continued to try to resist, but it was all in vain. The magician said that now he completely belongs to him, and he is no longer able to continue the battle. Using a set of his algorithms, the artificially created paladin realized the loss of control over his body and the inability to use black magic. He came to the conclusion that there was no point in continuing the fight. Turning to his instincts, he remembered that the best action against an invincible opponent is to escape. Seeing the incredible accumulation of power at one point in his opponent's body, Jamie was shocked that he resorted to using self-destruction. The magician could not allow the loss of this specimen and immediately rushed towards it. He used the Hand of Darkness to stop the enemy's self-destruction. He directed his energy to the place of accumulation of mana, which continued to grow its power. But as soon as he intervened in the process of self-destruction of the paladin, he realized that he could not interrupt it. Within a moment, the enemy equipment gained full power. The explosion was inevitable, while Jamie, who was next to the enemy, realized that he would not have time to dodge. The paladin's powerful energy of self-destruction filled the building, but thanks to the young magician's dark barrier, no one felt it. Jamie was able to avoid serious injury by using his pet's mana. Still, It seemed like a miracle to him that the enemy managed to get out of the dark dimension, releasing all his holy energy. But even so, he was not going to stop and ordered his pet to absorb all the light inside the building. The enemy was already running towards the window, but Jamie was not going to let him go. Directing a powerful blow in his direction, he forced the weakened enemy to reveal his true appearance. The chimera itself, which was hiding in the paladin's body, finally appeared in front of him. To stop the enemy, the magician again used the field of chains and enveloped the enemy's body. The chimera tried to resist, but all efforts had no result. Stopping the paladin, Jamie finished him off with a fatal explosion. An explosion of darkness, which destroys even strong armor, incapacitated the paladin. The enemy's physical shell was in a critical state, and the chimera could no longer move, so it resorted to using its last function. Now Jamie saw the real appearance of the enemy. The small creature left its physical shell and fled from the barrier area. Once the battle was over, Rise turned to his master to see if he was all right. He noticed that the gentleman had done an excellent job, but Jamie unexpectedly replied that he had missed the true body of the chimera. The servant was confused. He was surprised by the master's inaction and suggested that now they must urgently track and catch up with their target. Jamie surprised him with his answer, saying that even though they missed the target, it didn't matter. Rise apologized for not understanding the master's motives, after which he politely asked if he could explain his plan. In response, the young magician said that during the battle, the chimera absorbed a lot of his black mana, traces of which are not so easy to erase. The moment the paladin was pierced through by the hand of darkness, he was completely filled with the black mana of the mage from the past, which meant that he could now easily track the location of his target. Meanwhile, Lincoln went about his business with a smile and did not even suspect that something was not going according to plan. Within a moment, he was shocked by the appearance of the chimera's true body at his window. He couldn't believe that the chimera Holy Knight, filled with light energy, would be destroyed. The bishop began to fear that their plan had been discovered and that the strongest masters of the Hyza lands were moving against them. Continuing the conversation, Rise expressed concern that the master's dark energy could be noticed by their opponent. In response, Jamie asked not to worry, saying that his current powers were completely different from the usual understanding of black magic. Still, he didn't understand why black magic was so weak against the holy energy that the chimera used. He explained to his servant that from the very beginning his magic was designed to kill gods. Showcasing his powerful mana, he revealed a form of darkness designed to kill sacred creatures, which also completely erases their existence, leaving no trace. This is exactly what his magic became after it was re-understood thousands of years later in a sealed state. Therefore, no matter how hard the enemies who used holy energy tried, they could never find out about its existence. After explaining the details of his power to a concerned servant, Jamie placed the paladin's body in a magical dimension. Just as they were wondering where Hazard had gone, they heard the front door creak. The excited servant ran back and first of all asked if everything was all right with his comrade. As soon as he saw the owner, he began to rejoice, believing that now everything was in order. He admitted that he was afraid that that night would turn his bro into a pile of bones. But in response, the gentleman with a dissatisfied look said that this was his merit, since he alone dealt with the problem, after which he asked where Hazard himself had gone. The slightly confused servant said that he lost consciousness when he fell out of the window, and when he came to his senses, he immediately ran inside the building. The guys were surprised by his testimony, because it's strange to hear that a zombie lost consciousness. After this, an awkward pause began. As a measure of punishment, Hazard fell head first to the floor, and the gentleman sat on his back. Addressing his charges, he canceled the surveillance order and said that their actions had been noticed too quickly, and they would certainly be captured if they continued to monitor in such a careless manner. The guys took this into account. After that, Jamie released some energy and directed it at his subordinate. Rise was surprised when he felt the master's energy on his stomach. What followed was the shock that the young magician could restore his body so easily. Jamie urged him to be careful, even though he was already beyond the concept of death. Turning to the second servant, he asked him not to leave his comrade and protect him from danger. Then the young magician decided to go further. Jumping out of the window, he asked his charges to be more careful in future. Meanwhile, the bishop's indignation reached its peak. He could not understand how his impeccable paladin had suffered in battle. Moreover, he couldn't believe that an expert-level chimera created from 4 life forms could turn into something so pitiful that he placed it inside a small jar. The situation was extremely dire, and he thought about the worst. He was afraid that Swordmaster Welton might personally attack their church, since he was the only one who could destroy such a creature. But on the other hand, he understood that this was hardly possible. It seemed to him that if it had been Earl Welton, the main body of the chimera would hardly have survived. In addition, the connection between him and the paladin was severed in an instant, which meant that such a power was used by some magician who had previously used the barrier. In this region, he only saw one magician with the likely ability to use such power, and that was the young master. Still, he was sure that it was not him, because according to reports, Jamie Welton was only rank 4, while to defeat the chimera you need to be at least rank 5. As soon as he thought about increasing the speed of his experiments, a blade appeared at his throat, and someone's voice asked how he allowed his second plan to fail. A girl with gray hair with a hood on her head appeared behind him. He took the bishop's silence as a sign of agreement. With a shiver in you, the old man answered hesitantly that this is not the end. The woman arrogantly asked why their sample was in such poor condition. Justifying himself in the face of death, he shouted in panic that some obstacle stood in their way, so the paladin would be ready after a couple of experiments. In response, he was told that he was too talkative for someone who could not identify interference. The woman threatened that if the bishop did not cope, then he himself would become part of the experiment. Before she disappeared, she said that she would keep an eye on the bishop, and also warned that everything would be over if the count came into play. The old man could not believe his failure. Previously, he had no idea that 7 knights of the Church of Genus were monitoring his successes in the experiment. The swords of the Genus Church are the protectors of the Archbishop himself in the main Church of Genus. They are all master level. The bishop was filled with anger. He hoped that as soon as he finished with the experiment, he would be able to ascend to the position of Archbishop, and no one would order or threaten him anymore. Once Jamie returned to his room, he retrieved the body of the defeated paladin from another dimension and admitted that he had gone a little overboard in the battle. However, looking at the body, he noticed that seeing the Holy Chimera, one could say that the scientists of the church had created something interesting. Knowing that the paladin's body is created from different life forms, the guy decided to find out which ones. He concluded that the experimenters had done a good job of putting so many different things together. Here, insect paws and internal organs, which are fire-resistant, were used. Moreover, the paladin's eyes were compound insect eyes with quite a lot of sensitivity. The core of the paladin was the human body. A total of 4 life forms with magical resistance and excellent speed were connected, and the core was a ball filled with divine power. The experimenters created a paladin from the chimera thanks to divine power, but it was not clear why they needed such a warrior. It was logical to assume that Genus was planning to start a war. Having completed the study, Jamie stated that it does not matter to him what goal the enemies are pursuing. There is nothing more disgusting than the gods, who still continue to look at people as insects and raw materials. At that moment, memories came flooding back to him. Diablo Wolfer was filled with a desire for revenge in the name of his comrades, who called on him to live in the name of justice. Once upon a time, people already lost everything due to divine atrocities. The reason why Diablo was reborn in this world after millennia is the uprising of humanity in order to stop the arrogant and cruel gods. The strongest magician from the past was not going to tolerate their behavior a second time and was going to see the matter through to the end. Meanwhile, the bishop negotiated with the chief scientist of their experiment using a magic ball. He made excuses to him, despite the fact that their common work was crumbling into dust. Apologizing to the scientist, he excitedly said that the appearance of a third party was to blame. The scientist was beside himself with rage. He demanded that the further plan be carefully worked out. With a sly grin, the bishop said that he had another talented specimen in mind. Hearing this, the scientist immediately thought of a child with a holy essence and declared that if he received such material, he would be willing to test it with all his heart. In response, the bishop hit the table hard and shouted that this was not worth even dreaming about, because they would not waste the holy essence for the sake of some kind of chimera. Despite this, he promised that the material will not disappoint. It was about a faithful servant of the church, Genus, the only blood relative of the holy entity, Riki. He had no idea what fate awaited him. Cleaning up the yard with a smile, he thought about what a wonderful life he had and how great it would be to become a priest. At one point, a nun approached him. She told the boy that everyone had been asked to gather in the main hall. As soon as he arrived in the main hall, he was greeted by many gazes that were directed at him. His sister and friend were already there. Ricky freaked out as soon as he saw Ben sit down next to her. Sitting down next to her, he asked him to keep his distance from Anna. As Ricky calmed down, he asked his comrades why the church suddenly decided to hold a meeting. The sister answered with a smile that perhaps the fact was that a new chosen one had appeared. Of course, she hinted at Ricky, and the guy froze, waiting for the announcement. As soon as the hall became quiet, the bishop greeted everyone present. He stated that they had great news, because another prediction had come to them from their god. The whole room was intrigued. Some suggested that this was about the same prediction as with the boy named Shino. Hearing their whispers, the hypocritical bishop laughed and said that they were all right. Everyone was shocked when they heard that Genis again wanted to get another loyal subordinate. While saying these things, the hypocritical bishop could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of the faces of those who only want to become the chosen ones. He believed that for ordinary orphans like them, becoming a paladin was truly a blessing. Hiding his evil grin, he agreed that they should be enthusiastic about this. The time has come for the announcement of the new contender, and the entire hall fell silent. Stretching his hand forward, he expectantly said that Ricky was the one their god Genis mentioned. The guy was simply shocked by this good news, not even realizing that they actually wanted to make a chimera out of him. Jamie did not even suspect that the members of the Genis sect were already planning to make a new paladin and had selected a suitable victim. On a rainy evening, he was forced to have a tea party with his mother. Tired of such events, the magician continued to diligently play his role as a loving son and said that the smell of rain was refreshing and being with his mother was even better. After these words, he was plunged into even greater despair because of the hugs from his mother. At one point, they were disturbed by the butler. He suddenly announced that the young master had a guest. The man mentioned that he was talking about a commoner, said that he was a friend of Jamie and came to see him. Hearing that they were talking about a commoner, Jamie realized that these were not the Vale sisters. Within a moment, he realized that it was most likely the guy from the street. The guy got up from the sofa and asked the butler to bring the guest to him. As soon as Ricky entered the room, he thanked him a little bewilderedly for the opportunity to visit and apologized for the sudden intrusion. Sears was thrilled to see her son Jamie making friends. A friendly conversation followed between them, in which Ricky said that he lives in the Church of Genis. After a short dialogue, Mom asked why he decided to visit Jamie. Ricky took her question a little wrong and started talking about how they met. Hearing the beginning of his story, the young master understood what he was talking about. He immediately shut his friend's mouth and tried to take him aside so that his mother would not find out that he was leaving the mansion at night. Addressing his mother, he hesitantly said that he would go with a friend to play, while it was already time for her to rest. Seeing his actions, the woman was surprised that her son was so embarrassed to communicate with friends in front of his parents. She didn't mind, but said that in that case, Jamie should kiss her goodbye. Trying to avoid his mother's hugs, the great magician faced an even more difficult test. Still, he had no choice but to comply with her request. Seeing his friend's relationship with his parents, Ricky froze in place. As Mrs. Sears left the tea room, she wished them a good time. With a sincere smile on his face, Ricky noted that Jamie has an excellent relationship with his mother. He couldn't even imagine how hard it was for Jamie himself. The young master asked to forget about what he saw, after which he asked why he decided to visit him. In response, Ricky said that he was elected, so he would soon leave this place, and before that, he decided to say goodbye. Jamie realized that the Church of Genis was not going to stop after losing their chimera. Meanwhile, the Knight of Light Ras suffered from idleness. Over the past couple of days, he had not been able to detect the strange paladin he met during a visit to the Church of Genis. He never found out anything as he watched the church for several days and was very puzzled by the situation. While walking through the Welton family palace, he suddenly saw Ricky. As he left, the smiling guy said goodbye to the royal family and was already heading to church. At one point, he unexpectedly noticed a knight walking here and joyfully greeted him. Raz ran up to him and with a smile on his face suggested calling him Big Brother. Then he learned that Ricky was coming to his comrade for the last visit, because he had been given a prediction from their god Genis. Hearing this, Ras was alarmed. Joyful Ricky again shouted that he had been chosen and would go to the main church in a day. Now the knight came to the full realization of how the servants of the Church of Genis fool children and use them in their inhuman experiments. Despite his feelings, he couldn't spoil Rika's worldview. Placing his hand on his head, he said with a smile on his face that he would make an excellent priest. Ricky agreed with his words and stated that he would become someone who would help those in need, just like his older brother from the church, Pyro. After that, he said goodbye and promised that he would visit the palace of the Welton family again someday. As soon as the guy left, the Count's assassins appeared behind the knight, helping him with the task. Addressing his team, Ras Armetic assumed that they had heard everything, and then stated that in the morning they would track the cart in which Ricky would ride. He was going to show the real punishment to those who defame the service of the deities. The next morning it was time to say goodbye to the shelter. With tears in her eyes, Anna saw off her brother on the road. Addressing his friend, Ben promised that he would take care of his sister. With a sincere smile and tears of happiness, the girl asked her brother not to worry about her and wished him good luck with his studies. She was the most precious person in Ricky's life. In parting, he hugged her, after which he asked her to be sure to obey her sisters and fathers, and also to eat well. When he said goodbye, he did not hold back his emotions when he said that he would write to her constantly and would try to return as soon as he became a priest. With a smile, Anna accepted his promise and said that she would look forward to their next meeting. After saying goodbye, the carriage set off. Ricky was thoughtful about changes in his life while he was already being watched. Ras Armetic and his team went to retrieve the cart. All this time, Jamie was focused on what was happening. He had been monitoring the events at the Church of Genis and now made sure that Ricky had hit the road. After that, he decided that it was worth checking how his bug was doing, the chimera imbued with his energy that was in the bishop's room. He verified that the traces of black mana truly belonged to the Church of Genis. Based on the information gathered, to create a holy chimera, 3 things are needed. The first is a sacrifice. The second is the creator of the chimera supervising the experiment. And the last is a high-ranking priest who pours his holy power into the core. There is only one high-ranking priest in this area who is capable of this. So Jamie came to the conclusion that the Bishop of Genis would also take part in the creation of the chimera. He was confident that Raz and his father's knights were quite capable of dealing with the creator of the chimera on their own. The great magician was not against entrusting them with this mission, while he himself decided to take care of the bishop. With such a simple plan, he had no doubt that the enemies would not be able to finish what they started. Meanwhile, the bishop was already preparing to visit the basement in which the experiments took place. With thoughts of Riki becoming a holy knight, he put his hand through the magic mirror. On the other side, there was a boy who was going to be used as the basis of the chimera. Bringing his hand closer to him, he was excited to see if the orphan could pass the test of despair. But as soon as his hand approached the frightened young man, he stopped. His body was bound by some kind of magic, and he heard from a stranger that he should not rush. Despite the resistance, he could not suppress the enemy force. The bishop fell to the ground and the portal was closed. The angry man asked the stranger to identify himself and asked how he dared to interfere with him. Seeing a stranger in a cloak, he assumed that this was some kind of warlock. After this, the bishop shouted that he realized that most likely he was the one who defeated their holy knight. Gathering sacred energy, he nervously asked the enemy how he dared to stand in his way. Inviting the enemy to experience the wrath of God, he activated the blessed sanctuary zone. While in it, the priest increases his strength many times over. Jamie understood that if this sanctuary was created by the hands of the bishop, then his strength would increase so much that he could smash the boulder with his bare hand. Having created favorable conditions, the bishop declared that he was going to finish off the enemy quickly. After these words, he summoned sharp blades and rushed to attack. Threatening the enemy, he directed his reinforced fist towards the magician. Despite his speed, he missed with his first attack. Jamie was surprised by his incredible speed, yet he had fought little since his rebirth. Feeling superior, the arrogant Lincoln asked how the warlock was feeling. Directing his blow at the young master's body, he angrily shouted that his body would also be used to create a chimera. He believed that he was about to strike a victorious blow, but after a moment his fist stopped and despair appeared on his face. Having stopped the enemy's fist with his god-slaying magic, Jamie wondered if the bishop was capable of more. The bishop was shocked by the enemy's actions. He furiously asked why the warlock could use black magic in his sanctuary. Hearing his words, Jamie was surprised. Squeezing his captured hand, he invited the enemy to look around more closely. The bishop could not believe his eyes because his sanctuary was swallowed up in darkness. He started shouting in despair that it was impossible. In response, Jamie cheerfully clapped his hands and declared that the priest overestimated the powers of the gods. At the same moment, the magician of the past dealt a powerful blow with magic to his opponent. Unable to resist, the bishop flew into the wall. The strengthening with the help of the sanctuary stopped completely, and the blow turned out to be very effective. He no longer had any more powerful spells in reserve. Feeling no danger, Jamie walked closer and said he had questions to answer. With a mad expression on his face, Lincoln said that it was foolish to expect him to say anything. In response, with an equally crazy look, the magician from the past said that the priest had misunderstood him. Using a magical seal and moving his hand closer to his opponent's head, Jamie said that he did not need his permission. After that, he literally infiltrated the connections of the bishop's brain. The priest could not resist in any way. Even without knowing what was happening, the scientist studying chimeras could not find a place for himself. He destroyed everything around him, calling the bishop a useless idiot. Their experiment was delayed, and he feared that he himself might fall victim to the hands of the archbishop's knights. One of the priests of the church turned around and hesitantly said that he would check the whereabouts of the bishop personally. But a moment later he caught a magic arrow in the back of his head. Enraged by the situation, the scientist got rid of his ward because he could not stand how slowly the ministers of the Church of Genis performed their duties. At the same moment, the scientist, with his body transformed through countless experiments, felt that they had unexpected guests. The night Ras Armatic arrived to them, accompanied by the assassins of Mr. Welton. The guys made their way through the security of the entrance to the building and went inside, where they encountered a strange cabinet. As soon as they approached the bookshelves, they realized that this was the key to further rooms. The assassins felt the wind, and the girl reported that there was something behind the bookshelves. As soon as Raz came closer, he noticed that among the books there was one on which there was no layer of dust. Believing that this was the key, he tilted it towards himself. Immediately after this, the hidden door opened. The Knight of Light felt the disgusting smell of vicious creatures and reached for the hilt of his sword. He also asked his comrades to be on alert. Within a moment, an enemy chain headed towards them. Ras Armatic barely had time to react and defend himself from such an unexpected attack. He was excited because after blocking this attack, he was surprised that it was so strong. Without giving him rest, the unknown enemy continued to attack. Having blocked another blow, Ras was forced to jump to a safer distance. One of the Earl's knights excitedly turned to the leader of their group. The Knight of Light replied that he was fine, after which he shared his opinion that they had come to the right place. The huge creature, armed with a chain and a mace, was without any doubt a chimera. Meanwhile, Diablo finished gathering information. Having subdued the bishop's mind, he ordered him to inform the Count of all information regarding their activities in these lands. To be on the safe side, the magician from the past further strengthened the influence of his own spell. Without further questions, the bishop left the building and headed towards the Welton family estate. Jamie strengthened the brainwashing spell so that Lincoln would definitely not remember the recent events and the fact that the Count's son fought with him. To travel to the site of the church's atrocity, he decided to use the portal through the mirror. In order to brighten up the time a little, Jamie was going to use the appearance of a bishop. At the same time, the scientist was indignant at Lincoln's absence. He was furious because unexpected guests were already approaching, and due to the unreliability of their partner, their experiment was in jeopardy. He remembered that he still had a good option to get out of the situation. He had no choice but to send a more advanced version of the chimeras into battle to take care of the uninvited guests. In addition, he was weighed down by the fact that Riki, although a promising guy, did not possess the holy strength and body. And yet, he hoped that this experiment would satisfy the Archbishop's interest and his life would no longer be threatened. He was distracted from his thoughts by the long-awaited appearance of the bishop, who immediately apologized for his lateness. The scientist, angry at his lateness, wanted to know where he was so late, but as soon as he saw his condition, he decided to first of all ask what happened to him. Jamie, using the image of the wounded bishop, replied that he was attacked by a strange man, so he lingered while he dealt with him. Seeing the scientist's surprise, he added that he most likely encountered the one who killed the Holy Knight. He also reported that he was unable to take the enemy alive because he turned out to be too strong. The scientist assumed that that strange man was working together with those insolent people who invaded their laboratory. He urged the bishop to hurry up, because if they were delayed in any way, it would interfere with their experiment. After that, he nervously asked for the body. Jamie, in his bishop guise, was confused and asked if he really wanted to continue despite them being invaded. Handing the body of the chimera to the scientist, Jamie learned that he had already sent some kind of sample to their leadership, so he believed that everything would end soon. As soon as he received the chimera's body, he was overwhelmed with anticipation that he would soon be able to confirm the results of the experiments. After using the chimera's body on Ricky, he wondered how powerful his creation would be this time. Continuing the experiment, he asked Lincoln's opinion. Jamie didn't expect the scientist to want to carry on the conversation, so he awkwardly replied that this specimen would be stronger than the previous one, the failed paladin. The scientist was very surprised that his friend was saying something so obvious. After that, he took out a mysterious syringe of blue liquid and said that it was time to put the finishing touches on their experiment. He pressed the chimera's body so that it would quickly merge with the boy's body. The scientist was so excited by the process that while waiting for the result, he could not hide the trembling of his body from pleasure. Then he asked his friend if he was as happy as he was. When the bishop answered boringly that this was so, the scientist suspected something was wrong. Turning to him, he furiously asked who he really was. At that moment, Diablo realized that these two madmen had something in common, which is why he was able to figure out the substitution. Angrily shouting that he could not be deceived so easily, the scientist inflicted a surprise attack on him with magic. Jamie realized that his secret plan had failed. Meanwhile, Ross and his comrades finished the battle with the chimeras sent by the scientist. Just as they were about to go down to the basement, one of the knights was suddenly attacked by another enemy. The chimera with a huge hand pinned one of the Count's subjects. Seeing this, the red-haired girl attacked the enemy's hand. But as it turned out, she was only able to slightly damage his hand. This chimera was on a completely different level compared to the ones they fought before. Ras shouted that they should change their tactics, because the descent into the basement was too narrow a place for him to carry out his attacks. At the same moment, he decided to divert the chimera's attention to himself. The Knight of Light of the Church of Pyro ran past his opponent and headed towards the room he came from. As soon as he was in a place where he could use his power, he immediately used his sword of justice on the enemy. With a quick lunge, he delivered an instant attack that incapacitated previous opponents. But as it turned out, this was not enough. This chimera was truly on another level, and not only survived, but did not even feel any effect from the knight's attack. The enemy struck back. Ross Armitage did not have time to dodge and thought that this was the end. At the last moment, his comrades attacked the enemy. The chimera was wounded and screamed in pain. The Count's subordinates appeared in front of the Knight of Light and shouted that they needed to retreat. Ras Armitage accepted their offer, considering it reasonable, so he suggested that they first figure out how to get their comrade out. Despite his words, the assassins replied that they would abandon him here. Raz could not believe their words, so the assassins replied that they had been given orders to help the Knight of Light with their task. Tears appeared on the guy's face as soon as he heard their words that they should not pay attention to such interference that jeopardized the result of their mission. After these words, one of the assassins rushed into a desperate attack. Jumping up before the impact, he shouted that he would open a path for them to escape. The assassin who remained turned to the confused Knight of Light and said that while his comrade was distracting the enemy, they should leave immediately. In response to Ross's indignation, he said that he understood his feelings, but advised him to accept the similar fate of the ghostly knights, who act in order to obtain the most optimal results. Of course, Ras Armitage was far from the concept of absolute loyalty to the master, which was the only purpose for the existence of strong knights. Their own life is just an instrument in the hands of the Count, and Raz could not come to terms with such madness. Seeing one of the assassins struggling to hold off an opponent that greatly outnumbered him, he promised himself that he would never take such an approach. Before his eyes, the enemy dealt a terrifyingly powerful blow that destroyed part of the room. The entrance to the basement was blocked by stone barriers. Right before their eyes, the chimera raised the defeated assassin from the ground. The last of the ghostly knights asked Mr. Raz to gather his thoughts and run, but Ras Armitage could not leave the knights to die in agony. Demonstrating his cruelty, the enemy squeezed the body of the exhausted knight right before their eyes, and he began to scream in pain. Seeing this, Raz shouted that he must immediately release their comrade. Now he was determined enough to turn to the use of more destructive force. In his eyes, there was hatred for the enemy and an unwillingness to come to terms with the situation. The Phantom Knight was excited by his raging mana. In response, Ras Armetic asked her not to worry, saying that he, as a holy knight, serves the goddess of mercy and justice named Pyro. Concentrating, he began to cast the Holy Martial spell. Gathering all his strength together, he struck with a furious blow. A powerful cut split the enemy's body in half. Ras Armetic is a member of the 7 Holy Knights, who were granted unique powers by the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. It is only suitable for short attacks, but after that a strong reaction strikes, demonstrating a huge amount of holiness. The rescued assassin surprised his comrades. He could not believe that he was still alive. The power given to the Knights of Light to serve punishment to the wicked and endless mercy to the righteous. The guys felt great thanks to Marshall's power, but as soon as it ran out, all their suffering would be directed to the one who used it. Of course, Ras Armetic could not share this secret with them, and continued to smile as if nothing was happening. Having defeated the formidable enemy, they moved on. Meanwhile, a fierce battle began inside the laboratory. The scientist modified his tissues to deliver blows. In order to dodge them, Jamie was forced to use the wings of his pet. Calling his opponent a fucking black magician, the furious scientist asked how he dared to interfere with his incredible experiments. Jamie was surprised, saying that he could not even think that he would hear such words from someone who abused his body so much. In response, the scientist, filled with fanaticism, called him a fool for not being able to unsee real art. Showing off his more advanced form with large black wings, he angrily said that he would now put on a special performance for the unexpected guest. Disappointed in his choice of opponent, Jamie awkwardly replied that chimera wings were in poor taste. Of course, his words caused the enemy to lose control of himself even more. He plunged into a deep rage. Jamie did not stop mocking him, and within a moment he tore the scientist's core material out of the boy's body with the help of his god-killing magic. Clenching his fist, he cheerfully declared that he was quite interested in playing with such material of poor experiments. After these words, the magic around the chimera's body contracted, and the material was destroyed, and the magician from the past began to taunt the enemy, demonstrating that he did it by accident. As expected, after such a sudden action, the scientist completely went crazy with rage. Diablo Wolfer was very cruel to the mental health of the enemy. He summoned a magical seal and, surprised by the scientist's emotions at the loss of one toy, suggested that he change the place for further actions. After these words, his seal expanded and both fighters came under its influence. This was unexpected for the church scholar Gennis. The man assumed that this was the magic of spatial movement. He thought that there wouldn't be a wet spot left of it if he took care of its destruction. Having hit the barrier, he arrogantly thought that he could deal with the petty magician without any problems, which was getting on his nerves. But as soon as he saw that the enemy's technique was not susceptible to his blows, he realized that it would not be possible to tear this magic into pieces. The scientist was shocked that the battle was not under his dictation. Captured by spatial magic, he began to nervously bite his lip and began to shout insults to his opponent. All this disrespect towards the young magician did not matter because within a moment they appeared in a more suitable place for battle. It was a forest far from people. Filled with anger, the scientist asked why he was unable to break through this magic. In response, Jamie decided to put even more pressure on his psyche and harshly declared that he was simply terribly weak. Arrogantly pointing his hand at him, the great magician from the past, Diablo Wolfer, suggested that the enemy with mental trauma take a little rest and have some fun in the forest. With a crazed look, he continued his speech and said that as soon as the game time ended, he would tear the body of the naive scientist into pieces and make him his personal slave. Trying to attack the enemy with tentacles, the scientist furiously shouted that the dirty magician thought too much of himself. Humming a tune, Jamie avoided injury without much difficulty and dodged every attack. Jumping a little higher onto a tree branch, he suggested out loud that the affairs in the basement had probably already been sorted out. In response, the scientist with an evil grin said that he would send 2 elite chimeras, so you should not be sure that everything went smoothly for your comrades. Hearing this, Jamie became more serious. The scientist was not going to slow down the pace of the battle. Strengthening his hands with a chimera, he shouted that the magician should not be distracted during the battle. After that, he dealt a powerful blow to the tree on whose branch Diablo was sitting. Having wings at his disposal, the magician from the past was not at all worried about this. Continuing his speech, the smug scientist hoped that he would piss the guy off by saying that although his comrades were able to somehow deal with one elite chimera, after such a battle, they would not be able to defeat the second specimen. After a thoughtful pause, Diablo Wolfer calmly said that the madman had crossed all boundaries of reason. Rushing into another attack, the scientist replied that this was not madness, but confidence in his own abilities. Continuing to observe the enemy, Diablo was able to figure out that he had implanted 7 different life forms into his body, so it was difficult to call him a human. In fact, he didn't even expect that this whole ridiculous combination would show good results. Feeling the jitters and delight of battle, he began to make a magical, dense sphere for attack with the thought that he wanted to get such a servant. Meanwhile, the guys freely went down to the basement, not expecting any more danger. Seeing this place, one of the knights was shocked that it belonged to the church. The Knight of Light suggested that they hurry up and find the child, realizing that he only had 20 minutes left before Marshall's will was unleashed, a side effect of his divine sword power. The guys began to look around the room but did not find anything interesting. Then Ras decided to open the door to the next room, which seemed suspicious to him. Within a moment he sensed danger. It was a huge amount of evil energy. Addressing his comrades, he asked them to be careful. The approach of an enemy attack forced him to instantly react and save his comrade from the affected area. When he saw the enemy, he was so shocked that he could not move. A chimera appeared in front of him with the body of a woman who had wings. He could not believe his eyes that there would be an even more dangerous, vile creature here, who, moreover, would be armed. After this, one of the ghostly knights turned to him and anxiously asked him to look at another unpleasant news. They discovered another chimera that combined an ogre and a demonic horse. Ras Armetic was shocked by this, realizing that these were monsters that even experts could not cope with. He was afraid that he himself was not able to do anything to oppose such creatures. But just the thought of the child made him more determined than ever. Taking out his blade, he called on his comrades to prepare for battle. They were very close to Ricky. The guy began to regain consciousness after the ministers of the Church of Genis tried to intervene in his body. As he stood up, his eyes began to glow and his body was spreading a noticeable amount of divine energy. Looking around the room, he did not understand what he was doing here and where the priest had disappeared. There was no one around him, but he noticed strange vessels. Looking closer, he saw a man he knew. With horror on his face, he realized that this was Shino. Ricky was shocked by what he saw, not understanding what he was doing here in such a terrible way. Now a puzzle began to form in his head. The words that they were chosen by God lost any meaning for him. The guy realized that something like this could not be called a blessing. He realized the horror of the situation, his body began to tremble, and tears appeared in his eyes. Despite all this, he found the strength to pull himself together. In such a situation, he did not know how to help the child. It was enough that he found the determination to leave this place. Nevertheless, his upbringing made itself felt. Before he left, he turned to someone he truly considered a friend. Despite the trembling in his body, he promised that he would definitely come back for him. Ricky promised that the Church of Genis would not get away with all these horrific crimes. But now all he had on his mind was how to get out and find people who would help him return to the city. Remembering the path he had taken, Ricky headed towards the exit. While returning to the stairs, he heard some noise and assumed that someone had come to his aid. They were nearby, and a curious child decided to see who was involved in the fight. The battlefield looked frightening, and he thought that it would be better to return. But as soon as he saw the guys who were fighting desperately, his soul became much easier. He was filled with joy when he saw a knight who was friendly to him. With his body trembling, Ras Armetic could barely withstand the strikes of the elite chimera. Happy at such a meeting, Ricky did not even notice that they were in a difficult situation. Raz couldn't believe that he was still okay, and had even found a way out on his own, so he friendly responded that he could call him Big Brother. At the same moment, the chimera discovered a weak and unarmed target. Following her instincts, she rushed to attack to quickly reduce the number of enemies. Not having time to do anything, Ras asked his comrades to help. The Phantom Knights rushed to the boy's defense, but the chimera was much faster, and within a moment was next to Ricky. The guys didn't have time to help him. Feeling somewhat panicked, the Knight of Light shouted to Ricky that he must flee from this place. The fighter who was closest to the enemy suddenly became stuck due to the destroyed floor. Frightened by the enemy, Ricky could not move. The enemy was a moment before the strike. Ras Armetic, unable to help, shouted the boy's name. He tried to reach the enemy with a long-range sword attack, but this blow did not bring any results. The rest were already attacked by the second elite chimera. With tears in his eyes, the Knight of Light realized that everything was in vain. He thought that despite all his efforts, he could not change his fate. At the last moment, Ricky fearfully extended his hand forward. He bit his lip, resigned to his death. As he said goodbye to his older brother, he didn't even notice how divine power began to ooze from his body. To the surprise of everyone present, the terrible destructive force of the Chimera's blow did not harm the boy. Shocked by what happened, Raz urged the boy to quickly run towards him. Ricky immediately rushed towards him. Being under his protection, he was not afraid of enemies. Raz looked around to analyze the situation. The Phantom Knights could barely cope with the many heavy enemy attacks. The church minister, Pyro, understood that he had no more than 10 minutes left. He couldn't fight while he was protecting Ricky. Turning to the boy, he asked him to go upstairs first. The guy agreed, because he understood that if he stayed here, he would only hinder his saviors. After that, he rushed towards the exit. Turning to his older brother, he asked him to return safe and sound. In response, Ras Armetic raised his fist in agreement. Now he needed to focus on the battle. One of the elite chimeras has already fallen from the joint attacks of the guys. An enemy rushing towards him was a combination of a demonic horse and an orc. With incredible anger in his eyes, Ras shouted that he would grind his enemy into powder. As he walked up the stairs, Ricky couldn't stop thinking about what happened. When the enemy attacked him, he instinctively began to defend himself. At that moment, a lot of energy appeared around his body that he had not possessed before. After this light scared the monster away, Ricky noticed that his stomach was growling. In addition, he was surprised by the strange feeling that he experienced when he saw the monster. As he approached the exit, he remembered that it reminded him of the feeling of anger he felt when he worked for the Laval criminals. The entrance door to this gloomy building appeared in front of him. Then he finally got out. Ricky paused for a moment to catch his breath. Looking up at the heavens, the guy wondered if it was all a lie. Words about salvation and faith in a deity suddenly became just a lie for him, because of which he began to lose the desire to live. At the same moment, he remembered that his sister Anna was alone in the shelter. He was afraid that someone might harm her. From this thought, he felt some terrible feeling, hatred for those who could harm her. Looking around, it seemed to him that he should go forward. In front of him was a mysterious forest. The guy ran further into the depths. This place seemed distant from people, and there was a feeling that it was hiding some kind of secret. Meanwhile, the scientist was incredibly furious. He shouted to the young magician that he would not be able to escape, and that his end would soon come. Jamie didn't expect the enemy to hold out for so long. He had to fly up to dodge another attack. The mad scientist's powerful attacks caused many explosions inside the forest. At that moment, the great magician from the past paid tribute to his strength, realizing that he would not be happy if such an attack hit him. Despite the danger of the situation, he thought that his magic should be enough, and if the battle continued in the same spirit, he would emerge victorious. With incredible hatred, the scientist continued to attack his enemy. He shouted that the jokes were over. Jamie was alarmed by his strength and was forced to continue dodging while waiting for the right moment to make the final attack. Calling on the enemy to die, the scientist again used the power of the chimera. Many tentacles were aimed at the young magician, who diligently dodged them while in the air. At one point, the scientist lost sight of him. Looking around, he shouted that there was no point in hiding. Jamie decided to take a long break and, jumping onto a tree branch, prepared to use magic. He used a dark dimension spell. The scientist plunged into his trap. Seeing this, he shouted that it was useless to try to restrain him. Having destroyed the magician's spell, he again rushed to the attack. Jamie knew there was no time to evade. Attacking the enemy, the mad scientist with the body of a chimera used a tentacle hurricane spell. The young magician barely had time to defend himself from this attack, using magic chains that could not penetrate the enemy tentacles. He found it amazing that the enemy was able to combine the chimera's abilities with magic. However, he did not think that this would cause problems, believing that he was not capable of more. The scientist shouted that he was sincerely surprised that his opponent had lasted so long. After that, he suggested taking the matter more seriously and ending this battle. But after a moment, the magician shocked him by disappearing from sight and suddenly appearing behind him. Anticipating the attack, he jumped back and prepared to block the attack. But at the same moment, the enemy again disappeared from his field of vision. The mysterious magician found himself on the tree branch again, and the angry scientist shouted that he was sure that he saw him in front of him. In response, Jamie decided to play with his nerves even more, and called him blind, because he could not recognize the clone. We are talking about dark magic of the 4th rank called Double. This is a magic used to create a clone capable of partially using the same abilities as the owner, After making eye contact, the clone disappears. Collecting mana in his hand to launch an attack, Jamie shouted that the scientist was left a fool because he was not even capable of assessing the strength of his opponent. After that, he used a body decomposition spell, and the enemy's arm began to lose strength. From such pain, an unbearable pain appeared in his body, which was accompanied by trembling. In response, the scientist furiously shouted that this was a cheap trick that would stop working as soon as the magician was killed. Jamie agreed with his words and added that this is why he has an ace up his sleeve. He talked about the black balls that he managed to prepare before the next attack. While in the air, the scientist with the body of a chimera saw many targets in front of him, but did not sense their danger. Within a moment, they crashed into his body. Although they did not have destructive power, when faced with them, the scientist began to experience unbearable pain at the points of contact. The fact is that the black ball is a spell in which the pain experienced increases 3 times upon contact with it. Flying up to the enemy, the young magician asked what it was like to experience such terrible pain in a battle in which from the very beginning you feel like a winner. He was surprised that the enemy could still respond. For educational purposes, Diablo Wolfer decided to use the gravity spell. The enemy's body quickly crashed into the surface. Having knocked his opponent to the ground, Jamie decided that he would no longer need the help of his pet. Therefore, he praised him for his help and offered to rest. The scientist tried to rise, his wings losing their strength and his body trembling from exhaustion and the incredible pressure of gravity. Turning to him, Jamie was surprised that he was still conscious despite so much pain. He also asked how he managed to abuse his body so much, diluting it with many chimeras. Placing his hand on the enemy's head, he began to use his power and said that due to the enemy being so destroyed, he wasn't sure if he could use it as an undead, so he decided that he would at least gain some knowledge. As soon as he decided to use his power, he sensed danger. He had to jump to a safe distance, because the enemy still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Jamie canceled his spells on the scientist as soon as he realized that he had miscalculated. The enemy was able to summon 2 more chimeras. The situation suddenly changed. Diablo was not ready to continue the battle and began to get nervous because he had spent too much mana. After that, he cast a spell and dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's body. But this attack was not fatal. With a joyful expression on his face, Jamie suggested that he die, because in this case, it would be easier for both of them. In fact, he was simply stalling for time since he did not think that the enemy would be able to hold out for so long. Now he didn't have many options on how to defeat his opponent. Riki continued to walk deeper into the forest. It seemed to him that he had to do this, although the closer he got, the more nauseous he began to feel, and his body trembled even more. At one point, he heard a sudden powerful explosion. Sensing danger, he thought that he should not go in that direction. But at the moment of the next explosion, he felt something familiar. The body of a man in a dark cloak fell next to him. It was Jamie. He did not have time to dodge the enemy attack, and another one was aimed at him. Since he miscalculated the use of mana, he could no longer even use the shield. Seeing the face of the mysterious magician, Riki recognized his friend and wondered what he was doing here. Directing a magical attack towards the exhausted enemy, the evil and mad scientist called on him to die. Without the use of a shield, such a clot of magic was impossible to reflect, having the abilities of a 10-year-old boy. Realizing that Jamie was about to die from the attack of the madman from the laboratory, Riki desperately rushed towards him. Remaining somewhat calm even in such a hopeless situation, Jamie was surprised to see this guy here. Using the chimera, the scientist unleashed a powerful volley of magical energy. Despite the young master's cry that the guy shouldn't get closer, Riki covered him and said apologetically that his body was moving on its own. As a result of a powerful explosion, they were both injured. Jamie was shocked by what was happening. With a trembling in his body, he began to crawl towards his comrade. The boy was unconscious. For the first time since Diablo's rebirth, Wolfer was in such despair. He couldn't believe he had failed again. While fighting the gods and their followers, he had to endure a lot of pain. Even after he gained a second life, he could not avoid the mistake that haunted him in the past. Someone died because of him again. In the past, every battle brought him to despair. Before his death, his comrades shouted that he must live on. To save him, another person sacrificed his own life. Being near the body of his comrade, he begged him to regain consciousness. Seeing his behavior, the vile scientist began to gloat, laugh, and shout that he was enjoying the touching scene that his simple test subject had made. Turning to the magician, who was immersed in the darkness of memories, The scientist shouted that he would now get rid of both of them. But Diablo Wolfer didn't even pay attention to him. Memories from the past about his beloved and faithful comrades began to emerge in his head. He had many followers. Before they died, they screamed for the leader to leave them, but not to forget them. In a desperate situation, Diablo began to use the primal power of rebellion against the divine. The chimeras sensed the danger posed by the enemy, and the scientist began to get nervous as soon as he noticed that the magician's aura had completely changed. The mad scientist knew that he should end the battle as quickly as possible, but he could not control the trembling in his body. Jamie leaned over his comrade's body. With a look filled with the lust to kill, he asked the enemy to wait until he finished. The magician could not understand how he could forget about the very first power that he created. At the same moment, skeletons began to break out of the ground. Many undead came out during the use of his power. Worried about what was happening, the scientist panicked and asked who the magician was who had interfered with their experiments. Using necromancy, Diablo Wolfer, in the body of a young master, summoned an army that was created to rebel against the deities and confront the 12 gods. In response, the self-confident scientist was surprised that the guy was going to kill him with the undead, which he called weak. Hearing this, Jamie said that these were the ones who suffered at the hands of the scientist. After that, he urged them to attack the killer to recoup all the pain he caused. Countless numbers of undead rushed at the pathetic scoundrel and his chimeras. Their number was simply incredible. They all rushed at the bodies of the chimeras, trying to destroy them. The chimeras began to desperately resist. Destroying the undead body was not a problem, but this seemed an easy task only at first glance, because the dark magician's subordinates had surpassed the concept of death. Recovering, they drove the scientist into a corner. He began to scream in panic, but at the same moment, his mouth was closed by one of those whom he had hurt in the past. Extending his hand towards him, Diablo Wolfer declared that this was his domain, where death inevitably reaped death. The undead knocked the scientist to the ground, and he began to understand what it was like to be in hell itself. As soon as the subordinates managed, the caster ordered them to move away from the defeated killer. Jamie was upset, realizing that most likely the enemy was already dead. But as it turned out, he found the strength to rise a little. During that movement, he spat out a mysterious sphere. Picking it up, Diablo was surprised, because in his hands was an artifact charged with life force, known as the life bead. Considering the fact that the scientist disfigured his body, the great magician of the past understood that he could not exist just like that. This meant that he was hiding something that could help him exist. The appearance of this item exceeded all of Diablo's expectations, because with such an artifact, he could go beyond the boundaries of his child's body. Each skeleton enjoyed the sight of their killer being punished. His army continued to watch what was happening. The magician ordered them to return, saying that they would be needed someday during the justice of the disgusting murderers. After his words, the undead disappeared underground again. Jamie suddenly coughed up blood. He had spent too much energy. Besides, rebelling against the divine was still a complex power that he had not gained complete control over. Despite his weakness, he could not afford to lose consciousness. He was able to verify that Riki was still alive, but he was in serious condition, and Diablo could not simply let him die. Addressing him, he said that instead of giving his life like this, it would be better if he became his faithful servant. Calling him a sinner, he cast a spell, but as soon as he touched the boy's body, it began to release divine power. Jamie couldn't believe he hadn't noticed Riki had it earlier. After this, divine mana began to overflow the area. The magician was forced to cover his face from the light that blinded him. A woman's voice said that she could not understand what was happening. A girl in white clothes and long green hair appeared in front of Jamie, and with her hands she lifted the body of his comrade, who had been injured in the battle. Addressing the young magician, the woman called him a child and asked who he was to try to steal what belonged to her. Jamie was shocked by her sudden appearance and said her name out loud. It was the goddess Pyro, and she was surprised that the unfamiliar child recognized her. Meanwhile, the bishop, who had fallen under the influence of Diablo's magic, walked towards the Welton family mansion and pronounced his mission. Hearing that he was going to tell the count everything, the archbishop's knights immediately got rid of him. Their experiments failed, so they cleaned up their tracks. By getting rid of the church on the lands of Hayes, he carried out the so-called justice against heretics. Luckily, Ross Armitage and his comrades completed the task. He barely had time to invest, and was in such pain that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Despite this, The smile did not disappear from his face. He was glad that no one died. The ghostly knights ran up to him to make sure he was okay. Suddenly, Ras Armetic felt that his holy sword began to spread a huge amount of divine energy. The bright light blinded everyone around. Feeling it begin to penetrate his body, he realized what it was all about. This was the Holy Knight's reaction to the appearance of the deity Pyro, whose power he proudly used. Meanwhile, Lady Pero continued to ask the young man how he knew who she was. Jamie, in an exhausted state after a difficult battle, did not understand how things could worsen so unexpectedly. It was unclear how she came down to earth, and he also felt incredible pressure because of her presence. The guy with a pained face clutched his head at the moment when the goddess asked if he could hear her voice. Pyro ordered him to answer her question immediately, her patience at the limit. Still, Jamie could no longer resist, so he shouted back to her that he only knew that Ricky's holiness belonged to her. Hearing this, the goddess asked to clarify whether he, understanding this fact, was really going to turn this man into his undead. Jamie answered sincerely that he just didn't want him to die. With incredible rage and an angry expression on her face, Pyro asked if he really believed that being undead meant being alive. She said it was an act of disrespect for the dead. Diablo Wolfer couldn't help himself as soon as she asked why he didn't realize the value of life. His patience came to an end, and in response he furiously shouted that she was God's bitch, that she was one of those who belittle life, after which he added that it was divine beings who were to blame for all the troubles of humanity. Pyro was shocked by his words. Moreover, he angrily asked how she dares to talk about such things after sacrificing all of humanity. Instead of anger, the goddess reacted extremely strangely and wanted to justify herself, but stopped immediately after saying that she had nothing to do with this. Without finishing her speech about the sacrifice of humanity, she warned the magician that the child in her hands would become her future apostle. She threatened that if he became undead, then she would not forgive him. The apostle is the one who is closest to the gods. People with such a divine title have enough strength to earn the title of the strongest holy knight. As it turns out, Diablo did know he had godhood, but didn't expect it was going to elevate him to apostle status. He assumed that it was because of this that Pyro was able to descend to earth. With a sly smile on his face, he thought that in this case everything would turn out much more fun than he expected. Looking at the goddess, he apologized without any fear and asked how he could make amends. The goddess did not understand what kind of guilt we were talking about. So the guy with a sweet and innocent smile answered that darkness was already taking over the boy, and half of Ricky had already become undead. Hearing this, Pero was shocked and angrily shouted if he knew what he had done. Her furious scream gave the guy a headache, and he thought that Pero was an extremely stupid woman. With a threatening look, she asked him if he was really seeking his own death by such actions. Experiencing some discomfort due to her pressure, the great magician in the body of a child replied that if he really strived for death, then things would take a bad turn. In confirmation, he added that if the goddess kills him, she will also destroy Ricky. Pero didn't believe his audacity and asked furiously if he really thought such pathetic threats would help him escape death. In response, Jamie confidently said that only one person can be an apostle, and if she misses Ricky, she will have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. The goddess could not say anything in response. The arrogant magician suggested that she forget about the wasted time, because what is more important is that the presence of an apostle guarantees the unlimited appearance of the deity on earth. Looking at Ricky, Jamie called him a friend and reiterated that he had no desire to kill the boy. Calling the magician a vicious person, Pyro said that he had invented a very good story in order to save his miserable life. In response, he asked why she made the guy her apostle. He was interested, because at this time there are no reasons why she vitally needs an apostle, because the world exists, as the 12 gods planned very calmly. He called this existence a system on which all 12 gods work together, after which he asked whether he was right in his judgments. Nervously biting her lip, Pyro, who had been outplayed by the man, asked how much he knew. Extending his hand upward, Jamie said that she is the most holy of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone, and is so overwhelmed with this feeling that she has received the power to destroy evil. With a crazed and piercing gaze, he assumed that she had been banished from heaven. The goddess could not contain her anger, which was visible even from the expression on her face. She wanted to call him a scumbag, but stopped in time. With a smile on his face, Jamie was not even afraid to look her straight in the eyes, realizing that this dispute was final, because she cannot lie, because this lie goes against holiness, so she needs to remain silent. After that, he spoke his name from the past. Shocked by the name, Pyro asked how a mage from this era knew who Diablo Wolfer was. With his hand on his heart, Jamie declared that he was the man's legacy. Pyro considered this impossible, remembering that after their incredibly difficult battle, that incredible human magician was sealed. In addition, she did not understand why all this was happening at such an inconvenient time. Without fearing the goddess, Diablo asked if she would mind shaking hands. Disappearing, Pyro invited him to come to her in Afton, where they would discuss everything in detail. As soon as she left, Ricky fell to the ground. Looking at the boy, Jamie thought that if everything went well, then he would have a very useful tool. After contact with Pyro, Ricky finally returned to consciousness. Seeing Jamie in front of him with his usual dissatisfied expression on his face, he was surprised that he was still around. As soon as he remembered what happened before he lost consciousness, he shouted to his comrade if he was okay. He was afraid that he was in pain, because he was visibly injured, because there was blood all over his clothes. In addition, he noticed that the young master's eyes had turned purple, and also said that he had some strange sensations in his body. In a calm tone, Jamie was surprised that even in this state, Ricky was worried primarily about someone else, and not about himself. He further explained what happened, not forgetting to mention that he was a future apostle, while he made him half undead with the help of his dark magic. Jamie was sure that after learning this, Ricky would hate him, but as it turned out, the boy took it calmly and said with a smile that everything was clear to him now. Hearing his words, Diablo felt a little uneasy. Explaining his calm, Ricky suggested that just because Jamie was a dark wizard, that didn't mean he had to be evil. To be fair to those who considered him a friend, Diablo admitted without any doubt that he knew that Ricky would be sent to a dangerous place, then added the even more stunning fact that he even tried to kill his sister. Even so, the boy with godly strength summed up that Jamie saved him in the end and didn't even touch Anna, so he's still a good guy. Not understanding the feelings of the strange guy, Jamie nervously called him a simpleton. As soon as the future apostle touched his body, the magician was surprised that as soon as his divine magic spread, the incurable wounds on his body began to disappear. Ricky himself was surprised by this effect. He said that he thought it would work, so he tried it. Within a moment, he felt that Brother Ras was approaching them. In response, Jamie said that in that case it was time for him to leave. As he left, he asked Ricky to forget about what they were talking about. As it turned out, the boy was sympathetic to his secrets and double life, so he agreed to fulfill the request and said goodbye amicably. Meanwhile, Earl Welton and the Knight of Light arrived at the Church of Genis of his lands, where the judge of the organization reported to him. He apologized for the fact that, due to certain circumstances, he could not give his name. In response, Mr. Argino asked what the judges were doing here. The man explained that they came on orders from their superiors to hunt down the heretics. Further, the judge showed the chimera to the count, saying that, as it turned out, Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic. After he admitted this, their knights executed the infidel. As soon as Ras heard this, he began to get angry, realizing that the Church of Genis was using the bishop as a scapegoat. When the judge began to say that this was an important matter, kept in the strictest confidence in the church, because of which they conducted an investigation, Ras Armitic could not stand it and shouted that it was all nonsense. The excited guy did not have time to finish his speech. Mr. Welton, in a calm and indicative tone, let him know that this was enough. With a sly smile, he said that he should praise the courage of the judges, or even sympathize with them. After that, he declared with piercing eyes and an angry tone that they dared to kill someone in his domain. He asked if they really intended to share the bishop's fate. As soon as the judge realized the seriousness of his intentions, which put him in mortal danger, he fell to his knees in front of the master and hesitantly shouted that they were simply punishing sinners in the church. In response, Mr. Argino said that in these lands he is the only one who is the judge, so no one dares to harm the people in Hayes without his permission. The judge, with a trembling in his body, tried to justify himself. But the count did not listen to him, and angrily said that the Church of Genis had crossed all boundaries. Standing in front of one of the strongest sword masters, the judge feared that he would die at this rate. Despite this risk, he could not retreat. Rising to his feet, he decided to demonstrate his character, and called the Count too arrogant because it would be unwise for him to turn his back to the Church of Janus. But as soon as he raised his hand, Mr. Arjano struck with lightning speed. With one precise movement, he cut off the insolent man's hand and he fell to his knees again. Squeezing his hand to stop the bleeding, the judge heard that his right hand would be next, and then his head. The Count seriously said that if he wants to remain with his head on his shoulders, then he should immediately leave the lands of Hades. Razar Medik was simply shocked by the Count's thoughtful actions. Although the judge did not say a word about chimeras, Mr. Arjano skillfully diverted his attention and showed this servant his true place. He understood that if everything continued like this, their side of the conflict would definitely win. But the judge could not fail his mission. He bowed his head at the Count's feet and apologetically promised that their church would pay compensation so that they would forgive their mistake this time. Begging the gentleman to come to his senses, the judge thought about his duty. He had to remember that Hades is an opportunity to expand the eastern lands of the influence of the church. Passing by the judge, the gentleman firmly stated that he would not change his decision because the church had lost his trust. Therefore, he decided to sever all ties with the Church of Janus. The Count left, but the ministers of various churches remained in this place. Now Razar Medik has seen with his own eyes how Mr. Welton conducts business. The judge had no choice but to leave. With a smile on his face, the Knight of Light was glad that it was all over. Due to the severity of the Count's decision as a result of the incident, the Janus Church paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the lands, and a sudden visitor came for Riki and Anna. The holy marshal of the church, Pyro, knelt before them and introduced himself properly. Addressing the children, he stated that Riki would become a symbol of the Pyro Church as an apostle of the goddess. At the same time, Anna will awaken as a saint, and when this happens, she will begin to observe the world with her holy eyes. Razar Medik promised that Afton would do his best to welcome them. Riki took the Knight of Light by the hand, and could not help but feel joy that one day Anna would be able to see with her own eyes. A church representative confirmed that they will be able to open them soon. Laughing joyfully, Riki hugged his sister. They say that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of impending troubles, but with his hand on his heart, the marshal accepted these words with a smile. Addressing the goddess, he declared that if misfortunes came, then he would honorably protect such bright children. This is how the two found themselves under the full protection of the Pyro Church. At the same time, Diablo Wolfer understood that he would soon come face to face with a test of fate. At this time, 12 gods are divided into factions, and most likely this prompted Janus to create holy knights from chimeras. The great magician and true protector of humanity assumed that the goddess of mercy, Pyro, was to some extent isolated. To be sure of this, he had to go to Afton. In fact, he was ready for any challenge, but before that, he still had urgent matters to attend to. Having mentally prepared himself, Diablo Wolfer once again took on the role of Jamie, who loves his mother. This time the guy's mother and sister were a little surprised. Jamie continued to play his part very diligently and rushed to hug them, saying that he really enjoyed having tea with them. Mom was surprised, saying that he usually finds it boring. Confused, Jamie began to make excuses. He was surprised that this woman still guessed about his true feelings. With a sincere smile on her face, Mom suggested that he needed something from her. Jamie knew that next time he would have to try better and think through each step in more detail. In response, he said that he was just in a good mood. Hearing this, my mother asked me not to hesitate and suggested moving on to his request. As it turned out, he wanted to visit his mother's homeland, Afton. It was difficult for him to maintain the image, but still he said that he would like to see with his own eyes a mountain with huge bubbles. But Sears did not give up and decided to blackmail him, saying that she would like to see his cute behavior. Seeing that Jamie was not even trying to satisfy her desire, she said that in this case, the trip would have to be rescheduled. Hearing her words, Diablo Wolfer, the great dark magician of humanity, thought that he had never retreated from any difficulties. After that, he made a heart with his fingers and sweetly said that he loved his mother. After the words were spoken, Diablo began to feel depressed, while his mother replied that after what she saw, she had no choice but to agree with her beloved son's request. Diablo was completely self-absorbed when he learned that none of this was necessary, since they were planning to leave for Afton next week anyway. On the verge of despair, he thought that he would kill Pyro for this as soon as she became useless to him. Then he went out into the street, where he met the Knight of Light, who had just been walking here before leaving for Afton. Ras Armatic asked why he was sad, even though he was at a tea party with his mother and sister. Feeling the unpleasant divine power of the Knight of Light, Jamie said that he was sad because of certain incidents, so that he would not ask unnecessary questions. As soon as Raz began to cheerfully support him and tell him that everything would work out, Diablo even thought about killing him at that very moment. To avoid such premature action, he asked what he was doing, and he replied that he had something to discuss with the Duke. As it turned out, he informed Mr. Argino that he was going back. With a smile, he said that he had a feeling that Jamie was about to hear something interesting from him. The point was that Ricky and Anna would go with him. For Diablo, this was obvious, because they would become an integral part of the earthly power of the goddess Pero, but still he had to show surprise so as not to arouse suspicion. Then Ras Armetic unexpectedly announced that farewells do not last forever, which further strained the morale of the magician. The priest went on to say that Ricky and Anna would never forget him, and that although he didn't know when they would see each other again, it would be great to see each other as adults. In response, Jamie barely managed to ask himself what he was trying to say. Unexpectedly for him, Ras did one more thing for which Diablo would like to kill the Knight of Light in the same place. The priest unexpectedly hugged him tightly. Then Ras sincerely said that he would like their friendship not to end. He asked the young magician not to be sad and not to be sad because this is not the end. As he said goodbye, he finished off the young gentleman with the words that he would visit them often. Diablo Wolfer began to hold an even greater grudge against Pyro, due to the fact that she could not keep her offspring in one place. Meanwhile, Earl Welton and his wife decided to discuss recent events. As it turned out, their reason for traveling to Afton was the desire of their son-in-law to bring their son Jamie to him. It seemed strange, my mother noted, that she was not sure that even her late mother would have done something like that. Mr. Argino doubted whether his son-in-law really just wanted to see Jamie. They set off the next day, but without the Count, because he could not leave the land due to the tense situations inside. His wife hugged him tenderly and said that there was no need to worry about their trip, because they would be accompanied by the best knightly order of the Earl of Welton. With a blush on her face, she said that no one would dare threaten them, because her husband was Earl Welton himself. Her pleasant and caring compliment caused the man to laugh with satisfaction. In addition, they were given even more confidence in their trip by the fact that Ras Armetic, who turned out to be the holy marshal of the Church of Pyro, was going to Afton with them, although priests of such high rank most often do not leave the location of the main church. This only meant that the church took the incident with the appearance of a scientist who creates chimeras using people very seriously. Nevertheless, the Count admitted to his wife that he was worried about the fact that their son's strength was developed beyond his years. Last time, during a visit to Count Simon's palace, the young master was unable to suppress his emotions and unleashed his terrifying power, despite his age. The man was not sure whether the leader of the order would be able to stop him if something like this happened again. But the wife expressed the opinion that they should not worry about it. In confirmation, she decided to mention that awkward incident for her son when he was forced to behave extremely nicely. After telling this story, they began to laugh, and Mr. Welton said with emotion that he would like to see it with his own eyes. Taking her husband by the hand, the lady said that everyone makes mistakes and she believes in their son. They were both glad that they were finally able to meet before the trip. As soon as evening came, Jamie left the family mansion again and was incredibly happy that he was finally able to finish the long-planned task. It took longer to absorb the life bead due to the fact that it had to be ground into powder. But the action turned out to be even much better than he thought, and all thanks to his hard and painstaking work. He could only share his success with his pet. Turning to him, he said that since they were very lucky to find such an artifact, reaching the 6th rank of magic was now only a matter of time. He had a long way to go to regain his old self, but now he could easily deal with someone of the same level as that mad scientist from the Church of Janus. Then he went to some forgotten forest hut. This was the meeting place with his charges. After they had greeted each other, Jamie told the servants that he was going to Afton, and since he was far away, he would be gone for some time. Hearing about Afton, Rise was saddened, realizing that he was on the northern border of the state, and such a journey would take a very long time. In turn, Hazard began to press for pity due to the fact that he did not want to be hunched over with axes in the role of lumberjacks all this time. Jamie was surprised that he had questions, so he asked in a disgruntled tone if there were any problems. In order not to delay too long, he asked them not to worry and said that this time they would go with him. Releasing the energy of rebellion against the deities, Diablo said that he remembered something that he had long forgotten. Due to the presence of this energy, the servants began to feel strange and worriedly asked what kind of scary thing was going to appear in front of them. Even the more well-mannered Rise decided to ask what it was. Opening the door, Jamie was surprised by the interest of the resurrected servants and said that this was his storage of undead. Pointing his finger at the guys, he explained the situation to them more clearly, telling them that this was now their new home. Looking inside, Reese was surprised by the atmosphere, and Azard admitted that he didn't particularly want to live in such a frightening place. Diablo was surprised by such words because none of his undead had objected so far. Kicking the guys towards the entrance, he asked them to stop chatting. The guys could not deny his order and somehow ran inside. With a smile on his face, Diablo thought that these two servants were entertaining. It seemed funny how clearly their emotions were expressed. It was clear that they would be very useful if they were raised well. While inside, Azard, remembering that the owner called this place a storage facility, noted that he did not expect much. But as it turned out, it was quite good here. Apart from the strange feeling, there was more than enough space. As soon as they went outside, Hazard told the master that while they were there, they felt as if something was filling them from within. The dark magician confirmed this, saying that it was his primary power called rebellion against divinity. He could completely trust the undead that lived only thanks to him. So he said that the vault was created only from his power, and the undead participating in the rebellion against the gods absorbed this power and became stronger thanks to it. Excited and attentive to such things, Rise worriedly asked whether such a burden was too heavy for the owner. When the young master asked if he was really worried, the extremely emotional undead bent low, apologizing to the master for this question. Diablo replied that everything was fine, because if it were a burden, he would not waste time on such things. As soon as Azard intervened in the conversation and asked if the master could make them stronger at a time, so as not to be in a place overflowing with bones, Rise immediately rushed to shut his mouth, knowing that he had a lack of upbringing. Understanding the intentions of this impudent guy, Jamie, although he enjoyed their emotionality, with a nervous laugh, suggested that he not open his mouth with such requests. The next morning it was time to depart. The great magician from the past again felt embarrassed because of his parents' loving nature. Count Welton lifted him into the air, but Diablo could not say that he was not a toy, since he had to act out the role of a loving son named Jamie. Looking at his son, Argano sincerely asked him to be responsible, because he must protect his mother, sister, and friends. Devastated by this behavior, Diablo replied that he could be relied upon. Hugging his son, the father with a kind smile asked them to return safe and sound. Still, the great magician saw great support from him, so he sincerely agreed that he would do everything to make it so. The children set off on the road together with representatives of the church. Addressing the Order of Fear, Jack O'Brien stated that it was time to move out, so he would tell them their overall plan for the journey. While in the carriage, Riki said that he was sorry that Brother Ross was traveling separately from them, but he was sympathetic to his decision, because the Knight of the Set himself volunteered to join the escort squad. While listening to the team leaders talk, Jamie learned that they wanted to take the safe route, even though it would take a little longer. His mother sat next to him, and his younger sister Sarah, as usual, immediately fell asleep as soon as she got into the carriage. The time came for departure. The Count said goodbye to his family, again wishing them all the best. Addressing Jack, Raz said that he would guard their rear. Looking at the Knight of Light who rushed past their carriage with a smile on his face, Diablo wondered what the goddess Pyro was planning. Since nothing happened after he mentioned his real name, he decided that this woman had not said anything to the other gods. On the other hand, he was happy to suggest that perhaps she simply couldn't do it. Even though he didn't know the exact reason for the calmness after such an action, he knew for sure that a lot would change once he returned. It seemed that the journey would go smoothly, but Diablo was hasty with such an opinion. As soon as his sister woke up, Riki decided to meet her. But seeing him in front of her, Sarah began to feel some kind of fear and began to cry. Because of her scream, turmoil began in the carriage. The next 2 days were no different. Everything was boring, but at the same time very calm. This was Ricky's first time on such a long journey. Seeing his older brother in front of him, he was very happy, while Ross noticed that he saw that they already looked a little tired. When Jamie woke up, he was surprised at how long he had slept. Since he said these words out loud, Ricky guessed that his sleep took no more than 2 hours. Listening to their conversations, Ross Armitage said that since they were probably terribly bored sitting in the carriage, he could tell them an interesting story. It was about the legend about the local Maya Mountains. Jamie immediately replied that it didn't sound very exciting, but at the same moment, his answer was shouted down by Ricky, with a sweet smile, saying that he would really like to hear the story. Anna was still sleeping, so Ross suggested that Ricky listen carefully so that he could tell her this later. He further began his story by saying that in a time when dragons soared in the skies and elves roamed the forests, the Maya Mountains were originally one rock. But one peaceful day, 2 winged lizards with unimaginable power found themselves in this place. The mention of dragons changed Jamie's mind about the story, realizing that the legend could be a retelling of the true story. The legend told about the magnanimous dragon Mayatri and the evil black dragon. There was a girl there, a sorceress, whom Mayatri loved, but they were not destined to be together. The dragons, tired of watching this, sent a black one to kill the sorceress. In the midst of that fierce battle, the rocks split into pieces and a stormy stream rushed through the valley. After it was all over, the black one was, of course, expelled, but the girl died, and having lost her, Mayatri hid deep inside the mountains and remains there to this day. It is said that from that time on, this place became very rainy, and therefore the poets of that time called this weather dragon tears. Knowing how amazing and unimaginable the past was, Jamie wondered if it could be true, even though dragons were considered mystical creatures even then. After listening to her to the end, he decided to ask the knight about her progress. But at the same moment, strong lightning struck next to them. Everyone inside was frightened by such an unexpected natural phenomenon. Calming her daughter, the mother asked her not to worry, saying that everything was fine. Jamie supported her, saying that it was just rain. But at the same time, he was on guard because of some unpleasant feeling that accompanied this sudden natural phenomenon. At one point, another lightning strike hit the tree, which broke due to strong energy and flew towards the cart. Due to the strong blow, the cart could not stand still. She began to roll over, and the mother and her daughter sitting inside could not stay still. They fell out of the cart and flew down. Jamie began shouting their name, realizing the danger of the situation. Mom shouted that he had to take his sister, but in response, the young master promised that he would save them both. After that, he used the magic of creating a rope and was able to catch his mother and little sister. He barely managed to reach them, because they managed to fly quite far away. Everyone present was shocked, because only a young magician could save the lady from such a tragedy. Returning them to the surface, Jamie wondered what had suddenly happened. He did not believe that it was an accident. But at one point, his rope spell suddenly stopped working. Jamie didn't understand what was happening. His mom started to panic, so he shouted that he still had flying magic. But as it turned out, he could no longer use this power. As he fell down, he realized that mana burn, a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, was used against him, rendering the magician useless. As he fell down, he heard a woman's voice asking who he was. The unknown, mysterious woman asked directly if he was a dragon. The guy didn't understand what we were talking about. Then he fell into a pond that was located near the cliff on the edge of which they were riding. All the guards ran to the edge of the cliff, and the mother shouted the name of her son. The wards tried to hold her, but she panicked, fearing for the life of her beloved son, who managed to save them before falling down. As it turned out, at the last moment, they were supported by the divine power of the future apostle. Ricky volunteered to help, and somehow subconsciously managed to keep them in the air so that they also did not fall into the pond. His sister Anna managed to catch Sarah so the lady and her daughter were safe. The little girl was very worried about what happened to her brother. Addressing my lady, Ras Armetic respectfully said that although his words might seem like an attempt to calm her down, he thought Jamie was perfectly fine. Turning to her, he warned that this was only an optimistic prospect on his part, but he was confident that Jamie was incredibly strong, despite his age. He explained that the currents could be very dangerous, but as soon as Jamie's magic returned, he would get out of there completely fine. After that, he shouted that he would go down anyway, and it would not be difficult for him to return safe and sound. At the same moment, the head of the guard, Jack, shouted that this was madness, because even for the Knight of Light of the Church of Pero, those streams could be very dangerous. Leaving the detachment, Ross, our medic, asked him to give him 3 hours, despite the fact that it would be dangerous even with the power of the Holy Marshal. Knowing this, my lady asked him to do everything possible to save her son. She was counting on his help. Kissing the woman's hand, which was equivalent to the title of Archbishop of their church, he promised that the order would be carried out. Jamie found himself in some kind of cave. His body was wrapped in chains and he was suspended in the air, not understanding where he was or how he got there. Looking around, he didn't understand who could do something like that. After that, he heard a woman's voice that he was glad that he had finally regained consciousness. A mysterious woman with long blue hair and dark horns on her head addressed him. She asked again if he was a dragon. In response, Jamie asked if he looked like one. The woman replied that this was not so, but then added that as soon as she saw him, she realized that he was far from dragons. But even with this thought, she decided not to stop. At the moment of her words, Diablo felt some hostility. Turning to him, she asked in surprise how he, an ordinary person, could have such great potential. Moreover, the young master's mana form and usage reminded her very much of dragons. Moreover, the breathing of the young man's entire body seemed to her similar to that used by mythical creatures. Addressing him, she stated that ordinary human mana breathing is terrible. People are stupid and weak, and therefore are not able to imitate dragons. Hearing these words, Jamie thought that those mythical creatures would have walked on thin ice when they were near him in the past. The stranger further suggested that if he was different, then he was probably from the elven tribe. After these words, she corrected herself, believing that even high elves could not compare with dragons. In response, a nervous Diablo asked her to tell her what she was even doing. The girl was surprised at his impudent behavior and asked how he had the courage to remain arrogant while chained. Trying to break free, Jamie corrected her words, saying that it would be better to ask why she was so tyrannical and arrogant that she mistook an innocent man for a dragon and kidnapped him in front of her family. The girl began to pretend that she didn't understand what he was talking about. But after that, Jamie said that the sudden downpour, the lightning that struck next to the carriage and the burning of mana was far from just an accident. Turning around, she nevertheless admitted that he was right, and justified herself by saying that she only wanted to drag him here to personally verify her assumption. Then Diablo suddenly shouted that because of her trick, his mother and sister almost got hurt. But at the same moment, he wondered what had become of him if he was showing anger and emotion over such an incident. Addressing the strange but attractive girl with great force, he said that he didn't care, because in his heart, he still didn't know who she was. Seeing her angry look, he awkwardly replied that he would no longer pester her with stupid questions, after which he politely asked to remove his shackles. The girl refused and, in her defense, said that she liked how funny he looked in this position. Jamie went berserk, which made her very happy, and she said with emotion that his facial expression when angry was even cooler, so she almost didn't want to free him. Seeing her personality, which makes her like to make fun of people, he guessed that she was actually the blue dragon Maya Trey. Blue dragons are the most meek. They are especially kind to people. This can be compared to human sympathy for cats or dogs. If instead he had met a red or black dragon, which are known for their cruelty, or the famous cunning dragon, he would probably have died. Realizing his luck, the guy asked why she kidnapped him if she mistook him for a dragon. In response, the girl said with incredible anger that in that case she would kill him. Sensing her incredible bloodlust, Diablo asked with an awkward laugh if she would let him go after she was convinced that he was human. But Mayatri replied that she would not let him go, so the guy asked why she did not want to do this. The girl boastfully replied that she made such a decision because she could afford to do it. Looking at the guy, she suggested that if she used him as an ingredient, she could make an artificial life form created with the help of dragon power. Jamie wondered, because in fact a product made from a core consisting of his power would be much higher class than she had assumed. Just as he began to think about his worth, he suddenly realized that he was thinking about the wrong things to think about while on the verge of death. Calling her little sister, he sweetly asked why she wanted to kill dragons. His address infuriated the girl a little, and she sharply replied that it did not concern him. After this, he suggested that it might be due to his love for the person. After these words, he felt that the pressure from the dragon had changed. Miyatre canceled the effect of her spell, and the guy was freed from his shackles. With a terrifying look and an angry tone, she said threateningly that if he blurted out something like that again, he would be neither alive nor dead. Yet his assumption was confirmed, so he said that it was due to the fact that others of his race did not accept the man about whom the legends spoke. He infuriated her by suggesting that because of this, she had betrayed her race to save that man's life. At the same moment, Miyatra's incredible power began to create chaos. She shouted that his primitive mind would not understand her feelings. While in the flow of powerful dragon energy, he shouted that she had no intention of killing him or turning him into a Sparta, because everything would have been much simpler if she had used brainwashing magic, which she did not do. After that, he sincerely shouted that she was so kind that it was hard to believe that she really was a dragon. Hearing these words, she remembered that her lover had made that same speech word for word. This pleasant memory, brought to her by the pitiful man, made her change her mind. Freeing the guy from her spell, she said that this was his last chance, and there would be no other. As soon as Jamie was able to return to the surface, he was already convinced that she was serious, and he should hold his tongue. Looking at him, Miyatre said that he was a very strange person, just like him. Rising to his feet, Diablo asked who they were talking about. The dragon girl clarified that the young master reminds her of a guy from human legends. Meanwhile, Ras Armedic continued his search for the young master. The rain did not stop. The presence of mysterious energy made him worry because he did not know how to help the young master. Miyatre started her story by saying that it was 700 years ago and that guy's name was Ganon and he was a dark wizard. Seeing Jamie's reaction, she agreed that it was strange that a being of holy magic, a dragon, would love someone with such suspicious power. Hearing the following words, Diablo was shocked, because as it turned out, Ganon decided to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world. Being a human but a virtuoso sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank. As soon as Jamie began to talk about how no one had been able to achieve this for thousands of years, the girl asked him to wait while she told him why this was so. Ganon began looking for answers long before meeting her. She joined him in overcoming many obstacles. After a while, they fell in love with each other. They felt very good together. Miyatre had never felt this way towards dragons. This continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order spoken of in the legends. The Overlord stated that Ganon is evil that must be destroyed. All the dragons obeyed and began to try to kill her beloved. They escaped, but their powers were not unlimited. In desperation, Miyatre begged him to leave, saying that even the dragons would not be able to reach him in the place they were talking about. She asked not to worry about her, saying that she would not die, no matter how they punished her. The place in question was a ruin with a strong restriction that prohibited more than one creature from entering. As a result, the wizard listened to the words of his beloved and took refuge in that place. From that day on, Miyatre was banished for 1,000 years, but such a period is nothing for a dragon. However, a little over 10 years later, Ganon came for her as soon as he realized the truth of the world. Turning to her, he shouted about how she dared to continue to look at this world, asking if they were truly beings at the pinnacle of magic among all living beings. Seeing his behavior, the Dragon King said with a smile on his face that he was crazy. His friend agreed and said that this is a truth that the human mind cannot understand. As a result, Ganon saved her and they hid in this huge mountain to escape pursuit. And then, Ganon died. With sadness in her voice, she said that she thought it would be better this way, because he would be calmer. Nervously biting her lip, she said that despite his death, her team dared to erase everything that was somehow connected with the Great Wizard. They erased all records of him and even killed the people who saw him. Diablo knew that there was a truth that the dragons wanted to hide, and now he knew what it was about. Miyatre explained that this is why she is in this place. To protect the remaining memory of your lover. It became clear that the legend was true and the dragons really did it. Now he realized why nothing was preserved about his past life. Realizing his rebirth, Diablo first began to look for something related to his true name. The records were obviously empty, but moreover, he couldn't even find any folk tales or epics. It seemed pointless to him, and it seemed to him that someone had deliberately covered up all traces of his great existence. The enemies carefully erased all mentions of Ganon, doing the same as with him. To be more precise, this was done not by 12 gods, but by the dragon god Brahman and his relatives. Now he learned that Ganon is a sorcerer who raised his level of magic to the 9th rank in order to find the truth of this world. But he did not understand why he had gone so far. Turning to Miyatra, Jamie suggested that Ganon's tomb must be located here. The girl asked why he was asking. The young master replied that, as a person associated with magic, he would like to salute him. Hearing this, the girl began to remain silent, after which she calmly invited him to follow her. After that, they came to a place where there was a small green area. This is where Ganon was buried. As soon as they arrived, Jamie was shocked by what he saw. On the funeral cross was a bracelet that belonged to him in the past. It was known as the Absolute Immunization, the Ideal Cell. It is one of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfer to counter the 12 gods, an artifact endowed with the ability to protect against all diseases and curses. Jamie couldn't even imagine that he would find him here. Now he understood the reason why Ganon sought the truth of this world. Having put on his artifact, he learned about the existence of Diablo Wolfer, a magician of the past who fought for humanity against the greedy gods. Looking at the dragon, he assumed that if he asked her to return the bracelet, she would probably kill him. As soon as Miyatre approached the burial place of her lover, she turned to him, saying that she was nearby. Jamie decided to be careful, so first he asked what kind of bracelet it was. The girl replied that he was endowed with enormous power and belonged to her lover. According to her, that thing saved his life countless times. Jamie felt a little awkward knowing that she didn't even know it was a treasure filled with cleansing and protection magic. With an awkward laugh, he asked if this was really all that was left of her lover. Naturally, his unfortunate and thoughtless question caused her to become angry, causing her to look at him with incredible bloodlust and ask what he meant. Realizing the danger, the guy justified himself that he was just interested, because she had previously said that Ganon had comprehended the truth, and therefore it was curious if there were any records about this. Miyatre replied that her lover had a diary. In response, Jamie asked with a sweet look if he could look into it, but the girl replied that she did not want to do him such a favor. After this, the charming magician of the past asked the beauty to tell him what Ganon fought for. The girl was wary as soon as he suggested that she knew the truth of this world. Demonstrating her anger, the girl said threateningly that this was crossing all boundaries, because the truth of the world is not something that should become known to a person like Jamie. Diablo replied that she was mistaken, because in search of the truth, Ganon risked his life for the sake of humanity, and even though he failed, she protected his legacy, so she should not leave her lover as an exhibit, but help his dream come true. Miyatre looked away, admitting that although Jamie was a child, he was quite smart. Despite this, she said that he was wrong about one thing, because she did not need any souvenirs. That is why she remembered every little thing about her lover. Hearing her words, Diablo felt that he understood her, because he had been in the same situation since his beloved died. As they walked on, he said that he didn't quite understand everything yet. Miyatre replied that it was because he was still small. As it turned out, Jamie was still able to convince her, and she decided to show him the diary. However, she noted that she doubted that there would be any benefit, because nothing was written in that diary. Looking at the item, Jamie assumed it had a seal on it. The girl confirmed his opinion, saying that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove this seal. After that, she said that there was no time to waste, and she would send him to the place from where he came. But Jamie suddenly asked her to wait and warned her that no matter what she saw, she shouldn't be scared. Looking at him, Miyatre was alarmed. She couldn't believe that he was a dark magician. Moreover, she was stunned by his sinister power. Before her eyes, he was superior to a completely different level. Even his mana suddenly changed. Within seconds, Jamie said that he had removed the seal from Ganon's diary. The ancient magic dissipated, and while Miyatre could not believe her eyes, the guy began to read. The first entry was about how Ganon faced the blue dragon, who called her dirty because of his dark magic. Then we talked about the fact that they, in some miraculous way, began to explore this world together. According to him, thanks to the Mayatras, their trip turned out to be quite fun. The third entry said that taking off on the dragon, he ended up in the place indicated on his map. These were lands on which a person could not set foot, so it occurred to him to call this place Decay. Events reached a period when the Dragon Lord gave the order to his relatives to kill Ganon, but in his notes, he assured that he could handle it. He was more afraid for Mayatra because she betrayed her family for his sake. During his travels, he encountered a mysterious tombstone. The date on it was stated as 70,000 years ago. Then they talked about how they settled in the mountains, where it was safe, in order to hide from persecution for some time. After resting, they planned to travel north to Garmin, which is the location written at the very bottom of the tombstone of the mysterious man of the past that Ganon was interested in. Addressing his predecessor in his diary, he wrote that although such lands no longer existed, he was sure that he would find something there regarding the truth of the world and the great wizard. While Jamie read the book, Mayatri could not hold back her tears from the memories of her lover. Diablo, of course, understood the tombstone Ganon was writing about. Before the final war began, Diablo Wolfer, to strengthen his resolve, poured out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future on the very stone in question. More than 60,000 years later, Ganon was able to find that tombstone, and 700 years after his death, Diablo was able to be reborn. Respectfully returning the diary, Jamie wondered where Harmon was, where his gravestone was located. All this seemed strange, because Ganon came across his trail a little differently than he had intended to do it. And yet the event seemed wonderful to him and brought a pleasant smile. Thanks to the bracelet's power, Ganon was able to discover the hidden truth about the 12 gods. Even though he learned the truth about the enslavement of humanity, he could not fulfill his duty. Diablo Wolfer returned to Earth again, in a new guise only to incinerate the 12 gods, with the hope that humanity would one day regain freedom. With tears in her eyes, Mayatre was incredibly happy that she was able to find out what her lover was writing about. During their travels, he never admitted that he loved her, and it also infuriated him when she clung to him. With a kind smile, Jamie said that since she realized this, then she should remember that Ganon will always live in her heart. Addressing the dragon, he stated that this would be the case until she forgot him. In response, the girl was surprised that the young man could also say nice words, despite his young age. Constantly hearing such words addressed to oneself was not the most pleasant sight for someone who had existed for more than 60,000 years. But Jamie remained silent. Hugging the book, Mayatre wondered aloud how wonderful it would be if she could go back to those times. To calm her down a little, he put his hand on her head and said that such thoughts befall everyone. At the same moment, the girl grabbed his hand and asked about his black mana. With hope in her eyes, she asked if he was a dark magician. Jamie tried to justify himself by saying that it was ordinary magic, but the girl did not let him finish talking about this nonsense and said that she herself tried to use dark magic to remove the seal. The guy was shocked when he heard that she was able to cope with such teaching. As it turned out, the sacred being was not going to bother himself with such matters. Mayare boasted that she had simply brought an expert, but it was clear that she had kidnapped the magicians. Humming, she said that their views were quite similar, so if he didn't want to die, he should have followed her. Jamie disgustedly replied that it was a kidnapping with a threat. Despite all her less-than-honest efforts, the seal could not be removed, and this was the case until Jamie appeared before her. She didn't want to admit it, but she still said that it seemed to her that her lover's strength was not from this world. Diablo decided that he should support her, so he suddenly declared that if truth be told, he was a magician who would grant Ganon's dying wishes. The girl doubted his words because the entire inheritance was in her possession, so those who had never met him could not know what his true path was. Jamie replied that although they had not met, they were pursuing the same goal, so the words that he was fulfilling his dying wish were not an exaggeration. Falling to her knees, Mayatre suggested with some disappointment that he too was about to fight the 12 gods. Hearing this, Jamie was shocked as he did not expect Ganon to mention this. As it turned out, he did not talk about this, but Mayatre realized this after reading his diary. Ganon was truly angry at the 12 gods and hated the dragons for collaborating with them. She wanted to warn the guy about the dangers of such plans, but Jamie firmly replied that she was right, and he was really going to challenge them. Clutching her lover's diary in her hands, Mayatre said that this was impossible. She also hated dragons. She was sure that Jamie would soon be able to achieve strength comparable to mythical creatures. Nervously clenching her teeth, she asked not to be arrogant, because there are as many as 12 creatures there that have incredible power. She asked him to live a human life for his own good. Turning to Jamie, the girl asked him to give up, but in response he mentioned a story about a great magician of the past. He told that there was a man who challenged the gods, who had many followers, but they all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity, but even at that moment he did not give up. He promised that he would return, no matter what the cost, even if such an opportunity presented itself to him in the distant future. Using this story as an example, Jamie stated that this is why he cannot give up. The girl was shocked by the seriousness of his intentions. Diablo knew that not only he, Ganon, and someone from more ancient times, but even those born after his sealing continued his work, and their dying wishes continued to exist until the 12 gods were destroyed. After this, without doubting the seriousness of Jamie's words, Maitre invited him to follow her. Returning to her lover's grave, she took the bracelet and said that she was sure Ganon wouldn't mind. Jamie asked, confused, if she was sure about this. The girl replied that he should not refuse until she changed her mind. The guy, delighted with her action, promised that he would be careful with this gift. As soon as he put on the bracelet, he felt that it was welcoming its owner. Still, they had not seen each other for quite some time, and the object was endowed with its own will. Using her dragon magic, the girl declared that if the moment of battle with the gods came, she would help him with all her might. The guy thanked her for her support, realizing that the dragon's promise was certainly a wonderful result. After these words, the girl told him to get lost, and with best wishes, kicked him into the funnel, which would bring him back out. For the first time in hundreds of years, she felt so at ease. Addressing her lover, she stated that his dream really continues to exist. Meanwhile, the Knight of Light continued to inspect the surroundings and noticed that the rain had suddenly stopped. Within a moment, he saw the young master appear in the air right in front of him. Jamie asked how he was doing and what he was doing. Ras Armetic could not believe his eyes, but he was convinced that his guesses that nothing bad would happen to the young master would be justified. Taking him by the hand, he invited the young magician to return to the others. As soon as he returned, the excited mother rushed to meet him and hugged him so that he could hardly breathe. Ricky and his sister could hardly contain their joy. They felt more relieved when the young master returned to them safe and sound. Bowing before the Knight of Light, the Welton family guard said, "Which will forever be in his debt." But in response, Mr. Ras answered in confusion that in fact he had not done anything for this. Saying this, he felt awkward, because although his search did not bring any results, he even used the power of Saint Martial to keep his promise. In the seldom empire of Pierre Nesmond's county there was a mysterious school of magic, in which there was a girl with a far from best reputation. During the next experiment, the awkward student again dropped the animal that was to be experimented on. They started yelling at her for not holding the rat properly. Benny once again made a mistake, because of which she had to clean the laboratory. She wondered how long she could keep doing this kind of nonsense. At the same moment, she heard conversations from other students, where they called her thick-headed and hoped that she would soon simply disappear from their school. They were in the same room. One of the girls said that she was shaking with anger because of the sight of Benny. She did not understand why the school principal was protecting her. Benny couldn't believe that they were being so rude behind her back. At the same moment, the blonde girl turned to the poor guy with pink hair and, calling her trash, asked her to bring her items from the list, which she disrespectfully threw in her direction. She furiously declared that she would have to redo the experiment. The shy girl did not know what to answer, while the dissatisfied student shouted that she should immediately begin to carry out the assignment, since she was to blame for what had happened. The girl agreed to the request, enduring all the insults. As soon as she left the room, the students began discussing her behavior and her reaction to their rudeness again. With tears in her eyes, the girl looked at the list and thought why she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up for herself. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at the Count's estate and a lavish meal began. A man with blonde hair thanked the guests for coming such a long way, after which he invited them to start their meal, saying that the chef tried very hard to please with his dishes. The rest time began. Raz, Ricky, and Anna were crazy about the delicious food that was offered to them. Turning to the man, the lady thanked him for his concern. The man replied that this was nothing, because he was only worried that such a thing would not meet the standards of the daughter of the great Bell family. After a pleasant time, evening came and everyone went to their rooms to rest. Taking advantage of the moment, Jamie went out onto the streets of the city and soon realized that it was very boring here. A little earlier, he barely managed to escape from Ricky because he began to follow him, asking what his plan was. Communicating with his pet, whose presence he continued to hide, Diablo was glad to hear that he too wanted to enjoy a little more of a pleasant and carefree walk. As it turned out, his valuable artifact on his arm attracted the attention of local thieves. Two guys who looked more like some kind of children of noble families were interested in the item that the young man was wearing on the street. One of them noted that this artifact was very remarkable and should not be possessed by some brat. His companion assumed that Jamie was a nobleman and his parents gave him the bracelet without suspecting anything. Pursuing his goal, the guy with the long nose asked his friend whether their director would like such a reward. The bald student replied that he could probably even reward them for such a find. Jamie continued his walk, but suddenly he heard a worried squeak from his pet. He understood what they were talking about, because he himself noticed that they were being pursued by two ill-wishers. Despite his friend's worries, Diablo said that he didn't care what they came for. With a sly smile on his face, he said that with the help of those poor fellows, he could get rid of the boredom of this ordinary day. The students continued the pursuit and entered a remote corner, not noticing where the boy had disappeared. While Jamie was on the roof of one of the buildings and calmly watched them, they were worried that at this rate they would lose their prey. Snapping his fingers, Jamie told his pet that he had seen enough of those primitive thieves, and it was time for some fun. After snapping his fingers, a guy with a long nose noticed movement around the corner of the house and said that their target was in that direction. Jamie clapped his hands in satisfaction as his plan began to work. He was thinking about conducting some kind of test between those poor fellows. But in one sudden moment, he felt that a portal had appeared behind him, through which hands were reaching out to him. He couldn't believe that he had been careless and made such a mistake. As it turned out, it was not the work of those two students. When they turned the corner, they discovered that no one was there. In reality, Jamie was kidnapped by a girl named Benny. The young master was not particularly happy with her actions and immediately kicked her aside. With an angry and arrogant look, he asked how she dared to do something like that. He said that although he did not know her, she did not have long to live. In response, the insecure girl asked him to wait and begged him to listen. In response, the guy said that he was not eager and directed a spell in her direction. The girl began to cover herself and scream in panic, but at the same moment, she subconsciously released a certain amount of energy. Seeing this, Jamie was surprised that she was the owner of dark magic. Instinctively defending herself, she managed to weaken the blow a little, but she still flew back and hit the wall hard. As Jamie approached, he noted that he was surprised that she possessed dark magic. Seeing something like this, he agreed to listen to what kind of sudden attack on her part it was. The insecure girl with tears on her face quietly whispered that he was too cruel. With a trembling voice, she said that the stranger was even too cruel because she was only trying to save him. Wiping the tears that flowed like a stream, she said that it would be a disaster if she fell into the clutches of a dark magician, so she volunteered to help him. Now it became clear to Jamie that the two who tried to rob him or even kill him were also dark magicians. Continuing to cry, the girl said that despite her attempt to help, the stranger retaliated by throwing her away after she pulled him out of trouble and also accused her. She tearfully asked if she really deserved such treatment. Rushing towards him, she asked why everyone hated her. In response, Jamie, in a calm but angry tone, said that he understood, after which he asked her to shut up a little. The girl continued this performance. A Zashmorg suddenly appeared in her hands, and she said that this world is so cruel that it does not recognize any kindness, so it would be better if she simply goes to the next world. When she calmed down a little, Jamie jumped on the barrel and asked if he was right that she was from the same school as the guys who were chasing him. The girl replied that it was so she saved him using the warp gate that she stole from the school. With incredible sadness, she said that even if he was a child, it would be sad if experiments were carried out on him. But as it turned out, she was now confused as to whether he was really as old as he looked. With a smile on his face, Jamie asked her not to show any false sadness. He said that since she was a dark magician, she probably had to take part in cruel research or something similar. Hearing this, the girl froze in horror in place, and tears appeared in her eyes again. Jamie continued to press her with facts, saying that only because she saved him, he asks to see her as a person standing on the side of justice. Being in complete despair, the girl began to make excuses, saying that she did not want to become a dark magician. Continuing to put pressure on her, Jamie came closer and pointed his finger at her forehead, asking her to stop making excuses, saying that she was the same trash as the rest of the students at their school. In response, she said in despair that she was not like that because she did not like dooming living creatures to torment. She stated that he could not even imagine how painful it was for her, looking at what was happening in their laboratories. Every time she stained her hands with blood, she felt as if she was cutting her heart out of her chest. Jamie listened to her emotional story and boringly replied that he understood everything. After that, he clarified that he didn't care, which increased the girl's despair. Benny was not going to die by his hand. Considering that the conversation was over, she got ready to leave. As soon as she went towards the door, she hit some invisible wall. As she fell to the ground, she began to panic about what would happen next. The mysterious magician was walking towards her, and she was locked in this square due to invisible magical walls. With a sly smile, Jamie said that he still had many questions, after which he asked where she was in such a hurry to run away. With tears in her eyes and trembling in her body, the girl, fearing for her own life, begged to be spared. Addressing the ward, the school director asked if they had seen Venna. The man thoughtfully replied that he had not heard about where she was. With a sly smile, Mr. Garb thoughtfully said that he had no idea where she could have gone at the moment, when there was not much time left before completion. Hearing the story, Jamie was surprised that Venny was devoted to such flawed people from her school. In her defense, she shouted that he would not understand, because no matter how evil they were, she had spent more than 10 years with them. Releasing a certain amount of mana, the young magician replied that he had no choice but to act using proven methods. The girl could not believe that he was the owner of black mana. She could not move, shocked that such black magic did not cause her any peculiar discomfort or soul-killing feelings that spoiled her life. As he brought his hand closer to her, she couldn't believe how the dark mana could awaken such blissful sensations in her. Before the mind reading began, Jamie warned that if she changed her mind, she should let her know, because if something went wrong, her brain would turn to mush. Now she was more calm. Venny asked how the mysterious magician managed to obtain such pure dark magic. Before he began, the girl suddenly grabbed his hand and said that she wanted to understand how he managed to do it. Jamie immediately stepped back and displeasedly asked if she was really sure that if she behaved like this, he would let her go. In response, Wenny suddenly began tearfully begging the young master to take her as a student. Her words took Jamie by surprise. Seeing his reaction, she repeated her request to demonstrate the seriousness of her intentions, but Jamie refused her. After that, she grabbed his clothes. The girl threw herself into his arms, demonstrating the persistence of her request. With tears in her eyes, she continued to beg him, mentioning that her parents died 10 years ago due to a disaster, so she had to become a dark magician since there was simply no other choice. Experiments in which living creatures were sacrificed seemed simply terrible to her. The guys judged her for being pathetic and treated her like trash, but even after that, she didn't have the courage to run away. She said that she was a brat and a hypocrite, so she begged him to help him end everything. She was showing how much she wanted to end this. After hearing the whole story, Jamie, tired of her whining, asked how all this related to training under his leadership. In response, Venny stated with admiration that speech is in his black mana, which is pure and does not require sacrifices for this. She wanted to gain such power that she would not be disgusted. Jamie responded to her words with a smile, believing that sometimes pure darkness could creep into existence. But despite this reaction, he suddenly rushed towards her and said that she was mistaken, after which he added that he had no desire to do something like that. Venny, in desperation, continued to beg him to take her on as a student. After this difficult conversation, Jamie decided to retire to the roof of one of the buildings in the city to think about who the students were for him. In the past, Diablo Wolfer had many wards who were also his students, and under his leadership, learned magic capable of destroying the gods. Many of them did everything to overcome their limits and achieve strength comparable to the teacher. But in the end, in the battle with the gods, he was left alone. From the very beginning, Diablo lost many dear people in battles, and some students who showed hope completely betrayed him. The School of Curses was his legacy. According to the girl's recollections, it included more than 20 students. He wondered how much knowledge of dark magic had accumulated in his absence. As expected, the dark magicians of this era were engaged in cruel experiments. The students who tried to steal the artifact from Jamie watched with pleasure how the curse of their school affected their next test subject. Lately, they have been experimenting so frequently that they have no suitable test subjects left. Despite this, the guys said that they would soon have many new experimental subjects to conduct serious experiments. Watching them using an invisibility spell, Diablo became convinced that they had the audacity to do who knows what with dark magic within the walls of the academy. Those two disgusting guys who left the laboratory said that it was cool to experiment on people. For them, everything else simply pales in comparison to this, because they enjoyed watching the speed and quality of the results obtained. Listening to these conversations, the great magician of the past understood how low dark magic had fallen. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives, not in order to develop dark spells, but in order to challenge the 12 gods. Yet he felt that he had no right to condemn them. However, they all did not understand why dark magic was intended. If you go a little deeper, then everything is obvious. This is the power to destroy the gods. Diablo Wolfer, at one time, abandoned his humanity and bore all his sins on himself. He believed that if you want to sacrifice lives, then you must be prepared for such a fate. After that, he turned to the pet and said that now they need to do something else. He mysteriously said that if the seeds that he had sown in the past sprouted in this way and turned into monsters, then apparently it was he who needed to solve this problem. He should have reaped the fruits of his work. Meanwhile, Venny regained consciousness and left that room. She was worried that a stranger with amazing magic went for a walk around the school without her accompaniment. It seemed to her that it would be dangerous to find and take him outside the building. At one point, some cruel student with dark hair grabbed her by the hair and boldly asked where she had been and why she was walking so slowly. He thought that she had fulfilled his instructions, so he called her fast enough, despite the fact that she was a real trash of the school. In response, the girl apologized in a trembling voice for forgetting to find the ingredients from the list. Hearing this, the student became enraged and angrily squeezed her hair that he had grabbed earlier. Turning to her with a terrifying gaze filled with bloodlust, he threateningly asked if she had become too relaxed lately. After that, he took her into a dark room and threw her on the ground, seriously asking if she really thought he looked like a clown. The girl, who again fell into despair, naively asked why he would do this. Releasing his magic, the madman, with a sick expression on his face filled with hatred, said that at least once he needed to crush such a pathetic bug like Venna, so that she would begin to behave properly. Calling him by name, the girl begged him to stop. Using a test of pain spell, Hilla wondered if he should get rid of the garbage that was preventing him from completing the director's errands. The trembling girl dodged to his feet and begged him to spare her. She promised that this was the last time she did not fulfill a request, and that she would no longer forget his words. At the same moment, the voice of a young guy asked what was wrong with her. She felt that same blissful dark energy that she had encountered only once in her life. Looking up, she saw a dark magician in a long cape standing in front of her, while a nervous student asked how he ended up here. Jamie didn't want to answer the disgusting guy's question, so he turned to a girl suffering from the cruelty of the world. He looked around to see if she was seriously afraid of someone as pathetic as the guy threatening her. Seeing her state and cowardly reaction, he asked her to stand up in a commanding tone. The frightened girl's body began to move by itself. Then Jamie asked how long she was going to endure such bullying. The girl began to release her power. The stone surface of the room even cracked under her hand. Hill's crazy student, being arrogant, said that he did not know who appeared in front of him, but most likely he was clearly not bright. Turning to Venna, he admitted that he did not think that she would bring such a stranger to school, after which he said that he would kill her after him. At the same moment, Jamie turned to the girl, who was standing in tears, and said that it was time to choose. After this, Hilla shouted that it was time to die. He rushed to attack and directed the spell he had prepared earlier at them. At the last moment, the girl showed her character and rushed forward. Having repelled the student's attack and defended the dark mana mage, she shouted that she did not want to live like this, because she did not have the slightest desire to be part of a society in which there was a place for people like Hilla. She promised that she would change in order to prevent a similar fate at school again. Seeing her strange, raging energy that overflowed her body, Jamie learned who she really was. Hilla was shocked by what she did, as she managed to deflect his powerful spell without much difficulty. Realizing what had happened, the girl looked at her hand in surprise. feeling awkward in a situation where she demonstrated her strength. A school student with crazy plans decided not to dwell on what happened, so he said that although he doesn't know what happened, Venna should be prepared for what they will do to her if she even lays a finger on him. After these words, Jamie decided to intervene, saying that Venna was doing well, since she had already taken her first step, which she had been so afraid of all this time. After that, he decided to put the fool in his place and used a magic erase spell, after which all the students' mana disappeared right before his eyes. Addressing Venna, Jamie said that the first step is the most difficult, but the second will not be so. A student named Hella was shocked by what happened. In a panic, he began to ask who the stranger was and where he got such strange mana from. Jamie was not going to talk to the trash. Feeling some guilt that dark magic had gained such followers, he used a destructive erasure spell. After that, the school student disappeared right in front of the girl, shocked by the magician's power. As it turned out, the director could observe what was happening inside the school, and it seems that he was not at all worried about the loss of one of the promising students. He was delighted with the situation, saying that Venna, being a Valkyrie, had finally awakened. All this time, he created the situational conditions necessary to control the individual. He knew that they were too excessive, so he was afraid that she would never wake up. Believing that he had already acquired the power of the Valkyrie, he thought with anticipation of future successes that now he did not need to be in this boring place. Having finished the battle with the fool, Jamie decided to approach the frightened girl. Seeing him approaching, Venna began to beg him to forgive her. Jamie couldn't believe that someone as timid as her was a Valkyrie. After all, in fact, a Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel. Their enormous strength is enough to wage war with the gods, but this led them to extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hide in places inaccessible to the gods. Looking at the girl who understood the magician's emotions, Jamie thought that her emotional state was the work of the director, who made her this way so that she would be easier to handle. He suppressed her personality for a long time. Unlike Venna, the Valkyries are known for being a race of terribly unruly creatures, so Garb did this so that she could be easily contained after the true awakening of her powers. Turning to her with a tired look, he said that he didn't like it. The confused girl responded by saying that although she didn't understand what was wrong, she still apologized. Then they heard the sound of an alarm. The girl said that most likely they realized that they had an uninvited guest. The guy in the cape asked to be addressed by his name Jamie, after which he clarified that in any case, it was not him who was caught. The girl did not understand what was going on until she heard the director say that there was a task for all students. He asked to bring Venna to him, allowing him to inflict minor damage. She was shocked by the order of the principal, who seemed to treat her better than the students. All the students who were present at the school at that time were already in their direction. The girl was immersed in the memories of her life, the unhappy moments associated with her conversion at the School of Magic. Jamie asked her to hurry up, asking what she would do in such a situation. Unexpectedly for him, she gathered all her determination and shouted that she was completely different now. With a smile on his face, he said she was right. The young master began to prepare the battlefield. He spread his mana, creating a field to control magic. He further reminded her that the second step would indeed not be as difficult as the first. Meanwhile, school students came running to them, whom Garb directed to Venna. They started asking how she dared to resist them. Jamie understood that the students' hypocrisy and arrogance in their behavior had something to do with it. Using the field of his magic, he cast one of the spells on the student who screamed the most. He had guessed before, but now he was convinced that she had been brainwashed. Venna was surprised when the exhausted students began to fall one after another. Jamie explained that they have their own will, and it is possible that a long time ago, that dark-haired girl would have been at the director's beck and call. Now Venna finally realized why the students treated her so cruelly. She came to the conclusion that all this was ordered by the school director, and she was part of his cunning plan. After this, the enemies began to use an incredible number of curses, but they all caused either a migraine or sneezing, or a similar not-so-significant problem. All this dark magic seemed funny and gave the feeling that the students either did not want to harm Venna or were simply not trained in something more serious. Jamie decided not to waste time on this and immediately used the return of curses, which caused all the students to test their spells on themselves. While he fought off their magic, Venna continued to sit on the floor. Jamie asked her to gather her thoughts and take action. As it turned out, she was trying to contain her anger from the realization that she had to endure all this for so long without understanding anything. Jamie, with a sly smile, began to realize that her true nature was slowly beginning to emerge. After asking if she was truly evil, the caped mage suddenly kicked her, sending her towards the students she held a grudge against. From the inertia of her new comrade's kick, she flew straight to her ill-wishers. Looking around, she said in despair that she shouldn't be left alone, because she didn't even know how to fight. But it was too late. A huge guy appeared in front of her using dark magic. She understood that there was nowhere to run, and a collision was inevitable. At that very moment, the enemy sent an itching curse at her with a look as if it was the most brutal attack a magician could possibly attack. The girl was shocked and confused with the understanding that she, by some miracle, managed to reflexively dodge his attack. But it was too early to relax. At that moment, another student had already attacked her, using the terrifying curse of toothache. The girl was afraid that she would not be able to escape his attack, but her hands reached out to meet the enemy caster. She grabbed this enemy by the arm, and then, with her eyes closed, threw him into the wall. With what seemed like little effort, the school student quickly and loudly flew into the wall. Seeing what she was capable of, Venna could not utter a word. While holding off her enemies, Jamie told her that this is her true strength, so she must believe in herself and keep fighting. In response to her actions, one of the daring students said displeasedly that it was stupid to think that brute force alone would be enough to defeat them. He stated that she was still the same pathetic girl to be insulted. Next, the student used the curse of blindness. But Venny was not going to fall under his influence. Her body moved where she wanted. She easily managed to dodge the enemy attack and end up on top of her enemies. After that, she delivered a powerful blow, completely neutralizing the enemy. Looking around, Jamie saw that some of the guys had already been eliminated. After this, he turned to the others, asking what they were going to do. Among them were not only newcomers, but they all finally realized the difference in strength compared to the Valkyrie. Despite the question, Jamie asked them not to torment themselves with thoughts, saying that he had long ago agreed to collect all the crops sown. After that, he turned to his pet, which suddenly appeared above the heads of the students, taking them by surprise. With a sly and cheerful tone, he asked the little black one if he had time to finish marking all the newcomers. The answer was not long in coming. A magic mark suddenly appeared on all the newcomers. With a sly smile, Jamie cast his spell and announced the beginning of the harvest of the fruits of his mistakes. A violet riot suddenly pierced the bodies of everyone who possessed dark magic, with the exception of Venny. As a result, all the students who came for the Valkyrie were defeated. At one point, they noticed that another person had joined them. An elderly man with a stick entered the room, saying that all his children were now dead. After this, he introduced himself as the owner of this place, Garb. In response, Jamie said that based on his skills, his appearance is deceiving. He even suggested that he had some kind of rare chronic disease that was holding back his potential. Garb thought about it, saying that was the role. His words seemed too difficult a riddle for the magician. Recognizing the power of the young caped mage, Garb asked what he thought about working for him. Jamie asked what he could offer him. The old man replied that he would have a plan, and if he succeeded in it, he could destroy an entire nation. Then the guy decided to find out if he had any special methods for achieving his goals. In response, the old man called him quite greedy for maintaining such a conversation, although he did not even shake hands with him. In order not to delay too long, Jamie said that he was not interested. With a sly smile, the old man replied that this was a real pity. Their conversation was interrupted by Winnie. With tears in her eyes, she turned to the director to find out why he ordered the students to bring her to him using cruel methods. Looking at the girl's raging aura, the director said that she was incredible, because she had an incredible amount of vitality. He went on to say that she wouldn't like what she heard. He shocked her by saying that he wanted to collect the fruits of his efforts after she awakened. The arrogant and greedy old man asked if she could imagine how many problems she had when she fell on his shoulders. With anger in his words, he said that he had to put a lot of effort into suppressing her true nature. He did everything to make her awaken in the form in which he wanted to see her. Looking at the students he had lost, the man shouted that he created this school personally to create a Valkyrie like her. The girl began to sink into incredible anger. Her aura began to change when she remembered that when they bullied her, the director came to console her. But now, remembering it, she understood that he had never stopped them, but only told them that they were doing what was worth doing. The old man agreed with her words, after which he said with a mad look that as soon as she lost her essence, trembling with fear and hiding in the corners, he was overjoyed, because his plan was going the way he wanted. Plunging into incredible anger, the girl began to be filled with anger and breathe heavily, just as the director wanted. Extending his hand towards her, the old man said that she had awakened from the anger that he had cultivated inside her for the past 10 years. But suddenly for him, the girl was surrounded by the dark mana of an unfamiliar magician who got into his plan. All the anger that Venna had released began to disappear under the pressure of Jamie's magic. After that, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Addressing her, the young master said that now she knows how it really happened. With a sly smile, he asked the director what he would do now, the moment he erased all the girl's anger that was directed at him, just as he had planned. The old man could not believe what happened. He called it nonsense, saying that one could not easily get rid of something like this. In response, Jamie arrogantly said that he was mistaken and did not even realize how easy it was to prevent her action. Then he began to mock the enemy, suggesting that for someone like him, this would seem impossible. He added fuel to the fire by manipulating his opponent's feelings by saying that no matter how hard he tried, he was still a pathetic piece of crap who had not reached rank 7. Hearing these words, Garb followed his provocation and called him an impudent man with incredible rage. The dark magician Garb really could not reach the 7th rank, and if anyone even somehow raised this topic, the director immediately dealt with him. Having the title of Master of Curses, and having risen to the top in the dark arts field of his time, a wall appeared in front of him, causing him to be stuck at the 6th rank of development. That is why the guy's words had such a strong effect on his pride. Resolutely grabbing his magic spear, he shouted that the enemy's suffering would last forever, and despair would not leave him even after time. After that, the man with great hatred directed a burning hydra snake at the young wizard, which grabbed his body in an instant. The old man was surprised, but the young master easily got rid of his high-level spell. In the past, he had to have a conversation with one of his charges. A strange creature named Dean said that this time they need new test subjects for a new medicine. The old man was thinking about what would be the cure for him. He had no other option but to sacrifice one of the last Valkyries of this world. Freed from the Hydra, Jamie said that he was cruel, because using his spell implied the wildest pain that the enemy had to feel. The old man replied that despite his appearance, he was a master of curses. In response, Jamie began to create a sphere of dark magic, saying that even so, the old man should not let his guard down. After these words, Garb found himself under the influence of Diablo's magic, which protected him from the outside world. The old man thought it was funny and interesting. He was curious to know what his opponent was capable of. Then Garb arrogantly shouted that he could not even think that he would become a victim of some kind of mental magic. He challenged his opponent to show him even more. The terrifying voice replied that it could not be otherwise, after which the old man saw a huge and frightening gaze in front of him that looked as if it was aimed directly at his soul. The old man's body began to stiffen, and a dark pet mark appeared nearby, but Garb was not at all worried about it. In an instant, he was able to break the mental spell and free himself from the enemy's shackles. Watching this, Jamie wondered if the enemy was trying to show through his actions that he was able to influence his own mind. He admitted that his skills were impressive, but despite this, he believed that they were completely useless. Jamie decided to go on an open attack and used a spell of his own class against the master. It was the Curse of the Dark Spear. A powerful attack was directed at the director, who specialized in curses. At the last moment, the old man said that this was enough. In an instant, Garb changed the direction of the attack and it pierced the young caster's body. The old man said that Jamie was defeated by using a counter curse, which is quite difficult dark magic. Due to his serious injury, the young magician could not move. The arrogant old man came closer to him and said that although he held up well, it was quite easy to get out of the abyss he created. After that, he said with a sly grin that he would now completely destroy at once the one who tried to mock his failure in developing to the 7th rank of mastery. Activating his evil mana, Garb cast the curse of the aesthetics of slowness. With a terrifying thirst for blood, he said that from now on, his enemy would live eternity in an instant. 1 second will become a 10th, then a 100th, and then a 1,000th. A person who has come under the influence of this force will receive an increase in all abilities of perception. Being in this state, it will seem to him that it will never end. The old man shouted with admiration and incredible anger that the second curse of eternity was the best thing that had ever been created by his hands. He further stated that with this power, the gap between ranks does not matter, because anyone will fall from such power. But as soon as the second was over, Jamie returned to consciousness and mockingly asked the old man if he was sure that he could defeat him with such a trifle. The old man couldn't believe that Jamie had actually broken free from his incredible technique that surpassed the concept of mastery ranks. Jamie, using his incredible physical skills, rushed to attack, capturing the opponent's face. After that, he cast an explosion spell. A powerful explosion from touching the enemy threw him aside. The old man was unable to defend himself, but was still conscious despite the severity of his injuries. Continuing the series of explosions, Jamie expressed hope that his opponent was strong enough. The Master of Curses was plunged into the abyss of despair. He could not understand how the enemy was able to break the curse of which he was so proud. Joyfully clenching his fists, Jamie decided to demonstrate the gap between them and used 5 spells at the same time with incredible destructive power. The incredible power that accompanied the huge amount of mana caused a huge explosion. When the dust cleared, it became clear that the defeated enemy had fallen to the surface and could no longer move, even to simply escape. He no longer thought about the fact that he had lost, because he was worried about only one question. He asked his opponent how he was able to free himself from the aesthetics of slowness. In response, Jamie showed him his hand, saying that he had an artifact of absolute immunity. With a sly smile, he pointed to the bracelet he had created in the past and called it the perfect cage. The old man was shocked. He said the name of the artifact out loud, asking how something like that could even exist. Looking at the pitiful magician, Jamie replied that the world has never been logical. In the last moments of his life, the old man wondered how he could come to such an end, if before that he was the ruler of this world. In response, Jamie put pressure on the wound on his stomach, calling his words pathetic chatter. After that, he asked with an angry look how he could think that he would die so easily. Diablo summoned the door of rebellion against the divine, his repository of the undead. Addressing the director, he stated that given the sins committed out of his own greed, and being the one who sowed the seeds, he was destined to reap them. Using the chain of primal power, Diablo stated that Garb would continue to exist as a sinner, unable to live or die normally, and although every moment would make him want to die, he would become a being unable to die. Then he grabbed him by the neck using a chain and said that he was destined to become his faithful servant, who would follow every order. The physical and spiritual body of the defeated headmaster of the School of Dark Magic began to separate the moment the chain began to pull him inside the undead vault. The old man was shocked, realizing that his soul had begun to leave his body. Addressing him, Jamie declared that he would now serve him for eternity. With tears in his eyes, Garb had already forgotten his former pride, thinking that he could not die like that. He begged his adversary to let his soul rest. But Jamie did not pay attention to this. The cruel headmaster received his punishment, and his soul, which was damned to eternal life, received a new life. The old man's soul acquired the name Nebro. When it was all over, the young magician called the undead to his side. Meanwhile, Venna, who had previously lost consciousness, came to her senses again. Rising to her feet, she was shocked by what had happened. Addressing the servant, Jamie asked him to introduce himself as expected. In response, the undead greeted the greatest and introduced themselves as Nebro. Now he is the first sorcerer to achieve immortality. In other words, he is a lich that Jamie created. Turning to Venna, Jamie asked how she was feeling and asked her to remember the words of the undead, created from the body of the one who gave her 10 whole years of living hell. In response, the girl said that she did not know how to describe the emptiness inside herself. When Jamie asked what she would do next, the girl thoughtfully said that she had no idea. But after a moment, she shouted that she wanted him to take her as his student. As expected, Jamie turned her down again and tears appeared on her face. The magician explained that this is due to the fact that she is a Valkyrie. In the past, Diablo has already met with them, with creatures that are an ancient race of angels. During their battles against the gods, the Valkyries demonstrated that they were brave and never backed down. Those beings fought to prove they were right. He said that unfortunately, this race once disappeared. He admitted that he could not even imagine how their blood could have survived to these days. He suggested that Venna might be the last person of his ancient family. In response, the girl shouted displeasedly about how her origin prevented her from becoming his student. Jamie explained that this is due to the fact that Valkyries cannot use magic. The girl couldn't believe it, but as it turned out, if Jamie took on her training, it wouldn't be of any use. After some time in this city, the family of Earl Welton and members of the Church of Pero set out on the road again. Now another creature appeared in their carriage, a cute pink cat that attracted the attention of the girls. With trembling in her body, Venna, who had acquired such a look, begged the master to save her from excess attention from Anna and Sarah. Using a mental link, Jamie refused to interfere and asked her to be grateful that she knew how to use dark magic. Otherwise, she would have no chance of going with him. Despite her race, Venna could learn some knowledge, so she even managed to use transformation into an animal, which she began to regret. With a smile on his face, Jamie tried not to react to the awkward situation and looked outside the window and said that the weather was just beautiful. Meanwhile, they finally arrived in Afton, the town where the Pyro Church and the Bell family mansion were located. Mrs. Sears finally met her birth father. A full 9 years have passed since their last meeting. With tears, she apologized for not seeing each other for a long time. She felt so stupid for not being able to visit him after all this time. With a smile on his face, the man reassured her, saying that everything was fine because they were both happy about the long-awaited moment of meeting. Jamie watched their reunion with a smile, while his little sister was terrified by her mother's reaction. Still, the magician from the past was puzzled. A lot of time has already passed since the rebirth. In the past, he did not attach importance to emotions. As a boy named Jamie, he is simply forced to demonstrate something like this, but he still believed that emotions were a waste of energy. Due to the many times he showed weakness in the form of emotions, Diablo was dissatisfied with himself. Even this reaction to the reunion on the part of his mother and grandfather seemed meaningless to him. He had to wait forever to get another chance to destroy the gods. But he still considers emotions to be something unnecessary, because in his opinion, they lead people to madness. At one point, during a sweet moment between a father and his daughter, granddaughter Sarah intervened, shouting for her mother not to cry. After that, she turned to her grandfather and called him bad for making her mother cry. Hearing her words, Sears felt awkward and tried to explain to her daughter that everything was wrong and her grandfather was not to blame for anything. Understanding the situation, the grandfather was confused. He never thought that he would hear such a thing from his granddaughter. Watching this entire scene, Diablo Wolfer only confirmed his suspicions that he would never understand human emotions. With a slightly sad tone, the grandfather turned to his grandson, saying that his granddaughter hated him. Jamie replied that Sarah would soon come to her senses, because she was quite sensual and kind. The old man admitted that he was looking forward to meeting Jamie. The boy reciprocated his feelings. His positive response and pleasant laugh made the grandfather joke that at least his grandson did not have negative feelings towards him. Jamie very judiciously replied that he had no reason for this, because after all, the old man was his own grandfather. After that, Mr. Bell pounced on his grandson and hugged him tightly, saying that he was very glad to finally meet him. Jamie could barely answer that he was also overwhelmed with happiness from the meeting. He could not expect any other behavior from his grandfather, and was only convinced that they were all very annoying. That evening, Sears and her father decided to have tea and discuss their heirs. The old man noticed that Jamie was truly an amazing boy. Although the head of the Bell family had the strength of the 4th rank level, he managed to catch a glimpse of the power that his grandson possessed. The sensible man said that soon Jamie would be not just in the center of the kingdom, but even in the center of the whole world. Sears, emotional, replied that she and her husband were very aware of this. The old man said that exceptional talents would awaken the self-interest of the people who surround Jamie. He promised that together with the Count, they could stop ill-wishers, but warned that their capabilities would not last forever. To help them, the old man gave his daughter some valuable thing, saying that although she could not leave everything that could happen, he was sure that the artifact would definitely be useful. Sears said with a smile that she felt better knowing she could protect her son. And yet, she admitted that there is one more thing that makes her worry. It was about her husband, because Mr. Welton acquired enemies when he crossed the road to the Genus Church. Remembering those servants of the deity, old Mr. Bell called them monsters with distorted morals who would not let anyone get away with anything. Upon hearing this, Sears asked if it was really that serious. The old man replied that this was so, because even the Church of Pyro was in danger because of them. The Lord of the Bell family unexpectedly announced that the Church of Genis is trying to completely destroy their patrons, the Church of Pyro. As soon as Jamie entered the room, he saw something unexpected. This pissed him off, and he began to get angry at what was happening. As it turned out, Venna was sleeping in his room, but what really pissed him off was the fact that she was in human form. Jamie decided to teach her a lesson and woke her up with an electric shock spell. The girl woke up screaming, and Jamie said with a dissatisfied tone that he seemed to have spoken clearly that she should not accept her true appearance. The excited girl, feeling disgusting, asked if her master could imagine how unpleasant it would be to be in transformation. In response, Jamie asked what she would do if she was caught. He explained to his student that as soon as they saw her, they would immediately understand that she was the same cat that was actually human and was hiding using dark magic. After this, her life will turn into a real hell, because she will probably become a victim of a cruel execution. No matter how much she begs her teacher to save her, the locals will try to get rid of her by purifying her sinful soul with fire. Hearing his terrible assumptions, Venna began to take this more seriously, fearing such cruel reprisals. Jamie impatiently said that if she was really worried about her future life, then she should quickly turn back into a cat. Having no other choice, Venna, disappointed in this way of life, agreed with the master's words. Once she returned to her cat form, Jamie gave her some kind of pendant. Then he asked her what it was. Venna hid behind him, remaining silent. To speed up the process of her thinking a little, the guy hit her on the head, and she began to complain that if he didn't stop, then at this rate she would be left without a brain. Enraged by her behavior, the magician asked if she even had brains to fear losing them. Looking at the pendant, he thought that this thing was really interesting. He was sure that it was some kind of artifact, but its effect seemed a mystery to him. At one point, he felt an incredible amount of energy. This flow of energy was accompanied by an incredible desire to kill, and it came from the place where his mother was. Jamie immediately ran towards her, fearing an unexpected sneak attack from the enemy. He needed to hurry, so he sped up using magic. As he approached the room where his mother was, he began to feel the stranger's energy even more strongly. The man who threatened his family appeared right in front of him. When the great magician of the past was behind him, he realized that the enemy was too strong and could not be defeated due to the fact that Jamie's body was too weak due to age. In this case, he decided that it would be better to grab his mother and sister and just run away. The appearance of the young master and his incredible amount of magic made the stranger understand that a very aggressive magician was approaching him. Even Mr. Bell, despite his rather low power rank, was able to feel the violence of the heir of the Welton family. Approaching the enemy, Jamie used mixed magic, an erasing discharge spell. He hoped to take advantage of the chance of a surprise attack to slow down the enemy and save his mother and sister. But as it turned out, this attack was not enough. The stranger called his actions a good trick, after which he caught him by his clothes. Jamie was grabbed. The stranger lifted his body into the air and looked into his eyes. The nervous young magician began to shake with anger, shouting at the stranger that he should let him go. He believed that he had no choice but to use everything he had in stock. But as soon as he tried to use dark magic, a confused mother and grandfather appeared in front of him, because of which he canceled the spell. Looking at his mistress, he did not understand why they were acting so safely around a stranger who was emitting such an incredible lust for murder. After a short, silent pause, the old man began to laugh, saying that his grandson's abilities were truly amazing. It seemed to him that the future of their family would be so dazzling that he would not be able to open his eyes. Mrs. Sears angrily rushed toward her son, telling him he needed to show respect. For the first time, Mom was so serious towards her beloved son. She displeasedly asked how he got into his head to do this to someone he doesn't even know. When Jamie started apologizing and told his mom that she had gotten it all wrong, her mom replied that it looked like she was a bad teacher. The stranger did not agree with the lady's words and asked her to calm down, explaining the situation by saying that he himself provoked the young gentleman's aggression. Mrs. Sears did not understand what Sir Beryl was talking about. While Jamie felt bad about being punished by his mom, the stranger explained that he had heard that the successor to the Welton family had exceptional abilities. As it turned out, this is why Beryl Onyx decided to test him. Known as the Swordsman of the Storm, he is one of the 5 great swordsmen of the Seldom Empire. The lady did not understand how this was possible, The experienced warrior explained that he slightly showed his presence to this child, adding a hint of hostility. Hearing this, the mother, who had already shouted at her son, shouted the name of the great swordsman in a dissatisfied tone. Confused by the tense situation, the old man asked his daughter to calm down, saying that Beryl Onyx did not actually threaten anyone. Turning to the swordsman, the lady stood up for her son and said that if he did this to him again, she would not just leave it. Sir Beryl did not even expect that his trick would lead to such discontent, so he awkwardly apologized for his behavior. The mom began apologizing to her son, while Jamie told her not to worry, explaining that no one actually knew that the swordsman was only directing that energy at him. Looking back on what happened, Jamie was surprised that he was able to perfectly target a specific person and make his presence known. He wondered how strong the creature must be, so that it would not be affected by the erasing discharge. The man seemed terrifyingly strong to him, so Jamie assumed that he was a swordmaster. He turned out to be right. Hearing his words, the grandfather called his grandson very observant and introduced the stranger who had excited him so much with his presence. Before him was one of the strongest warriors in the kingdom. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 swordmasters. Since none of them have fought each other, it is difficult to determine who is the strongest, but everyone believes that the swordmaster Terex, known as the Royal Sword, is the most powerful. Following him is Earl Welton, Jamie's father. In third place, according to most experts, is Sir Beryl Onyx. Having learned his real name, Jamie rose from the sofa and introduced himself to him as it should be. After the young master introduced himself, the great swordsman stared at him with a mysterious look. Mrs. Sears began to worry and impatiently asked what he planned to do. In response, the man calmly said that he wanted to teach the Marquise's grandson how to wield a sword. Hearing this, Diablo thought, because he had never mastered such a skill. Sears didn't understand what they were talking about, so she focused on the fact that her son was learning magic. The great swordsman replied that he knew this, but believed that Jamie would succeed in this area of combat. He believed that the young master should develop his talent, since the blood of Earl Welton flows in his veins. Marquis Bell agreed with the words, believing that if the swordmaster said it, then it really was so. Despite this, he reiterated that Jamie's talent for magic is simply unheard of. To create some clarity, Sir Beryl admitted that he already knew that Jamie was the one who could become a 9th-rank magician. As it turned out, the source of the rumors was an old man whom the Count called to ask him to teach his son magic. He continues to spread rumors that Jamie will continue to improve his skills, even if he just breathes. But Sir Beryl believed that when it comes to wielding a sword, it is a completely different story compared to magic. He explained that this art will be difficult to master if you miss the right moment. Diablo Wolfer, thinking back, thought that it would be nice to actually master the use of a sword, but regaining his strength still came first. Jamie sincerely apologized, saying that he needed to focus on magic now. The great swordsman was surprised that his answer would be a refusal. Despite this, he treated him with understanding. After dinner, Jamie decided to explore his mother's family's yard. Walking in the garden, he admitted that it had been well managed to make it look so magnificent. Just before this quiet walk, Venna annoyed him with her whining about fears that the sword master had come to take her away. After such a tense situation in the room, the guy enjoyed the silence of the garden. Remembering his meeting with the great swordsman, Diablo again felt as if a huge wall stood in front of him. He considered himself lucky to have regained his breathing technique and life ball, as well as regained his perfect moment. But despite all this, it was still not enough, and soon he would have to mark time. At the 7th rank of the magician's powers, he is called an Archmage. This cannot be achieved by skill training alone. When a magical item mastered by the mage himself reaches its limit, a door opens leading to the path of the Archmage, which is called admission to high magic. Achieving this was quite easy for Jamie, given his knowledge from his past life. However, he understood that he would not be able to defeat the 12 gods if he acted in the same way. Due to the strategies of his past life, failure awaited him, despite the relatively enormous power, due to which the gods could not destroy him, but only sealed him. Diablo Wolfer understood the situation perfectly, so he thought about how to become even stronger. Remembering the swordsman's advice, he began to wonder what he had in common with his mother, because Beryl had repeatedly shown a mysterious glance in her direction. At one point, The silence was interrupted, and Jamie heard a noise coming from the reservoir. Within a moment, a huge monster burst out of the reservoir, raising a wall of water. The daring creature even tried to attack Jamie, but he used a magic shield in time. Although it was unexpected, the guy was not taken aback and, threatening with his magic, asked the enemy how he dared to interfere with his rest. Despite the fact that the enemy was significantly superior to him in size, Jamie was not worried, realizing that he was superior in strength. But just as he was about to strike, he felt the presence of a stranger. A mysterious master flew past him at high speed. It was the swordsman who rushed to attack the monster that appeared from the pond. Jamie had only to watch his actions. He couldn't believe that this stranger, wielding a sword, could defeat such a monster. The swordsman dealt with the enemy without any problems. With a smile on his face, he asked the young master if everything was okay. After destroying the monster, he said that he had heard that important guests had arrived from the Welton house. Due to his busy schedule, he was unable to meet them properly. Jamie was wary. This guy destroyed a pretty huge monster in a matter of seconds. Although his strength is not comparable to Beryl's, he still seemed to be a good master. Returning his sword to its scabbard, the stranger apologized for the late introduction. His name is Sable, and he holds the post of assistant to the Marquis Mr. Bell. Hearing this, Jamie was surprised that his grandfather had acquired such a talented and strong assistant. With a kind smile on his face, Sable swore that he was not to be feared as he was the faithful servant of the young master's grandfather. Jamie, still sitting on the surface, was surprised that the master knew his name, and yet he decided to ask why such a huge monster appeared in his grandfather's pond. With some awkwardness, Sable replied that this was the Marquis's hobby. Jamie didn't understand why his grandfather was doing such strange things. Returning to the Marquis, Sable received a question regarding whether there had been any progress in his case. The Marquis's assistant replied that he had allegedly found a group of demons, but could not cope with their number and lost sight of them. Mr. Bell was surprised that the Demon King's followers would appear again. The assistant shared rumors that they were on the borders of their territories. The Society of their lands was already actively discussing these rumors. It was also suspicious that the only place where the massacres occurred was the center of the land, the city of Afton, where the Bell family building is located, as well as the central church of Pyro. Mr. Bell did not think that this would happen, but he already understood that the enemies had returned to take revenge. About half a century ago, his father killed the Demon King. He tried to make them pay for their actions. The assistant was unshakable, although he understood that we were talking about a very serious threat. He was ready to receive his Marquis's next instructions. Mr. Bell said with serious intentions that the demons would once again be wiped out from the face of the earth by their own efforts. Sable agreed with his words and said that he was awaiting further orders. Despite the rumors, the gentleman suggested stopping and continuing observations. Before leaving, Sable remembered that he met the young master on the way to the office. The old man was surprised that the assistant met his grandson at such a late time of day. Sable awkwardly said that when he met Jamie, he was attacked by a large lake monster inside the Bell family's palace. As expected, this news quickly spread throughout the palace. After hearing about the incident, Sears rushed into her son's room. She was excited and caught him off guard when she panicked and started asking if he was okay and if he was injured. After her, grandfather and his assistant appeared at the entrance to the room, so Jamie understood what was going on and replied that everything was fine because Sable saved him. The mother, alarmed by such an incident, admitted that she was very worried about her son's condition. After that, she threatened that if he went out alone again, he would be punished. Jamie understood that because of that incident, which did not seem particularly dangerous to him, he was now under special attention from his mother. Mr. Bell awkwardly admitted that he asked his people not to let guests near the lake with monsters, but it seems that the guards did not cope with their task. Upon hearing this, the daughter started yelling at her father for continuing to do this nonsense of collecting monsters. Along with her mother, Sears tried to stop him, saying it was too dangerous. The old man, being in a tense situation, asked the assistant to introduce himself to the Welton family. Having learned that the savior of her son was in front of her, Sears Bell thanked him for this and said that she was very grateful. In response, Sable thanked her for the compliment, but said that he was sure Jamie would have handled it just fine himself. Moreover, he mentioned that he was lucky to see the abilities of the heir of the Welton family with his own eyes. Watching his grandfather's assistant, Jamie noticed that Sable was not only strong and smart, but also a fairly well-mannered person who knew how to address the nobility. In addition, he noticed that a completely different aura now emanated from him compared to the one he felt on the evening they met. While Jamie was thinking about what kind of person his uncle's assistant was, his mother attacked him again with her teachings. After breakfast, Jamie managed to get out into the city. He hid his identity and changed his recognizable hair color. Looking around Afton, he was surprised that there were no people on the streets. Seeing the lady in front of him, who was walking somewhere worried, Jamie asked her how to get to Perro's church. The excited woman was frightened by his attention, after which she politely pointed in the direction. Having answered, she moved on, not paying attention to the fact that the young man wanted to ask something else. After this, Jamie heard screams that a murder had recently occurred. He saw a crowd of onlookers near the scene of the incident. To find out what was going on, the guy tried to break through the crowd, apologizing for his rudeness. As it turned out, the victim of the demon's attack was a local guard who had a large wound in his chest. A terrifying aura reigned in this place. The guards tried to disperse the crowd. As it turned out, this was not the first victim of a demon attack. All the victims died from loss of heart. The guards decided to again report this directly to the Marquis. The crowd began to discuss that this was not the first time. Ordinary people began to spread panic. They felt uncomfortable being on the street full of danger. As Jamie watched this, he remembered that hearts were commonly used in rituals to summon demons. Now he understood the reason why the adults in Belle's house were so uncomfortable. They probably still think Jamie didn't notice. The only one who noticed Jamie's observation was the Marquis's assistant, young Master Sable. And yet, without being able to discuss the situation, the magician from the past understood what was going on. He assumed that the demon's goal was revenge for the incident in Portsmouth, and more precisely, revenge on the Bell family. At that moment, the guy realized that this news had another consequence. The Pyro Church, being a participant in those events, was also in danger, which was the reason why they became quiet. Most likely, their forces are also on alert. Ricky and Anna are still unable to fight, even though they have gained incredible divine power. Jamie understood that he would again have to intervene in these events in order to alleviate the plight of the Pyro Church and the Bell family. Using invisibility and flight, he went to the church. Finding such a place was not that difficult. It was very different from what the city looks like. Watching the people inside the church palace, the guy felt incredible pressure. It came from those people who were accompanied by the long-known Knight of Light Ras Armitic. One of the priests who were next to him had incredible holy energy. It was logical to assume that he was an archbishop. Jamie had previously heard that there were only 3 priests of such high rank in the entire organization. Such incredible powerful power gave him goosebumps. The Holy Knight Ras was talking about something with a powerful priest. Watching them, Jamie had no way of knowing what they were talking about. At one point, he noticed that the archbishop looked in his direction. The old man asked what was happening. When Ras Armitic asked what he was distracted by, the man answered with a laugh that he most likely saw some kind of squirrel in a tree. He had an appointment with the Marquis of the Lands, Mr. Bell. The powerful priest suggested rushing to meet an important person, and also mentioned that he had not seen the young miss of the Marquis family for a long time. Jamie barely managed to escape from the man's sight. He was dissatisfied with his carelessness in observing, but at the same time he did not understand where he got such good instincts from. Having learned that they were going to visit the Marquis, Jamie decided that this was a good opportunity for further action. Since all the strong fighters will leave Pyro's church, he will be able to sneak inside. Inside the church, there was a place for the believers. It was Ricky and his sister Anna. The goddess's ward suddenly felt a presence. After that, he started laughing sweetly at the situation. The sister asked if something good had happened. Getting to his feet, he replied that it was so. Leaving the church, he asked his sister to rest while he went away for a few minutes. When Ricky approached the door, he addressed the unexpected guest, saying that this was his territory and there was nowhere to hide. After that, he turned to his comrade by name with a smile. Meanwhile, Jamie continued to explore the area. He felt a strange energy emanating from one part of the church. He suggested that this was some kind of shrine, a place where the goddess Pyro was glorified. To better explore this place, Jamie again used invisibility. But at the same moment, he suddenly felt a touch. Throwing away the stranger's hand, he asked in a serious tone who he was dealing with. With some awkwardness, Ricky removed his hand to the side. Jamie was shocked that this guy with a huge amount of divine power would be able to detect him so easily. A little embarrassed, Ricky admitted that he wanted to scare his comrade. But as it turned out, it was really not easy. Jamie felt awkward and pointed his finger at his friend and wanted to say something, but Ricky did not let him finish his speech. The future apostle of the goddess Pyro covered his comrade's mouth with a smile on his face, saying that he understood that he should not be caught inside the church. Winking, he offered to follow him to a secret place. Jamie couldn't believe that when Ricky said about the secluded place, he meant the archbishop's office. The friend replied that the archbishop was a good person, so most likely he wouldn't mind. Then the young magician asked his comrade to tell him how he managed to appear behind him without revealing himself. In response, Ricky was offendedly surprised that Jamie came to him not because he was very bored and could not wait to meet him. Infuriated by his behavior, Jamie nervously asked him to answer the question. According to Ricky, everything turned out to be quite simple, because this territory is under the jurisdiction of the goddess, and even though he has not yet achieved the full power of an apostle, here he is gradually approaching it. He further clarified that most likely this place enhances his abilities, as well as his feelings and instincts. Jamie was surprised that he actually demonstrated incredible abilities. Moreover, the apostle's powers had increased so much that the dark magician could not sense from Ricky the powers of the dead, which he had implanted in him in the hope of saving him from his inevitable death. After this, Ricky suddenly kneeled down and said that he was going to receive a message from the goddess Pyro. An incredible amount of powerful divine power began to emanate from his body. Jamie was wary. This was completely different from how he contacted the goddess last time. As soon as the future apostle acquired the image of the goddess's assistant, the dark magician felt that part of her nature was right in this room. After this, Jamie heard words that a disgusting demonic energy was awakening. Jamie was wary of the words, realizing that they did not belong to his comrade. Further, Ricky said that everything will start in the dark forest and it must be stopped before it spreads further. Using the body of her ward, the goddess declared that if he could not stop the uprising of demons in time, then her territory in Afton would fall. Turning to Jamie, Pyro said that he should go into the dark forest, after which she expressed hopes that he would not lose anyone along the way. Having said that she was leaving it to the magician, the goddess Pyro left the apostle's body. After some time, Ricky finally came to his senses. First of all, Jamie asked why this happened and how a goddess has the courage to demand something and immediately leave. A little embarrassed, Ricky apologized for her, saying that goddess Pyro was not in the best shape. This was due to the fact that when she had to come down during their last meeting, it had taken a far greater toll on her than expected. And that's it. Jamie asked why she asked for his help, despite the fact that there are a lot of believers in the church. The great magician of the past could not even think that God would ask a person for help. Pointing his finger at his comrade, Ricky confidently replied that everything was simple. He stated that the young master is the only one who can do this. The goddess said that he, as the successor of the mysterious man of the past, was given the opportunity to understand what was at stake. In response, Jamie asked if there was anything else she mentioned, but Ricky replied that he currently had no connection with the goddess. Calling the goddess's behavior selfish, the young master turned around and headed towards the window. He said that he needed to leave before the owner of this room returned. Looking at his comrade, Jamie suggested meeting later. Without waiting for the divine apostle's answer, the dark magician flew away in an unknown direction. Turning to the goddess, Ricky asked with some excitement whether his friend would be okay. The young master returned to his grandfather's mansion. To avoid drawing attention to himself, he acted quietly. He was glad that he accomplished what he had planned, and was not even late. But at one point, he heard the appeal of the Marquise's assistant. He assumed that the young gentleman was leaving somewhere. Jamie awkwardly replied that he was just going for a walk. Although he didn't look Grandpa's assistant in the eye, he still felt awkward. Still, he asked if anything had happened in his absence. Sable replied that they had a visit from an important person. It was about the Archbishop of the Church of Pero, a priest named Sefer. With smiles on their faces, they continued their awkward conversation, in which Sable reported that Mrs. Sears was looking for her beloved son. At that moment, Jamie felt tension, but admitted that it was quite expected. While leaving, Jamie asked where Master Beryl Onyx had disappeared, but in response, Sable said that he did not know. He further advised the young master not to be interested in that person, admitting that he was saying this for his own good. Without waiting for Jamie's answer, the Marquis's assistant said that he would come for him when Mr. Sefer arrived. In addition, he warned the heir of the Welton family that if he decided to go for a walk again, he should avoid the side in which the Myrene forest was located. With a mysterious smile, he called that place extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, in that mysterious forest, terrifying events really took place. In such a dark place, there was a red sphere containing a demonic fruit inside. The followers of the cult, turning to that fruit, asked to wait a little longer until it could get out. The madman's eyes were filled with crazy passion. Placing his hand on the sphere, the follower of demonic teachings said that the day this creature awakens will be the moment they complete their summoning. The mysterious creature inside the sphere was at one of the last stages of development. During one of the tea parties with his mother and sister, Jamie asked if he could ask her a question. With a smile on her face, the lady said that she was open to his interests. But when she heard the question about what connected her with the swordsman Onik, she felt that she had underestimated the seriousness of her son. Noticing her tense reaction, Jamie replied that if she couldn't answer that question, then it wasn't worth it. In response, the woman said that she did not mind. She began her story from a moment in her childhood where she first met the future great swordsman. As expected, while Sears was curious as a girl, Beryl was not particularly interested in her as a young girl. Even at that time, Beryl was distinguished by the fact that due to daily training with a sword, he was unusual in being in society. His father was worried that he could not find a single worthy teacher for his young talent. Mr. Marcus Bell offered to help them find a mentor. While the two gentlemen of the great families were discussing matters, little Sears suddenly clung to Beryl's clothes. With a sincere smile, she unexpectedly invited him to go outside, saying that there were a lot of butterflies there. Mr. Bell saw this and started laughing, saying that it looked like his daughter was interested in the son of the Onyx family. Mr. Onyx suggested that his son go for a walk with Sears. Beryl, feeling uncomfortable, still could not refuse. While walking through the garden, an energetic and joyful Sears suddenly climbed a tree and began picking apples. Seeing how high she had climbed, Beryl, excited, urged her to get down from the tree. This was not the first time the girl had climbed this tree and did not understand the reasons for his fears. But as it turned out, Beryl was not worried in vain. Little Sears slipped on a branch and fell straight onto the heir of the Onyx family. Even so, she quickly rose to her feet and shouted with admiration that she was having a lot of fun. Beryl urged her not to be stupid because otherwise they would both suffer. As a result, they picked some apples and went inside the mansion. There, the young swordsman demonstrated his strength and easily tore the apple into 2 parts, surprising the sincere and joyful lady. She was extremely unpredictable and decided to test whether he was really that strong, so she suggested that he do this trick with all the apples. Time passed. They saw each other quite often because the Onyx and Bell families were close to each other. With a smile on her face, she continued to please the swordsman with her attention and once even declared that she wanted to learn fencing. Waving her stick, she asked how Beryl could evaluate her skills. Of course, the boring guy took this too seriously, which caused the girl to laugh sincerely and loudly. Ciri and Beryl's childhood seemed simply fabulous. But the good times came to an end when Mr. Bell learned that the head of the Onyx family had broken his promise. He was forced to do this in order to defend the honor of his family. Despite this, Marcus was not himself, saying that there would be no point in honor if his actions caused him to lose his family. Seeing the young swordmaster's reaction, Sears was worried and tried her best to support him. However, those events were the beginning of the end. One morning, the young master learned that the head of their family, his father, had decided to solve all his problems by drinking poison. After Mr. Onyx committed suicide, their family fell. Trying to somehow support the young man who had lost everything in an instant, Mr. Bell invited him to be with them. Sears was nearby, trying to somehow help Beryl. Looking at him, she did not see despair, but she saw a cold and purposeful gaze. He told her not to worry about him. Since that moment, Beryl has changed a lot. Sears always tried to be there for him, being his support. But despite this, he did not pay attention to her presence. Beryl became obsessed with training his sword art in the name of revenge. 3 years passed and Sears couldn't stand it. Beryl did not immediately notice that she was no longer nearby. He was so caught up in training that he didn't even notice that he wasn't paying attention to her, gradually moving away from the girl he had feelings for. A few more years passed and the guys became quite adults. As befits representatives of great families, they began to attend balls. While in the audience, looking as compelling as ever, Sears continued to attract strangers who offered to take her for a walk. She didn't like the excess attention from strange guys, so she politely refused them. One day, Beryl noticed how two guys encouraged their friend to meet Sears, treating her personality as if he were a toy. As expected, he took it too personally. After beating the offenders, he threatened them that he would cut out all of their tongues so that they could no longer fool around with Sears. The anger in his eyes was so terrible that those guys could not say anything in their defense. The hooligans, trembling with fear, could only apologize endlessly, promising that something like this would never happen again. But at one point, Sears found out what was happening outside the hall. Beryl didn't expect her to know what he had done. Seeing his cruelty, Sears realized that he was not at all the same person she knew before. Desperate, the heir to the Onyx family thought about how to win back Sears' love. But at the same time, young Argonaut Welton appeared on the horizon, already the head of his family. Sears looked quite happy for the first time since hanging out with Beryl before his father died. She liked the politeness and manners of the young master of the Hyza lands. Argonaut understood that it was love at first sight. Mr. Bell also added fuel to the fire, who during their meeting mentioned that Earl Welton was quite famous for his sword skills, and according to rumors, would soon become the next master of the kingdom. Confused and shy, Argonaut replied that this was an exaggeration, and that in fact he was simply busy trying to learn the family technique of using weapons. The gentleman of the Bell family's next compliment made him feel even more awkward. Besides, Sears continued to look at him with such a sweet look. Argonaut, being a very shy young man, hid his gaze, saying that he was flattered. Seeing how his beloved was trying to establish a romantic relationship with the master of the Welton family, Beryl tried to stop Sears, but she refused to continue the conversation, not seeing any point in it. Calling Argonaut a degenerate, he couldn't believe she wanted to meet him, but Sears, not wanting to hear such words, asked him not to call a great guy such a rude word. Confused, Beryl asked her directly why she stopped liking him, even though before she only looked at him. In response, Sears said the man she treated like a brother didn't act the way he does. She stated that he no longer obeys her and is trying to tie her to himself using brute force. Beryl was shocked when she shouted that she had had enough of suffering. Unable to see such treatment, he suddenly grabbed her hand, shouting that she had no idea how much he was doing to be worthy of her heart. At the same moment, Mr. Argonaut, passing by, intervened in their conflict. He couldn't stand the sword master's rudeness, so he nervously asked what he was allowing himself to do. Hearing his words, Beryl shouted that this did not concern him and he should go away. But Mr. Welton was not going to back down, saying that he could not afford to turn a blind eye to this. He continued to hold the hand of the rude master, who tried with all his might to prove his love for the Marquise. Unhappy with his actions, Beryl shouted that he was a bastard. Sears couldn't believe that Sir Onyx would come to such a situation. Mr. Welton demanded that he apologize to Miss Sears immediately. The swordsman, filled with anger, could not yield, realizing that his beloved's heart was at stake. At that moment, he could do nothing else but challenge Mr. Argonaut to a duel. Sears was shocked by this sudden turn of events. She feared that this conflict could develop into a tragedy. Realizing that the safety of his lady was at stake, Argonaut Welton accepted the challenge to a duel without any doubt. After this, Mrs. Sears went to her father. She begged the head of her family to calm the rage of Beryl and Argonaut. In response, the man admitted that he was actually thinking about marrying her to Beryl. The girl nervously replied that this would never happen. After all these events, she no longer saw him as that wonderful and shy guy as before. Now Beryl reminded her of a demon who wielded a sword, or a man who did nothing but watch her to find out if she was dating another man. Naturally, the sensual and tender girl could not tolerate such an attitude. Her father tried to change her mind, saying that Beryl was only doing this because he loved her. Hitting the table with her hand, the daughter of the head of the family, Belle, shouted that this was not so at all. She felt incredibly stressed by this situation and her body began to tremble. With tears in her eyes, she said that the former kindness and care on the part of Mr. Beryl was no longer there. Realizing that he would not change her opinion, Mr. Bell asked what she knew about Count Welton. The daughter did not understand what he was talking about, so he replied that he completely understood her feelings, after which he suggested that she go to her room and rest. Once Sears left, her father was at a loss as he realized what the outcome of this conflict would be. Looking at the sunset, he turned to his old comrade, the head of the Onyx family, and apologized for allowing such a situation to happen. In the evening, it began to rain, under which a duel between the two heirs of great families took place. As a result, Beryl was defeated. He lay on the ground, and looked longingly at the sky, realizing that although he had been training all this time for the sake of revenge, this power was not enough to defend his right to the heart of his beloved lady. Mr. Welton, having won, was able to stand on his feet. He became the one who, in a fair duel, left a very recognizable scar on the face of the future great swordsman of the kingdom. At one point, Sears rushed towards them asking if everything was okay. Hearing her voice, Beryl, lying on the ground, wanted to answer that everything was fine, but did not finish his sentence. He swallowed his words when he saw that the lady of his heart was not addressing him at all. Hugging the lady, Arjuna Welton, with a smile on his face, replied that she should not worry because he was much stronger than she thought. At that moment, Beryl realized that he had lost her forever. On the same night, Mr. Marcus Bell learned that Sir Beryl had left their mansion and gone in an unknown direction in the middle of the night. Despite the promises, the Marquis understood that it would be better for everyone. 3 years later, Miss Sears and Mr. Arjuna were married. They lived together and the lady was pregnant. One day, her husband came with the news that Sir Beryl, with whom she had previously been closely associated, had become the kingdom's swordmaster. But that wasn't all the news about him. As it turned out, he wanted to take revenge on the 3 families that caused his Onyx family to go bankrupt. With some sadness, Sears remembered the events of the past, but decided to move on with her life. Hugging her beloved, she said that she also had interesting news. Arjuna was ready for anything, but as it turned out, the issue to discuss was very difficult. Having a lot of free time, Mrs. Sears spent it thinking about what to name her children. With sweet smiles, they decided that if they had a boy, then his name would be Jamie, and if they had a daughter, then she would be Sarah. The story about the shared past of Beryl and Mrs. Sears turned out to be very tense. At the end of the story, Sarah no longer paid attention to her older brother's emotions and began to eat his pink cat, which was actually an undercover Valkyrie. Despite how difficult times were in her past, Sears smiled and asked why Jamie decided to broach the topic. Jamie didn't even know how to answer. He didn't expect to have to listen to such a long story, and yet he could not even imagine that his father would be able to defeat such a strong person as Mr. Onyx. Their tea drinking was forced to end prematurely because the butler announced that Mr. Saphir had finally arrived to visit them. Seeing Mrs. Sears, the Archbishop, with some mockery, called her a tomboy and was surprised that she had changed so much since their last meeting. He continued to laugh with the Count's daughter, whom he remembered as a child, while Marcus Bell, enjoying their pleasant conversation, recalled that she was already the mother of 2 children. While near them, Jamie presented himself to the Archbishop with an interesting, powerful divine power. Hiding behind him, Sarah awkwardly said her name, trying not to attract the attention of her strange uncle. Sears noticed her daughter's behavior, so she picked her up and asked how Anna and Ricky were doing. Mr. Saphir replied that the young apostle talked a lot about the heir of the Welton family, and even mentioned that they were best friends. With a sincere and kind smile, Ras Armetic mentioned that Ricky asked him to tell him that he wanted to see Jamie as soon as possible. Jamie awkwardly replied that he couldn't wait for that moment either, even though he really didn't think he was particularly interested in dealing with a representative of the deity. The Marquis's assistant offered to lead the guests inside, but Mr. Marcus Bell replied that they would go there later, since he should talk with the Archbishop alone. Saying goodbye, Mr. Sephir folded his hands in front of him and said that he would pray for the blessing of their goddess to descend on the lady and her children. Hugging her beloved daughter, the lady thought about what they would do next. At one point, she remembered that Jamie had said that he would like to go to the place where there was a large drop of water known throughout the kingdom. But Jamie, realizing that he could not survive such a boring family outing, decided to change the topic and asked what Marina Forest was. He mentioned that he had heard about this place because the assistant told him not to visit it. As soon as Sears learned that his son was interested in such a place, she, with a serious and cold look, asked how such a conversation with the assistant began and whether he left the castle despite her warnings. Realizing that the slip was dangerous, Jamie began to justify himself with an awkward laugh. He explained that Mr. Sable only wanted to warn him. In response, his mother reminded him that she tirelessly repeated that he should not go anywhere without his knowledge. She said that although he is a good wizard, he is still a child for whom his parents worry. Then she pointed her finger in the direction where the Marina Forest is located. What she was thinking about at that moment remains a mystery. Seeing the direction, Jamie decided to get some more information, and provocatively said that the place looked like an ordinary forest and was unlikely to be dangerous. Mom explained that Mirinea is part of Aryajad, one of the 6 restricted areas in the entire world. Hearing this, Jamie realized that the likelihood that this was the same dark forest that Pero had spoken about was extremely high. Having explained all the details to her son and shown him the way, the mother seriously warned Jamie that he should not go in that direction. Showing awkwardness, the young magician demonstrated that he had no intention of doing something like that, although he himself was only thinking about how to find an opportunity to leave the Bell family's castle. In the evening of the same day, he broke his promise and again went in search of adventure. Venna was with him as soon as they entered the forest. They felt that this place was truly mysterious. A truly terrible aura warned them of the approach of monsters. Jamie decided not to waste time on trifles, and resorted to using huge and powerful magical explosions, as well as chain lightning, to get rid of a large number of weak monsters in one attack. Having finished the matter, he concluded that this matter was very troublesome, since it was impossible to use black mana in this forest. At one point, the guy lowered his guard. A monster appeared behind him, and Venna was forced to help him. Despite her lack of experience in using the Valkyrie's true power, she instinctively rushed to help her master, throwing him aside and simultaneously striking the monster. Looking around, she asked her teacher to stop yawning during the fight. Jamie was furious at her behavior. But after a moment, he noticed that Venna was right, and that the monster was indeed hunting him. As it turned out, Venna also lost the ability to use black magic inside this forest. Despite this, she enjoyed her stay there, saying she felt better than ever. She explained this by saying that her body became light as a feather, and the flow of the forest's power filled her from within. Jamie replied that in that case, it was good. He understood that everything was fine, because she was one of the tribe of forest Valkyries, therefore, like the elves, she was fueled by the energy of this place. Then she began to pester him with questions about what they were going to do. She understood that this was a request from the goddess, but she wanted to hear more details. Jamie was about to share his immediate plans with her, but they suddenly fell into a trap. A dark seal appeared around them that had been hidden earlier. Although they both realized the danger of the forest, they could not predict such an outcome of events. The guys flew down to hold on. Jamie tried to use magic. To his surprise, he could not use flight magic. The forest raised more and more questions in his mind. Being in free flight, he understood that if he fell to the ground at such a speed, he would not survive. To his surprise, the speed of the fall and the height of the trap turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. Once on the surface, Venna asked if they really survived. She began to panic, asking the master where they were. Looking around, Jamie saw a light that had long been familiar to him, realizing that they were in ancient ruins. The mysterious inscriptions on the walls seemed familiar to him. The great magician of the past read them aloud. After this, the mechanism began to work. The huge stone door opened. Venna was simply delighted with how the master dealt with this mysterious mechanism. Jamie replied that although he did not know who created it, he thought it was very interesting. In addition, the place seemed very ancient, because at the entrance to the ruins, he saw symbols that were used in his past life. Meanwhile, things were just as turbulent in Afton. An experienced fighter with a scar on his left eye continued to walk around the territory when he suddenly smelled blood. A moment later, his ward turned to him in panic, saying that they had found a man lying unconscious. As it turned out, it was about another victim of demon followers. Seeing the body, the chief of the guard asked his comrade to report this incident to the assistant marquis. Having examined the victim, he found it strange that he looked as if he had been killed about 4 hours ago. Looking at the patrol map, he traced the path the soldiers took during the changing of the guard. It seemed strange that in 4 hours no one had reported a body lying on the road. The guard commander hated to point the finger at his charges, but he had no choice but to check the patrol schedules. But just a moment later, a crazy and unexpected attack was made on him. One of those involved in reviving the demon appeared behind him. The madman pierced the body of the guard and took out his heart. He began to mock those who were trying to track him down, but at the same moment, a man with a terrifying aura appeared behind him. It was Swordmaster Sable, he said with a smile on his face, that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Addressing the demonic cult follower, he pulled out his curved sword and scabbard and said that he found himself in a very awkward position due to some of their actions. The man with demonic energy began to smile, asking if he had met the chief advisor, but within a moment Sable was behind him. After this, the killer felt incredible pain all over his body. He did not even notice when the swordmaster inflicted numerous wounds on him. Turning around, he called him a bastard for what he did. Sable decided to attack again, and said with a crazy look that he forgot that bodies infected with demonic energy should not be easily cut. The demon's follower begged him to stop, but since he crossed the path of such a skilled swordsman, it was the end for him. Meanwhile, Jamie and Venna walked through most of the ancient ruins. It turned out to be not so simple, and the magician understood that there were moments when he really could have died. He used life bead healing to speed up the recovery process. Confused and frightened, Venna sighed heavily, saying that she thought their song was over. Their journey began with an encounter with giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic. After this, they suddenly fell into automatic rapid-fire traps, which were not easy to avoid without the use of dark magic. At the end, there were far from the most pleasant fighting scorpions. As a result, they reached one more door. Jamie read the ancient language again. The place where horror slumbers has opened its gates. As soon as the door opened, Jamie's reaction did not change, but Venna began to behave extremely actively. First, a huge paw appeared in front of them. As it turned out, a huge teddy bear was sleeping here, and he looked displeasedly towards his unexpected guests. The guys froze in place when they saw something so unusual. As expected, Venna, being a girl, felt an incredible surge of joy and tenderness from the sight of the beautiful teddy bear. Addressing the teacher, she said that it was the first time she had seen such a cute teddy bear, but at the same moment, a huge paw of a far from friendly animal was directed towards her. Jamie yelled at her to dodge. The powerful impact destroyed the stone surface of the ruins floor. Addressing them, he furiously declared that they really dared to appear before him in this place. Jamie was surprised that this creature understood human language. In response, the bear squeezed a huge stone, turning it into small fragments. He threw them towards him with deadly speed. Having no time to turn around, Jamie used a magical barrier. But his normal magic was not enough to withstand such an attack. The barrier began to collapse and one of the stones broke through. The stone flew into his chest with incredible speed. Unable to defend himself, he flew to the side. The great magician fell to the ground and could not move. He was surprised that he survived and escaped with only most of his ribs broken. Venna immediately rushed towards her master, trying to make sure everything was all right. As it turned out, everything could have been much worse, but he was saved by a bead of life, which renewed his vitality. While watching them, the bear mentioned that he felt no resistance as he had negated their evil dark magic powers. Jamie didn't even suspect that it was his doing, so he asked how he managed it. In response, the teddy bear rushed to attack and furiously shouted that it was none of their business. The young magician was unable to defend himself, so Venna took it upon herself. She clenched her fist fiercely with the thought that she could protect her master. Returning to the events in the city, it turned out that Sable had not finished off the demon follower after all. He gave him a warning, saying that he had crossed all boundaries and ruined his plan. As it turned out, he was related to the revival of the demon and asked his ward to leave the soldiers alone. But he again continued talking about the swordmaster whom they were ordered to destroy. Sable said with a malicious smile that he should clarify the situation a little. After that, he injured him again, and 2 crosscuts appeared on the face of the demon follower. The ward fell to his knees and began to tremble. Sable told him that he didn't want to hear about the swordmaster since he didn't care about him at all. He reminded him that what mattered most to filthy demon parasites like him was obedience. With a cold gaze, he said that everything must go according to their master's plan. Venna was still able to stop the enemy's furious blow. Moreover, she even managed to stay on her feet. She couldn't afford to lose before making sure the master was safe. As it turned out, Jamie was able to recover a little, and, thanking the student for her help, began to use the magic of 6-colored torrential rain. Seeing this, the teddy bear was in no hurry to hide or defend itself. The guys were shocked when they saw that this formidable attack did not cause him any harm. They wondered if it was even possible to overcome such a monster. Mishka replied that this is due to the fact that they irrationally assessed the danger. He didn't understand why they still didn't give up. Jamie couldn't believe his impudence, so he nervously shouted that they couldn't just accept death. Venna began to complain that he attacked them just like that, even though they had no intention of fighting. In response, the bear explained that he attacked them because they left a disgusting object in his forest. Calling them criminals, he said that they must be punished. Despite his guests' excuses, he was sure that the dark force protecting the demonic egg definitely belonged to Jamie. Hearing this, Jamie was shocked, because now he knew that there really was a demonic egg somewhere nearby. Furiously clenching his fist, the bear called the guys liars and declared that he would kill all the demon's followers. After that, he again rushed to the attack. But Jamie, hoping to the last for his understanding, stood motionless and shouted that he also came to this place to get rid of the demonic egg at the request of the goddess Pyrrho. Hearing the name of the deity, the teddy bear stopped his paw at the last moment. He asked with a naive look if this was really true. In response, Jamie swore everything he had. Turning around, he said that if the bear didn't believe it, then he should come with him to see it with his own eyes. And yet, the bear resigned himself, realizing that since this forest is the territory of the goddess, if the young magician lied and defamed her name, he would immediately be punished by heaven. On the other hand, it seemed strange to him that he did not feel any divine presence emanating from the boy. Moreover, he was sure that his power, which he had suppressed, was definitely not holy. Jamie replied that this was true, clarifying that he was not following Pyrrho, but had only made a temporary deal with her. He explained that Pyrrho asked him to go into the forest and prevent the awakening of disgusting dark magic. The goddess said that in time he would understand why she wanted to send him and not one of her followers. Thinking, the bear replied that it was difficult for him to believe in all this, but he also could not deny this fact. Before leaving, Venna asked the bear to tell them about the demonic egg and the power that protects it. According to the teddy bear, the egg appeared about a month ago. He immediately went to get rid of it, but did not expect that that ominous object would be protected by a dark force. According to him, it is an incredibly dark, deep, and powerful mana. Of course, he couldn't help but try to rectify the situation. But no matter what he did, he could not break through the barrier. Therefore, he had to block the energy that surrounded the egg. Hearing this, Jamie said that he did not feel any divine power from him, and therefore wondered how he managed to block the dark force. With a smart look, the bear replied that he did it thanks to an artifact that looked like ruins. As it turns out, all these ruins are an artifact. Venna began to praise such a thing, saying that it must be very valuable. But Jamie covered her mouth and asked how the teddy bear knew the ancient language and for what purpose he needed this artifact. Mishka replied that he had no idea, but knew that this place was created about 600 years ago. Jamie decided to ask one more question. He was wondering why the teddy bear continued to limit the dark power of the area. Mishka did not understand what was going on. Recalling what the stuffed animal had said, Jamie recalled his words that he had blocked the power protecting the egg, and then assumed that he must have broken the egg on the spot. Based on this logic, he could not understand why the bear still stored this black mana in an unusable state. In response, the bear admitted that the egg was still intact. Answering the question about whether there were any obstacles, he awkwardly looked away, saying that in order to block the dark force with the help of an artifact, the caster must be in ruins. Mishka has not yet met anyone who could help him destroy that ominous demonic egg. As it turns out, this plush misunderstanding is named Tiburon. Seeing the disappointed looks, the bear admitted that he agreed with the opinion that he was just a plush toy with a bunch of ideas, but no plans to achieve them. His long tongue did not allow him to finish the work he started, but he continued to say that everyone around him was pathetic. Jamie wondered if Tiburon could sense Venna's power. Having looked closely, the bear was surprised, realizing that she had a huge amount of the Valkyrie's vitality. But Jamie meant a completely different power, saying that it was similar to his mana and was also blocked. In response, Tiburon called the energy that surrounded the egg something else. And yet, he was sure that the power he blocked was exactly the same as that which the young magician possessed. Jamie understood that this was possible, because after his past life, there were many valuable artifacts left behind, so it was possible that someone could have obtained some of his dark mana. Turning to the bear, he asked him to remove the restrictions on his strength and release them so that they could go to the egg and see it with their own eyes. Tiburon doubted whether to listen to him, because he still did not trust the owner of dark mana, and besides, if he did so, the barrier protecting the egg would return again. With an amused look, Venna suddenly asked him to trust them, saying that if her master could use his power, Then he could deal with the egg in a matter of seconds. The pressure continued to grow. The girl mentioned another argument, saying that they were sent on this task by the goddess Pyro, whose domain is this part of the forest. The teddy bear had no other option but to listen to their request. As soon as he clapped his hands, the dark mana returned to Jamie's disposal, and he began to use it again. But as it turned out, he decided to act very insidiously. The guy immediately released a huge amount of his energy and spread it throughout the room. Excited, Byron asked what he was doing. Even Venna was worried, as she did not understand her master's cunning plan. Jamie was very serious, he said with a sly look that no one dares to push him around. The teddy bear, thinking about how to stop him, asked what he was up to. Jamie flew up, inserting himself into the artifact system. He decided to take control of everything. At one point, he suddenly felt great pressure and began coughing up blood. The bear charged, asking how he dared do something like that. Wiping off the blood, Jamie arrogantly declared that the bear should not act rashly. The beast stopped as soon as he heard that if he did not stop raging, then there would be nothing left of the ruins. Having calmed his student, Jamie thought that the mental barrier of this artifact was quite good. But even so, he had no intention of stopping. The bear suddenly felt that his connection with the ruins had been lost. He understood that this was the work of a young magician, but it seemed a mystery to him how he could so quickly penetrate such an advanced and reliable system. Jamie replied that he had appointed him as an assistant to the owner of the artifact, after which he warned that for his information, his owner was not the only one who was well versed in artifacts. The business guy admitted that he couldn't leave alone the object that was blocking his powers. Although he couldn't call it a real limitation, he had no intention of leaving such a thing in the public domain. Bear didn't understand what they were talking about, while Jamie was thinking about how they managed to block his dark energy, a power that could absorb even holy energy. He continued to press the teddy bear, calling the restrictions some kind of clever trick. Once Jamie had full control, he stopped stalling for time and grabbed the student's hand. Addressing the bear, the guy asked him not to chase them. Disappearing, he mockingly said that even if the bear wanted to, it would hardly be able to leave the ruins. After these words, Jamie disappeared right in front of his nose. Meanwhile, at the Bell family mansion, the report of what happened during the night began. Mr. Marcus couldn't believe what was happening. While he was sleeping peacefully, the guards of his city lost 9 soldiers. In addition, the wards had another disappointing news, and it concerned his assistant. According to the guards, no one has seen him since last night. The gentleman could not believe that everything was so bad. While he was thinking about how to avoid tragedy, his ward, who hid his true intentions, reached Pyro's church. Climbing onto the roof, he waited for his victim to appear. Being next to the marquee, he heard details that were important to him. According to the archbishop, they received a call from the chief head of the spiritual area. That man sent the sacred guardians of order to Afton. In addition, one of the gentlemen was going to visit them. Such a decision seemed very responsible and risky, but the Pyro Church was ready to do anything to protect its territories. Sable, being close to them, absorbed information about what his enemies' next steps would be. He was excited for the enemies to arrive at Pyro's church in the city of Afton. Having learned the time of arrival of the priests, he was going to finish off Ricky and Anna before serious opponents appeared. Meanwhile, Jamie and Venna arrived at the egg the bear was talking about. They were surprised that the barrier protecting the egg actually consisted of energy that belonged to the young magician. Even Jamie himself did not understand that the black mana that belonged to him had been forgotten in such a place. The barrier was painted with ancient symbols that only Diablo could read. Having touched it, he began to read the spell described on the barrier itself. As soon as he began to interact with the energy, he became aware of its occurrence. This black mana really belonged to him, but it was preserved from his previous life. The item protecting the egg is an artifact called Leviathan. This confirmed everything, because we are talking about a grimoire that was an integral part of the existence of Diablo Wolfer. Jamie couldn't understand how he could forget something like that. It only meant that his memories were incomplete. In addition, it is worth saying that quite by accident I remembered the rebellion against divinity. The strange thing was that he did not have any discomfort due to the holes in his memory. Venna asked what he could understand. Jamie made it clear that now was not the time to talk, after which he suggested that she take some kind of artifact in the form of a ring. Having put it on her finger, the girl learned that her master received this item inside the ruins. He asked her to infuse the ring with mana to harness its true power. As soon as Venna did this, The ring turned into a large hammer. Seeing such an interesting object, the girl began to rejoice, and her master asked her to take the situation seriously and continue to monitor the area. To deal with the power of his own grimoire, Jamie was forced to rely on its strength because he needed to delay the process. As soon as he began to interact with the dark mana of the barrier, he shouted to Levithian that it must return to its owner. While the guy was trying to return an item from his past life, an enemy approached them. Filled with anger, the girl who was responsible for the safety of the egg was furious that they had broken into her territory. She immediately rushed towards them and launched a powerful attack. Jamie shouted to the student that she should block this blow. Judging by her face, she was very excited about the incredible strength of the enemy. Holding her hammer tightly, Venna gathered her courage and decided to test its strength. She sent a strong blow towards the enemy attack. A powerful explosion spread throughout the forest. Despite the incredible power of the enemy attack, she managed to defend herself, but now she could barely stand on her feet. Looking around, Jamie felt the holy power of the stranger, after which he assumed that she was from the Church of Genis. The stranger with blue hair replied that he had good instincts. Jamie could have fought her, but he was trying to buy some time to get his grimoire back from the past. Distracting the enemy with conversations, he asked what the Church of Genis forgot in such a place. Looking at her, he guessed that she was unlikely to come to try to destroy the demon egg. The stranger, who was a knight of the Church of Genis, had a special interest in the girl who was able to block her attack. Addressing her, she called her a weirdo with pink hair and a ridiculous hammer. Rushing into the attack, she stated that Venna was able to put together a combo because she most of all hates girls with pink hair and similar weapons. Launching a furious attack that Venna barely managed to block, she shouted that she would finish her off first. The enemy was really strong. Despite the fact that the young Valkyrie was strengthened by the energy of the forest, it was not easy for her to withstand enemy attacks. Venna did not yet have much experience fighting with weapons using the Valkyrie's power. Seeing her opponent's movements, Jamie shouted that she should be careful. At the last moment, she noticed that the enemy's left fist was pointed at her. Still, she managed to react in time, her wide attack with her hammer causing the enemy to jump back. Venna was filled with anger at the impudent girl who continued to talk during their battle, so she took the initiative and rushed to attack. In defense, the knight of the Church Genis continued to chat and made a provocation, saying that she did not feel the blows of the pink-haired girl at all. Desperately rushing to attack, Venna shouted that she was still not finished. After this, the experienced and deadly knight decided to take the matter seriously. She wondered if the Valkyrie could withstand her next attack. Within a moment, the knight found herself behind the pink-haired girl. Venna didn't even have time to notice how she missed several blows with her sword. Within a moment, her wounds opened up. Jamie, shouting her name, understood that he could not intervene, because although he could defeat the enemy, in this case, he would lose too much valuable time destroying the demon egg. Despite being seriously wounded, Venna did not give up. She shouted to her master that he should not move. She convinced him that she still had the strength to continue the battle. The arrogant knight continued to treat her like a toy. She began to mock her for her pain, then asked if she was really going to fight in this state. In response, Venna said that she had no other option, because the main priority was to protect the master. Calling her a slave, the knight of the Genis Church said that children like her sometimes need to think with their heads and analyze the danger. Ignoring the enemy's stupid provocations, Venna began to use black magic with a sly smile. The knight of the Genis Church could not believe that this girl had such power. The curse of sense reversal gave him time to maneuver. While the knight resisted mental black magic, Venna rushed to attack. At the last moment, the knight managed to raise her hand. She managed to put up a defense and block the powerful blow of the hammer that was aimed at her head. Venna noticed that the curse suddenly stopped working. This was her last chance to defeat her enemy with one blow. Filled with rage, the knight was about to strike a powerful blow. She grabbed her sword tightly and began pouring a huge amount of divine energy into it. After that, she dealt a devastating blow towards the Valkyrie. Venna knew that her time was running out. She put all her remaining strength into stopping the enemy attack. As soon as their attacks collided, a powerful and loud explosion occurred throughout the forest. The trees around the epicenter of the impact began to burn. As a result, Venna was unable to cope with the enemy. She didn't understand what had happened. The strength suddenly left her body. Losing consciousness, the girl tried to pull herself together to protect her master. Her eyes began to close the moment the enemy approached her, and began to whine that the black witch had injured her blessed body. Looking at the girl with pink hair, the knight hatedly threatened to deal with her master in a matter of seconds right before her eyes. At the same moment, Jamie appeared not far from her and asked if she was sure of her words. Rising into the air, he said that he did not understand her hatred, because he had not yet managed to harm her. The time that Venna gained was more than enough for the magician to return his grimoire. Using Leviathan, Jamie began to absorb the enemy's power. It was the black magic of gluttony that turns any entity into food. Absorbing the enemy's holy power, Jamie felt a certain disgust. Despite this, he intended to completely get rid of the enemy. After this, the magician descended to the ground, and turning to his ward, thanked her for her dedication. Thanks to her desperate battle, he managed to overcome the egg's barrier. Hearing that she no longer had to worry about her master, Venna felt blissfully calm. But as it turned out, the battle was not over yet. Their opponent was able to resist and avoid being completely engulfed. Looking at her, Jamie confirmed his suspicions that he was not dealing with a simple priest of the Church of Genis. The furious girl had no intention of stopping. She unleashed her true form using the power of the divine sanctuary. The atmosphere began to heat up. The magician realized that the enemy had even more holy power than the bishop with whom he had fought earlier. Moreover, it was also distinguished by the fact that it had significant combat capability. The Knight of the Church of Genis could cause problems. Having released her true form, the blue-haired girl turned to the magician, saying that she did not expect that such power could force her to show real strength. Approaching Jamie, she assumed that he was also a black sorcerer. Hearing the confirmation, she resolutely clenched her weapon. As she launched her first attack, she shouted that she was forced to finish off the dark sorcerer who had defiled their divine power. Jamie remained calm, believing that in this case it would be better to use his charges. After that, he summoned his undead vault, and an unholy gate appeared behind him. With a sly smile, he told the knight that he would have to meet a special creature. After this, Jamie called upon Nebro, and the unholy gates opened. Together with the 6th-level Lich, Ryze and Azard got out. The owner of divine power called the dark magician a disgusting insolent for daring to summon the undead right under her nose. Filled with rage, she threw a powerful punch towards Jamie. The powerful flow of divine energy was stopped by dark magic belonging to the undead. The Holy Knight couldn't believe that some undead could stop her attack. Meanwhile, the demon's follower returned to his master's egg. She had a look of horror on his face. He couldn't understand how the egg could grow so big in size. While he was wondering where the maturing demon was able to get so much power for development, Jamie crept up to him. The young magician said that his dark energy is great for speeding up the process. Hearing his voice, Damon jumped to a safe distance and asked in panic who he was dealing with. While Jamie was asking why the enemies decided to bring the demon back to life on the property of the Pyro Church, Azard brought the wounded Valkyrie. Snapping his fingers, the young magician suggested finishing what he started. After that, Ryze suddenly appeared in front of them and dealt with the demon's follower with one attack. His strength was more than enough to deal with the enemy. The follower of the dark creature fell to the ground. He continued to reach with his trembling hand towards the egg that contained his master. After this, he lost consciousness. But at one point, the egg cracked. Looking around, Ryze sensed danger, and his owner ordered him to jump away. Tentacles began to spread from the egg, but Ryze managed to dodge. When the guy jumped back and began to watch, he was shocked by what was happening. The tentacles of the demonic egg grabbed the body of its ward and pulled him towards itself. Jamie believed that this was inevitable, after which he warned his servants that the demon should now have enough vitality to be reborn. Despite the danger of the situation, he had no intention of turning it around. The egg's scallop began to collapse. The demon completed its development. Meanwhile, the battle between Nebro and the Knight of the Genis Church continued. The skeleton could easily stop her furious attacks using a shield. He even mocked her, threatening the death of the undead, which she had overcome such a concept on her own. The blue-haired girl jumped back. She realized that she was wasting a lot of time, so she was afraid that her master would not like it if everything did not go according to plan. But after just a moment, the participants in the battle felt powerful energy. Nebro began to feel a lot of pressure, and even his dead body began to tremble. The Knight of the Church of Genisa gloated, realizing that the demon had finally appeared. Looking around, the Lich was worried about his master, believing that such a terrifying monster could suppress even death itself. The demon's presence threatened everyone in the area, but the Knight of the Church, Genis, was not going to retreat. She resolutely declared that if she was destined to give up the ghost in this place, then she would take the dark magician with her. Continuing to fight, the faithful Lich Nebro hoped that the master can save himself from the terrifying power of the demon. Meanwhile, Ricky sensed something was wrong. Being nearby, Anna noticed his concern and asked what was the matter. He replied with horror that if they did nothing, then all the people dear to them would die. Saint Anna did not understand what was being said. At the same moment, their ward burst into their room without knocking and shouted that they needed to slowly leave the church. Taking his sister's hand, Ricky urged her to hurry up. He understood that if they remained in the church, they would only be a burden to their comrades. News of what was happening in the lands reached the Marquis. One of the guards burst into his office and shouted that a terrifying force had awakened in the Marina forest. In response, the determined man gave the order to prepare the troops. He was going to not wait for the demon to arrive and strike first. At the same moment, his daughter came running to him. Marcus Bell began to convince her that despite the situation, she should not worry. Before he could finish his speech regarding the plan to evacuate them, Sears reported that Jamie was missing. The gentleman could not believe that this could happen. With tears in her eyes, the frightened mother said she thought he had gone into Marina Forest. Her assumption was correct, because she herself told Jamie in which direction the most dangerous, forbidden zone of these lands was located. The demon was a moment before awakening. The young magician's unprepared body began to tremble. Although he did not feel fear, he understood that fighting such a creature would be a real challenge for him. Demons are something that harms all living things with their mere presence. Even his dead servants could not hide their fear. Their bodies trembled, and they called on their master to save himself. Jamie understood that if the demon was completely freed, even he, the owner of the perfect cage, would have a hard time. The first thing he did was return Rise back to the vault. Then he decided to ask Azard to take Venna as far as possible, but as soon as he began the phrase, that cowardly servant did not even listen to the end and ran towards the exit from the forest. But after a moment, Jamie completely forgot about the insolence of his charge. The ominous voice of a demon addressed him, asking whether the young magician was really confident that he could handle it on his own. He figured it wouldn't be as interesting if his first enemy just gave up. Appearing in the human dimension in this manner, he angrily stated that this situation irritated him. The power of the enemy exceeded all Jamie's expectations because a noble demon appeared before him. Approaching the 10-year-old magician, the demon was surprised that he knew something about their species. Having learned that the guy was so knowledgeable, he promised that he would eat him a little later. The arrogant monster introduced himself, asking to be called Rivetta. This demon is the Baron of the Great Devil's domain. Understanding the high status of this demon, Jamie understood that he had at least the rank of a master. Addressing the man whom he considered pathetic, Rivetta asked him not to be afraid and to understand one truth, that since he appeared on Earth, humanity would have no salvation. Even though Jamie was not ready to fight the masters at his current level of power, he did not run away. The monster began to approach him. The great magician of the past prepared for battle, activating the absolute invulnerability of the Ideal Cell artifact. Seeing such an interesting thing, the demon promised that if he gave it away, he would die quickly and painlessly. In response, Jamie awkwardly said that he was not crazy to agree to his own death. After these words, the monster decided to start doing what he loved. Releasing a huge amount of power, he was excited to see how long his opponent could hold out. Jamie decided to take action and, flying into the sky, used his Leviathan grimoire. Watching the events in the forest, Sable felt some annoyance. The demon they summoned did not live up to his expectations, because it was the weakest of the 5 nobles, Baron Rivetta. And yet he understood that even this option was not bad, because for ordinary people it would turn out to be a real disaster. The Knights of Count Bell and the allied troops were already heading into the forest to destroy the monster. Realizing this, Sable began to think that the enemies had made a huge mistake by not leaving anyone to defend their own home. Meanwhile, Hazard was running away with all his might. Feeling the incredibly powerful force behind him that came from the demon, he could not believe that his master would dare to fight such a monster. And yet, he understood that if he was still alive, it meant that the master was fine. When Venna woke up, Azard explained to her that the boss ordered her to be taken away and run to a safe place, since the demon had already awakened. As soon as the girl realized that she was in the arms of some man, she began screaming for him to let her go. Leaning against the tree, she felt weak from the previous battle. She was scared just by the sight of the demon's powerful aura, even though he was quite far away. Hazard explained that Mr. Jamie was going to fight this monster. Understanding the young Valkyrie's intentions, he warned her that if she went there, she would only be in the way. The betrayed student excitedly stated that if she intervened, she could buy some time for the master to escape before she died. But seeing the Valkyrie's condition, Hazard said that she had no chance of helping in such a state. Within a moment, he began to suddenly disappear. After that, her hammer fell in its place. Fearing for her master's life, Venna was serious about attacking the demon, against whom she had no chance of winning. The summoning of the undead was cancelled, and coincidentally, the explosion behind her happened at the same time. The girl began to remember all the kindness she received from her master. Rage began to consume her at the mere thought that she could not continue to fight. Just a moment later, she suddenly heard the hammer start talking to her. The mysterious artifact addressed the girl, calling her a young Valkyrie with strong and pure blood. Hammer, overflowing with power, said that Venna should remember this feeling. Even though she had not matured like a Valkyrie, he allowed her to use his power. As it turns out, this weapon was forged by a legendary blacksmith to serve the Valkyrie Queen. This hammer is named Filion. Despite trying to win, Jamie couldn't cope and even ran out of energy to fly. He had lost too much blood and the beat of life could no longer help him. Besides, he couldn't even summon the Blackling to buy himself some time to use high-rank magic. He realized that he was still too weak. But at one moment, he landed not on the cold and hard ground, but right in the huge plush paw of a bear. Jamie was simply shocked. When he asked how Tiburon ended up here, the bear replied that he knew his way around the area in which he had spent about 600 years. Looking at the dissatisfied guy, he admitted that he could not even think that he would stay and fight the demon alone. He only confirmed his opinion that Jamie has a noble heart, worthy of the one whom the goddess chose. Then he lowered the magician to the ground. Jamie was sad because he didn't want to accept the words of some teddy bear. At that moment, the demon baron appeared behind them. Rivetta gave the bear a strong cutting blow with his claws and asked him not to interfere with his meal. The strength of this monster was enough to pierce the thick skin of an animal that Jamie's magic could not hurt. The demon was pleasantly surprised and said that he actually tried to cut off his arm in one blow. He admitted that for a creature in the surface world, the Tiburon teddy bear was quite powerful. With a purposeful and serious look, the bear took the compliment for granted. After that, he clarified that he was also very fast and delivered a strong blow. Rivetta was severely injured for the first time and coughed up blood. As it turned out, Tiburon did not arrive on the battlefield alone. Within a moment, Venna appeared in front of them and delivered an incredibly powerful blow with her hammer. The demon, unable to resist such successful teamwork, flew into the surface with a roar. Winking at her master, Venna said that she could not leave him in such a situation. Jamie asked in confusion what was wrong with her hair, but the girl took it as a compliment and began to smile sweetly. Turning to the red-haired Valkyrie, Tiburon asked her not to be distracted. At one point, Rivetta appeared right under his feet. With a sly smile, the monster sent a powerful beam of dark energy towards the bear, saying that this is not the end. Powerful demonic energy spread throughout the forest. Due to this amount of power, most of the fighters became incapacitated and could barely contain their nausea. The Marquise's assistant did not understand why they did not wait for reinforcements from the Church of Pyro to receive their blessing, which would have given them at least some chance. Marcus Bell was alarmed, realizing that even though the demon was so far away from them, its energy had disabled most of their powers. Only the fighters of the Order of Fear, who were the escort detachment of the Welton family, stood confidently. The Marquis understood that if they failed here, then his daughter and grandchildren would be in danger. At one point, he felt an unexpected strong gust of wind. A letter suddenly arrived to him. An incredibly fast force, the speed of which was comparable to the wind, was heading towards the epicenter of events. As soon as Jamie canceled the summoning to save some energy to fight the demon, the Knight of the Church of Janissa freed herself from the battle and began to flee from the forest. She felt truly disgusted by the demonic energy that surrounded her, and yet she was not worried about what would happen next, since her task was simply to summon the demon. Having carried out the order, she felt relieved, believing that the boss would not punish her for some mistakes. She was right, because there is no need for a boss to punish a dead ward. Along with a powerful gust of wind, her head was blown off her shoulders. At the time of these events, the bear Tiburon could no longer resist. The young Valkyrie completely lost consciousness after another enemy attack. The arrogant demon began to laugh, saying that he did not expect that the pitiful people from the surface would be able to surprise him. He didn't even think that he would have to try hard to fight in this world. Sensing the destructive power that came from Jamie's spell, he asked what he called this attack. At the last moment, Diablo used the road to destruction, dark magic, which releases all the energy absorbed by the grimoire at once. This spell has the power to cause large-scale destruction. Despite this, the last hope that Venna and the bear gave to the young master was wasted. The destructive power was not enough, and the enemy only lost an arm. Rivetta quickly recovered and then said it was time to end it. Flying into the sky, he began to collect an incredible amount of magic into a sphere, which he was going to direct at the enemy. Considering this the right moment for the appropriate question, Rivetta asked if the magician had any last words. Jamie, having come to terms with this ending, asked to finish it quickly, but at the same moment he felt a powerful flow of wind. Within a moment, a swordmaster appeared in front of him and cut through the demonic baron and his huge sphere of dark energy. This incredible swordmaster turned out to be Mr. Beryl Onyx. In the letter that he left for Mr. Bell, he asked him not to let anyone into the forest, as this would lead to unnecessary losses. One of the 5 swordmasters of the kingdom promised that he would take care of the demon with his own strength. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest came to the archbishop's office. With a sly smile on his face, Sable asked where the apostle of the goddess Pero was. The archbishop respectfully replied that if the marquise's assistant worshipped the goddess, then he should immediately leave this room. With a defiant look, Sable asked if he could stay if he didn't honor the goddess. Looking up, Mr. Sepher seriously replied that in this case he would have to take action. Drawing his blade from its sheath, Sable asked if he was really confident that he could withstand the first sword of the Church of Genus. Hearing this, Mr. Saphir realized that all this time there had been a terrifying traitor among them. Raising his blade upward, Sable declared that eternal peace would be engraved on the tip of his sword. With his hand on his heart, he told the archbishop that on this day of judgment, the goddess Pyro would face great losses, which would be followed by the complete destruction of her presence on earth. Meanwhile, the troops of the Church of Genus were sent to a safer place. Among them were Ricky and Anna. Church Apostle Pero sensed that the archbishop's power had suddenly weakened. The battle, which Jamie, Tiburon, and Venna could not cope with, was ended in an instant by the swordmaster. Jamie did not have time to follow such a quick blow from the strangely large sword. In addition, incredible speed was combined with a terrifying level of strength. The guy realized that the power of the wind looked extremely terrifying. Turning to the young magician, Sir Beryl asked what he had forgotten here. Jamie began to awkwardly make excuses, saying that he was interested because everyone kept telling him not to go to this place. He said he didn't think he'd meet a demon here. As it turned out, his lie was unsuccessful. Beryl said that he saw everything with his own eyes. Turning around, he asked the young master not to worry, saying that everyone has some secrets that no one wants to talk about. Jamie bit his lip nervously, not knowing how many of his secrets this man had seen. After that, the guy asked the great swordmaster what he was doing here. Mr. Beryl answered mysteriously that he took this task because he was perfect for it. As soon as Tiburon regained consciousness, he asked who such a strong swordsman was. Sir Beryl introduced himself to him as one of the seekers of the truth of this world, who came to the forest to pick up an object entrusted to the local region at the request of Isis. After these words, the bear immediately realized that we were talking about the border. Beryl Onyx replied that he wanted to ask the creature responsible for the artifact to open the Gremia gate for him. Listening to all these conversations, Jamie did not understand what they were talking about, because the mention of the truth of the world, borders, and Greece seemed something unknown to him. Tiburon showed that he was very happy to help, but apologized, saying that he was not in charge of boundaries at the moment. After that, he looked at the young magician and he realized that we were talking about the ruins that he was trying to get. Jamie was forced to take them inside the artifact in question. Having learned such a strange detail, Beryl said with surprise that he did not even think that in addition to the battle with the demon, Jamie would also get involved with Gremia. In response, the young magician began to laugh awkwardly. Before starting, the bear, in anticipation of such a historical event, clenched his fists. Extending his fist to the young magician, he asked to transfer power over the ruins to him. Jamie, who was trying to protect himself from the power that could limit his dark power, did not want to lose the ruins. Still, Beryl seemed like a compelling reason for him to go against his principles. Feeling some awkwardness, he complied with the condition. By striking Tiburon's fist, he caused a magical resonance, and thereby transferred control of the artifact. After this, the teddy bear opened the borders without delay. Unexpectedly for Jamie, he also interacted with this artifact. His consciousness was transported to a mysterious place where an unfamiliar voice greeted him, calling him the mysterious owner of Black Mana. Seeing a strange elderly man, Jamie assumed that he was the one who prevented the takeover of the artifact system. Jamie guessed that he was not just an ordinary defense, but most likely the creators of this artifact. He turned out to be right. Standing in front of him was a brilliant creator of artifacts named Armeon. In the past, he was a 9th rank wizard, which was very rare at that time. Jamie was surprised by the amount of vanity in his words. Being an old-fashioned and modest magician, Diablo could afford such a remark. After this, he suggested that Armeon is the so-called border. In response, the old man replied that although he was close to Isis, he was not a border. Pointing his hand at the sword, he said that, at the request of the lightning dragon, he was guarding this item. With a sincere smile, he noted that the Gremia artifact was not just a place designed to observe the valuable lightning dragon sword. He created this incredible item for the benefit of the one he expected. Hearing this, Jamie asked not to speak in riddles and tell him who he was talking about. The great master replied that he was waiting for the owner of Black Mana, who had the power to destroy 12 gods. According to him, he was expecting someone who could handle such power. Straightening his fingers nervously, Jamie asked how he knew the ancient language and other little things that should have been forgotten long ago. It seemed strange to him, because even Ganon did not know about the power that could kill the gods. With a serious look, the young dark magician warned the creator of the artifacts that if his answer did not satisfy his interest, then he would be immediately destroyed. With the same calm smile, Armeon replied that in this world that incredible creature left traces, and he learned the ancient language while following these marks. Jamie was shocked and asked if there really were traces of Diablo Wolfer in this world. The old man was surprised when he heard the real name of the one for whom he had come such a hard way. He admitted that he never managed to recognize that man, although he had been looking for him all his life. After this, he said that all that was clear was that the young magician had inherited his mana. Extending his hand towards the young magician, he said that in this case he wanted to give him something valuable. After this gesture, Jamie felt an incredible amount of energy. Even the life bead was completely filled, while normal replenishment of its reserves would have taken him a very long time. Holding the true core of Gremia in his hands, Armeon said that it was an artifact capable of changing its shape. According to him, this is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of the owner. Helpless in the face of the truth, he created it, investing everything he had in anticipation of this day. Having met a man who inherited the will of a great wizard from the past, Master Armeon transferred all the power of the artifact into the hands of Jamie. Sensing the incredible potential of this item, Diablo Wolfer was delighted. Having obtained such amazing power, he thought that this artifact was on par with the 3 divine weapons he had created. In a sense, Gremius's artifact was even superior to his own creations, since it had incredible potential that depended only on him. All the priests have already left the Pyro Church in Afton, except one. Ras Armatic hastily ran back, as he felt that the divine power of Mr. Sephir began to fade. Running inside his office, he shouted his name. The Archbishop barely remained conscious. His entire body was wounded due to the blows of the first sword of the Genus Church. With incredible horror, the trembling Knight of Light said that the Master needed to get help as soon as possible. But as soon as he tried to heal the Archbishop's wounds, he felt that this was impossible, since another sacred power was interfering with his healing. The dying Mr. Sephir asked not to worry about him, and ordered to protect the apostle and saint. The man said that it was the Church of Janus, and one of their strongest fighters was already heading after their squad to destroy Riki and Anna. With tears in his eyes, Raz shouted that he could not leave his teacher to die like this. Extending a trembling hand towards the student, Mr. Sephir said that he understood his feelings. As he placed his hand on the head of the devastated Knight of Light, he said that his last request was to protect the future generation of the Church of Pyro. Biting his lip, Raz said with tears on his face that he would definitely avenge him. But despite this, the master asked him not to follow the lead of revenge. He really had to hurry as Sable had already launched an attack on Pyro's priest squad. Finally, the archbishop said that he was grateful to the knight for fighting in the name of their church. When asked by the swordmaster if everything was okay, Jamie replied that everything was fine, but admitted that he felt a little discomfort. After that, he asked if he received what he came for. Holding a dragon sword in his hand, Sir Beryl replied that his mission was accomplished. Looking at the guy, Tibyron asked what happened to the artifact. He wasn't sure if the magician knew that he had returned a little later than them. In addition, he was worried that his connection with Gramea had been completely severed. He wanted to hear what happened during their absence. Showing the artifact, Jamie replied that he had met with the spiritual matter of Master Armian and received the Gremia as a gift. As soon as the magician released the power of the artifact, the guys were convinced that it was true. Looking up, Beryl admitted that this item was much more valuable than the Gram sword he had come for. The bear couldn't believe that Armaeon actually gave him this item. The dark magician, hiding his artifact, replied that this idea belonged to the master himself. The moment the Gram was taken away, he gave it all power over the control of the item. Looking at the guy, the bear asked why he decided so. Without being long-winded, Jamie demonstrated his strength by touching the bear. After this, something similar to healing happened, and Tibyron's wound began to heal thanks to the properties of Gremium. Saying that Sears probably couldn't find a place for himself, Sir Beryl suggested returning. Jamie agreed with his words, realizing that he would have to justify himself to her because of his crazy act. But at one moment, he felt something was wrong. Having at his disposal a piece of his friend that had turned into an undead, he realized that he was in danger. Seeing his sudden trembling, Beryl asked what happened. The young magician replied that the goddess's apostle was in danger. Sir Beryl decided to clarify whether he meant his friend Ricky. In response, Jamie shouted that they did not have time to discuss, since the Church of Pero was about to lose its saints. Without hesitation, Beryl grabbed the guy and threw him over his shoulder. He asked where the detachment of priests of the Pyro Church was located. Hearing that it was southeast of the church, he immediately rushed forward. His incredible wind power allowed him to literally fly. Looking up at the sky, Tiburon sadly said that they didn't even have time to say goodbye. As soon as he thought that he should return to his home, he heard the whining of the Valkyrie, which the guys forgot to take with them. Mr. Marcus Bell and the captain of the land detachment, Hayes, who were located near the forest, had already ceased to feel the demonic source of energy, so they decided that the danger had passed and Beryl had dealt with the terrifying demon. But as it turned out, their problems were not over yet, because frightened guards came running to them. The wards reported that groups of demons appeared on the territory of their city and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Although the knights who were left behind were able to stop the enemies, it turned out that some of the demons were disguised as local residents or soldiers. Hearing this, Mr. Bell began to regret that he had acted too late to resolve this incident. But after that, he learned no less terrifying news that Archbishop Sepher had been killed during an enemy attack. Moreover, based on eyewitness accounts, the guard could confidently say that Sir Sable was in the church at the time of the incident. They didn't even realize that after the Archbishop was eliminated, he went after the saints. Ras Armetic tried with all his might to protect the apostle and saint, however. He could not even imagine that their opponent would be such a powerful sword master. A trembling Anna and Ricky stood behind him, asking if their older brother was okay. Replying that they should not worry, Ras Armetic turned to the enemy and asked how long they had been planning this attack. His hypocritical opponent, who was formerly known as the Marquis's assistant, continued to smile. He confidently walked forward, saying that he did not even expect that the opportunity to get rid of the goddess's apostle would be served on a silver platter. After that, he rushed to the attack and struck directly with his sword. Ras Armetic managed to notice the blow from the right, and at the last moment moved away. But despite this, he suddenly felt wounded on the other side. Seeing his older brother's blood, Ricky screamed his name in fear. In response, Ras Armetic shouted that they should not move. This was not the first time something like this happened. The Knight of Light was sure that he had dodged, but he was wounded again. Swinging his sword, Sable told the warrior of the Pyro Church that he could not be stopped. Clutching his wound, Ras asked if he was a swordmaster. In response, Sable arrogantly asked why the knight only realized this now. After that, he said that his power is changes in causality, so if he strikes, the enemy will definitely be injured. The terrifying truth was that he could delay taking damage after he had injured his opponent. That is, Ras Armetic may notice the wound, but will only feel the pain after a time when it is convenient for the sword master. Hearing these details, Ricky thought it was some kind of nonsense. Ras Armetic could not believe that there was a government capable of denying logic. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Sable prepared to strike, and said that this world is full of monsters. Within a moment, he found himself behind the Knight of Light with a smile. Looking at him, he said that, unfortunately, he considered himself one of the highest-ranking monsters. After these words, many deep wounds appeared on the body of the Knight of Light. Fearing for his older brother's life, Ricky rushed towards him. Ras Armetic could not move due to the severity of his injuries, and Sable, understanding the situation, was already looking forward to the elimination of the apostle of the goddess Pyro. Overcome with emotion, Ricky began using his divine power again without realizing it. As soon as he approached his elder brother, there was a powerful surge of divine energy that began to destroy everything around him. After that, Ras Armetic suddenly appeared on a hill and said that he did not expect that the first blade of the Church of Genis would be able to push him away. Looking at him with a sly look, Sable asked what kind of holy power this was. Sir Ras Armetic fully recovered his fighting ability and rushed into a furious attack. Filled with anger, he was not going to answer the enemy and said that if he wanted to know the answer, then he should ask Genis. After that, he launched many powerful strikes with divine energy, but Sable was able to dodge each of them. First Blade Genis jumped back and said that his father hated being asked questions. He rushed to the attack, saying that it would be better to cut the enemy with a sword instead of wasting time on questions. Ras Armetic barely managed to block his attack. The Knight of Light could barely resist. The arrogant Sable said that he was arrogant if he thought he could stop him. The moment Sable once again used the power of changing causality, Ras Armetic replied that he should not look down on them. Ricky, being on the sidelines, used his divine power, and the swordsman of the Genis Church was unexpectedly wounded. Church Apostle Pyro joined the battle. The first blade of the Church of Genis fell to the ground due to the punishment of causation change cancellation. If a causality that cannot be dealt with does not work, then the damage is returned to the user of the ability. Using the body of her apostle, Pyro said that the swordsman was just a pathetic little man, unable to resist God's power. Despite his injury, Sable continued to laugh. With an angry look, he said that awakening the powers of an apostle at such a moment was too commonplace. Rising to his feet, the wounded swordsman of the Church of Genis recognized the magnificence of the apostle's divine power and was surprised that it had revived Sir Ras and negated the powers of changing causality. Not wanting to hear his arrogant speech, Ras shouted that he should shut up, then rushed to attack using his judgment ability. Despite the amount of divine power released, Sable was able to stop his attack with his bare fist. After that, he began to release his own energy, and from its power, the sword of the Knight of Light began to collapse. With an arrogant smile, the swordsman of the Genis Church said that if the goddess Pyro could not descend to earth, then they all remain insignificant people, which are not a hindrance to him. Due to his pressure, Ras Armetic suddenly lost his blade. Seeing this, the Knight of Light could only count on the support of the apostle. With trembling hands, Ricky tried to use the ability of divine power, concentrating on his opponent. But at one point, Sable suddenly disappeared. He jumped up to deliver a powerful attack. While in the air, Sable gloatingly said that this time the apostle would not be able to put up a protective block. Anna sensed danger and desperately shouted her older brother's name. But at the same moment, they heard a familiar voice that out loud cast spells of severe pain and merging with lightning. Jamie unexpectedly joined the battle and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy who was in the air. After that, he shouted that Ricky should finish him off right now. The enemy was immobilized and the apostle rushed to attack. Using divine power, he punched him with an incredibly powerful punch. The enemy flew tens of meters away from the force of the apostle's trembling fist. Ricky couldn't believe he managed to do it. After this, Ras Armetic excitedly rushed towards the saint of the church. They didn't expect Jamie to come to their aid. Turning to Ricky, Jamie said with concern that he thought things were going wrong, and that's why he intervened. Ras Armetic explained that all this happened because of Sable. Hearing this name, Beryl asked if he was really talking about the assistant to the Marquis. Jamie also couldn't believe it. saying that it didn't dawn on him even after using magic. At the same moment, a line appeared at the dark magician's neck, which only Sir Beryl could notice. In an instant, he realized that it was an enemy attack. He immediately pushed Jamie away from the attack. Sable could still continue to fight. He said gloatingly that he was unlucky because he was already aiming at the boy's neck and hoped to get rid of his problems. Because Beryl was able to notice his attack, he admitted that the title of Sword Master is not something one simply obtains. Riki and Ras Armetic were simply shocked that their enemy survived such powerful attacks and even looked like he was not injured. With a mad smile, Sable pointed his terrifying blade at them and said that changing causality can be used not only to harm someone. Pointing to his destroyed hand, he said that he had to pay a great price in order to avoid death. At the same moment, Sir Beryl planted his sword into the surface and ordered everyone to step aside. The great swordsman, saving Jamie, lost his left arm, but still intended to finish off the enemy with his own strength. Looking at him, Sable sadly said that it would be boring, because without a second hand, Beryl would not be able to demonstrate his true strength. Restoring his body with Genis's divine energy, Sable asked if Beryl really believed he could handle him in this state. In response, Sir Onyx, confidently holding his sword, stated that he did not care, because his wind would cut any opponent into pieces. Jamie and the others left the battlefield due to the danger and began to watch. Looking at the Swordmaster, he understood that if it were not for Beryl Onyx, then all of them would already be dead. Ras Armetic came closer to him and asked if their comrade could cope. Jamie himself did not know what the result of the battle would be, so he replied that they could only watch. In any case, they had no chance to interfere in the battle of the Swordmasters. The powerful energies of Beryl and Sable collided in a fierce battle. Watching the enemy, Ras continued to think about how such an incredible ability like changing causality could exist. They already understood that Sir Beryl had learned something about the physical form of the power of changing causality, but even for him, it would not be easy to resist such a power. What was clear was that if Sable could use this ability both defensively and offensively, then this power had endless potential for use in combat. The weaknesses in the power of the first swordsman Genis were not known. The situation on the battlefield began to become clearer. Jamie realized that he could not sit quietly and watch. Demonstrating his superiority, the arrogant Sable asked his opponent if he really believed that if he was also a sword master, he had at least some chance of winning. Despite the enemy's chatter, Beryl continued to attempt a successful and deadly attack. But at these moments, wounds began to appear on his body. Sable suddenly launched a powerful attack, saying that Onyx was arrogant because he did not take into account their huge gap in experience. As it turned out, the appearance of the first sword of the Church of Genis was deceptive. It was difficult to tell what its real age was, but the fact remained that he was significantly superior to the Wind Swordsman and emerged victorious from their duel. Seeing his severe injuries, the guys decided that asking if everything was okay would be a great idea. Looking at them, Sable warned that it was their turn. Jamie realized that now they could only rely on themselves. The enemy rushed to attack, and Riki, using divine power, shouted that he would stop him. Sable struck, but failed to reach the apostle. He had to face the goddess barrier that Riki used. Turning to the saints and the dark magician, he asked if they had forgotten that he also had access to divine power. Using divine power, he said that Pero's pathetic barrier was useless against his father's power. At the same moment, Jamie released the power of the artifact that he acquired in the forest. By releasing a huge amount of Genis's divine power, he unleashed the power of the sanctuary. Using the true power of Night Genis, he said with a crazy look that everything must go according to his father's will. After that, he struck with terrifying destructive power. Riki resisted the unimaginable power of the enemy with all his might. Although he had awakened, his experience and abilities were still not enough to create a barrier that could withstand such pressure. Pointing his sword towards the young apostle, the arrogant swordsman of the Genis Church shouted that there was no point in resisting. Once he was able to overcome the barrier of the apostle of the Church of Pyro, Ras Armetic, seeing the situation and not having a weapon in his hands, could only desperately shout the name of his younger brother. Moments before the barrier was breached and blood spilled, Beryl Onyx lay on the ground, severely wounded. In the cold rain, he apologized to Seers for not being able to cope. Suddenly for him, he heard a mental appeal, where the young magician suggested that the Wind Swordsman at that moment was remembering someone's mother. Having risen a little, Beryl Onyx looked around in confusion. Strength appeared in his body again, and some kind of aura unknown to him reigned around him. Jamie approached him. He asked him not to be scared and called it something similar to healing magic. At the last moment before the destruction of the divine barrier, he contacted the swordsman with the help of his new artifact and helped him regain a small amount of strength, and also said that he would keep the swordsman's secret. Using the powers of Gremia, he called on the great swordsman to help them escape, saying that if he did not intervene, then all that would be left of them would be a wet spot. Beryl Onyx became the one who shed the blood of the enemy after the divine barrier was destroyed. When Sable asked how he managed to do this, the wind swordsman, enjoying revenge, said that he had no idea. This attack exhausted all his strength and he lost consciousness. At the same moment, the wounded Sable saw another attack being aimed at him. Jamie, using the power of the artifact, created many cannons and fired bolts of dark magic directly at the enemy. A powerful volley was sent from a safe distance towards Sable, the magical force destroying everything in its path. While defending himself, Sable did not understand what this unimaginable power was that was causing him strange feelings. Despite this attack, he shouted that such tricks would not work with him. In response, Jamie increased his attack even more and shouted that one should not underestimate his strength, since it was created to destroy people like him. Faced with the unimaginable power of dark energy, Sable, despite attempting to defend himself, began to lose control, and his divine power began to dissipate, and he lost his Genus Knight form. After this, a powerful explosion occurred. When it seemed that everything was over, the guys no longer felt the presence of the enemy, but could not find where Jamie had disappeared. Despite Jamie pouring the rest of his strength into this attack, Sable once again survived. Standing in front of the dark magician, he said with incredible anger that he was glad that he could put an end to such a threatening enemy right now. Seeing his comrade's situation, Riki rushed to his aid with a cry. Jamie, also wounded and exhausted, could not even move. It seemed that it was simply impossible to help the dark magician at such a moment. Pointing his sword at Jamie, Sable said goodbye to him with incredible bloodlust. This was the last thing the young magician saw before he woke up again in his grandfather's house. Next to him were his mother and sister, who, seeing that he had regained consciousness, excitedly shouted his name. Mrs. Sears hugged her son tightly and said in a trembling voice that if he ran away from home again, she would kill him. Even little Sarah repeated her words, which sounded extremely threatening from her lips. Apologizing, Jamie began to think about what had happened at the last moment. As it turned out, at the moment when Sable struck, an impenetrable barrier appeared around the dark magician from the collision with which the legendary sword of the Church of Janus was destroyed. At that moment, the dark magician noticed the glow of his artifact, which his grandfather gave him. He realized that that item could actually be the thing that saved his life. While he was hiding from his mother and sister, who continued to call him names and scold him, he wondered where his grandfather got such an artifact. Turning to his mother, he asked if she had seen his necklace. As it turned out, when he was brought to the mansion, the necklace was on his neck. Mom took it off before she put him to bed. Everything became clear when he found out that this necklace was a gift from his grandmother, who died before he was born. According to his mother, his grandmother could predict the future. Meanwhile, in the southern region, the Bryan Desert is located more than 1,000 kilometers from Afton. Sable, who was trying to kill Jamie, suddenly found himself in this place. The unexpected light that the necklace emitted threw him from the northern region to the southern region. When he tried to deal the final blow to the young dark magician who threatened their divinity, a strange girl appeared in front of him, and an impenetrable barrier created by her artifact. At that moment, the swordsman of the Janus Church heard her voice, which asked him to stop hurting her child. A girl he didn't know gently touched him and asked him to disappear to hell. After this touch, he began to fly at incredible speed in a direction unknown to him, after which he found himself in a desert far from Afton. She said that no matter what power he possessed, he would not escape from this fate, since it had already been paid for. The worst circumstance was that he found himself in a place that was the territory of his longtime enemy. He began to run away, realizing that in this state, fighting was not an option. His misfortune was that his presence was detected. A man with dark hair greeted the swordsman of the Janus Church and addressed him using his real name. Sable, aka Cryon, saw his old enemy in front of him, surrounded by his followers who stood on a hill. With incredible tension, he realized that the worst had happened, and Master Blazer had spotted him. Blazer is the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of the Sun God Ra. He looked his opponent straight in the eye and asked why such a busy man like him decided to come to such a remote place. After these words, he began to release his fiery power with the help of his incredible spear. He warned the enemy that if he did not hide the truth, he would die quickly and painlessly. Seeing his incredible strength, Creon showed fear for the first time in recent memory, calling his opponent a real monster. The further fate of the first sword of the Church of Genis is unknown. Meanwhile, the funeral of Archbishop Saphir was held in Afton. To everyone present, he was a good-natured and polite man, whose loss brought tears to their faces. Jamie, although he looked quite sad, was thinking about something that would frighten everyone present. He wondered if he could turn the Archbishop into an undead creature that would complete his team. With a smile on his face, he decided that he would not tarnish the valuable memories of his comrades. As he returned to his family and friends from church, he knew he was no longer the same person he once was. Addressing Jamie, the apostle said that their goddess wanted to see him. Opening the door to the basement, he said that no light should be allowed in from this place, which is their law. As soon as they entered, Jamie inquired what had become of their enemy. Ricky was surprised that he didn't remember anything. All they saw was that Sable had disappeared instead of the glow of the young magician's necklace. The apostle wondered if it was an artifact. Jamie replied that he himself had not fully figured it out, but he knew that he got it from his grandmother, who saw the future. Going down, they came to a place where in the middle of a small pool there was a statue of the goddess Pyro. This place was called the Sanctuary of Origin. Dissatisfied, Jamie asked if she would really appear again for a couple of minutes, and then disappear like last time. In an attempt to create a bond with the goddess, Ricky asked him to show some respect to their patron. A few minutes later, the goddess appeared before Jamie, and her apostle left the sanctuary. While Pyro wanted to start the conversation with words of gratitude, he felt incredibly disgusted. With a slightly tense and strange expression on her face, the goddess of mercy thanked the dark magician for the fact that with his help, they were able to strike a blow against Genis. At that moment, Jamie unexpectedly asked her to give him part of her power, because otherwise he would be torn apart and die right in front of her. Only after his words did the goddess realize that she had not been particularly attentive. She said that she had completely forgotten that people are such vicious creatures. Despite this, she convinced him that he should be proud of himself, because he was a man recognized by God himself. Jamie, listening to her gratitude, could hardly contain himself, feeling the incredible discomfort of the presence of such an amount of divine energy, which he sincerely hated. Meanwhile, real indignation was growing in the center of the Genis church. The high-ranking priest could not believe that their plan had failed, and Sir Cryon had gone missing, despite receiving incredible support in the form of a sword from their church treasury. His subject did not know how to answer, so he clarified that they had searched every corner of Afton's territory, but had not found a trace of their first swordsman. The only thing they managed to find was the body of their knight, Kana. The high-ranking priest was beside himself with rage, realizing the dire situation they were in. The divine object, the battlefield spiral, which runs all sorts of simulations, showed that if they started a war without Sir Cryon, they would lose a lot of time. Moreover, instead of gaining the advantage of getting rid of Mr. Bell and the vast territory of the Paro Church, they gained even more political pressure from making a contract with the demons. Clenching his fist angrily, he thought that according to their plan, success awaited them, after which they had to take control of the situation into their own hands. But now they had no choice but to wait for the return of their strongest swordsman. With incredible rage in his eyes, he ordered his charges to find Sir Cryon and bring him back at any cost, no matter what it took. While Mr. Bell and his daughter said goodbye to the Archbishop, Jamie continued his dialogue with the goddess. Pyro doubted his words that he accidentally became the heir of Diablo Wolfer while in the mysterious mountains. Jamie replied that he had nothing to add, as it was an accident. The goddess was surprised that he insisted that she should believe this nonsense. Despite this, she decided to accept it, since she had something more important. This time, Jamie decided to ask the question first. He said that he knew that his spiritual teacher Diablo was her sworn enemy. With the thought of whether the other gods knew about his translocation into the body of this boy, He wondered what happened to his teacher. Leaning back, Pyro replied that she had no idea, but saw that he was sealed in the realm of eternity, which is known as the primordial darkness. According to her, even the gods have no control over anything in this space. When asked if he could escape, the goddess argued that this was impossible, and they did not even have the thought of leaving their mortal enemy where he could escape. Hearing this, Jamie covered his mouth so as not to show his malicious smile, because now it became clear that the enemies knew nothing, and they did not know that he had been reborn. At the same moment, the goddess noticed the bracelet on his hand, and said that she had not seen this item for a long time. She mentioned that she did not expect that the artifact that caused them a lot of trouble would appear in this world again. Jamie replied that he was trying to find 2 more of his teacher's lost objects. We are talking about the indestructible alienation of the omnipotent, as well as about an object called a deicide. Looking away, Pero said that he could do whatever he wanted, while she herself would pretend that she knew nothing about his plans. Jamie asked if she was really expelled, and the goddess, seeing that he was not mocking, answered him. As it turned out, Genis entered into an alliance with Lilia and Brahman. Dryan cooperated with Hulun. Tantiras and Arbalado entered into an alliance, Jillian and Oblivion as well. Jamie was most tense when he heard that Ra, the Flame Emperor, and Goddess Pero were on their own. According to the goddess, the Flame Emperor has always been a loner, but he rules more as an absolute god than as a loner. The young magician replied that, judging by her words, she hardly needed to worry about being alone. In response, he heard her words full of hatred towards Genis. She said that that god thinks that he is the hunting dog of the sun god, and it seems to him that Ra abandoned him, and she was the one to blame. He plans to steal her power and rebel against the one he considered master. Biting her lip in hatred, the goddess began to look incredibly intimidating, saying that she did not believe that the pathetic puppy dared to cross all boundaries. Feeling such rage, not only her facial expressions changed, but also her hair color, turning black. Jamie was concerned about her rage, but decided to continue the conversation by asking if this was the reason why she needed his power, despite the fact that he was a black magician. Crouching in front of him, she said that his black mana was primordial and pure, unlike the evil power of pitiful creatures. Jamie was surprised by her change of attitude, as in the past she had despised his dark magic. To make sure of her intentions, he reminded her that he was the successor of the worst enemy of the gods. Pyro took this to mean that he could not cooperate with her due to the fact that she was one of the 12 gods, and then called it stupidity. Putting her index finger to the young magician's forehead, she reminded her that he himself had appeared before her speaking about the name Diablo Wolfer. Jamie, sensing her unpleasant divine energy, explained that this leads to the fact that they cannot fully trust each other. After his words, Pero came to the conclusion that they must earn each other's trust. Holding his head, he asked how this could be done. Pyro invited him to look at her palm. Removing the glove, Jamie was shocked to see its symbol of promise. The news of this quickly spread among the holy servants of the Pyro Church, and with incredible joy, they showed their sincere respect for the newly elected saint. Jamie felt extremely awkward because instead of destroying the church, he continued to get closer to her and even received the promise of the goddess. He found it difficult to say that he was looking forward to working with them. A saint is someone chosen by God who receives a mark on his body, causing him to be addressed as a bishop. Although such people do not have power in the world, they are not subject to any influence, since they are inviolable. At one point, Jamie was thanked for doing an incredible job while defending sacred territory. When Sears heard about the danger, her son began to feel pressure, and the priest decided to visit him another time. Looking around, the young magician decided to change the topic of conversation and with an awkward laugh noticed that he had become a bishop and could now calmly choose where to live and not sit in one particular church. Mrs. Sears held her head in her hands, saying that even though he was Welton, who had joined the Pyro Church, it was hard to believe that her son became a saint at age 9. Hearing the mention of the saint, little Sarah immediately asked what it meant. With a sweet expression on his face, grandfather said that he would explain to her the meaning of this mysterious word. But at the same moment, a subordinate came to them and said that Sir Beryl had finally woken up. Sears immediately approached her father and said she had to go see him. Hitting her son on the head, she warned that everything was in order, since she must thank the swordsman for saving her beloved son. When she came, Sir Biril was surprised. Fortunately, he was able to reattach the arm that he lost during the battle with the strongest swordsman of the Genus Church. With some tension but a kind smile, Sarah sat down next to him and began a conversation. Their pleasant conversation touched on more than just gratitude for his courageous actions. Jamie heard that there was no longer any conflict between them. They talked as if they were remembering their carefree childhood. Hearing Sir Beryl's answer only convinced Jamie that he really didn't know anything about emotions. After that, the young magician himself came to visit him and, jumping onto the bed, cheerfully and carefreely said that he was glad that his arm was able to grow back normally. Sir Beryl was surprised by his speech and asked what kind of nonsense the impudent kid was throwing in the face of the victim. Still nonchalant, Jamie replied that he was hardly a baby. After that, he suddenly heard words of gratitude from the wind swordsman. Rising, Jamie replied that there was nothing to thank him for, after which he asked what he wanted to tell him. Sir Beryl wanted to know what the young magician knew about the frontier. He replied that he had heard that this was a suspicious organization hunting for the truth of the world. Unexpectedly for him, the swordsman offered to go with him, saying that there was a 9th-rank wizard in the frontier. Having learned that he could train him, Jamie assumed that the wizard was not human and turned out to be right. Despite this, Beryl was confident that with its help he could develop his talent. Feeling some discomfort, Diablo looked at the swordsman and thought that he could not believe that he was being offered to learn magic from someone who was an even more disgusting creature. And yet, the dark magician could not call it stupidity, since Beryl did not know who he was. In response, Jamie surprised him with the phrase that he could handle it himself. Beryl Onyx made him think twice, saying that such a chance to learn from a great being who could single-handedly change the entire world was very rare. Jamie agreed that 9th-grade magical ability was cool, but shared that he didn't think that being was so powerful that it would give him great prospects. With a sincere smile on his face, he explained that he did not think that a rank 9 mage was that much stronger than him. After that, with a stupid smile, he thanked the swordsman for the offer, after which he said that when the opportunity arises, they can meet again and have fun. He also admitted that he would be interested to know about their leader, Isis. Hearing this, Beryl Onyx did not know how to respond. Relaxing a bit, he began to laugh and said that he wouldn't mind having some fun someday, and then suggested that he come visit them, where he would introduce him to their amazing leader. When Jamie returned back, he saw a squirrel, which was a reincarnated Valkyrie. She complained tearfully that her master had made a grave mistake when he forgot her in the forest. Jamie tried to explain that he had not abandoned her, but the nervous girl showed her character and furiously suggested that Jamie had already forgotten about her. With her hands on her hips, she asked him to honestly admit whether he had forgotten her or not. Justifying himself, Jamie looked away and again awkwardly said that this was not so. He understood that if Venna was so angry, it meant that she had managed to fully recover from the recent battles. Looking at her, he realized that the scarf on her neck, from which mana could be felt, was most likely an artifact that she received from him. Venna continued to complain about her plight, asking if he could guess how long it took to get home. Looking at her, Jamie was surprised that she could not fly, after which he suggested that her awakening was not complete. After these words, the artifact on Venna's neck began to be released. The huge hammer of the Valkyrie Queen appeared in front of them and said that it would be better if he explained everything himself. As it turned out, at that moment, her blood was temporarily awakened to save the master, and this happened as a result of her strong desire and the help of the artifact. Addressing the dark magician, the hammer called him a pathetic person and said that it would be better if he sincerely thanked her, because thanks to their work, he did not die at the hands of demons. Grabbing the hammer by the handle, Jamie began to apply pressure and asked the student what was wrong with this artifact, saying that it was probably possessed by a spirit if it suddenly gave orders on its own. In response, Fillion called him a kid and stated that he was not some third-rate spirit. As soon as he continued to demonstrate his character, Jamie continued to mock him, and he fell awkwardly into silence. Previously, Venna thought that only she could hear his voice. Jamie turned him back to his original form, saying that the quack sound came from her weapon, but he didn't understand what he was talking about. Venna began to cry. believing that she had lost her weapon, but Fillion assured her that everything was fine. With a thoughtful face, Jamie concluded that since her previous awakening was temporary, in order for her to use her full potential and awaken fully, she would need to train hard. An equally important detail was that he managed to find the secret base of the surviving Valkyries. Upon hearing that she was not alone, Venna could not hide her violent reaction. According to Tibyron, the Valkyries' secret base is located in the deepest part of the great forest of Aryajata. When talking about that place, Fillion's hammer called it the spring in which time flows. Jamie warned the student that it would not be easy to go there now. After all, in the great forest, even sword masters find it difficult, not to mention that their ability level is still low. After these events, time went much faster. To protect the identities of Rika and Anna, as well as the fact that they were being trained by priests, they moved into the Great Order of the Church of Pyro. And also, the Welton family also went on their own journey. In parting, Jamie again experienced the awkwardness of his relative's loving nature, and this time that person was his grandfather. Sir Arak of the Church of Pyro, who was in charge of working with the Welton family, joined them and went to Hayes. Half a month later, they finally returned home. The joyful Mr. Argino could not contain his emotions at being reunited with his family. Sears and Sarah ran into his arms. After that, Jamie appeared and solemnly said that he had finally returned home. Seeing him, Mr. Argino could not contain his admiration and pride. When he came closer to his son, he noticed that he had changed noticeably and had even grown a little. As the family enjoyed their reunion and slept happily, Jamie reflected on the important lessons he had learned during his time in Afton. After all the events, the moment he visited Beryl Onyx, he asked what the sword meant to him. Jamie wanted to know what a sword meant to a swordmaster. In response, Beryl remembered that in the past he was called a demon. For him, his sword is self-reflection. Only after repeated regrets and soul-searching did it dawn on him that he was not just waving a sword, but taking out hatred. According to him, only after such realization was he able to become a swordmaster. During a conversation with the goddess Pero, he asked if she could tell him about the forgotten history of mankind. In response, the goddess said that most likely she still could. But the problem was that there was a key word in the story that meant she couldn't tell it now. Once this word is uttered, all the gods will know about the situation, and no one will be able to prevent what should happen. If anyone hears this secret, the gods will immediately find out. And when this happens, the hardliners will send an enslavement squad to kill the culprits. Jamie suggested that revenge would be carried out by the dragon god Brahman. He turned out to be right, and the goddess replied that his children, that is, dragons, would set in motion, which would irrevocably change the world. Clenching his fist angrily, Jamie realized that this was a repeat of the situation Ganon had faced. If we talk about what the great Diablo Wolfer is like now, we can say for sure that he still cannot resist even against one god. Remembering the past, he thought that despite all his efforts and incredible power, he did not have a chance to win against all the gods. So he decided that he should change his approach, and this time make sure that he did everything possible to not give his enemies any chance of survival. The next morning, Jamie visited his father at the training ground. Mr. Argino was surprised, because it was rare for his son to be on the training ground. Jamie replied that he had something important to say. What we were talking about in this context was a mystery, and the father offered to tell him. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jamie enthusiastically declared that he wanted to learn to wield a sword. Meanwhile, standing in front of the painting of his beloved, Mr. Bell remembered her words that she hated power. She said that because of this senseless power, all members of her family died. The Dark Magician's grandfather promised that he could protect her so that she would not have to use this power again. Now he began to understand what was going on when she received her prediction about their grandson. She had not predicted the betrayal of the mercenary who had saved him every time he needed his strength. This was his personal assistant. But he understood that Tina, his wife, had no way of saying that he was a traitor, because she had no need to risk what was left of her life after creating a protective artifact for which she paid with part of her time. Having created the necklace, Tina gave it to her husband and said that he would immediately understand when the one to whom it would be necessary to give it appeared. At that moment, he didn't understand why she needed to be responsible for something that would happen in the distant future. She did not keep her promise, in which she renounced the use of family power. Turning to her husband, Tina asked him not to cry, because for the first time she felt proud of her strength. Handing over the necklace, she mysteriously asked Marcus to trust her and look after the child. Her last words were a request that her husband not let the child who would continue their bloodline become a disaster for this world. Sir Arak from the Church of Pyro, who is responsible for working with the Welton family, when meeting with the head of the family, admitted that it was a great honor for him to be the guest of the royal swordmaster. Mr. Argonaut thanked him for making the journey to their lands and said that it was unfortunate for him that Archbishop Sefer had died. With a serious look, he admitted that he didn't expect the Genus Church to involve the demonic clan in their damn plans. With a smile on his face, Mr. Tedry thanked him for his concern and declared that their church would not forget the Count's help. Gritting his teeth nervously, Argonaut said angrily that if only his hands weren't tied, he would have attacked the Genus Church without hesitation. Sears was surprised to see such anger on her husband's face. Mr. Welton promised that the scoundrels from the Genus Church will definitely pay for the fact that they got his family involved in all this. With his hands folded in front of him, Mr. Isaac promised that their church would provide all possible support if he began to act. According to him, such responsiveness is their cooperation. After these words, they said goodbye. Mr. Isaac left the hall, and Mr. Argonaut continued to think with tension about the situation and the impending danger from the Genus Church, from which anything could be expected. At one point, Sears distracted him with a question about what he was thinking about. He replied that he was not only worried about the danger from enemies, but also that he did not expect Jamie to become a saint of the Church of Pyro. It was also surprising that their organization allowed him to work without being associated with the church. In response, Sears suddenly began to apologize, feeling guilty, saying that she should have looked after her son better. Trying to calm her down, Mr. Argonaut said that it was unlikely that anyone could stop a 9-year-old 6th-grade magician. Despite this, it was impossible not to worry about what was happening. The Church of Pyro was on the verge of war with Genus, and at the same time, Jamie became a saint. With a worried smile, Sears asked if he was worried about the war consuming their boy. She remembered that before they left the Bell family's domain, her father told her that Jamie was most likely chosen because of the war. It was more logical to assume that he himself could nominate himself for the sake of his friend Ricky, who became an apostle. Putting his hand on his wife's, Mr. Argonaut said he was worried about her condition. The lady suddenly began to tremble and with tears in her eyes said that she was very scared if something happened to her son. Argonaut tried to calm her down, saying that he would definitely return it in case of disaster. Despite this, Sears continued to cry, saying that even so, the situation scared her. Wiping away tears, she remembered that her mother told her that despite the fear, she must continue to believe in her son until the very end. In response, the caring Mr. Argonaut asked her to rely on her husband. He promised her that no one would harm their child, not even the gods would dare. After this conversation, Jamie's words that he wanted to learn swordsmanship were extremely unexpected. Mr. Argonaut, not believing his ears, asked him to repeat it. Jamie had already found a training wooden sword. While in front of his father, he asked to teach him the family's sword techniques. Realizing that he had no intention of giving up magic, Argonaut awkwardly suggested that his son would learn to wield a sword for the sake of self-defense. But in response, Jamie confidently said that this is not so, because he wants to completely master the family's sword techniques. Hearing this was very difficult for the head of a family that from the very beginning relied only on the power of the sword. Turning around, Mr. Argonaut refused his son, saying that he did not take the sword seriously. Jamie tried to convince his father otherwise, but he said that their sword techniques could not be studied at the same time as magic. Knowing his son's talent for magic, he thought that Jamie thought it would be just as easy for him with a sword. Therefore, the gentleman said that the sword must be taken seriously, while Jamie does not have such an attitude, which is why it simply cannot be learned. In response, the son stated that he sincerely wanted to learn this art. All this time, Mr. Welton walked towards the training wooden swords. Taking one of them in his hands, he pointed it towards his son and said seriously that if Jamie was firm in his intentions, then he should prove it. Of course, the swordmaster seemed like a serious opponent, but Mr. Argonaut promised that he would not use aura. On the other hand, he allowed his son to use whatever he wanted and also encouraged him to take the blows of his sword. Jamie, focusing on his energy, clarified that in this case he would resort to using magic. After that, he summoned the little black one, who looked as if he was ready for any challenges of fate. With a serious look, Mr. Welton said that Jamie could use all the tricks at his disposal. He said that he would take care of his son's studies if he managed to block at least one of his blows. Seeing what was happening, Mr. Welton's disciples began to discuss the situation, saying that Lady Sarah had been practicing swords for a long time, while it was too late for the young master to take up such a thing. Jamie heard their conversations, but thought that he did not expect anything different from his father. Looking at Mr. Welton, she was only once again convinced that his level of skill could be compared with Sable's abilities, if not higher. But it became worse at the moment when he realized that he did not feel his energy. Mr. Welton and his son agreed to begin the battle. Jamie planned to break his father's wooden sword, realizing that since he did not use aura, it was possible. Within a moment, the great swordmaster rushed to attack. Diablo Wolfer was surprised by his speed, and did not understand whether he was seriously planning to finish off his child. At the same moment, Jamie ordered the little black one to launch an attack. But Mr. Welton, possessing incredible reflexes, did not sense any danger. The magic arrow that Chernish launched was unable to follow the trajectory of the swordmaster's movements. Approaching his son point blank, Mr. Welton instructively said that the sword is not so simple. Before the blow, he warned Jamie with a serious look that it would hurt. With a determined look, the dark magician replied that he had already said that he was serious. After that, he rushed forward using the magic of his hand of destruction. In an instant, Mr. Welton's sword was destroyed, just as Jamie had planned. Despite the success, the young magician had no intention of stopping. Using the magic of destruction on his second hand, he aimed a blow at his father, realizing that this was the only way to prove to him that he was determined. At the last moment, Mr. Welton stopped his attack without much difficulty. The duel was over, and the father asked with admiration where Jamie learned such magic. The guy replied that he created it himself. After these words, Mr. Welton finally understood the words of Grandmaster Marcus that his child did not need a teacher. Now the conversation has changed, because Arjano is convinced that his son is serious in his intentions. Yet based on the success of his battle, he called his talent for magic incredible, and once again asked if he really wanted to learn how to use a sword. Jamie replied with a sincere look that he was firm in his decision and had never underestimated fencing. He emphatically stated that it was important to him to study not just to be cool, but for the sake of his future. The father excitedly asked what kind of future we were talking about. Jamie replied that he probably knew what he was talking about. As an argument, he said that he learned a lot after the Afton incident, especially that magic alone was not enough. It was necessary to become stronger in order to be ready to face what fate had in store. He was sure that his father understood this perfectly. Mr. Welton began to understand that his sweet family life was changing because although his son was young, he had long ceased to be a child. In the end, Jamie shouted that he was determined to meet the challenges that fate had in store for him. Having such a son is an honor for any father. Mr. Welton respected this and, turning around, warned his son that classes would begin the next day at 6 in the morning. Jamie received this news with incredible joy. Meanwhile, lovely ladies were driving to their mansion. Rebecca, looking out of the window of her carriage, thought with a smile about how she wanted to meet the young master. Even though the day was productive, Jamie didn't stop. Putting on his gloves, he prepared to leave the mansion to take care of his own business. At that moment, he wanted to take the Valkyrie with him, but she, reincarnated as a squirrel, continued to sleep. Trying to hide from Sarah's attention, she made her cry when she suddenly disappeared, although she actually turned into a piece of paper. Jamie decided that this time he would leave the mansion without her, and yet he could not let her go just like that, and decided to teach her a lesson for her ridiculous behavior. Touching her, he sent her to the bed where her younger sister was sleeping. Venna had no idea what kind of torture awaited her after sleep. The next morning, as his father said, Jamie left the house at 6 in the morning. He wondered what his training would be like. In fact, he didn't even think about starting to learn the family's secret techniques right away. Even though he was the youngest patriarch of the family, he understood that even so, it would still be difficult for him to study something without knowing the basics. Gripping his sword resolutely, he headed towards the platform, confident that he would succeed with the sword in the blink of an eye. More important was the confidence that the physical abilities of this body were extremely clear. The blood of a famous family of swordsmen flowed in his veins, and he also had the strength of a life bead. He was determined to surprise his father. But when he arrived at the site, he saw the vice captain of the Knightly Order of Fear. Mr. Hamilton Leonardo said that from that day on he would train him. With an awkward smile, Jamie, not understanding what was going on, decided to see if his father should be teaching him. In response, a gentleman with a brutal scar on his face angrily asked how a child who had just begun to comprehend the sword could think about training with the swordmaster himself. It was clear that at first it would be Master Leonardo who would train him. Meeting him in this situation for the first time, Jamie began to realize that he was hardly a cheerful companion. First of all, he wondered why his teacher did not bring a wooden sword with him. In response, Mr. Leonardo unexpectedly said that he would not need it. Pointing his finger towards the court, he said that Jamie would have to run around the training field. Just as Jamie began to awkwardly whine about coming to learn how to use a sword, Mr. Leonardo rudely asked him to shut up. Putting a ridiculous cap on his head, he called Jamie a recruit and solemnly declared that from now on he would be his instructor. Jamie couldn't believe that he would now have to obey his father's word. Moreover, the instructor Leonardo even paid attention to the rules of subordination, and now their training has become truly official. Jamie sadly agreed to the rules. As soon as the instructor noticed that he could not hear his determination, Jamie shouted with all his might that he would try. After these words, the instructor suddenly put on sunglasses and, trying to look cool, announced that he was glad to start training. 3 hours later, Jamie continued to run in circles, despite being under the scorching sun. Watching his son's training from the window, Mr. Welton noted with a smile that he considered Hamilton the best among the instructors. As expected, Sears, who was also observing the training, complained that his methods were too strict. The gentleman, although he felt regret for having displeased his beloved wife, replied that the instructor should be like that if they did not want to tarnish the name of their family. Moreover, he was sure that such methods were only slightly strict. In addition, according to him, this was just the beginning, because when his son begins to comprehend the sword, he will not get away with anything, despite his status. When asked by his mother whether it was possible to be more gentle, Arjuna awkwardly replied that his father had never been gentle with him. After that, he said in a sweet tone that he forgot to warn her about some sudden event. When Mrs. Sears learned that the family of Viscount Valley was heading to them, she was simply in shock. Making excuses, Mr. Arjuna decided to relax the situation, saying that they still had the whole day to prepare a reception for his sworn brother. As Sears hurried to her room, she replied that this was precisely why they needed to be even more prepared. She said displeasedly that she would go first, because she didn't even know where to start. As soon as she left the room, Mr. Arjuna was left uncomfortably alone. He understood that judging by the reaction of his beloved wife, he would have to go easy on his son if she asked him again. On the other hand, he understood that if this happened, it would only be worse for Jamie. After another 2 hours, nothing had changed. Jamie continued to run non-stop for 5 hours straight. The instructor, without losing his vigilance, considered his endurance impressive. He also couldn't help but take into account the fact that the young master was only 9 years old. Continuing to run, Jamie was prepared for anything. But by this time, he never had to use mana or holy energy. He ran only thanks to his physical strength. Watching this, Hamilton Leonardo remembered the Count's words that, despite being a little disappointed, he could not refuse his son to study the magic he had chosen. Seeing the young master's abilities with his own eyes, he was sure that Jamie was talented not only in magic. At that moment, he shouted to the recruit and allowed him to stop. But Jamie did not react and continued to run as fast as he could. Placing a hand on his shoulder, the instructor asked him to stop in a calmer tone. Feeling his hand, Jamie looked around with an incredibly creepy look. The instructor was shocked when he saw so much power in his gaze. Recognizing Mr. Leonardo, Jamie stopped. The exhausted guy asked the instructor if this was the end of the training. Confused, Leonardo could not hide his surprise and said that that was all for that day. Saying that it was a relief, Jamie said that he could now rest. After these words, he fell to the ground. Taking off his glasses, the surprised instructor did not know what he should write in the report about the moment when he saw the young master's gaze. In the evening, Jamie woke up in his bed, not understanding who he was and where he was. As soon as he looked around, he saw Sarah and asked why she was standing there with tears in her eyes. The girl, with incredible sadness and trembling in her voice, answered that she thought that her brother was gone. Taking her hand and placing his head against her forehead, He sweetly said that everything was all right now. In Sarah's other hand was Venna. Turning to the teacher, she tearfully said that it was an incredible test, and now she wanted to rest. With some mockery, Jamie replied that it was much more difficult for him, so the squirrel should suffer a little more. To help his sister, he suggested that she calm down by playing with the squirrel. After that, Mr. Welton came into their room and with a kind smile was surprised that his son had recovered. Jamie, as befits a loving son, greeted him with a kind and pleasant smile. Sarah's emotions were the same, but at the same time, Venna, who was in her mouth, experienced incredible discomfort. Raising his daughter in his arms, Mr. Welton said that he was proud of her, because she had been watching her brother all this time. After that, he invited her to try the cookies that the nanny had baked for her. Together with the baby squirrel and the nanny, joyful Sarah went to eat cookies. Closing the door, Mr. Welton said that he thought that Jamie would not even be able to move after such stress. Jamie replied that luckily, everything was fine. He couldn't really thank the life bead enough for helping him with his recovery. The artifact, which stores the life force that he absorbed long before leaving for Afton, has been helping him recover and develop physically all this time. Sitting down on the bed, Welton said that Jamie must have been surprised when he saw Mr. Leonardo on the site, because he expected that he would be in charge of his training. Pleasantly hitting his son on the head, the swordmaster said that before learning from him, his son still had a lot to learn. Afterwards, he praised him for his efforts and called him incredible. A little confused, Jamie asked what happened at the end of his training. He said that he was definitely running, but from some point on, he doesn't remember anything. Mr. Leonardo's report said that the young master ran for more than 5 hours. This result was much more than expected. The instructor noted the student's incredible endurance and amazing fortitude. Looking back on this, Mr. Welton said that he did not need to worry as he had completed the training successfully. Jamie was happy to hear this and asked what would happen next. Looking at his son, the Count experienced strange sensations. When Mr. Welton trained like Jamie, being the most talented in the history of the family, he was able to set a record of only 3.5 hours. With a joyful laugh, he told his son that from the next day, he would begin training with the sword. Jamie happily said that in that case he wouldn't have to run anymore. So that he would not relax, Mr. Welton clarified that in order to maintain endurance, he would still have to do similar things. Seeing his son's sad reaction, he said that if he didn't want to, then they could pretend that he didn't start sword training. Convinced that his son was full of determination and not afraid of such challenges, Mr. Welton warned him that he would spend some time with Hamilton while learning the basics. According to him, if the student does not take it seriously, then it will backfire. The father warned that when Hamilton takes up his studies, he becomes a terrible person. Jamie felt uncomfortable, realizing that he would have to see that hat and glasses again. To encourage his son, the swordmaster said that if he succeeded, then he would be taught the vision of the dagger, one of their family's styles. Jamie was incredibly happy to hear this. Hugging his son, the caring father warned that it would be difficult, but also said that he was confident that he would definitely cope. At the next lesson, Mr. Leonardo tried to find holes in his student's determination, saying that he was probably upset that his instructor was some kind of expert, and not a master of the sword, which his father was. Jamie tried his best to hide his emotions, but it was difficult for him. His body was starting to tremble due to the fact that he had gone a little overboard with his individual training hours before he came to the instructor. Using the Gremia artifact, late at night he created a training center directly above his father's territory. He also took the Valkyrie with him, who couldn't believe that after a hard day of torture being with the master's younger sister, they were going to train. Despite her tears, Jamie reminded them that they should remember what he had said before. The world was changing rapidly, and he understood that they would be at the center of all events. The girl was surprised by his determination. Clenching his fist, Jamie thought that in order to resist the gods, he needed to become much stronger. At the same moment, he was surprised by Venna, who suddenly jumped up and shouted that she would make every effort to live up to the master's expectations. After saying that the training would be hellish, her enthusiasm suddenly ended. Actually, this is how their training began within the building created by his powerful artifact. After a truly hellish workout, they could not get to their feet and were on the verge of losing consciousness. Looking at the trembling in the young master's body, the instructor considered it his own merit thinking that yesterday's jogging had greatly exhausted him. But even so, he was not going to do him any favors. To begin with, he handed the young master a training sword. Instructor Leonardo began teaching the basics by saying that blows are divided into cutting and piercing. After this, he demonstrated all possible directions of the sword when delivering cuts and thrusts. Seeing this, Jamie knew that learning every stroke would make learning much more difficult than he expected. After the demonstration, the teacher asked what the young master's opinion was. Jamie replied with a joyful face that Master Leonardo was an excellent swordsman. In response, the stern instructor intimidated the guy that if he answered clumsily, he would continue to run in a circle. To remedy the situation, Jamie said that what he admired most was his footwork. Jamie explained that he watched the master's steps link all the movements together as he used his muscles incredibly. The instructor was incredibly surprised when he heard the young student say that although he did not put a lot of force into the movements, he thereby significantly increased the power of his blows. Seeing the instructor's reaction, Jamie didn't understand why he was so surprised. Diablo Wolfer, 60,000 years ago, heard from one of the sword masters the phrase that all movements begin with steps. The instructor began to remain silent, and Jamie asked in surprise if everything was okay. When Leonardo came to his senses, he replied that the young master's assumptions were correct. Changing the subject slightly, the instructor said that despite all these details, the agenda was much simpler. Jamie was shocked when he heard that he was asked to repeat all his movements 1,000 times. He accepted the order. The young master got to work and began to diligently repeat the teacher's movements. Watching the student, Instructor Hamilton thought about planning to teach him the basics of swordsmanship over the course of a year. But now he understood that even 3 months would be a long time, given the incredible talent of the student. At one point, Hamilton asked him to stop. The instructor warned the student that he should go away and that Jamie should finish his reps before he returned. Hearing this, the young master sighed with relief, thinking that he finally had the opportunity to rest. Everything was fine, but he felt uncomfortable working under the instructor's gaze. And yet he did not regret starting this training. Now it seemed to him that the sword could be quite fun. The more swings he made, the more ideas with a combination of magic and sword came to his mind. Stepping forward, he began to move a little more aggressively and a little more carefully. Jamie began to refine his understanding, making his swings stronger and more furious. Looking at the sword, he smiled and suggested that it would lead him in a new direction in the near future. All this time, the little black one was recording his movements so that Jamie could use the recording for further training. Having completed enough exercises, he invited his pet to finish. But in an instant, he felt the presence of a person right in front of the training ground. The life energy of the intruder was strange, and he thought that it might be an intruder. Without any delay, the guy used his teleport skill and in the blink of an eye appeared behind the stranger. After that, he rushed towards the intruder, shouting about how he dared to enter the territory of the Welton family. Addressing the stranger, he called his daring act extremely courageous. But after a moment, he saw a frightened Ash in front of him, that she began to fear that her life had come to an end. Jamie stopped, not understanding what she was doing here. Sitting down on a bench, Ash sighed heavily, saying that she thought she would die due to an unexpected thirst for blood. In response, Jamie asked if she was a wind spirit. Looking at her, he thought that if she was able to maintain spirit in the current world, then she was at least an average summoner. Jamie was surprised that she probably hadn't been fooling around since they last saw each other. In response, the girl joyfully shouted that she had been training hard and a high-level spirit had come to her. Feeling her energy, Jamie doubted that she had a contract with such a being. According to her, we are talking about a high-level wind spirit called Ripid. This is a famous spirit that helps the king with the Sylph wind spirit. But as it turned out, when Ripid came to her, he just looked and disappeared. But the next day she was able to summon Sylph. Boasting, she stated that her sister was much cooler in terms of conscription. Jamie was surprised when he heard that Rebecca could already summon high-level spirits. Ash cheerfully continued the conversation, saying that she knew that young Master Welton would be surprised. Their Viscount Vale was also amazed, and during the meeting with the high-level spirit of his daughter, he was even speechless. Realizing this, Jamie thought that Mr. Viscount's reaction was not surprising. The fact that Rebecca summoned a high-level spirit at such an age meant that she was talented, just like Jamie himself. It was clear that this was due to the fact that Mrs. Valley was the reincarnation of his lover from the past. The spirit King Elkines was attentive to the soul of the one with whom he entered into a contract. At that same moment, Ash suddenly started screaming. She said with fear that she had forgotten that her father asked not to tell anyone about this. Hearing this, Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. The heads of two families met in the living room of the Welton estate. There had been no news from the Jinnis church yet, but Mr. Arjuna was confident that they would soon make a decision whether to disband their religion or start a war. Moreover, according to the information obtained by Mr. Vale, it became known that the leader of the Seven Knights, Gainus, was still missing. According to information from the Tigers, the secret intelligence organization of the Eastern Nobles, Creon has not yet returned to the main temple of Jinnis. Mr. Welton understood that when this monster returned, the Jinnis church would start a bloody war. Having received a report from the incidents in Afton, Mr. Welton learned that even the swordmaster and his first serious opponent in the duel, Beryl Onyx, could not become an opponent of Cryon. He wondered if he could handle such an enemy himself. During a meeting between the two families, Jamie arrived late and apologized. Sir Viscount replied that everything was fine, as he heard that the young master was studying the sword art of the Welton family. The head of the Vale family asked him to try, saying that great expectations were placed on him. Jamie was truly grateful for his words of encouragement. At the same moment, Ash turned to him and hit her older sister on the head. Seeing the young master's gaze on her, she tried to praise him. But at that moment, she was overcome by feelings, and she could not finish her speech, lowering her eyes to the table. Diablo Wolfer, being deprived of feelings for a long time, did not understand what was happening to her. Her behavior seemed a little strange, and this feeling did not leave him even during training. It was the first time he had seen her since the ball, and he didn't understand why she seemed to be avoiding him. Seeing how student Jamie continued to think about something, the instructor shouted that he asked him to clear his head and concentrate. As soon as the guy began to make excuses, Leonardo asked him not to joke and forced him to stand on his feet. After that, he made sure that he finished repeating the sword exercises. Taking the wooden sword in his hands, the young master prepared himself before demonstrating his skills. He seemed simply incredible because in one day he learned everything that his instructor talked about. His movements were precise and strong. Even the blows he showed that he had excelled in swordsmanship in just one day. Mr. Leonardo could not utter a word. He didn't understand how the young master had achieved such a perfect striking technique in just one day. When Jamie finished, he whispered with some disappointment in himself that he thought it was terrible. But in response, the instructor, confused by his behavior, said that everything was fine and now he could start learning the steps. According to him, the former head of the clan created these movements for the masters of their technique. It was Cherbyl Welton, the young magician's grandfather. After this, Leonardo demonstrated a skill called the 100 Cs. Jamie was surprised, and the instructor noted that he was probably wondering if they were really like that. By demonstrating leg movements, the instructor showed the application of this great skill. Jamie froze, realizing that it was like a resonance corresponding to someone's movements. It was clear to him that using the steps of 100 Cs, mana controls space. 4 hours later, the young master continued to practice this ability, but could not figure out how to perform it. It seemed to him that Hamilton was doing exactly the same thing, but despite this, there was no result. Looking at his feet, the guy decided that his mana was not working the way it should. He was not very encouraged by the instructor's words that each knight of the family was capable of using 100 Cs. The taunt that Jamie would be the first to fail made him even more desperate. Seeing the insolent face of the instructor, who mocked him for his failure, Jamie went crazy. This was the first time he was so stuck at the learning stage, even including his past life, in which everything went smoothly. The mana used for martial arts is different from that used for magic. At one point, he saw drops of water and realized that they belonged to the owner of the spirit of water. Jamie ran forward and saw shy Rebecca around the corner, who was afraid to come closer to him. Addressing her, he said that there was no point in hiding, since her presence was easy to determine. A shy girl peeked around the corner and began to laugh awkwardly. Using her power, she summoned some water and shared it with Jamie. Having quenched his thirst, the guy thanked the shy daughter of the Vale family for her care. Seeing that she was afraid of his eye contact, he continued to wonder why she was acting this way. Leaning even closer to her, He said that he could see that she wanted to tell him something. The girl began to feel even more embarrassed, not knowing what to answer. In the end, she did admit that she thought about him a lot. After that, she asked his opinion why she begins to feel shy when she sees him, and her heart seems to race. In response, the ridiculous Jamie replied that he did not understand what was going on. In fact, although he was devoid of most emotions, he understood that during that small conversation during the Simon family ball, she most likely managed to fall in love with him due to the fact that she was the reincarnation of his beloved. To avoid making the situation worse, he decided to change the subject and said that he had heard that she was summoning high-level spirits. The girl, feeling awkward, realized that Ash had told everything. She admitted that this was true, but she was only able to summon them for a short time. After this, she said that she was surprised that the promising magician began to practice with the sword, studying the skills of his family. Jamie explained that magic alone is not enough for him, but with weapons it is quite difficult. Unexpectedly for him, the girl noticed that his movements looked as if he was unpleasant to do this. This was actually said by Enderon, a high-level spirit she can speak to without summoning it. Although the spirits don't know much about human techniques, she mentioned that Enderon said that the movements should be natural, like the right hand matching the rhythm with the left leg. It seemed to them that Jamie was doing the exercises through force. Hearing this, the young magician began to think that their words were true. After that, dear Rebecca advised him to try to trust the flow, follow the direction of the wind and water. She was sure that he would definitely succeed. Thinking about her words, Jamie came to the conclusion that he had gone too far with the steps of 100 Cs. After that, he silently stood up from the bench and walked towards the training ground. The girl was surprised that he decided to silently leave her alone like that. But as it turned out, he could not afford to be distracted, as he realized an important truth thanks to her words of encouragement. As he walked towards the training ground, he thought that martial arts were not the same as magic. Since he could not control his mana, he decided to trust the natural flow, as advised by the girl who was the reincarnation of his beloved. Within a moment, the result appeared, and he had the feeling that he was not walking, but dancing with pleasure. An incredible amount of mana appeared around him, and he wondered if he could use a similar approach with magic. Focusing on magic, Jamie combined the use of 2 different types of mana. Watching him, the spirit noticed that the guy was very talented, but added that there are hundreds of such talents all over the world. But at one point, he swallowed his words about it when he saw how incredible the control of his power was. Sensing danger, he turned to Rebecca and asked her to move away. Powerful energy began to rage around Jamie, and his steps turned into something incredibly threatening. A large accumulation of mana began to spread throughout the entire site. Rebecca, who was watching him, was forced to create a shield of water around herself. Due to the strong pressure from the young master, she could barely stand on her feet. She had to call on the water spirit for help, fearing getting hit. While under protection, she shouted excitedly to Jamie, fearing that he might be harmed by his own power. Hearing her voice, Jamie stopped. The surface under his feet was destroyed, and he realized that he had gone a little overboard with the combination of 2 different types of mana. Feeling the terrifying power coming from the platform, the excited father rushed towards him. When he arrived, he asked with fear in his eyes if everything was okay. Looking around, he angrily thought about who dared to cause this flash of energy and where the arrogant intruder had gone. At the same moment, he saw his named brother. The Viscount ran towards his daughter, who was near the epicenter of events. Rebecca was safe thanks to the power of her water spirit. The worried father hugged her, showing how afraid he was that she might get hurt. Addressing his son, the father, filled with anger, asked where the intruder had gone. Feeling quite embarrassed, Jamie pointed a finger at himself and admitted that it was his doing, as he had used the 100 Cs and had unknowingly enhanced the technique. Hearing this, the Count could not believe that he was able to use such advanced and heavy equipment that his father had created. But even so, he did not understand how this technique could cause such an explosion of energy, because the training field was created from a special alloy that could withstand the aura of swordsmen. Apologizing, Jamie explained that this happened because he thoughtlessly tried to combine the ability of the 100 Cs with magic. Mr. Welton was wary. The 100 Cs technique was complete, and even he himself could not improve it. He couldn't believe that his son had thought of combining the 100 Cs with magic to increase its power enough to destroy an alloy that could withstand the aura of a swordmaster. Looking at his son, he understood that this was only possible due to the fact that he chose both magic and a sword. At the same moment, the instructor appeared in front of them in his ridiculous hat and sunglasses. Master Leonardo turned to the master and said that he was now convinced that the young master's training was completed. He stated that Jamie was ready to train with the dimension-splitting sword. It's about a family's secret technique for sharing space. Jamie couldn't believe his words, because he had only started exploring the base a few days ago. But at the same moment, the father explained that only a couple of selected knights possessed the technique of the 100 Seas. Hearing this, the young magician looked at the instructor with disbelief for deceiving him and making him feel disgusting. The father awkwardly explained that when the Welton Knights cannot master this technique, they often simply leave the order. With some tension in his eyes, Jamie looked at Master Leonardo and said that now he was not surprised why the technique turned out to be so complex. Trying to relax the situation, he turned to the young master and said that their order was truly incredible. As expected, the father understood that his son's great successes had consequences. He thought for a long time about whether it was a coincidence that such a talented child was born in such unstable times. Still, he decided not to worry in vain and continue his studies. He praised his son and warned that from the next day he would take over his education. Jamie was overwhelmed with joy and could not contain his emotions when he heard the long-awaited words from his father. After this, the instructor turned to his student. He admitted that he did not know how to teach a sword that splits a dimension, but warned him that it would be incredibly difficult for him. Jamie replied firmly that there would be no problem. Master Leonardo liked this attitude and praised him for his desire. After that, he gave him a gift in the form of his red hat and said that this was a sign that he had completed his training well. He hoped that Jamie could become a great knight. After hearing his instructions, the young master thanked him for his concern and said that he was grateful that he had taught him many things. With a smile on his face, Leonardo admitted that he too had managed to note something for himself. While enjoying his snack, the young master decided to renew his energy while on the balcony. He was thinking that although his father did not want to distract him from his training, it was hard to believe that he was silent about such a meeting until the last moment. It was obvious to him that for everyone, this was just a welcome banquet for Viscount Valley. But the real goal was hidden behind a curtain of secrecy. While addressing the important guests, Sir Welton said that they were all probably aware of the tense situation in the kingdom. He talked about how the Genus Church attacked his wife's hometown and put his family in danger. Addressing the crowd, he warned them that the heinous acts of the Church of Genus would not end there, and that a war would soon begin that would involve the entire continent. That is why Count Richter Simon arrived at their ball to discuss a plan to battle against the Church of Genus. Addressing his allies, he declared that they, the nobles of the East, would participate in this battle, and this banquet would become the stumbling block of this future. Secluded on the balcony, Jamie suspected that the real purpose of the meeting was to prepare for the inevitable conflict. At that same moment, he was suddenly interrupted by Ash appearing out of nowhere. Jamie asked why she was without Rebecca. In response, the girl asked why he addressed her especially, but addressed her as usual. The guy explained that this was due to the fact that they had not yet discussed such communication with her. With some tension, Ash suggested that it was because she looked more like a grown-up girl. Hearing these words, Jamie suddenly assumed that Ash was jealous of his older sister. From such a sudden phrase, Ash hesitated and nervously said that it was not for him to talk about this. After this, she assumed that Jamie liked her older sister. Jamie coldly replied that this was not true. He thought that he, a magician of darkness 60,000 years old, would never like a child. In fact, it was a question to himself because he was not sure of his feelings. Hearing his words, Ash leaned on the balcony railing and sighed with relief. Looking at her behavior, Jamie realized that both sisters had feelings for him. After that, he asked where Miss Rebecca had gone. According to Ash, she suddenly felt ill, so Jamie decided to visit her. Clenching his fist resolutely, he came to the door of her room and knocked. He thought about how he didn't expect that the day would come when he would have to use the holy energy bestowed by the goddess Pyro. When he was allowed to enter, he saw Rebecca lying in bed, who could not believe that he was the one who decided to visit her. Confused, she asked why he decided to come to her. Looking into her eyes, Jamie suddenly realized that there was nothing wrong with her and that she was just suffering from love. Turning to her, he shared Ash's words that she was already feeling better. Justifying herself, Rebecca awkwardly said that this was so. After that, Jamie asked her to give him her hand. Seeing her behavior, he realized that she reminded him of his lover from the past, who behaved exactly the same when she tried to calm him down. The shy girl hesitated when she heard his request. Taking her hand, Jamie began to release holy energy, saying that she would soon feel better. In response, the girl mysteriously asked why she was bored and thought about him all the time. In fact, he also worried about her more than the others, but he believed that these were all the feelings he had. Diablo Wolfer was sure that he would not be able to return feelings from the past, believing that he was no longer capable of something like love. He was very sorry to see her in such a state. Removing his hand, he warned her that they would not be able to see each other for a while, and it was even hard to think about when they would see each other again. With a kind smile, he promised that he would not forget her, no matter how many years passed. Addressing her as he would have addressed his beloved from the past, he assured her that he would always remember her, after which he asked her not to get stuck in the present. The excited girl asked if she could write to him all this time. Hearing his agreement with a blush on her face and sincere tears, she extended her little finger in his direction as a sign of promise. The next day, their families said goodbye. Saying goodbye, Ash suggested that Jamie not be bored. Rebecca, turning to the young master for whom she had feelings, promised that they would definitely meet. After that, their carriage drove away, and the family continued to look after them with a sweet expression on their faces. At the same moment, Mom suddenly asked Jamie if he was sure that he was not popular among girls. With a kind laugh, his father put him in an awkward position, noticing that his son was able to seduce both daughters of Viscount Valle. After that, he asked the guy not to relax. Even though they were delayed for a day, he was not going to delay the training. 4 months later, a mysterious man appeared near their lands. Sitting on a stone, he chewed dry bread and dreamed of a glass of milk. At the same moment, a disgruntled bandit appeared behind him and began to ask the stranger how he dared to mock his guys like that. Being an incredibly strong wielder of a sword, he rushed to the attack, threatening the enemy that he would now take it to the fullest. In response, the powerful magician snapped his fingers and used spatial soul extraction magic. The mountain bandit froze in place the moment a magical seal appeared around him. He did not have time to avoid this attack and began to scream from the incredible power of a powerful spell. Having dealt with the enemy with only one spell, the mysterious master thought that he had wasted too much time when he decided to play around with the mountain bandits. With incredible anticipation, he hurried towards the capital of the lands of Haze. The white-haired magician in question wanted to meet Jamie in person. He is known as the Dimensional Siegfried, the 7th Elder of the magical world. After these 4 months, the world-famous talented magician, who was only 10 years old, was no longer what he used to be. Swinging his sword, he was able to use his family's incredible technique, cutting through space itself. Looking at the amazing aura of his sword, he asked his father if he had done everything right. Mr. Welton could not hide his surprise. The blade is a skill that is more difficult to repeat than to master perfectly. It took him 2 years to master the basics perfectly, but his incredible son did it in just 4 months. With a kind smile, he acknowledged his son's growth and admitted that he could no longer educate him. Jamie was surprised, because he was only able to repeat what his father demonstrated. Mr. Welton explained that if a student can cut through space, this means that he has ideally mastered the basics, and now only new discoveries lie ahead of him. Having mastered the base of family technology, it turns out to cut the space, and the higher the level, the larger the shape. In lieu of a dedication ceremony, the Welton family passes on the 10 shapes of their blade. This is the Welton ghost sword technique. Looking at his blade, Diablo knew that if he mastered the technique to the end, he would be able to cut intangible things. Such techniques did not exist in his previous life, so he knew that such a skill was an incredible advancement in the power of his arsenal. While they were talking, a subordinate suddenly came to them. He informed the Lord that the 7th Elder of the magical world unexpectedly came to visit him. Jamie knew this was expected. The Elder arrived at the moment when he had reached the age at which he could enter the magical world. Realizing that this was the seventh elder, the guy assumed that he was probably an even greater genius than himself. With a sweet smile, he wanted to ask if he could attend their meeting, but seeing the serious expression on his father's face, he realized that this could not be discussed. While inside the office, Siegfried admired the wealth of the great noble family and wondered how much all the antiques that he saw inside their estate were worth. Each item seemed incredibly precious to him. Remembering the words of the great magician Marcus, he reminded himself that Earl Welton was sensitive to his child. He asked him to try to survive the moment the young master was mentioned, but Siegfried was sure that the old man had scared him for nothing. Thinking that the Count was an obedient man, he doubted that he would go far to protect his son from the magical world. But when the door opened, he felt his incredible aura. With a serious look, the Count introduced himself, and his speech made the young man understand that the rumors about his obedience were not entirely true. Stretching out his hand to him, Siegfried identified himself as a representative of the magical world, the seventh elder. It is known that initially he was an ordinary slave, and the wizard, who realized his talent, took him as his student. At 15, he reached the 6th rank, and at 20, he moved to the 7th and was recognized as the youngest elder. This guy is the most talented person in the magical world. Although this happened before Jamie showed up, he was clearly someone to be reckoned with. Looking at the guest, Argano understood that the magical world was up to something. When he asked the reason for his sudden visit, Siegfried felt uneasy, thinking that such a look could kill. In response, the elder said that he had come to greet the young talent. He apologized for his rudeness, justifying that if he had notified the Count of his arrival, he would hardly have received permission to visit. Roughly throwing the cup of tea onto the plate, the Count showed his character and said that in this case, the elder was well aware of the situation. With a serious look, Mr. Welton said that although he has practically no influence on the magical world, he knows very well what kind of place it is. The magical world is divided into three forces: the Imperialists, whose leader is First Elder Open Ginger; Nobles, whose head is Elder Linmer; and also Equals, led by Luke Pretzel. Because of their rule, there is a power struggle in magic that is mired in dirty tricks. Suddenly for everyone, Jamie appeared, possessing incredible talent and noble origin. Realizing that the elders wanted to take advantage of such a master, Welton asked if they really thought they could take his son to such a place. Realizing that there are no normal people in the magical world, Siegfried took his harsh speech for granted. After that, he clarified the other side of the problem, saying that old people will not be able to control someone with incredible talent. According to him, those who are trying to win while walking on thin ice cannot take such risks. Seeing that Mr. Welton did not change his attitude, the elder only made sure that such words would not be able to convince him. He tried to solve the issue from the other side and agreed with the Count's position, saying that if he were in his place, he would also not want to let his son into the magical world. Taking advantage of a certain contrast in his speech, he clarified that an immeasurable amount of knowledge is stored there. Clapping his hands happily, he mentioned that Jamie probably wants to try the crown of omnipotence, because great magicians are given the chance to wear the crown only once in their lives. The crown of omnipotence is a key detail of the magical world, as it stores knowledge. Having bet that the Count would not interfere with his son's potential, he was right, because Mr. Welton replied that he would ask Jamie for his opinion. As expected, the young magician happily accepted such an offer. He understood that it was about the ability to interact with wisdom, which contains all the knowledge of this world. Diablo supposed that he might even be able to learn about the lost pieces of history. While on the street, Jamie met an elder. Siegfried awkwardly held his head and said that he did not expect the child to greet him in this way. When Jamie saw him with his own eyes, he admitted that he was very lucky with his appearance. In response, the 10-year-old boy said that it would be better if they could talk in a calm environment. Assessing the elder, he admitted that he deserved to be called a genius. He could see 3 mana cores inside his body and was surprised when he noticed that he was trying to make another one. Diablo understood that he had a body designed to manifest magic. Seeing such an ability, he assumed that it could have passed on to him from a past life. Noticing the young master's gaze, Siegfried began to act shyly, saying that if Jamie continued to examine him so closely, he would burn a hole in him. Jamie awkwardly began to apologize, making excuses that the elder was more beautiful than expected. With a wink, Siegfried thanked him for the compliment, saying that he was honored to hear such words from someone who was rumored to be the greatest genius in history. After these words, Jamie with a serious look asked if he really trusted the rumors so much. In response, Siegfried remained silent because he enjoyed the incredible power of the young magician. He thought that the words about his talent were an exaggeration, but now he was sure that this was really so. He saw that Jamie's body was filled to the brim with mana. A testament to his incredible talent was seeing that the young mage was able to improve the Marquis of Linmer's breathing technique. At that moment, he felt sincerely sorry for Count Welton, realizing that the old people of the magical world would never leave the future magician of the 9th rank alone. He understood that if they got this child, then when in the future Jamie becomes a magician of the 9th rank, others will not be able to oppose anything, and their power will become unconditional. Siegfried could not bear to see such events. With a steady gaze, he asked the young magician whether he was afraid of a magical world in which the bloodthirsty elders would not leave him alone. Suddenly, Jamie, without even turning around, confidently said that if they came for him, he would take good care of them. With a sly smile, he said that if the matter was difficult, then he would agree. He was confident in his speech and said that famous people of the wizarding world would not allow themselves to depend on a child. Smiling awkwardly, the 7th elder only became convinced that further events involving this talented young man would be very tense. When Jamie returned to the room, he shocked Venna with the words that they were going to the magical world together. He warned her that they didn't have much time, and she should pack all her things in advance. Remembering that the magical world is the holy land of white magic, the girl began to worry that it would be difficult for her, as a dark creature, to remain unnoticed. In response, Jamie started laughing at her words, saying that she couldn't even cast a rank 2 spell. Seeing her hesitation, Jamie asked if she wanted to stay with his little sister. Remembering all the torture she endured because of Sarah, Venna demonstrated her determination to face new adventures. With a sly smile, the young master decided to cheer her up, saying that he would make sure that she quickly forgot about the troubles associated with living together with Sarah. Venna received the news with incredible sadness that the teacher was going to double the amount of training on the way to the magical capital. Sending his beloved son on the road, Mr. Argano provided him with a delightful magical sword that bears the name Scud. He wished him to return safe and healthy, saying that it was okay if he got hurt, because the main thing was to come back stronger than now. When saying goodbye, his younger sister Sarah invited him to take with him her teddy bear, Chenny, which she treasured very much. Jamie thanked her for her concern and promised that he would always think about her. Their conversation was interrupted by the mother, who attacked her son with a hug. Exerting incredible moral pressure, she asked him to return safe and sound, and also forced him to write a letter as soon as he arrived in the magical capital. Suddenly, for Jamie, she began to complain that she would not be able to see him for half a month. The guy was surprised, realizing that this journey would take him at least 2 years. Looking at his father, he saw that he began to give desperate hand signals, waving his hand awkwardly. He wanted to say that he would make sure that his mother let him go easily. Having said goodbye to his family, the determined young magician went to the exit. Having met the elder at the entrance, he asked what their path would be. As it turned out, they were heading straight to the magical world. But before that, Mr. Siegfried was going to drop into an interesting place, saying that the young magician would definitely like it. Jamie asked what they were talking about, and the 7th elder mysteriously replied that it would be the city of magic stones, Saint-Germain. According to him, a huge market for magic stones will soon open there. As it turned out, Jamie had already heard about such a place, and understood that this was a city with the largest mine of magic stones in the entire kingdom of Seldom. Seeing young Mr. Welton's reaction, Mr. Siegfried was glad that he liked the proposal. They set off on the road on foot, and their first location was a rocky, snowy forest. The first question from the elder was why Jamie needed the sword. He assumed he took it for self-defense. In response, Jamie said that he was handling him well. Siegfried was surprised, because he believed that because of this his magic would probably begin to sag. Jamie assured that he is constantly developing, and therefore there is no need to worry about this. He further admitted that he was eager to get to Saint-Germain, because it was the center of the concentration of power in the north. Looking around, he knew that this place was the artery of the north, because the local crystal deposits provided for the 6 great families. After listening to his observations, the joyful Siegfried asked if he wanted to hear an interesting story about these mountains. He provocatively said that kids love to listen to this. Although Jamie was hurt by his last words, he did not give up on his tales. According to the elder, thousands of years ago there was a huge, constantly erupting volcano here, and lava from time to time covered the nearby villages, and nothing could be done about it. But one day, an unknown magician appeared and went alone to the volcano. The day after its appearance, the volcano stopped erupting, as if it had been blocked. The magician who did this disappeared without a trace, leaving only parting words. He stated that when the sleeping monster awakens, the disaster will begin again. Jamie replied that the words about a monster in a volcano sounded absurd. Siegfried agreed with him, but the magical community believes the story to some extent, as some evidence has been found. At the same moment, a mountain bandit targeted them, his arrows headed towards them. At the last moment, Sigmund noticed them nearby and shouted to his younger comrade that danger was approaching. Jamie managed to jump back, and 5 arrows fell on the place where he had been earlier. It all looked as if the enemies had prepared an ambush in advance. After that, he heard the bandit who was on one of the rocks shout the name of the 7th elder, calling him a scumbag. The man who was in front of the group of armed bandits shouted that he had come to avenge his older brother. He vowed to get rid of the magician who had caused him pain. Hearing such words directed towards the 7th elder, Jamie wondered if they really knew each other. As it turned out, it was about the man whom he destroyed on the way to the Welton estate. Despite this, he began to make excuses that he could not remember their acquaintance. The attention from his enemies infuriated him, but he understood that he had an excellent opportunity to test the young magician, about whom there were so many incredible rumors. Mr. Siegfried suddenly began to behave like a sweet girl, begging his comrade to help him get rid of his problems. Jamie asked in confusion why he had to clean up after the 7th elder. Manipulating the young master's opinion, he suggested that he use a sword for this. At that moment, Jamie realized that he had never really used his martial arts abilities in a real battle. In fact, he was well aware that the 7th elder simply wanted to take a look at his abilities. And yet, the cunning Siegfried achieved his goal. Jamie didn't mind following his lead and, putting his hand on his sword, thought that he would deal with them quickly. As the enemies rushed towards him, he thought that it would be a pity to use a sky-cutting blade against such poor souls. One of the bandits who was closest turned to him like a child and asked him not to blame him for his own death. Within moments, Jamie instantly gained control of the environment and was ready to destroy anyone who approached. Sensing his martial arts mana spreading, Siegfried was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated his abilities as a swordsman. The young master's mana went wild and made even the bandits who were rushing forward for revenge tremble. This was a great opportunity for him to use the transformed White Ocean skill. With incredible concentration, Jamie swung his sword, using the pressure skill. When such a formidable force fell upon the enemies, they, unable to resist, fell face down into the ground. Everyone who was under the influence of this ability was injured and could not even respond to him in any way. Raising his head, the trembling bandit called the young master a scumbag. After this, the wounded bandits began to rise to their feet and said that the young magician should not expect mercy. But Jamie was not going to stop. Without any unnecessary movements, he used the first move of Welton's 10 forms of sword mastery called Curved Cut. This attack was incredibly effective, but even so, the young mage supplemented it with lightning magic. All opponents were neutralized in an instant. Returning his sword to its sheath, Jamie asked the 7th elder if he had any questions. With a sly smile, Siegfried thought that in front of him was a real magician swordsman, and also a ruthless one. He understood that in 10 years he would have no equal. Clapping his hands, he stated matter-of-factly that he looked as if there were no enemies. He admiringly called the young gentleman's actions incredible. With a serious look, Jamie replied that he was just throwing around words, even though he really wanted to test him. Jamie was about to move on, but Siegfried suddenly asked him not to rush. As it turned out, he was going to collect the buns that were left behind by the bandits. A few hours later, they arrived in a strange but beautiful city. It was Saint-Germain. As it turned out, first of all, they were heading to the store, where the item that Mr. Siegfried had ordered was supposed to arrive. Jamie expected to see some incredible building, but they came to a very shabby hut. When Siegfried went inside, he invited Jamie to follow him, remembering that there was no need to be shy about such buildings. But Jamie didn't really listen to him, since he couldn't breathe properly because of the dust. When they walked inside, he was surprised that he didn't feel any presence. Unexpectedly for him, a female voice said that he was not happy to see the elder in his shop. The shop owner was extremely short, so Jamie couldn't unsee him from behind the high counter. As it turned out, the thing Siegfried was waiting for had not yet been delivered. Trying to look at the mysterious magician, Jamie stood on his tiptoes, but it was still not enough. After this, the guy decided to use flight magic. But at the same moment, the old woman shouted that magic was prohibited in her shop, after which she pointed her staff in his direction. Jamie was surprised that she was a dwarf. At the last moment, he set up a shield. Suddenly, his magical shield was easily destroyed, and the old woman hit him on the head with her staff. An important woman addressed him like a child, saying that her magical artifact was capable of dispelling even a 5th rank spell. Hearing that she had real anti-magic in her hands, Jamie couldn't believe that a national treasure-level artifact would be in the hands of the owner of such a terrible shop. Before Siegfried left, the old lady said that his goods would arrive in 2 days. After that, she warned that she would not just give him the thing. The elder displeasedly reminded her that she would give him that thing as soon as she found it. Jamie, being the smarter negotiator, asked what her terms were. The woman replied that she wanted Siegfried to return the heart of the shadow sheep to her from a secret auction that would begin in 2 days. She was ready to pay as much as needed. When it comes to the heart of the shadow sheep, it is worth mentioning that this is an animal that lives in the shadows and appears only during the full moon. Therefore, it is a very rare material for alchemy. The woman said that if he brought her this thing, she could pick up his goods much cheaper than they agreed. Having no other choice, Siegfried accepted her terms, saying that she should keep her promise. When they left the store, Jamie tried to find out what product they were talking about. Since it was a secret, he decided to inquire about who that mysterious granny was. Siegfried explained that Miss Curiel is known as a great alchemist, and she also has shops all over the world. She is a very businesslike lady, and all her shops are connected by warp tunnels created by her personally. The fact that she was able to make such incredible portals is explained by the fact that she is an 8th rank magician who does not cooperate with any country. Then they came to the hotel, which, according to Jamie, looked quite tolerable. But at one point, he looked at his friend with some contempt, asking if he had booked different rooms. Siegfried began to laugh cheerfully, saying that there was no problem living in one, because in that case, they would pay half as much. Late at night, in the dark alleys of the city of Mana Stones, a meeting of unknown people began, who hid their identity. They were interested in a secret auction that would begin in the basement of the Lydium Museum. They were sure that the thing they needed would be there, although the list of goods was kept in the strictest confidence. Everything went according to their plan. She considered it God's will, because some mysterious old book led them to this place. When their leader joined their conversation, he asked them to cool down and not lose their heads over these successes. They considered it a duty to get this item. After this, their leader set off in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Jamie left the hotel and was on the streets of the city. Venna finally felt free and jumped out. Grabbing her by the scarf, the gentleman asked her to use the wind skill, saying that they needed to hide in the Gramea. He was afraid that Siegfried would catch them. At the same moment, Venna noticed incredible stones that were carried past them. Despite the fact that the student interrupted him, he decided to explain to her that these people openly bring stones because they are of low quality. Venna couldn't even imagine how high-quality stones would be brought in such a case. Jamie told her a great secret, saying that they were probably making it a little more secretive. He said they hide them so that no one knows what they are, or they drag them somewhere dark and distant. At the same moment, a heavy wooden box that was closed was carried past them. Jamie felt incredible energy coming from that box. In addition, his perfect cell artifact began to show excellent reactions. He understood that the bracelet reacted to what was being carried inside that box. The mysterious box attracted even more attention. Taking a closer look, he noticed that there were at least 3 seals on it, and possibly even more than 6. He believed that if the bracelet reacted like this to an object nearby, then that object was most likely one of his lost 3 great divine weapons from his past life. While watching the strangers, he heard them complaining about the heavy weight of the object inside. When the box was brought to the site, workers began to whisper that the contents would be put up for sale in a secret auction, which is why they were asked to handle it with care. Previously, this did not concern Jamie because he just wanted to find out what they were carrying, but now he realized that he had the opportunity to get this thing, but for this, he needed money. Meanwhile, Miss Kirill was in her house. On this day, she said that she missed her son most of all. As it turned out, Finn, her son, was the one who had been battling the disease for many years. With tears in her eyes, she recalled that she could not save him, no matter how hard she tried. Even an 8th rank magician cannot control everything, especially when it comes to life. But now she was sure that if she got the heart of the dark sheep, then everything would be different. At one point, she noticed in her crystal ball the approach of a young man with whom the 7th elder came. Letting him inside, she asked what brought him to her shop so late at night. Jamie suddenly said with a sweet look that he just wanted to borrow some money. Miss Kirill was taken aback by his words. When she asked to clarify the amount, Jamie asked her in response how much would not be a pity. Hearing his impudence, which he covered up with a cute behavior, Kirill hit him on the head with her staff, trying to drive away the impudent boy. But in response, smart Jamie said that he just needed to give something back. The woman was shocked when she heard him suggest that she was planning to go to the world of shadows. Jamie hit the bull's eye. People rarely know that the heart of a dark sheep is one of the objects with which you can open the door to the world of shadows. This is uncharted territory that the everyday world has not yet comprehended. The ruler of that world is the queen of the spirits of darkness, Venutro, and you can only enter there with her permission. Addressing his mistress, he crouched down to be at her height. Trying to demonstrate the usefulness of this treaty, he said that you won't get there by simply collecting all the materials. He convinced her that he knew the exact way to fulfill all the conditions. In response, Miss Kirill asked why she would trust an unfamiliar and arrogant young man. She was once again taken aback when Jamie suggested she sign a spiritual contract. Spiritual contact is very dangerous because during its use, the souls of the participants are the price of exchange, which persists even after the death of one of them. Jamie himself understood that this was madness, but he had no other choice. Tightly clutching the portrait of her beloved son in her hand, the woman asked what the terms of the contract were. Jamie replied that the condition would be a contribution until the contract was fulfilled by both. 2 days later, the guys arrived in the basement of the Lidum Museum. The guys put on masks, but Siegfried still asked his younger comrade to be careful not to reveal himself. Even though the mask hid their mana, they shouldn't act provocatively. At one point, Jamie smelled the forest emanating from a stranger who passed by them. When asked why the young magician began to behave strangely, Jamie replied that he was simply mistaken when he thought he saw someone he knew. Miss Kirill had given them good seats so they didn't have to worry about missing out on anything important. Looking ahead, Jamie was only convinced that the one who smelled of the forest was sitting in front of him. But when they took their places, he stopped feeling his strength, which was reminiscent of the power of an elf. He was sure that this man had not come alone. Meanwhile, the auction began and the first item was offered. The mysterious power that the curtain hid appeared within a moment. These were slaves from the elf family. Bidding started with a small amount of 100,000. Within a moment, the price increased and exceeded 1,000,000. Watching this, Siegfried felt real anger, knowing what it was like to be in slavery. The price rose incredibly quickly. Although the elder hid his emotions with a mask, Jamie knew that he was probably uncomfortable watching something like this. Seeing the behavior of the guys ahead, he was only convinced that their nervous reaction was due to the fact that they were elves after all. A few unremarkable items later, they arrived at the main event, which was the heart of the dark sheep. The guys finally waited for the moment when they could begin to implement their plan. The presenter invited everyone present to start bidding at the price they considered necessary. A few minutes later, the price rose to 43 million. Observing the active interest of those present, Jamie turned to the elder and said that he should join. But Siegfried behaved judiciously and asked the young magician to be more patient. At the last moment before the top bid was accepted, he suddenly offered 1 billion, which was 20 times more than the top bid at that time. Everyone was shocked, including Jamie. While Siegfried was humming some cheerful melody, the young magician was worriedly thinking that this kind of money would be enough to subjugate the entire haze for a year. As expected, no one could offer more, and the heart of the dark sheep was sold to a mysterious gentleman in a crow mask who was Siegfried. Calling the auction a real storm, the presenter suggested paying attention to the next lot, which he called no less valuable. Jamie was dumbfounded when he heard that it was the ultimate stone, which is known as Almighty. The great magician of the past could not believe that his divine weapon retained its original name. According to the presenter, the object, which he called the stone, had enough energy to support an area the size of Saint-Germain for 10 years. For Diablo Wolfer, it seemed barbaric that the presenter would give such examples, not knowing that it was stupid to use that stone for such purposes. As soon as the bidding began, the mysterious girl with pink hair announced that she was betting as much as 8 billion. Everyone present was simply shocked by such a sum. The limit stone was successfully sold at the first bid, which turned out to be too much for the other participants. Venna, not understanding what she had done, mentally turned to the master, asking if she had done a good job. Crossing his legs, Siegfried noticed that the lady was probably very rich. Jamie awkwardly agreed, thinking that his stupid student did not understand anything at all about trading and spent a lot of Mrs. Kyriel's money, which was enough for 8 years of Hayes's life. Having seen everything that was worthwhile, they agreed that it was worth taking what was theirs and leaving the auction. As Jamie left, he heard that the next item would be a relic found near a volcano in the Calton Mountains. Seeing the object that was carried next to him, Diablo noticed that there was something written on it in an ancient language. He read the words about a dream that should never end. In an instant, an unexpected event occurred, and the 7th elder asked the young mage to stay behind him. Jamie asked hesitantly what happened. While not far from the main vendor of the event, they heard that they had an emergency. Someone stole all the goods that were in their underground warehouse. As expected, it was the work of the mysterious elves. One girl who took part in this demonstrated her indignation at the fact that her people became slaves at the auction. Luckily, their comrade Alex went in search of them. After finishing this matter, he asked her to calm down before they met Mr. Hahn. They needed to leave before the auction people showed up and tried to reclaim their property. But at the same moment, a magician filled with rage suddenly appeared in front of them and asked how they dared to touch his things. It was Jamie who came after them along with the 7th elder. Stretching his hand towards them, he ordered them with an evil look to return what they stole before he killed them all. The restless elves prepared to fight and took out their daggers. The girl with green hair began to use magic. Seeing this, Siegfried came to the conclusion that it would not be possible to resolve the conflict with ordinary conversation. In order not to waste time, he used a spell to attack first. Within a moment, the elves' blades began to lose their shape. Filled with anger, the girl with green hair asked her comrades to leave. Calling them auction bastards, she cast magic on the surface and plants burst out. She aimed her attack at the 7th prefect, who didn't even try to dodge. The magician, confident in his abilities, used teleportation magic. At the same moment, the plants aimed at him fell into the cracks. The elves' attack suddenly turned on them. The elf with red hair rushed to attack the elder. But at the same moment, Siegfried, without even changing his position, again launched an attack on those who were left behind. Turning to their comrade, the guys shouted that he should be careful. Siegfried suddenly appeared on top of him. He directed magic at Ija, who was instantly filled with a feeling of fear and could not move. While the girl was trying to help him, their comrade again rushed to attack using a sword. But at the same moment, he collided with Jamie. The young magician decided to use his sword, and as soon as he met the enemy, he declared that he was much weaker than expected. With one blow, he threw him away from his comrade. The elf jumped to a safe distance, realizing that they did not have enough strength to cope with such monsters. Pointing daggers of deadly emotion at him, Jamie angrily asked how they dared touch his things. All the elves found themselves on the ground without the ability to resist. Siegfried was ready to deal them a fatal blow, but at that same moment they heard the sound of bells. After that, the spells they had cast on the elves were instantly destroyed. A stranger began to walk towards the trembling elves, who was surprised that his comrades were walking for so long to their meeting place. It was their boss. The elves greeted him with tears of joy, realizing that they were now saved. Jamie was wary, because the stranger easily destroyed their high-level magic. The 7th elder, turning to the young man, said that only by looking at the stranger one can understand that he is a master of his craft. After these words, he absurdly asked the young magician if they could survive such a meeting. Ignoring the elder's stupid speech, Jamie asked if they needed to fight if they only came to take their things. Siegfried agreed, saying that he saw no point in starting an elf hunt. Jamie suggested starting negotiations, and the mysterious stranger, who looked like a shaman, cheerfully replied that he was glad that he would not have to worry about being chased. After that, he asked what exactly the guys from the auction needed. With a thumbs up, the elder said that they would leave if they received the black sheep heart they had bought. Unexpectedly for him, Jamie added that they also require the Almighty. Siegfried agreed with his words, but realizing this, awkwardly turned to the young magician to find out why he needed an item that they did not buy. With some discomfort, young Mr. Welton suggested postponing this conversation for later. After listening to their conditions, the stranger decided not to refuse. Returning, one of the elves allowed himself to boldly say that they did not fight with all their strength. Addressing the guys, a shaman unknown to them unexpectedly used magic, saying that although he trusted them, he would like to check something. At the moment when Jamie checked the suitability of the auction lot, his hair returned to its previous color. He couldn't understand how his magic could be released if the streams of mana weren't even moving. Seeing the emerald color of his hair, the stranger began to laugh joyfully, suggesting that this was Jamie Welton himself. He mentioned that he heard about it from his comrade named Beryl Onyx. When Siegfried asked if they knew each other, Jamie awkwardly explained that he had never seen him before. The stranger was shocked when Jamie, calling him Mr., asked if he really knew the Wind Swordsman. Thinking that a talented guy was capable of such behavior, the young magician brazenly repeated his question again. Missing his insolence, the cheerful shaman proudly replied that they knew each other, since both were frontiers. Hearing this, the seventh elder sensed danger. He pushed the young master back and said seriously that there was a dangerous person in front of them. He explained that frontiers are called rebel leaders who want to conquer the entire Kingdom of Harmony on the Western continent. When it comes to the Kingdom of Harmony, all Jamie knew was that they had a rebellion due to corruption. It has now become clear that the frontiers are the leaders of that uprising. Seeing the tension of the magicians, the stranger invited them to go to a safe place where they could listen to his explanations. With a serious and incredulous look, Siegfried agreed to the proposal and asked him to try to explain everything. Meanwhile, the auction organizer was beside himself with rage. Turning to his guard, he asked how he could have missed the thieves. Addressing a tall black man in a formal suit and sunglasses, he recalled his words that he was a master of battles, and then asked if he knew how much they had to pay for him. Turning around, the guarantor of their safety decided to satisfy the desire of the head of the auctions. He said that it was time to fulfill their contract. Meanwhile, the guys, using spatial magic, moved to the wasteland, which was located among high rocks. The man from the Liberation Army began to laugh cheerfully, saying that this was the first time he had seen such incredible teleportation without using a magic circle. With a still serious look, Siegfried asked him to stop talking and asked what brought the rebels to the Kingdom of Seldom. He feared that they were planning to do the same things here as in the Kingdom of Harmony. In response, the stranger clarified that they are not rebels, but forces of freedom. According to him, they came to Seldom for something. After this, he asked why else would Beryl, their manager, return to his hometown. When Jamie asked what kind of thing he was talking about, Jedzak decided to answer on his own. He showed a golden cube with an inscription that was a mysterious key. The elf said that a long time ago, a monster under the Kalton volcano, which is nearby, was captured by the frontiers. This cube is the key to releasing Vehemos. At that moment, Jamie remembered the demons he created in a past life to fight the 12 gods. Among them were Chernish, the tech-supporting creature he had brought back since his rebirth, as well as Jormungandr and Vehemos. Now he was convinced that Vehemos was still alive and had not died on the battlefield. At that moment, it seemed even more strange to him that traces of his past life were constantly being discovered in Seldom. He understood that this could hardly be called a coincidence because more than 60,000 years had passed since his last life. Having explained the details of his mission, the frontier received permission to leave. He began to say goodbye cheerfully, inviting young Mr. Welton to meet again. At the same moment, a man with an incredible aura landed behind them with a huge roar. The auction security guarantor who landed next to them called them filthy thieves. At the same moment, he began to evaluate the guys and pronounce some numbers. Looking at the seventh elder, He said that he had 120 points. Frontier from the Freedom Army was rated at 147 points. Having explained that we were talking about the level of strength, the man with terrifying force rushed to attack the strongest among those present. Despite using a shield, the Frontier was unable to withstand this blow and flew to the side. The stranger with terrifying power introduced himself as Darius and added that he had as many as 210 power points. The elves could not sit still and rushed to attack. The green-haired girl was the first, but Darius easily got behind her and hit her in the neck, telling her that she should intervene with only 55 power points. Braca lost consciousness, and her comrades rushed to her aid. But after a moment, Darius grabbed their heads and slammed them against each other, saying that weaklings like them shouldn't interfere either. Frontier understood that the battle would be truly serious. He did not expect that they would be caught by the underground auction workers. Resolutely clenching his staff, he decided to give a worthy response to the enemy. Saying that it was his turn to attack, he said with a serious tone that the enemy should prepare. Using his staff, he launched an empathy attack at the enemy, a reverse skill that returns all damage received to the enemy. Without wasting any time, Darius rushed to the attack. Directing the blow at the enemy, the Frontier shouted that everything would end here. Darius made a mistake and was forced to defend himself. He took the blow of incredible destructive power. Seeing such a battle, Jamie could not believe that not only Beryl Onyx, but also the rest of the Frontiers were such strong warriors. Looking towards the enemy, the magician thought about whether he managed to finish this battle. But Darius survived. With a smile in anticipation of a good battle, he noticed that the Frontier's strength statistic had suddenly increased to 170 points. He assumed that he was using reality-altering power. Although he recognized his strength, he noticed that Creon was much stronger. The magician was unpleasantly surprised to see that his powerful and unexpected attack had no effect. Darius turned to threats and suggested that he give up everything he had stolen and die in peace. At the same moment, Gifrid awkwardly intervened in their conversation, saying that he was a simple buyer who should be released. But despite his words, the auction security guarantor refused him. Now, the wizards realized that they needed to join the battle to join forces. JB understood that he had a chance to pay off his debts to the Frontiers for the fact that Beryl Onyx had once saved his life. Addressing the young master, Siegfried asked him to be careful. He clarified that their opponent is Darius, nicknamed the Invisible Iron Fist. According to the Elder, he is the surviving champion of the underground battles from 10 years ago. Rumor has it that he defeated 2 sword masters. Jamie began to feel a certain excitement at the sight of a true master of battles. A magician from the Liberation Army asked Jamie to go to safety, but the young master asked them not to worry, after which he used the power of his artifact. Jamie explained that this is his Gremium artifact, which is capable of constructing dimensions. Their opponent was surprised, realizing that the young mage had created this space to control the surrounding objects, gaining an advantage over the enemy. He was right, because the user can detect everything within reach and determine the composition, even if something is invisible to the eye. Rushing into the attack, Darius declared that the first would be a magician with long white hair. Using the power of the Gremium, Jamie moved them to the other end of the space, and the Battlemaster hit the floor instead of the magician. Looking around, Darius sensed the presence of another enemy and called him a rat. A mage from the Liberation Army suddenly appeared behind him and sent his divine battle spear skill towards him. But at the same moment, Darius dodged his formidable attack with incredible speed and found himself right in front of his face. At the same moment, Siegfried used an area of magic that could control space and time without casting a spell. While his comrade escaped the attack, the 7th Elder aimed a blow at the enemy. Using 2 teleporters, Siegfried closed the distance for the attack, and Darius did not have time to dodge and took the blow with his back. At the same time, Jamie supported their attacks using a Gremian property called 5-layer wall. Everything around began to collapse, but Darius managed to escape. He observed changes in space. After that, the 7th Elder of the magical world attacked him again. Siegfried used Omega Impact, a great destruction spell that compresses space in a designated area. Under incredible pressure, Darius decided to weaken the enemy's technology by using his aura as a shield. Watching this method of neutralizing his technique, the 7th Elder felt tense, realizing the incredible level of the Battlemaster's abilities. Jamie couldn't just stand by and watch, so he used the power of his artifact again. Due to the use of the deep void skill, a funnel appeared under Darius's feet, which began to pull him into the abyss. Calling Jamie a sucker, Darius was furious that he was so successful at manipulating space, causing him a lot of trouble. At the same moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the young master and said that killing children was against his morals. But this case was special. Darius's blow turned out to be so powerful and destructive that the Gremia space did not have time to recover. Siegfried and the magician of the Liberation Army did not have time to protect their comrade and were shocked by what happened. But when the ardor subsided, they saw a shocking picture. Jamie was not hurt at all. He stopped the blow with his own forehead and said that even a battlemaster should not weaken his defense. The fact that he survived was not just a miracle, but the effect of his artifact of omnipotence, which reduces all physical damage to 0. The Almighty Stone is one of the 3 great divine artifacts that Diablo Wolfer created. Having neutralized the enemy's formidable attack, Jamie decided to use his sword. He struck first using the Welton family style. The circular version of the space-cutting sword was combined with the power of his almighty artifact. Despite this, Darius's aura was able to neutralize his spatial slash. The Battlemaster did not expect to see sword techniques performed by a magician. Jamie realized that this was not enough and he should carry out another attack. While close to the enemy, he struck using the reverse movement of the White Sea. But unexpectedly for him, the enemy managed to catch his blade with his bare hand. As soon as Jamie tried to get away from him using the power of Gremia, the artifact began to tremble, and Darius seriously said that it was time to finish. After these words, Jamie felt incredible pressure, and his artifact stopped working. Jamie was simply shocked to realize that their terrifying enemy had been able to deactivate his incredible artifact with sheer force. Realizing the danger of the situation in which the young master was, the magicians rushed to his aid. But at the same moment, Darius, with a smile on his face, said that he would never have thought that he would meet the young magician in this way. A little shyly, he said that he was pleased to meet the grandson of his good friend. Hearing this, the magicians and Jamie were so shocked that they could not utter a word. With his hands folded importantly in front of him, Darius, with a kind smile, said that 10 years ago he met Cherbil in Lang's bar. Mr. Cherbil Welton visited the site, where the strongest fighters gathered. Seeing each other, Cherbil and Darius realized that it was love at first sight. Instinctively, they understood each other's skills, and therefore met every day and sparred almost to the death. However, according to Darius, he was haunted by the fact that Cherbil had at his disposal one technique that he never used. After another battle, a black man called Mr. Welton his brother and asked if it was time to show the technique. Addressing him, Cherbil unexpectedly said that he could trust him and demonstrate such strength. Mr. Welton told his friend that he would soon have a grandson, and this technique was intended specifically for him. Demonstrating his exceptional strength, he asked his comrade to watch carefully, so that he could then pass it on to Jamie. This was the ultimate creation technique. Darius showed it to the heir of the Welton family, just as grandfather Cherbil had planned. This was the very power with which he was able to stop the cutting of space of the sword style that Jamie used. In front of all the magicians, Darius was able to not only cut, but even remove the very space within the attack radius. Jamie was shocked when he heard that Cherbil had reached the Grandmaster level using this technique. Grandmaster is the final stage of martial arts mastery. Recalling the powers of the great organizations that we saw earlier, it is worth noting that the sun and space sword techniques were almost achieved, but not a single Grandmaster was known. Seeing the young master's reaction, Darius realized that he had begun to understand the incredible power of his family. Clenching his fist resolutely, Jamie declared that if he continued on the path of the sword, he would definitely be able to follow his grandfather's skill. Darius replied that he was right, after which he stated that he would look forward to their next meeting, during which he could see how much the heir of the Welton family had grown. After listening to his story to the end, one of the frontiers was surprised, saying that he thought that he had come for their souls. At the same moment, a dissatisfied Siegfried called him crazy for saying something that should not have been mentioned at the moment when they were so lucky. Darius noticed his displeasure, but asked him not to worry, saying that he would forgive them for this, due to the fact that he met Cherbil's grandson. After that, he said goodbye. After an inappropriate phrase from the frontier, Siegfried awkwardly said that thanks to him, the opinion of the Freedom Army had only worsened. The magician with the cane still didn't understand where exactly he committed his stupidity. Remembering the elves' dialogue, Jamie began to think about how to get in touch with his pet from the past. He was sure that they were talking about how they wanted to break the Vihimos seal. While the magicians were distracted, he decided to make friends with the elves and took the opportunity to begin treating the guy with red hair. As it turned out, during the treatment, the cunning Jamie used a dark personality control spell and ordered the elf to allow him his request. Seeing Jamie treating his comrade, the magician thanked him for his help. Jamie replied that words didn't matter, and if they were truly grateful, then they should show him Vehimos. When the red-haired guy regained consciousness, he thought that he would under no circumstances do this, but unexpectedly for himself, he agreed with his request, not understanding why the hell he did it. With some feeling of awkwardness, he was forced to continue and say that if the young magician wanted to come with them, then they would not mind. With a sly smile, Jamie accepted their offer. His plan worked perfectly, and he got the opportunity to finally see Vehimos. Turning to her boss, the elf with green hair asked if they had received news from Alex that he was going to free the captive elves. Ejak contacted them, and Alex reported that she managed to find the sold elves. But at the same moment, she asked to call back later, and a woman's dissatisfied speech could be heard in the background. When Jamie heard that voice in the background, he realized that it was his ridiculous charge. A few hours ago, after the end of the auction, Venna managed to escape from all the fuss, realizing that the gentleman himself would take care of the lost stone of the Almighty. At that moment, she suddenly heard a scream, but did not understand why it evoked such strong feelings of compassion in her. Her hammer explained that it was an elf, and the real Valkyrie should be ashamed that she did not sense his presence. Venna understood that if this was the cry of the elves, then these were probably the poor fellows who were being sold at auction. Biting her lip nervously, she was still afraid to do anything, but the thought of them being mistreated gave her much more determination. Turning to the hammer, she asked him to help her, saying that she wanted to save the elves. Filion, as the weapon of the Valkyrie Queen, could not refuse such a request. As a result, the ridiculous girl met Alex inside the place where the elves were kept, but considered her to be a villain and shouted at her to let the poor fellows go from the auction. Alex answered displeasedly that she should have said that, after which she asked where the stranger was doing with the elves. At the same moment, she felt water begin to drip onto her. Raising her head, she screamed in fright, realizing that it was not water, but the saliva of a huge hound that guarded this prison. But after fighting demons and training hard, Venna considered her nothing more than a mongrel. Despite Alex's warning that it was dangerous, the young Valkyrie rushed to attack the huge dog, saying that she should be taught a lesson in politeness. Screaming to sit, she hit the hound on the head with her hammer as hard as she could. While Alex awkwardly apologized, Venna talked to the hammer and learned that this was an elf, but she was not alone here. Watching her talk with the hammer, Alex felt uneasy. Moreover, she did not understand who the amazing girl was who had appeared here so unexpectedly, pursued the same goal, and was even able to knock out the hound with one blow. Thanks to the sense of the hammer, Venna, being a not yet awakened Valkyrie, found the elves. The cage was closed and she could not let them out. After that, Alex suddenly approached her and asked her to step aside while she removed the seal. While Venna was surprised that they were on the same side, they suddenly heard the furious cry of a stranger. The owner of this prison turned to his ward named Vane and asked him to bring the heads of the daring violators. The quite good sword wielder quickly rushed to the attack. After blocking his first attack, Venna realized that even in Valkyrie form, they were not strong enough to deal with such an opponent. The impudent Vane called her weak, after which he said that she should not have interfered in her own business. The girl's hammer began to tremble and she realized that she would not last long. But at the same moment there was an unexpected powerful explosion, from which Vane lost consciousness. With a smile on his face, Jamie asked the student if she really still couldn't cope with such enemies. The young master has already managed to capture the owner of this prison. Venna was filled with joy when she saw him. Jamie said she should take the elves and leave while he took care of the rest. The trembling owner of this underground prison said that he recognized the emerald hair of the Welton family. Turning to him, Jamie promised that he would reward him for his quick grasp of information. Using dark magic, he declared that he should be proud of his destiny. Jamie infused him with Leviathan nutrients to make a puppet out of him. When the green-haired Braha arrived, she could not contain her emotions of joy that the elves had been freed. Venna was glad that they managed to free their comrades. With tears in her eyes, Sentimental Braca said that she didn't even know how to thank the girl for helping them escape. At one point, she suddenly asked where the Valkyrie came from here. Venna was surprised that she knew who the Valkyries were. As it turned out, it was not difficult for the elf to recognize the girl with red hair. The young Valkyrie did not even know that while rescuing her comrades from the elf tribe, she had awakened her powers again. An even greater surprise was the moment when Braha suddenly grabbed her hands, and with a blush on her face, began to rejoice that the Valkyrie princess was alive. Fighting back tears, she said she thought the princess was dead when she disappeared 10 years ago. After that, she invited her to go with him and return to her hometown. But a dissatisfied Jamie, who was standing next to them, warned that she was her subordinate, and the elves should not try to steal her. Braha, understanding the importance of the princess for the Valkyries, sharply replied that this concerns the fate of the entire race, and therefore a person should not interfere. Their dialogue was stopped by the frontier magician, who loudly struck the ground with his staff and said that they could no longer delay their mission. He let Braha and Alex lead the rescued elves to their temporary shelter. In turn, Jamie ordered his student to return home. Saying goodbye, the Bracha gave Venna a mysterious sphere. When leaving, she put a hood on her head and said that if the princess wanted to see her family, she could contact her through the sphere. Venna sat back down on the ground, thinking that she had the opportunity to contact her real family. The next day, the guys went together to the volcano where one of Jamie's demons was sealed. Seeing how they were going to free him with the help of the key, Diablo thought that he had missed him for ages. When the key touched the box, Vehimos was released. At the same moment, a powerful volcanic eruption occurred, which did not threaten them in any way, but only served as a kind of fireworks in honor of the end of Vehimos's long sleep. Once freed, the little pet, who certainly did not look like a formidable demon, shouted joyfully that if he was awakened it meant that his deal was over. When he woke up, the guys who were looking at him were surprised at how cute and small the creature turned out to be, which could make an entire volcano erupt. When Vehimos asked the magician if the day of revelation had arrived, he, having no idea what was going on, awkwardly said that they had come to ask him for help, according to the contract of their ancestors. In response, the cheeky pet called them pathetic fools for waking him up without knowing anything. He explained that his deal with Shiora involved his awakening 66,000 years later on the day of revelation. At the same moment, he heard a mental appeal from the young man who called him Behemoth, and joyfully said that he had been waiting for this meeting for an eternity. With tears of joy in his eyes, Vehimos could not contain his emotions when he saw his teacher. Even though Diablo Wolfer looked different from before, he couldn't mistake his pure and noble dark energy. Vehimos again said with emotion that he was glad to see the teacher, but to his surprise, Jamie began to stretch his ears, admiring how cute he was. Seeing his strange behavior, the frontier asked to release the demon, saying that they needed to talk to the little cow about something. While everyone thought Jamie was just fooling around, he turned to his pet and asked him to play along and play with them a little. Jamie promised his pet that he would return later, after which he went back to the city with the seventh elder. Vegimos could not hold back tears of joy at the long-awaited reunion with his teacher. The demon Vehimos was nicknamed Behemoth among his comrades. When he woke up, Jormungandr sensed this and also left his shelter. The guy with long hair, who was the last of the 3 demons of the great magician of the past, was surprised that everything turned out as Behemoth said. Now he too has decided to show himself to the world after 66,000 years of sleep in order to reunite with his master. When Venna returned home, holding the sphere for communication with the Elven One in her hands, she thought for a long time about what family means to her. But at the same time, she tried to distract herself from such thoughts, thinking that she had a favorite teacher who saved her from the hellish school of Garba. At the moment of her restless thoughts, Jamie unexpectedly came to her, and she hastily hid the sphere so as not to cause him to doubt her fidelity. With a joyful look, she said that she had been waiting for a long time for the moment when they would finally leave Saint-Germain and go to the capital of the magical world. But suddenly for her, the teacher coldly said that from now on she can be free. She didn't understand why he was letting her go so suddenly. She considered the only explanation to be that she was still weak and would become a burden in his future path. The girl was shocked by the false realization that she had disappointed the teacher. Jamie suddenly asked her to go east saying he would leave her a place to return to. He asked her to leave with the elves and restore the power of the Valkyrie, being the true princess of her race. The confused girl tried to dissuade him, but the teacher was firm in his intentions and said that she must know how to contact the elves of the Liberation Army. After this, he suggested that she rest before starting a new life. As soon as Jamie left her room, she bowed respectfully and thanked him for being with her all this time. Jamie received these words with a sincere smile, which he could not show in her presence. Venna promised that she would return when she became stronger. After saying goodbye to his first student after rebirth, Jamie went to the volcano to meet his pet. When the hippopotamus answered him in the same informal manner, Jamie poked him into the ground, asking why he suddenly began to lift his head and communicate with his master in such a tone. When the powerful demon felt like a cake, he became convinced that this was really a teacher, because his actions and methods of education were the same as before. Regarding how the powerful creature turned into a harmless cow, it is worth mentioning that this is due to the words of Diablo Wolfer after the final battle. Going to the last battle, he left his pets behind and said that they should not follow him, as he would definitely return. A couple of days later, the demon sensed that his presence was gone. The wise serpent Jormungand, seeing the sadness of Behemoth, said that the master would definitely return, so they should hide from the eyes of the 12 gods until they felt the presence of Diablo. The hippopotamus lay down at the bottom of the volcano and waited for the teacher, but he waited too long. One day an elf came to him and promised that he would put him to sleep and save him from pain. In return, he asked to promise him that he would help the Liberation Army in the future. According to Behemoth, when he fell asleep, his body shrank and his speech changed. Hearing his story, Jamie wondered what happened to the wise serpent. As it turned out, he did not know where his comrade was, but was sure that he was alive. As for their third comrade, he mentioned his name, but after that, there was a thoughtful pause. Remembering that they were quite close, Jamie summoned Blackie. Seeing his beloved comrade, Hippopotamus was overjoyed and began to hug him. When they calmed down a little, the gentleman said that he had an errand. Jamie asked him to follow the frontier to find out about a man named Isis. Pleased with the meeting with the master, the pet accepted his mission with a joyful expression on his face. After that, he warned him that there was one more detail in this mission. Jamie mentioned that a girl named Venna would be going with them, who was his student and close friend. He asked his pet to follow her. A joyful Veimos replied that there was no need to worry about it. Thinking about the demons and the Valkyrie, he wished for them to become stronger so that he could rely on them in the war that would someday come. The next day, he and the elder went to Miss Kyriel's shop, where she was finally able to receive the long-awaited artifact. Without showing her emotions, she handed him the item he had been waiting for so long. Siegfried, with his usual sly and smiling expression on his face, said that he would use the check that she provided him last time. Miss replied that if there were no problems with the item in the future, then she didn't care. Seeing the item that Siegfried received, Jamie surprised him by saying that he recognized the fragment of Ion. The Ion asteroid is part of a meteorite that fell on the continent several hundred years ago, so there were some records about it inside the Welton family library. Eternal mana is condensed in it, obtained from the natural world and amplified 2,000 times. When Jamie asked why the elder needed such an item, he responded with a laugh that it would remain a secret. The young master was dissatisfied with his answer, but at the same moment, Miss Kyriel asked the seventh elder to leave the shop, as she had something to talk to the boy. When Siegfried asked what their business was, Jamie decided to get even and boldly replied that it was a secret. Realizing that he would not learn anything and would not be able to avoid the old woman's wrath, the seventh elder headed towards the exit. When the door closed, Miss Kyriel asked Jamie to lead her into the world of shadows. They went to the ruins, the path to which was the spellcaster. Here it was convenient to open the portal in question. When the preparations were completed, Jamie said that he would begin launching the gate himself. Miss Kyriel trusted him, not paying attention to the caster's young age. Jamie began to read a spell and asked the king who rules the world of shadows to allow him to open the door to his world. When the gates were opened, a boundless expanse of shadows appeared before them, reminiscent of space overflowing with stars. Miss Kyriel was overjoyed and began to hurriedly run forward, but Jamie asked her not to rush. She did not understand his intentions, but at that moment, The guy replied that he received the item for which he borrowed money for free, so he could not allow her to fulfill the part of the contract where he did not fulfill his condition. By returning the check, Jamie canceled the spiritual contract and could no longer fear the consequences of violating the terms. After this, he warned the old woman that she could only enter when he personally received permission from the king. Diablo Wolfer had already forgotten what it was like to visit the world of shadows. As the young magician had said, Miss Curiel, despite the incredible desire to see her son, remained at the entrance to the portal, waiting for Jamie's signal. The magician went forward himself to meet again with the Queen of the Dark Elements. Feeling his energy and strength, the Queen of the Dark Elements, Venus, admitted that she felt nostalgic. In response, Diablo said that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. With an anticipatory laugh, the Queen of the Elements asked if Diablo Wolfer had indeed returned for revenge. Long ago, Venus, traveling the world in human form, met young Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. For her, he was a rare person, the personification of a real hero, which seemed surprising. However, in the end he lost the Great Fourth War and lost all his comrades with whom he came to battle. Venus avoided the gaze of the 12 gods and led him into her world and allowed him to use part of the shadow dimension. Thanks to her help, Diablo was able to perfect his strength. Thus, a new source of power was created called Black Mana. Remembering the rumors that he had fallen at the hands of the 12 gods, Venus asked Diablo why he had such a cute, childish appearance. The great magician replied that he did not die but was sealed, and when he woke up, he found himself in this body. All this seemed funny to her, but she returned to the previous question regarding what brought him to visit after 66,000 years. Jamie replied that someone wanted to come into her world. Venus gave permission and Jamie, returning to the world, allowed the mistress to enter inside. Before entering, she mentioned that she had left him a very useful gift, which was the Bi-End of Avalon. She said that this thing was made from a magic stone from the Tarink Fountain. Tarink Fountain is one of the 6 prohibited places in the world. The center of this fountain contains a huge amount of mana, but no one could get close to it due to the endless gurgling of deadly poisonous water. Hearing this, Jamie called the artifact quite expensive and asked why she was giving it to him. In response, Miss said that her son Finn was the same age as him. After these words, Jamie realized that she wanted so badly to get into the world of shadows to see her son. He thought that what she would see there would be only an illusion of the deceased. Closing his eyes and resigning himself, he understood that that hell would become her eternal consolation. When Jamie took the artifact in question, he went outside and invited the 7th Elder to continue their journey. The time had come to say goodbye to Saint Germain, because now they could head to their destination, the magical world, with peace of mind. But on the way, Siegfried unexpectedly asked him to tell about the story that connects him with the almighty stone and the princess. Even though Jamie hoped he wouldn't bring it up, questions continued to arise for 2 weeks until they finally arrived at the wizarding world. Taking a bird's-eye view of the city, Jamie was surprised to say that the magical world looked even cooler than he expected. Siegfried responded to his words with a sincere smile, saying that this is the city that the first king of magicians built personally. The young magician noticed that the city was creating a magic circle, but Siegfried replied that if he talked about it in more detail, it would be too boring and easy. It was not only the buildings of the city that were surprising, but also the fact that there were flying ships in the sky reporting some news. Even advertisements commissioned by a local pharmacy were distributed in this way, trying to spread the news about the best potion of the new generation. Looking around, Jamie admitted that the magical technology used in this place was simply incredible. The elder agreed with him and said that the technique was so incredible that it was not inferior to that of the Magic Kingdom. Then Siegfried said that he was going to go to the store. He handed Jamie a leaflet and invited him to look around the city. Jamie felt uneasy when he realized that this was a magic map for people who suffered from topographical cretinism. Such a gift was a kind of concern on the part of the elder, who did not want to lose his dear guest. Meanwhile, Anna Mayer, a diligent student at Phoenix Academy, was running nearby and was afraid of being late. Their vacation was over and she couldn't wait for the entrance ceremony to begin. She was not interested in new students, but in the fact that she would be able to see the director and teacher Siegfried, to whom she could show her new magic. She dreamed of the moment when Mr. Siegfried would tell her the cherished words that he regretted that he could not recognize her talent earlier, and later he would begin to beg to become her student. Dreaming of something like this, she joyfully ran towards the academy. But at one point, she suddenly saw some guy who seemed to be her child, who was a new student, but got lost along the way. The wonderful thing was that it was Jamie they were talking about. Remembering her first year of study, she thought with some tension that she understood him, since she had also been lost in this place before. Unsuspecting, Jamie enjoyed the technology of this city, wondering if it would be possible to use something similar on his father's lands. At one point he felt that a stranger put her hand on his shoulder and called him baby. Her address was too personal and he looked in her direction with a cold gaze. Anna was scared for a moment and carefully removed her hand from his shoulder. After that, Jamie politely asked what she wanted. The girl remained silent, thinking that she felt incredibly cold energy. She felt a little better when she remembered that it was just a child in front of her, which meant that most likely she just imagined a strange feeling. Turning around, Jamie said that if she didn't need anything, then he would move on. But Anna, feeling responsible for the new students, assumed that he was looking for the way to the Phoenix Academy. Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed his hand and said that they did not have time, because the entrance ceremony would begin soon. Jamie didn't understand what was happening, but despite this, he didn't resist her. He was dragged along only because he had nothing better to do. Finding himself in front of the entrance to a prestigious school in the magical world, Jamie was surprised that such an ignorant girl was studying in such a place. As a result, Anna led him to the Amel Hall, where the entrance ceremony of the Phoenix Academy was to take place. She was interested in pleasing the new student inside his new school, but Jamie was slowly starting to tire of her. The girl solemnly congratulated him on his admission. The moment Jamie said that he was not a student, the girl quickly changed the topic to the fact that she had to run some errand. She left the unfamiliar guy she had brought to the academy and ran to the rest of the students. Jamie was tired of this situation and thought that he would soon need to meet with the seventh elder. But as soon as he decided to leave this hall, he heard a rude address in which Lennon Simon, with a trembling in his body, asked what he had forgotten here. Looking around, Jamie asked who he was. Lennon was simply shocked that he forgot it after what he did to it at his family's mansion. The family's youngest son, Simon, still experienced nightmares due to the illusion used by young Master Welton. But after that incident, his affairs suddenly improved. For some reason, his father decided to personally educate him. Sometime later, Lennon heard praise from his father for the first time. Recognizing his abilities, Richter Simon sent his son to a prestigious academy in the magical world. Jamie again asked who he was. Lennon introduced himself hesitantly, fearing that he would once again encounter the terrifying illusion of a madman. Hearing his name, young Master Welton remembered him and said that he didn't expect to see such an ignorant fool in such a place. Looking at the frightened guy, it became clear that he had already reached the 3rd rank of magical power. Jamie remembered asking Count Simon to train him. The result seemed quite good to him. Pointing his finger at Jamie, Lennon hesitantly asked if he had also entered the Phoenix Academy. In response, Jamie said that if he entered such an educational institution, it would look like a joke. At the same moment, the 7th prefect approached him, asking what the young master forgot in the hall for new students. Seeing Siegfried, the entire crowd turned their attention to him, and Anna even began to run in his direction. The young teacher, who was the students' favorite, was already tired of their constant attention and wanted to disappear from their eyes. Jamie was surprised that Siegfried had a student, but the 7th elder began to make excuses with an awkward laugh and asked him to hurry up to the meeting. A moment before Anna ran up to them, they suddenly teleported away. The student felt incredible sadness, because she was so looking forward to this opportunity to show her best side. As her teacher left, she heard one of the students call Jamie a reckless bastard. Anna approached Lennon and asked if he was talking about the guy who left with Mr. Siegfried. The heir of the Simon family was surprised that she did not know who he was. Lennon introduced Jamie as the heir to the Welton family, which is a real monster and has already been dubbed the greatest talent in the human world. Hearing this, the girl repeated the name and began to smile, trying to remember who he was. In a moment of realization, she felt awkward, realizing that she had dragged such an incredible man by the arm into Amel Hall. thinking that he was a new student who had gotten lost in the magical city. Meanwhile, the 6 elders gathered at one round table, looking forward to meeting the most talented guy of their time. 4th Elder Raymond Flores Sean, who belongs to the noble faction, sincerely stated that he was looking forward to meeting the greatest genius of the continent. In turn, the 3rd Elder Serpent Gerald, who was a loyalist, replied with an important look that everyone was exaggerating, and Jamie Welton would obviously disappoint them. Pointing her finger at the 3rd Elder, the 6th Leveler Elder Adelhart Vivian said that he looked like he was afraid of being surpassed by a 10-year-old child. 5th Elder Luca Frizzell, who is the head of the Equalizers, said with awkwardness that Madame Vivian is too frank. But Miss Adelhart Vivian, provoking Master Gerald, replied that she only said what she considered necessary. The most authoritative among those present, a man with a long beard and a luxurious mustache, intervened in their conversation and asked them to calm down, saying that they could not expose the guest in a shameful light. Previously sitting silently, 2nd Elder Marcus Linmel, who is the head of the noble faction, suddenly said that their dear guest was already close. After these words, Jamie entered the meeting room, politely introduced himself, and stated that it was an honor for him to be present in the same room with people so influential in the magical world. Seeing him, all the elders were surprised, and Mrs. Vivian said with her mouth open that the young talent was a magician of at least the 6th rank. With a smile on his face, Marcus Linmel thought that Jamie had grown so much that he was now difficult to compare with the young man he was asked to teach. Looking around, Jamie was convinced that these were elders, because they were all of a higher level than himself. But at one moment, he noticed an angry, trembling old man who could hardly be a worthy competitor to him. Jamie immediately figured out that he was the 6th rank and assumed that he was unable to rise higher because of his inferiority complex. With a cheerful wave of his hand, the smiling Mr. Marcus greeted the young Mr. Welton, saying that he was glad to see him in excellent shape. Jamie greeted him back and said that he was able to improve thanks to his breathing technique. Linmel was surprised that the young talent was not only studying magic, but also began to practice with a sword. The talented guy thanked him for his praise, after which he said that he would like to ask him for sparring someday. Hearing their conversation, the envious Serpent Gerald mockingly said that since Jamie is a wizard who practices swordsmanship, he is most likely a modest person who uses only his body. In response, Jamie said with a serious look that the elder should be more careful with his words, because his father is one of those who train physically. When the elder answered hesitantly that that was not what he meant, Jamie replied in a feigned cheerful tone that it now became clear to him that Mr. Serpent Gerald was simply too clever with his words. Seeing this altercation, Siegfried covered his face, barely holding back his laughter. When the 3rd elder was filled with anger and tried to find an answer, a man with a beautiful beard stood up for him, saying that Mr. Serpent Gerald had made a mistake. Ofen Ginger, the man with that very beautiful beard, explained that his colleague spoke with good intentions. This mage is the royal teacher, as well as one of the 2 official great mages of the kingdom. He is also known as the Wizard of the Sky, a name given to him due to his ability to control the weather. With a cold gaze and a serious tone, he turned to Jamie, and calling him a young wizard, thanked him for accepting their offer, and also welcomed him into the magical world of the kingdom. Hearing the words about the young wizard, Siegfried stood up for the young master, asking whether such an approach to a truly powerful master of magic was not rude. After these words, Mr. Ofen immediately admitted his mistake and apologized to Jamie. Speaking about the possibilities of the magical world, he said that if he had his way, he would immediately support him in gaining access to the research center. But as it turns out, the magical world operates on the principle that those who do not take part in their development do not have the right to enjoy their benefits. Calling this the basic rule of the magical world, the royal teacher asked Jamie's opinion. While the guy was silent with a surprised look, Ofeng Ginger suddenly asked if he could become a person in the magical world. As they left the meeting room, Siegfried, looking at the tired and pained expression on the young master's face, thought that Ofen had been too rude when he called him a young wizard and suggested something unexpected. As it turned out, when addressing the 7th elder, the royal teacher mentioned that their academy is always in need of talented people. What he meant was that he would like Jamie to become a temporary professor for a month. Since there were no objections, he took this as agreement and asked Director Siegfried to help the young talent settle in a new place. Remembering this, Siegfried, with a determined attitude, decided to return to the elders to explain to them the real state of affairs. Seeing him angry, Jamie began to awkwardly make excuses, saying that everything was fine. Seeing that everything was not so sad, Siegfried carefully asked him to let him know when things became difficult for him. He asked not to be perceived as before, because now he has returned to the position of director of the academy. With a smile on his face, Jamie replied that he was a very strange director, since he forgot about the entrance ceremony of his academy. Remembering his past, Diablo thought about how he once swore that he would never have another student. In the distant past, even when he was not a great threat to the 12 gods, he taught children whom he called his students. But most of all, he paid attention to the guy with red hair, who, experiencing failures, was afraid that he was good for nothing. Diablo Wolfer, being a caring teacher, taught him not to rush but to develop his skills gradually and diligently. After some time, that boy with red hair began to make progress and became a special student to whom Diablo became very attached. Thinking about those times, the great magician of the past thought that those children needed to see him leave. He hoped that he would no longer have to experience feelings of attachment to people, as he had with students in his past, but he had no other choice, so he decided that he would give up his promise for just a month, but not think too much about what he was doing. Meanwhile, a loud scream was heard in the Phoenix Academy girls' dormitory. This was the cry of the red-haired student, who was shocked when she learned that Anna did not recognize Mr. Jamie, who stands out from the rest with her emerald hair. Feeling some awkwardness, Anna remembered that she grabbed his hand on the street and pulled him with her to the academy, because she thought that he was a lost student. Hearing this, her friend began to think about a love story, imagining Sir Jamie holding her hand. Anna asked why her friend referred to him as Mr., despite the fact that they were the same age. In response, the red-haired girl was displeasedly surprised that her friend would ask something so stupid. She explained that Sir Jamie was considered their true star, being the personification of the best qualities, the greatest genius of all time, a saint of the goddess Pyro, and the only son of the Welton family at the same time. Sighing heavily, Anna said that she had not known this before, after which she said that she would rather study. Calling her a bore, the red-haired girl mentioned that Evan from a parallel class started getting high grades when he started taking supplements. It was about the guy who previously wanted to quit his studies due to the lack of growth in magical power. After such news, the naive girl also decided to buy supplements and even stated that she was ready to share. Anna, being a supporter of classical methods, refused. Like the average obnoxious teenager, her black-haired friend began to judge her for refusing, saying that she never liked model students. After that, she invited her to go to the cafeteria, but the diligent student refused, reminding her that she was going to study. Speaking of the place where Jamie was going to practice as a professor, it is worth mentioning that the Phoenix Academy is an institution for magicians, which was founded by Emil Fest, a great wizard who helped found the kingdom of Seldom itself. Phoenix Academy is considered the most famous in the magical world. It has a long history that goes back several hundred years. This is the best academy, producing thousands of wizards worthy of its name. After some thought, Jamie decided to visit the academy at the request of the elders. Deputy Director Javelin Cater greeted his new colleague with a smile and said that he was honored to guide such a famous young man. Jamie sincerely responded that he was honored to be part of their team. When he entered the staff room, he shocked everyone present by announcing that he would temporarily work with them, after which he asked them to take care of him with a sincere smile. This is how the youngest professor in the entire history of Phoenix Academy was born. All the teachers were surprised when they learned that a genius from the Earl Welton family would become part of their team, albeit temporarily. After this warm introduction, the deputy director saved the young professor from excess attention and led him to the consultation office. Here he said that their academy practices the distribution of classes depending on skills. Thus, regardless of age, young wizards were divided into 3 classes: elementary, intermediate, and high, which in turn were divided into classes Alpha, Beta, and Gamma. Professor Jamie was assigned as the primary Alpha class teacher. After this, he invited Jamie to choose a subject that he would teach. While the young professor was puzzled by the difficult choice, Mr. Javelin mentioned that since he was an outstanding wizard, it would be good if he took a difficult subject. Looking at the lists, Jamie thought that he was most confident in black magic, But unfortunately for him, such a subject was not taught. He was faced with a really difficult choice, which prompted him to think about returning to his roots. Before he started learning black magic in his past life, Diablo was known as an endless wizard. Based on this, he raised the corresponding training plan, and the deputy director noticed that his choice was very interesting. He looked forward to the results of his work. They were getting close to meeting time, so he said hello to Mr. Silver. Looking around, Jamie thought that for a building that was already 500 years old, the amenities were quite good. At that moment, academy workers interested in his personality came to see him. An academy professor named Sophia, who turned out to be the bravest among her colleagues, asked whether the young man was really the person who is called the most talented wizard of humanity. As the guys walked inside the consultation office, they began to talk about their admiration for his exploits, mentioning that they were shocked by the fact that he was the best friend of the apostle of the goddess Pyro. Sophia couldn't hide her emotions when she mentioned his beautiful emerald hair. The professors admired his personality so much that they begged for his autograph. Jamie felt uneasy, not understanding why they were acting this way. At the same moment, Mr. Javelin and Professor Silver entered. To their surprise, it was impossible to approach the young wizard, since many teachers had gathered around him and wanted to get his autograph. Addressing them, Mr. Javelin awkwardly stated that it would be difficult for the young master to cope with his responsibilities if they interfered with his work like this. In response, Sophia and other fans of the talented wizard began to grimace in his direction. As a result, Jamie escaped from them using teleportation technology and met with the deputy director again. The man explained that the professors were excited and would pay a lot of attention to him for a long time because of his popularity. Having come to terms with this inconvenient fact for him, Jamie went to the elementary wing, where he had his first lesson with the Alpha class. All the students were already there. Finn Bartik, who was only 16 years old, sat next to Anna. He assumed that the girl studied all night as usual, since she is an exemplary, excellent student. Anna replied that she was doing everything to move to middle management. Hearing this, Finn said that he also wanted to move into the middle ranks, no matter what the cost. Proof of this was the drink in his hands, which was a popular drug that enhances magical power. The girl was surprised that he also began to use a similar unconventional method of development. At the same moment, she was distracted by the appearance of a young and quite talented magician who walked between the rows with incredible self-confidence. As expected, this was due to his pride. He thought that none of those present could compare with his talent. He thought that he would quickly show his superiority and move to the middle management, forgetting all these losers. But in an instant, his pride came to an end as soon as Anna turned to him, calling him red-haired. After that, a friendly student invited him to meet him. While in his first year of study, he appeared among these students for the first time and proudly pronounced the name of his surname, which immediately began to be discussed among those present. With a self-confident smile, he thought that it would only be better for him if everyone else was jealous of him being the heir of a noble family. Now it seemed to him that he should immediately move not to the middle, but to the senior level of students. Having learned that he was the son of Count Simon, Anna continued the conversation and, as if nothing had happened, suggested that he ask him everything he didn't know. Their awkward conversation was interrupted at the moment when Mr. Silver entered the hall. To the surprise of everyone present, he said that he had not come alone. After these words, young Master Welton appeared in front of them. Seeing him, Lennon Simon was worried because he did not understand what he had forgotten there. Everyone present recognized his emerald hair, realizing that he was the guy who was called the most outstanding talent of our time. The students were shocked when they found out that he was their new professor. The guys were delighted to learn that it was Jamie Welton himself. Once they started running towards him to get a better look at him, even Mr. Silver couldn't stop them. Sighing heavily, Jamie used magic, creating silence inside the room. Everyone present felt that the sounds around them had disappeared. They were dumbfounded by what happened. Jamie, trying to shame them, asked if Class Alpha really had such low standards that they allowed something like this to happen in the Sacred Academy, and even in front of a respected professor. Hearing him speak, Lennon couldn't believe that he was so official and acting like a boomer. In a way, the heir to the family, Simon, was right, because Jamie continued to communicate as if he were much older than them. The greatest talent of the era said that despite his disappointment in their behavior, he would give them a chance to improve, after which he asked them to guess the subject that he would teach. The guys began to hesitantly raise their hands, suggesting different disciplines, but they were all wrong. Moreover, Jamie was surprised that such useless items as they called still existed in such an advanced academy. After the students failed to guess the object, a determined girl took over. Anna, turning to the professor, said that since he was a wizard of the 6th rank, he would teach them a non-standard subject. As an example, she named understanding all aspects of attributes and magic circles. Remembering that they study energy in middle school, she settled on the second option. Seeing her, Jamie remembered that she was exactly the strange student who led him by the arm to the entrance ceremony. Taking a closer look, he noticed that she did not have much mana, but despite this, she was an Alpha class student. Everyone present could not believe that she was right. Moreover, Jamie praised her, saying that her analytical skills were quite good. Anna could not contain her joy when she heard that she was right. Simon was filled with anger, realizing that Jamie had recognized her. He could not understand how she managed to eclipse his glory. Clapping his hands, Mr. Silver announced the end of the meeting, after which he invited those present to work hard in class. When Jamie returned to the staff room, he sighed heavily, realizing that a difficult time awaited him. Looking at the schedule, he learned that his subject would be taught the next day. He learned from the deputy director that the first lesson would be taught by the previous professor. The professor leading the magic circles was Kenyak Azier. He was a 5th rank magician and also the author of many articles. Seeing him, he assumed that he was a student of the elder serpent Gerald, with whom he had a very tense acquaintance. At the same moment, Mrs. Sophia unexpectedly approached him, and seeing information about the teacher of magic circles in his hands, said that he should be more careful with that person. She secretly said that that professor had an inferiority complex, and several teachers fell for it without being aware of the situation. With a smile on his face, Jamie thanked her for her advice. After that, Sophia decided to take advantage of the moment and again asked for his autograph. But at the same moment, Mr. Kenyak himself entered the teacher's room and first of all said that he expected that the popularity of the young magician would make itself felt. The professor tried to shame Jamie for signing his autographs in such an inappropriate place. As soon as Sophia tried to justify herself, Kenyak refused to listen to her and asked her to leave the young magician. With a smile on his face, Jamie tried to get to know him, but the professor decided to skip the formalities and immediately said that he had heard rumors that the young magician had mastered the sword at the age of 10. After that, he suggested that it was great to be so talented. Having uttered these envious words, he grabbed the young magician by the shoulder and with a predatory look said that he should prepare himself, since he would not be a nice comrade for him. Throwing his hand away, Jamie confidently replied that this was exactly what he expected. The next day they went to the office where classes were held for the Alpha class. Hearing their footsteps, one of the students shouted that everyone should take their seats as a ghost was approaching. Hearing the professor's nickname, Jamie could hardly contain his laughter. Mr. Kenyak was not happy with such jokes, so he turned to Gamel, who was screaming about his approach, and said that if she called him a ghost again, she would not get away with it. Having placed the prepared material on the teacher's table, the professor with some mockery called Jamie great and said that from now on he would temporarily teach a course in magic circles. Picking up the paper from the table, he asked the students to understand that teaching is a difficult science, even for a genius. He hinted that Jamie might not be up to the task. After these words, Mr. Kenyak said that he was going to test the students. Using magic, he handed out a paper with test exercises to all the students and informed them that in this lesson they would learn how to create a 6-star magic cycle. Taking a look at one of the prepared materials, Jamie admitted that Professor Kenyak had prepared well for the lesson and really knew how to teach. He was interested to see how good he was in action. Kenyak Azir began the lesson by saying that magical cycles usually contain a formula. To create a 6-star circle, the sun, moon, and stars were required. Releasing his magic, he explained that the stars are the universe. The sun is the world, and the moon is the night. After that, he made a huge demonstration for all the students to see, and said that they should combine all these symbols and form a single galaxy, which would be a centralized magic cycle. All the teachers listened attentively to his speech, which only confirmed that the professor was not bad at teaching. He clarified that depending on what kind of magic they want to receive, the components and their location may change. As he dispersed the demonstration, he asked them to remember that once they had distributed the components, they would no longer be able to change their position, so they should tread carefully from the very beginning, since there was not yet an accurate method for discovering the most efficient configuration. Hearing this, Jamie interrupted him, asking if they really didn't know about it. Dissatisfied with his impudence, the professor decided to shame the guy by asking if the genius had a real proposal. With insolent mockery, the young magician suggested using guidelines. As soon as the professor tried to say that it was a known truth that this violated the rules of creating circles, Jamie decided not to listen to him until the end and created a demonstration. In front of all the students, he drew guidelines, after which he set the specific locations of the sun and moon. Professor Kenyak said that the magic circle would collapse. Then he asked how a genius could not know the basics of his chosen skill. To everyone's surprise, Jamie snapped his fingers and said he was going to erase them all. He suggested that the students separate the key components of the magic cycle to make it easier to work with them. He added that you can place the elements where they are convenient, after which you can erase the lines and combine the components. According to him, using his layering technique, each magician can easily change the cycle instead of creating it from the beginning. Seeing the incredible theory demonstrated, all the students were shocked, saying that they had never seen such madness. Anna realized that the young and talented magician had accomplished the impossible, destroying everything that they had previously known about magic circles. Looking at the magic circle that Jamie had created, a shocked Kenyak realized that this discovery would shake the entire magical world. Having learned about this possibility, the professor, who had previously taught about magic circles, decided to test one of his hypotheses. By moving the elements, he surprised all the students because he managed to turn an ordinary magic cycle into a three-dimensional one. Jamie accepted his actions with a smile on his face, as he was pleasantly surprised that the professor managed to change his demonstration right after he learned something new about the theory of magic circles. With a wave of his hand, he decided to further desecrate the modern principles of creating magic circles and demonstrated even more insane changes. Seeing this, all the disciples were so shocked that they could not utter a word. As a result of his action, one magic circle became part of another. He was able to do this because if space allows the magician to do this, then he can endlessly expand his own spell. It was about a three-dimensional super-complex magic cycle, which was previously known for the technique of the Infinity Magician, the personal magic of Diablo Wolfer. Having accomplished things that destroyed the modern understanding of magic circles, Jamie looked at the professor and asked his opinion. Despite incredible research experience and dozens of scientific articles, Kenyak Azir could not utter a word. He had never heard of such methods and was shocked at the thought of the potential of this talented magician. Seeing Jamie's incredible power once again, Lennon Simon thought that the heir to the Welton family had gone crazy for calling something crazy just a visual demonstration. The young professor was wondering if anyone could cope with the task, but to his surprise, no one even wanted to try. The only exceptions were a few students who were worth paying attention to. Most of the guys from Class Alpha began to discuss the extraordinary approach of the brilliant young magician, which changed the very concept of creating magic circles. They saw that even Professor Azier was shocked by the demonstration. Meanwhile, Lennon Simon did not sit idle, but began trying to perform the magic circle that Jamie Welton demonstrated to them. The guy was focused with all his might on the task, and as befits an arrogant son of a great family, he tried to ignore the attention of the girl sitting next to her, who was shocked the moment she saw the layering of elements in his performance. When the magic circle collapsed, he turned his attention to an obsessive student who was also trying to complete this difficult task. He couldn't believe that she was trying to perform a complex magic circle by skipping the element layering step. Lennon, despite his narcissistic nature, decided to help her, and putting his hand on her shoulder, tried to explain the essence of her mistake. But as it turned out, Anna didn't even notice his presence. She was so concentrated that after the failure, she threw her head back strongly, and hitting the young heir of the Simon family in the face, loudly shouted words of discontent. The girl rushed after the young professor to find out what exactly she was doing wrong. Shocked by what was happening, Lennon Simon felt like a failure, not understanding how such a commoner could ignore him. When the first class ended, Jamie and Kenyak were returning to the staff room, and on the way they met Mr. Javelin. The deputy director, with a pleasant smile, asked how their first lesson went. In response, Professor Kenyak, unexpectedly for the young magician, said that the lesson was excellent. Jamie couldn't believe he could even say something nice, like praise. Hearing his words, Mr. Javelin began to laugh, saying that this was the first time he had heard Professor Azier praise someone. In response, the magic circle researcher walked past him and said a cold farewell. As soon as the deputy director saw the professor leaving, he rushed after him, saying that he should not rush to leave the academy, since he had to come to the afternoon meeting. After such words from the professor, Jamie thought that most likely he did not have any inferiority complex. Moreover, he noticed that the lessons taught by Mr. Azier are quite good, as are his teaching methods. Before he could leave for the teacher's room, he was caught by his students. Anna came running to him, and Lennon Simon came after her. The student asked for help. Demonstrating her magic circle, she said that she tried to create the technique that the young professor showed them, but at the moment of combining the elements, her technique collapsed. Taking a look at her magic circle, the young professor immediately noticed the error. He told her that the two elements were in conflict and then pointed his finger at them. All that was left was to believe that she would understand what was going on. Anna turned out to be very smart. She immediately erased unnecessary things and combined the elements. Within a moment, she shouted joyfully as she managed to perform a complex magic circle the way the professor had shown it. The guys couldn't believe their eyes. She really coped with the task after just one hint. Although she was the first student to do this, her magic circle was unstable and quickly collapsed. Seeing her success, Lennon immediately rushed towards her to find out how she did it. He nervously asked her to tell her step by step what exactly she was doing. With an awkward laugh, she said that she was simply repeating Professor Welton. Lennon couldn't believe she was able to do it after only seeing the demonstration once. He was shocked to realize that there was still someone so talented in his class. Despite their dialogue, Jamie was interested in her abilities because although not perfectly, she was able to copy his three-dimensional, super-complex magic cycle. It was hard not to recognize her talent, so he began to think about talking to the director. For the first time since he began his activities as a professor, he decided to visit the seventh elder. Director Siegfried was glad to see the young magician, with whom he had fought several battles. Looking at the elder's desk, Jamie asked what he planned to do with the iron fragments of the meteorite. Grateful for the attention, Siegfried replied that he was doing experiments, but carefully, because this was too valuable material to be wasted in vain. After that, he asked why the young professor came to him. In response, Jamie said that he wanted to show him something. He created a magic circle and added that he demonstrated it to his students in class. Seeing the three-dimensional magic circle, Siegfried was simply shocked. Jamie immediately warned that he was not going to brag. He came not to talk about what was ahead of the entire magical world, but to tell him that Anna Mayer had succeeded in constructing this circle, although he did not go into theory. Siegfried understood what it was about. Seeing his reaction, Jamie wondered why he was still not teaching such an incredibly gifted student. In response, the director admitted that she was really smart, but with a sad look, he noted that she had no talent for magic. Therefore, he advised her to follow in the footsteps of a magical scientist, where she would have the opportunity to realize herself. Despite his words, she resolutely replied that she wanted to become a magician. That is why she is looking for a teacher who can unleash her potential. However, all the teachers refused, realizing that talent does not guarantee strength. From his words, Jamie realized that she was pursuing Siegfried to become his student. Siegfried asked for understanding, saying that there was a cruel truth that the magical world was the basis of their kingdom. Therefore, they could not invest in unreliable students. Sighing heavily, Jamie thanked the director for taking the time to talk to him. Siegfried sensed his concern for his student. He decided to be provocative and said that if he was really interested in whether she could succeed, then he should take on her training himself. As another argument, the principal said that a teacher and student with such a small age difference sounds very unusual. Hearing his words, Jamie refused and left the office, slamming the door loudly. When he went outside and secluded himself, He began to think about what was happening. His promises to himself began to crumble one by one, because not only were he forced to become a professor, they also began to impose a student on him. He did not want to repeat his mistake of the past when he lost all his followers due to the conspiracy of the 12 gods. From that moment on, he decided to finish this fight on his own. It seemed to him that he should not interfere, because Anna could cope with her intelligence on her own. Looking at the sky, he thought that she had nothing to do with him, because it would lead to unfavorable consequences for her. A week later, all Alpha class students went to the training hall, where Professor Silver was in charge of measuring mana. He said that according to rumors, many students from the Beta class have improved well. Therefore, he expected that his class would show good results. The students themselves heard something similar and have already begun a discussion. Remembering a student named Becky, Finn noted that she came first in her class. Lennon Simon was the first to check his result. In order to conduct the test, all students created a magic bow, the arrow of which was aimed at the target. Lennon surprised everyone when he launched a very strong attack. The powerful blast of his concentrated mana was so dense that it obscured the mannequin from view. His score was above 2,000 points. Professor Silver did not expect such a result and realized that if his mana was a little stronger, he could easily destroy their dummy. The students present in the training hall saw such a result for the first time in their lives and were dumbfounded. Looking at Anna, who could not move in surprise, Lennon forgot about his pride, thinking that she seemed stupid to him, since she would probably be able to demonstrate skills at an even higher level than himself. With some awkwardness, Professor Silver asked to be given a little time so that he could change the target. Finn was next in line. He was confident in his abilities and said that the students should watch his testing closely as he was in great shape. What added even more self-confidence to him was the fact that in the morning, he took a drug that enhances his magic called Apophis X. At the same moment, Anna noticed his predatory gaze, not understanding when he managed to change so much. For the first time in his life, Finn was able to perform such a powerful magic shot. His first test result was 160 strength points, while now he learned that he had increased his strength by 700 points. The guy began to be very happy, while the rest of the students began to praise him, saying that if he tried, he could quickly move to the middle class. Seeing his triumph, Anna was puzzled as she was the only one who saw his strange look before using his power. Next in line was a talented student with blue hair. Excited Anna waited a long time for the moment when she could find out her results. She worked hard and hoped that she would receive the fruits of her labors. But to her surprise, she had to experience some awkwardness because she found out that her indicator had not changed since last year and was 245 units of strength. The girl felt incredible darkness and decided to leave the sight of the other students. Lennon did not understand how this was possible. When Jamie left the staff room, Mr. Javelin noticed him and immediately started talking. The deputy director decided to support him and, placing his hand on the young professor's shoulder, said that he was doing an excellent job. Javelin Cater said that if Jamie needs something, then he can ask him for help. At that moment, the young professor did not pay much attention to his polite thing, because the artifact that was on his hand seemed more interesting. Noticing his gaze, the deputy director awkwardly removed his hand and said that he should hurry up to the third elder. Jamie immediately remembered that most likely we were talking about a hysterical man who, despite his status, was on a lower level than him. From the words of the deputy director, he even learned that Mr. Serpent Gerald is the head of the academy. Yawning a little, Jamie thought about how small this world was, since he still had to meet with the ridiculous third elder. At the same moment, a student walked past him, who was constantly muttering to himself the rules for the location of magic circles. Looking at him, Jamie was worried because he noticed that he looked quite sick. Seeing his eyes, the young professor assumed that he was stressing himself too much with his studies. It seemed to him that there was no point in this, so most likely he simply had no talent for magic. Considering that it was none of his business, Jamie turned around and moved on. Meanwhile, Mr. Javelin came to the office of the head of the academy and asked permission to go inside. At the same moment, the door opened, but Professor Azier appeared in front of him. The man looked at the deputy director with a very cold gaze and then silently walked past. The deputy director wanted to know what brought him to the manager, but he never heard an answer. Looking around, he thought it was hard to understand what was going on in his head. Despite Kenyak's rudeness, he thought that since they were both professors, They should get along. As it turned out, Professor Azier decided to take from his friend, who is the head, some documents about a student in his class. When he left the office, a leaf fell out of his folder. It was a picture of Anna. Based on this, it is logical to assume that the documents he was interested in belonged to her. While all the students were happily discussing the measurement results, Anna stood alone on the sidelines. She thought sadly that everyone had become stronger while she alone continued to mark time. Remembering all her efforts, the girl began to worry because this was her maximum. After talking with other students, she even began to think that she should try magic power enhancers. Seeing her in this state, Jamie couldn't understand what had happened. Fearing that he would be infected by her sadness, he turned around and decided that he would simply pass by. And yet, he had to return to her, because he felt the desire to help. When he approached the excited student, he asked what was bothering her. Anna sadly replied that their mana level was measured again, and its indicator had not changed at all over the past year. Hearing that it was only 247 points, Jamie thought that she really didn't have any talent for magic. But after that, she surprised him with her words. With tears in her eyes, she firmly stated that she would not give up, because she vowed to become an archmage and restore the good name of her family. Her steadfastness seemed familiar to Jamie. He understood that the past could repeat itself, because one of his students said similar words. Despite this, as he left his student, he thought that it was still worth trying. He stopped and praised her for her perseverance, and said that if she was confident that she could keep it until the very end, then she should come to his office to talk. After this conversation, Jamie left the academy and visited the Blue Magic Tower. As it turned out, at the very top of this tower was the laboratory of Marcus Linmel, the elder who first noticed his talent. When Jamie went inside, one of the women was surprised and asked what the baby had forgotten in this place. When the young magician replied that he needed to see the owner of the tower, the nice lady replied that, unfortunately for them, Marcus Linmel does not accept children. After that, Jamie asked to tell them that Mr. Welton had come to them. As soon as she heard his name, she stopped calling him baby, and feeling guilty, led him to the owner's office and apologized for her ignorance. When Jamie went inside, he was surprised that this office really belonged to the great magician. Looking around, he saw countless books scattered throughout the office. After that, he suddenly heard the voice of the magician, who said that he was sorry for his mess. Jamie couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. It seemed to him that the magician seemed to control the entire room with the help of mana. After Marcus spoke about the disorder, his guest said that there was a beauty in it. After these words, the elder suddenly appeared on one of the bookcases. Looking at his desk, Jamie said with admiration that he was glad to see the great magician immersed in research. With a pleasant laugh, Marcus Linmel sweetly replied that he would find time for his dear guest anyway. The old man understood what was going on. Jamie asked if he believed that Anna could become an archmage. In response, Marcus said that the young man's words were arrogant, because the theory of magic is not accessible to everyone. He said that he recognized Jamie's talent, but making an archmage out of a girl is an insane task when you yourself are only at the 6th rank of magic. In response, Jamie unexpectedly stated that he had already mastered the magical theory. Moreover, he boasted that it was not enough for him, and therefore he decided to create new magic. Marcus Linmel was taken aback by his statement, saying that he could not believe that Jamie was going to pull off something that even a dragon couldn't do. But looking at the young man, the great master of magic could not understand why he could feel such incredible pressure from him. However, he reconsidered his attitude towards the situation and said that if Jamie had so much confidence in himself, then he should consider the offer. Taking the magic staff in his hands, the old man began to release his mana, inviting the young man to fight him. He stated that if Jamie could impress him, then he would give him the rights to his body breathing technique. Jamie agreed to his proposal with a satisfied smile on his face and grabbed his sword. Seeing his determination, Marcus Linmel transported himself and the young man into the battle dimension and allowed him to attack first. With a confident look, Jamie warned the elder that he might regret this. At his will, the young mage launched his first attack, which he intended to carry out using a combination of magic and martial arts. Releasing a large amount of mana, he focused on the transformation skill called White Ocean. Rushing into the attack, he warned the old man that he was starting a battle. Even a moment before Jamie was about to strike, the old man began to create a shield. He was surprised that the young mage could instantly appear right in front of him using only martial arts. Jamie's blade stopped the moment it came into contact with the elder's magical shield. Marcus Linmull watched his sword technique with interest, but warned the guy that he would not be able to break through his defense. After these words, Jamie suddenly began to use magic. Channeling the power of his blade and the magic of his hand of destruction at the same time, he completely destroyed the shield. A moment before colliding with the young magician's hand, Marcus was surprised that his actions had been read. After that, the elder suddenly appeared behind the young man and said that he really had a worthy opponent. Jamie was surprised that he managed to restore his shield in such a short period. He had no other option but to use Blackie to enhance his techniques. Moreover, he decided to hide his presence and summoned him to his ghostly dimension. After this, Jamie used teleport magic and suddenly found himself above Marcus. For the next attack, he decided to create several astral bodies at the same time, which would enhance the overall power. Along with his clones, he rushed to attack using a plasma cutter, aeroblast, lightning, and magma blade. An incredible amount of mana rained down on the elder's shield. A crack appeared in one place of its protection. At the last moment, the magician saw that the young man's main body was already ready to deal him a serious blow with a blade. Hitting with all his might, Jamie destroyed the shield and sent the elder flying. After he dealt a serious blow to the elder, he decided to dispel the instant effect, which is close combat magic using astral bodies and teleportation. At the end of his combo, he was completely exhausted as this melee magic requires too much energy. As soon as the dust cleared, Old Man Linmull appeared and laughed that Jamie had pulled off a very nice attack. He said that despite this, his collar was still intact. Without listening to his speech until the end, the young magician noticed that despite this, he was still unable to restore the back of his robe. Having looked around, Marcus Linmull was convinced that the talented young man was right. The elder was surprised by this and replied that he was too hasty and made a mistake. Hearing these words, Jamie felt some discomfort from the realization that their battle was not over yet. With a serious look, Marcus Linmull stated that it was a little disappointing to only receive blows. After these words, he invited the young man to try to repel his attack. Despite his exhaustion, Jamie decided not to retreat. He turned to using an artifact obtained during a trip to the magical world. Taking the boundless Avalon in his hands and pointing the sword at his opponent, he confidently said that he was looking forward to the elder's retaliatory attack. Seeing the artifact, the old man was surprised that he was able to obtain such a valuable speech. As it turned out, he himself tried to buy it, but Miss Curiel refused and even kicked him out of her shop. The old man suggested that Jamie probably hides several more good artifacts in stock. Hearing his words, the young magician thought that the old man was being very greedy. The second stage of the battle was beginning, and now Marcus Linmull felt freer. With the help of his staff, he formed an incredible amount of energy, which he directed at the young magician. With an expectant smile, Jamie began to use his artifact, replenishing his energy. Taking advantage of this source, he felt as fresh as ever. He was sincerely amazed at the thought that boundless Avalon contained the powers of the real and other worlds. Having stopped the enemy's attack with the help of several astral bodies, Jamie admitted that the old man's magic was quite good. Despite this, he asked the elder to demonstrate something more amazing. Hearing the old man's attitude, he asked if he was really sure that the same trick would work against him twice. Creating a powerful shield around himself, he said that the young man should take their sparring more seriously. Without saying anything in response, Jamie charged using his sword. After this attack, which had no effect on the shield, Marcus asked the young man if he really wanted to see its capabilities. Jamie jumped back and replied that he would be glad to see his techniques if the elder decided to use his true power. After the young man agreed, the great magician became much more serious. Before launching a serious attack, he said that his gift was like lightning striking everywhere, hail that fell from heaven and a stream of lava from hell itself. Confident in his incredible magic, Linmull stated that the power of his technique significantly exceeds natural phenomena, and it would be difficult for a young man to accept such power. After that, Jamie barely had time to protect himself from the powerful flow of his magic. After a moment, the old man's magic dissipated. Just when Jamie thought nothing had happened, he began to notice something strange. In his eyes, the whole world turned upside down. Fighting off a sudden magical attack with a sword, Jamie is faced with cognitive dissonance, the magical perspective of the great magician Marcus Linmull. The guy continued to fight off attacks that appeared in front of him quite unexpectedly. In fact, he already realized that although from the outside it seemed that he had encountered natural magic, in reality it was just an attack on the mind itself. The great magician of the past, Diablo Wolfer, knew that if a magician could not control the world of the mind, then confrontation against such technology would be useless. The problem was that he couldn't get rid of this magic in his current state, but he understood that if he could not break these shackles, he would not receive permission from the elder to use his body-breathing technique. Based on this, he had no other option but to start analyzing his opponent's mana. Using the 100 C's martial art, he decided to distract the old man's attention. His real tactic was to completely absorb Lin Mel's magic. In this unequal battle, he resorted to using the black magic of his grimoire, which is capable of absorbing the enemy's mana. Looking at Jamie, who was under the influence of cognitive dissonance, the old man thought that although he looked calm on the outside, a terrible storm was probably raging inside him. Despite the situation, Jamie found himself using black mana, although he understood that breaking the mental shackles in any other way would not be easy. Mr. Marcus said that he was going to end this party because he was afraid of the young man's father. But a moment later, he saw Jamie suddenly deliver a powerful cutting blow, which destroyed the technique of interfering with his mind. Crossing his sword and boundless Avalon in front of him, he looked truly menacing. After this, Jamie began to fight like a real monster. He struck a distracting blow towards the old man, after which he rushed to the attack. The old man was shocked when he saw Jamie using his mana. In the end, Jamie was still able to overcome the power of his magic and reach him with his attack. The old man quickly freed himself, after which he asked the young magician how he managed to do it. Abandoning the use of black mana, Jamie turned to using his blade and martial arts. To his surprise, everything did not work at all as he expected. Looking at his sword, he admitted that his original plan was to absorb mana in order to free himself from illusions. But suddenly for him, Marcus's power also began to be absorbed. The concerned old man asked if he really thought it was just an accident. Lowering his eyes, Jamie understood that if he chalked it all up to ordinary luck, then everything would be useless. Returning the sword to its scabbard, the guy thought that the perspective of the great Lin Mel was absorbed by his weapon. With a smile on his face, he thought that this could become his new magic. Rejoiced at his success, Jamie asked the old man's opinion with a sweet smile. He awkwardly replied that it was time to end their battle. Placing his hand on the young man's head, Marcus Linmel proudly declared that he was allowing him to teach his student the breathing technique. After that, he said goodbye to Jamie and he went home. When Marcus returned to his office, Raymond Flores Sean was already there, who had been watching the dimension in which the sparring took place all this time. The head of the faction of the nobility asked the opinion of his comrade. The man replied that he was truly amazed that Jamie Welton was able to find balance in the arts of sword and sorcery. He had never seen such mastery of a weapon. Moreover, it was also surprising that Jamie turned this into his perspective, which confirmed his brilliance. After listening to his words, Marcus Linmel admitted that Jamie Welton is truly a natural genius. Moreover, he noted that what they saw was not the only reason to think so. He believed that the ability that could be countered by a great magician was skillful swordsmanship. In addition, it was also about his blessing from the goddess Pero, which he did not reveal at all. Mr. Ramon wondered whether an ordinary person could achieve something like this, especially at that age. He began to worry and wonder if Jamie was a superhuman, deliberately created by someone. After listening to such disturbing thoughts of his comrade, Marcus Linmel asked him to be careful with his words, reminding him that even walls have ears. He suggested continuing to watch, wondering how Welton could change the world. Meanwhile, there was furious knocking at the front door of Jamie's temporary home. It was young Master Simon, who did not even notice how the professor approached his back. Jamie asked the confused Lennon what he had left at his house at such a late time. Remembering Anna's emotional words that Professor Welton planned to make her his student, he wanted to personally ask if he would actually do this. Displeased, Jamie hit him on the back of the head with his magic fist, asking what this informal tone was with the professor. Leaning over slightly, Lennon suggested that the news was true. Jamie clarified that this is still not certain. Placing his hand on his chest, Lennon, with sincere intentions, began to beg to be taken as a student. Returning to his house, Jamie replied that he wondered why Lennon decided to come to him in the middle of the night. After that, he asked the heir of the Simon family if his father knew that he was going to change his mentor. Without waiting for an answer, he asked the red-haired guy to think about what people would say when they found out that the young professor was teaching the heir of the Simon family instead of his father. After this, he firmly stated that he would not accept someone so short-sighted as his student and asked him to return to his dormitory. Lennon looked like he had lost the meaning of his life. By closing the door, Jamie was able to show his emotions of dissatisfaction with the behavior of the intrusive student. Unable to bear it, he opened the door again, asking what Lennon allowed himself. But when he saw his face, he froze in place, truly dumbfounded. Lennon, being at the entrance to his house, began to cry, and these emotions were sincere. Addressing the professor with tears in his eyes, the young heir of the family, Simon, hesitantly said that he would not survive if Anna overtook him as a magician. He again began to beg Jamie to accept him as a student. Confused, Jamie responded by asking if he really seemed like a prize worth competing for. He could not even imagine that students would fight for the opportunity to study under his mentorship. Having looked closely at the red-haired young man, Diablo thought that he was quite good at magic, and would probably be convenient in terms of control. Still, good-natured Jamie gave him hope. Lennon had a spark of hope in his eyes when he heard that the professor was asking the Count's permission to make such changes in his teaching. Jamie explained that this was his way of showing respect to the foolish youth's current mentor. In response, Lennon began to tirelessly thank him for such an opportunity, and at the request of the professor, returned home. Returning to the house, Jamie put his hands behind his head and thought with some tension that he would not be surprised if his father kicked him out of the house for such ungrateful antics. As expected, Lennon went to Earl Simon's research office the next morning to discuss the sudden news. As before, his father greeted him with a cold and piercing gaze. Mr. Richter asked his son why he decided to meet so unexpectedly. Unsure of himself, Lennon took a short pause, and when he gathered all his determination together, he said the words that he wanted to become a student of Professor Welton. Having looked at him even more closely, Richter asked him to explain what he was talking about. Lennon expected a similar reaction, realizing that his father would not like such an idea. With an uncertain tone and trembling throughout his body, the heir of the family admitted that he had already gone to the young professor and personally asked him to become his student. Mr. Richter did not expect that this could happen. Knowing his child's arrogance, he was surprised that he would sacrifice his pride in exchange for knowledge. In response, the father expressed his cherished consent and asked him not to sully the honest name of the Simon family. With tears of joy in his eyes, Lennon took his words as a real gift of fate. Meanwhile, very unexpected events took place in one of the alleys of the magical community. The existence of magical enhancement began to bear fruit. Standing in front of the professor, the mysterious green-robed man could not believe that even such people could have such a strong thirst for his drug. It was Professor Silver who begged to give him at least one more bottle of the drug Apophis X. Looking at him, the stranger said that the man was experiencing incredibly severe consequences of addiction, from which his blood vessels were destroyed and his heart could not stand it. With a smile on his face, the cruel man with a scar on his face said that he liked such a sight. At the same moment, a man in a blue hood approached him in a threatening tone and asked him to stop this. The one who was distributing the magic amplifier said that he was already leaving. The man in the blue robe was the one who cleaned up such incidents. Using his magic, he got rid of traces of the crime, and Professor Silver, being a victim of the drug, disappeared without a trace. The next morning, Jamie Welton walked into the staff room again. He was very sleepy and greeted everyone inside as usual, not noticing why they were puzzled. The guys were actively discussing something, and when they saw him, they worriedly asked if he had seen Professor Silver. His disappearance began to worry everyone because he had not shown up for work for the second day. Jamie suspected something was wrong, knowing that he wouldn't just skip work. Grabbing the young professor by the shoulders, Director Javelin assured him that he should not worry because he would personally visit him to find out what happened. After this, he asked Sophia to become the temporary Alpha Class leader to replace Mr. Silver. Realizing that she would be working with Jamie, the attractive mistress accepted the offer without hesitation and happily replied that she could be relied upon. With a smile on her face, she continued her pleasant conversation with the deputy director. Confident in their responsibility, Jamie thought he had nothing to worry about. At the same moment, his students burst into the teacher's room. Anna, looking dumbfounded, wanted to know if the professor really accepted Lennon as his student. The heir of the family, Simon, folded his hands in front of him and dissatisfiedly repeated the speech that he had received his father's consent. Feeling uncomfortable with their behavior, Jamie sighed heavily and clarified that they did not understand something. Unexpectedly for the guys, he said that they were not their students yet. He explained that they still had to take the test, so they would need to come see him after class. He warned them that if they failed, there would be no second chance. Despite the ultimatum, they did not lose their spirit, and at the same time shouted that they would not let him down. After they left, Jamie started checking the schedule to see what topic he would be teaching this time. At that moment, Professor Keniak unexpectedly came to him and frightened him with his address. Jamie couldn't really feel his presence, so he thought he was alone in the staff room. Jamie awkwardly asked why he was showing up so unexpectedly. In response, Mr. Keniak asked whether the young professor was really going to take Anna Mayer as his student. With some reflection, young Mr. Welton replied that he had not yet decided for sure, after which he asked the reason for such unexpected interest on the part of the teacher of magic circles. Leaning down and looking him straight in the eye, Professor Keniak asked him in a pointed tone to keep that student, saying that he didn't want Jamie to waste all her potential. When the dumbfounded Diablo tried to find out why he heard something like that, the professor replied that it was worth listening to his words. Meanwhile, Sophia finished the meeting with the students, and finally asked them to do a good job and wished them to get home safely. Anna didn't listen to her words at all. She was concerned about Finn, who was sitting next to her. Even though he looked very bad, he replied that everything was fine as long as he was drinking the magic enhancer. When the girl reached for his bottle with the words that he should stop this, Finn sharply knocked her hand away and rudely shouted that this did not concern her. Seeing this conversation, Lennon approached Anna and asked what was happening with this student. The girl would be confused and wouldn't know what to answer him. The moment Simon suddenly decided to leave, she asked him to wait and followed him. Sighing heavily, Lennon Simon thought that studying with her would be a real challenge. After looking around, he asked her why he should stop and indulge his rival. Opening the window, he flew up and called on her to do the same. Seeing him begin to disappear from her sight, the girl was shocked by his rude behavior. Despite this, she was not going to give in. The guys decided to fly together and even began to compete in speed despite the huge gap in the amount of their magical power. Meanwhile, Finn finished his 4th bottle of Apophis X. After that, he finally felt relief, realizing that he could not live without this drink. After that, he thought that his supplies were running out and he should meet with Ivan. He couldn't miss out on the rare opportunity she'd been given for her loyalty to the club, so he went with him. Turning to Finn, Ivan said with a sly smile that he had no idea how lucky he was. After these words, he decided to begin to manipulate his sense of the value of the offer, saying that he was making a rare exception for him. A little shy, Finn took this invitation as an honor and began to thank him. The few cells in his brain that were still functioning made him remember that Ivan was a rare, arrogant jerk. Approaching the mysterious building, he thought that now he had to endure all the difficulties, because his goal was to be transferred to the middle level of the academy. The purpose of his visit to the man inside a heavily guarded building away from the magical community was to obtain a new batch of the drug Apophis X. As they approached the building, the arrogant Ivan winked at the guard and showed him the ticket, which he called his special invitation. Looking at him, the emotionless man allowed them to enter. As soon as they walked inside, Finn began to take a closer look at the place where he believed his key to happiness was located. A man with gray hair and scars on his face greeted them with a sly smile, calling them his dear clients. Still smiling, he introduced himself as the head of the Trinity research group named Ashtar. Meanwhile, his students arrived at Mr. Welton's temporary housing. Anna, who was very tired after these competitions, asked Simon to wait, but he rudely replied that he did not have the slightest desire to talk to his opponent. At the moment of their ridiculous argument, textbooks with red covers suddenly flew into their heads. Looking at the confused students, Jamie said with a serious look that he didn't care what kind of relationship they had, so he didn't want to see them squabble. Feeling awkward, they both simultaneously replied that they would not allow such a situation to happen again. In this session, Jamie wanted to introduce them to body breathing techniques. Since they could not even imagine what it would be about, he explained to them that this was a breathing technique created by Elder Marcus. Relaxedly sipping tea, he told them it would be an easy task, after which he asked them to master this skill by the end of the day. Hearing this, the guys were in indescribable shock. Confused, Lennon, turning to the professor, assumed that he was joking when he asked them to master the technique of the great archmage in just one day. With a cold gaze and a serious tone, Jamie replied that they had to do this if they wanted to become his students. After that, he warned that if they have objections, then they should not waste his time, because in this case they need to say goodbye. In response, Anna showed her determination and shouted that she could do it. Sighing heavily, Lennon hesitantly raised his hand and said that he would also do his best. After these words, Jamie praised them for their perseverance and took out 2 artifacts. After that, he used the power of Gremia and Boundless Avalon together. A moment later, the guys felt some discomfort from the change in dimension. Looking around, they could not understand where they had ended up. Addressing them, Jamie explained that this was a subspace created by his artifact. He explained that 24 hours in this place is equal to 12 hours in the real world. As it turned out, Jamie used these 2 artifacts at the same time for a reason. The fact is that Gremia can create various forms, while the Boundless Avalon made it possible to control time and space. Sending his students to a place where time moves twice as slow, Jamie praised himself for a job well done. He described the first student as a boy with enormous magical potential, who was unable to see or hear. He characterized Anna as a girl who was gifted with a lively mind, but devoid of magical talent. Crossing his legs, he thought with anticipation about whether they would be able to master the technique of bodily breathing during this experiment. Meanwhile, Finn and the rest of the students, accompanied by Ashtar, headed to Trinity's laboratory. The student noted that it was unfortunate that Professor Silver was absent during their visit. Ashtir agreed with his words and asked to make sure that Ivan was doing his job well. After these words, the twins turned to the arrogant scoundrel, asking if he had been here often. He praised himself, saying that Professor Silver appreciated him very much. Meanwhile, Finn was slowing down a little behind, because he was starting to shiver again. The short guy grabbed his hand and asked him to hurry up, encouraging him with words that they would finally be able to wipe the noses of those students who dared to look down on them. Then they went inside the laboratory itself, where there were many components for the drugs. The sight of them took the guy's breath away. Ashtir, addressing the students, said that since they honored them with their visit, they deserved to see their special product. After these words, he showed them a new magic-enhancing drug, which was called Apophis X. The arrogant student was simply delighted and said with anticipation that this was excellent. Seeing the ominous expression on the face of the pharmaceutical company representative, the twins felt something was wrong and became a little wary. They were shocked when they heard that the mana absorption speed of this drug was twice as powerful as the previous one. With a sly smile, Ashtir drew attention to the bottle and said that Apophis X is still at the experimental stage due to minor side effects. After these words, Finn hesitantly raised his hand and asked if the previous amplifier had any side effects. In response, Ashtir, who understood what was being said, rudely asked what was being said, maintaining his hypocritical smile. Finn, feeling the pressure, awkwardly replied that he was a little dizzy and very weak. Ashtir explained to him that such symptoms are similar to exhaustion, after which he clarified that when a magician takes Apophis X, the amount of mana absorbed increases, putting pressure on the heart. To accept such a large flow of energy, their body spends a lot of effort. He assured that sometimes magicians may feel tired, but once their body gets used to it, they feel relief. Hearing his words, Finn thought that Anna was worrying about his well-being in vain, and these were only temporary side effects. After these words, Ashtir said that he would give them a small gift, and said goodbye. Leaving the children in the Trinity laboratory, he slammed the door on the other side and, calling them naive idiots, took out the cradle. He was unhappy that he had to serve these losers. But at the same moment his cradle was destroyed by the magic of some person. A mysterious magician in a blue robe said that smoking was not allowed in their building. Sighing heavily, Ashtir asked not to irritate him with your rules. When the girl asked if he was sure that he had the right to complain, receiving a lot of money, Ashtir could not stand it and grabbed her by the clothes. Pulling her towards him, he declared with incredible anger that he had not followed the blood for the sake of money. As he left, he said displeasedly that he would no longer pay attention to how she was acting out all this theater, because something really interesting would soon begin. A lady named Mary understood that although he was good, he was too unmanageable. Therefore, she thought that she should talk to the professor. It turned out that Silver is not the only one involved in this dirty business. Meanwhile, Anna continued to study the book on bodily breathing by the Archmage Linmal. She needed to distribute mana and saturate every particle of her body, and then direct the energy, thereby increasing the absorption rate. Thanks to her excellent understanding of the essence, her nimble mind was able to grasp the first part of the task. She already felt how mana began to fill her body at an unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, Leno could not find a place for himself. Having hit the table, he was furious because he could not understand how to use this technique correctly. Moreover, inside his book, there were even some jokes written by the young professor, who asked him to endure the insults and not stop. All this made Lenin feel even more awkward. Not understanding the material to study, Lenin thought that most likely Anna had already figured out the meaning of the technology. He thought about how he knew she was much better than him, especially when it came to learning magic. Despite such thoughts, he continued to try his best. He understood that as the successor of the Simon family, he could not afford to cry too much. He no longer cared about envy and feelings of inferiority. Hoping that it would help him become stronger, he wanted to use the knowledge to exceed all expectations. Watching their behavior from his office, Jamie assumed that Lenin was up to something. It was clear from the tense expression on the red-haired student's face that he had some guesses. On the other side was Anna. She was one step ahead thanks to her insightful mind. However, she lacked the strength to master the flow of mana. Her training was special. She must overcome pain in order to be able to direct her energy in the right direction. At the same time, it is difficult for Lenin to understand the very essence of the bodily breathing technique, but since he is talented, the results will be excellent. Jamie modified the technique ahead of time to suit everyone's abilities. This was the only way he could help them, and the rest depended on them. After 12 hours, Anna felt her heart begin to tremble from so much mana. She couldn't believe that she was able to reach such a state and level of mana control. The student wondered whether her body could withstand such stress. Sometimes she wanted to give up, but one thought haunted her. The whole world, mentioning their family, called their head a shameful magician, since he only has the 4th level of power. Anna tried her best to restore her family's name by becoming an archmage. Jamie continued to watch their progress with his magic. He saw that Anna was barely holding on, but it was clear that only by overcoming her boundaries would she be able to set foot on the path of a great magician. Concentrating on his goal, Lenin had already figured out how to split mana, but he still had to try to achieve the desired result. A few hours later, Anna began to feel incredible fatigue and pain in her heart. Lenin, continuing to study, grabbed his head, realizing that he had reached a dead end. When the time was up, Jamie snapped his fingers and stopped the work of his artifacts. The confused guys returned to their place, not understanding what was happening. Their mentor appeared in front of them and said that the day for their preparation had passed and the test was over. The hard training throughout this time had a great impact on the well-being of the students. They looked very tired. With a horrified look, Jamie declared that they had both failed. The guys were expecting such words. Anna began to apologize, and Lenin added that if they had been given more time, then they probably would have had time to finish the task. With a menacing look, Jamie asked what would have changed if he had given them more time. Seeing his cruelty, Lenin was at a loss, not knowing how to answer him. But after these words, the young professor began to smile, thinking that he would no longer tease them. Addressing the students, he surprised them by saying that these were jokes, because in fact he had passed the test. With a pleasant smile, he clarified that this test was to assess their potential, and based on its results, they become his students. Overcome with joy, Anna suddenly hugged Lenin, screaming that she couldn't believe they had made it. After this, shy Lenin began asking her to do such things, while obsessive Anna tried to find out why he was so tense. Seeing their carefree behavior, Jamie thought with a smile on his face that they wouldn't have long to rejoice. Putting on his instructor's cap, he thought that the students would soon experience all the torments of hell. The girl in the blue robe who was working at the table with the samples contacted management to report the results of the experiment. Taking in hand the documents of one of the students, who was Ivan, she said that during the research, Strong side effects were observed from taking the new generation amplifier. Judging by the fact that he failed, most likely the same thing happened to him as to Silver. The mysterious man called her Mary, while she addressed him as the professor. The professor asked if she was able to solve the problem with the side effects of the drug. Suddenly, Kenyak Azir appeared behind her. As it turned out, he also took part in research at the Trinity Laboratory. He said that he and the doctor are working on this, but there are no results yet. The professor in charge of this process asked them to work harder and also asked them to give the doctor the product that would soon arrive to them. After these words, he shocked the researchers with the words that the gift was given to certain people. A girl in a blue robe that resembled Sophia said that they should hurry up and finally lure the student Meyer. Kenyak answered tensely that she was too smart, so there was hardly any point in them trying. Hearing his speech, with which he tried to divert her interest, Mary asked in disbelief if he was planning to ruin their plans because of some feelings for the student. As she passed by, she slapped him with a hand and mockingly said that Kenyak could not experience human feelings. The professor teaching magic circles was left alone. Looking again at Anna's documents, he wondered whether he should associate her with this terrible matter. Meanwhile, morning came. Waking up, Anna could not understand where she was. She barely managed to recover during sleep after a difficult time studying Archmage Linmel's bodily breathing technique while in Jamie's artifact. Anna and Lennon stayed overnight at Jamie's. The end of their testing came at night, so the polite professor allowed them to stay at his home. After that, she wondered what time it was. Looking at the clock, she realized that she had woken up too late and was late. She had to hurry. After getting dressed, she ran into the corridor, where she saw Lennon, who had even had breakfast. The guy started making fun of her, saying that she had been sleeping too long. After that, he suddenly noticed that she had been snoring all night. Hearing his mockery, Jamie instructively hit him with a magic fist and asked him to stop inventing nonsense. Snapping his fingers, he invited the guys to accept his gift. Pendants suddenly appeared in the children's hands so that they would look the same. Jamie said that this was a sign that they had become his students. Winking at the grateful students, he asked them not to lose this thing. As it turned out, he himself owned a pendant with the same stone. Now they looked like they were a team. Addressing the students, he decided to mock them, saying that since these pendants have the same designs, they can tell everyone that this is a paired item. The provocation worked with a bang and Lennon began to rage, causing a riot among the guys. As he left, Lennon tried to hide his blush, and a dissatisfied Anna shouted that she didn't like him either. Seeing this, Jamie began to laugh, seeing how much they liked his gift. To my surprise, Finn looked pretty good at the beginning of the class. Unlike him, Anna tried to stay awake and seemed very tired. Moreover, it seemed surprising that for the first time in her life the excellent student was late for class. The girl wanted to explain the reason for her lateness, but at the same moment the girls around drew attention to her beautiful pendant. Hearing their compliments, Anna proudly took the jewel in her hand. After this, he boasted that Professor Welton had given her this pendant as a sign that she was his student. Everyone present was shocked and immediately began a discussion. No one could believe that she managed to become his student. Feeling incredible sympathy for the young professor, the girl pounced on Anna to take a closer look at the gem on her neck. Seeing her suffering, Lennon realized that he should hide his pendant to avoid such inconvenience. Finn silently observed the behavior of the students, listening to conversations about how Anna was so smart that even Professor Welton admitted it and made her his student. It became so noisy in their classroom that one of the teachers was forced to come in and remark that they should remain quiet. When the students returned to their seats, the teacher asked them to do independent work, since Professor Silver was again unable to come to them. Anna was worried about this, thinking that he was probably sick. After that, with a smile on her face, she asked about Finn's well-being. The guy coldly replied that he was already better, and also shared his words that the drug to enhance magical power at first can put pressure on the heart. Hearing this, the girl was surprised, saying that food additives should not have such an effect. Her words that perhaps he should stop this caused a surge of anger on the part of the student. Finn hit the table and angrily shouted at the entire audience that she should shut up. He could not stand it and shouted that he had been a loser for 6 whole years, and now that he had achieved success, he was being told that he should stop. The girl tried to explain that she didn't mean it, but Finn asked her to end this dialogue and left the audience. Anna did not understand what was happening to him. She was genuinely worried about his condition. When the guy came out, he went to the window, being overwhelmed with all sorts of thoughts. Filled with anger, Finn angrily said that she was a mean girl without a drop of sympathy, that she began to envy him because he had become better, even though she herself had become a student of Professor Welton. Filled with anger, the guy began to angrily clutch his clothes, thinking that his health problems were only temporary side effects of the drug. At that moment, Professor Sophia approached him and carefully asked if everything was okay. Touching his face, she noted in a friendly manner that he looked pale. When he looked away from her, she thought with displeasure that the side effects of the new generation drug were beginning to show themselves. Finn replied that he had a fight with Anna because she said he should stop taking the supplement. Hearing about this, Sophia clarified whether he was talking about the same Anna Mayer. Most likely, Professor Sophia is the same Mary who is responsible for some tasks in the Trinity laboratory. With a smile on her face, she asked the unsure young man if the drug he mentioned was the Apophis X enhancer. Finn was surprised that she also knew about it. Trying to hide her anger that things were not going according to plan, she admitted that she was knowledgeable about this dietary supplement. After these words, she put her hand on his back and said that she was going to give a lecture to students about the possibilities of this drug in the Trinity laboratory. She asked if he could come to visit them with his friends. After his joyful consent, she decided to please him with an unexpected gift. Sophia held out the drug in his direction, and an insane thirst appeared in the young man's eyes. The professor working for the laboratory thought that soon their mice would completely fail, but if one of the students died during the experiment, then an investigation would begin. After saying goodbye, Finn happily returned to the audience. With a determined look, Sophia, who took part in the terrifying experiments, thought that they needed to quickly achieve success in the experiment for the sake of a world in which there is a place for the mediocre. Meanwhile, one of the laboratory's leading researchers was on the verge of some important discovery for their work. Looking at the mice that did not survive his experiment, he shouted maliciously that he would soon create a cure that would turn the whole world upside down. The next day, Anna again could not concentrate on studying. She was thinking about how she could apologize to her comrade, because she had never been able to explain to him the essence of her words. Unexpectedly for her, this time Finn came in a very good mood. A little embarrassed, he apologized to her for yelling at her. Seeing him in a good mood, Anna felt relieved and sweetly replied that everything was fine. Afterwards, Finn told her that Professor Sophia had invited him to a special lecture and invited her to join. Anna was surprised when she heard about a lecture that had not been announced. She said they were supposed to have a class with Professor Welton. Shaking his hand, she agreed to the proposal, saying that it would be okay if she went away for a while. The girl could not refuse him, because in this case, he would be upset. In order to catch Professor Welton's lecture, she had no intention of staying until the end. With a blush on his face, the shy guy thanked her for her consent, saying that he was sure that she would like him. Walking through the Trinity laboratory, Professor Sophia hummed a cheerful tune. Behind her walked Professor Keniak. He addressed her by the code name Mary and asked if she had really invited Anna. The girl resolutely and angrily replied that it was so. Ignoring the professor's concerns about side effects, she emphatically stated that Anna Mayer was valuable research material that should have been in their hands long ago. Even though the drug, Apophis, was far from ideal, she was confident that the materials that the secret partners would send them would be much better than the previous ones, so the doctor would finally be able to solve the problem with side effects. Before the guys came to the laboratory, Sophia told the professor that he should be proud to see something like this, because it was a great honor. But Professor Keniak was worried not only because he had familiarized himself with Anna's materials. He knew Jamie Welton had taken her under his wing. It also seemed dangerous that in case of trouble they would have to deal with two elders and the father of the young professor. Kenyak Azir told her that Jamie Welton was too dangerous an opponent for them. Based on this, he tried to convince Sophia to refuse to use Anna and even assured that he himself would dissuade the doctor from abandoning this plan. In response, the woman with an angry look said that it was too late to abandon such plans. To quell his doubts a little, she said that the side effects began to appear after a week of taking the pills, so the problem would be solved if they managed to find a solution by then. Realizing that Sophia was not going to back down, Professor Kenyak felt extremely displeased with the realization of how crazy their plan was. Participants in the experiment, like Ivan, were greedy people who were eager to gain success by relying only on pills. In the end, they destroyed themselves when they turned into eternal slaves of the drug to enhance their magical powers. But for him, a rare ray of hope among all these greedy students was Anna Mayer. When she couldn't understand something during class, she asked him to spend some time discussing the material. From time to time, passing by the training hall, he noticed that despite the fact that classes had long ended, someone continued to train hard. Of course, this student was Anna Mayer again. Professor Kenyak Azier, despite the terrible things he was doing, was not an insensitive bastard, so he felt incredibly irritated by the situation. Watching him, Sophia felt a certain danger on his part for their project, considering him too suspicious. Turning to Ashtar, she asked him to be ready, saying that they might need his strength. In response, a dangerous man with extensive experience in battles replied that he was right when he said that they could not do without him. Meanwhile, Jamie arrived at the Academy Director's office. As it turned out, this time Siegfried himself took the initiative and asked him to come to him. When he went inside, he immediately asked why he was called. The cold communication from the young professor caused the director to start a ridiculous conversation, but Jamie asked him to hurry up, saying that he had a lesson. After these words, Siegfried asked whether the rumors were true that the young professor had become a mentor to several students. Jamie replied that he had decided to personally train Anna and Lennon. The seventh elder was amazed that his young comrade listened to his request, despite the fact that his character was like a real miser. Feeling awkward, Jamie asked if the director was done with their conversation. Having finished fooling around, Siegfried put a folder with collected documents on the table and admitted that he had invited him to ask for a favor. They were documents that had pictures of their students and Professor Silver on them. The director said that Professor Cater is currently managing the school, so he is not aware of everything that is happening, but he must figure it out. Reaching into his pocket, he clarified the details of the case, saying that before Professor Silver disappeared, he often came into contact with lagging students from the beta class. Taking out a bottle of booster from his pocket, he said with a serious look that students who were on the verge of expulsion suddenly improved their results when they drank this drug. He also shared information that all the students on the list were absent from the last classes. Hearing these details, Jamie suddenly realized that Anna had told him something similar. While Siegfried explained that he could not handle this matter himself, Jamie began to have a bad feeling. In an instant, he realized that his fears that Anna was in trouble were true. Jamie suddenly exploded from his seat and shouted that he had to go. The medallions he gave to Anna and Lennon let him know if the boys were in danger. To speed up, as soon as he left the director's office, he began using teleportation. Moments ago, in the Trinity Research Lab, Professor Sophia began a lecture. Addressing the students, she stated that over the past 3 years, their team has put a lot of effort into changing magical society. She confidently said that for the benefit of those who are devoid of talent, they will give hope to the alienated. Anna was truly delighted by her words, which seemed honest and sincere to her. Seeing the grace and incredible power of the professor's words, the student perceived her as an amazing woman. But unlike her, Finn could barely listen to her words, as his health was simply terrifying. The guy began to breathe heavily and could barely understand what was happening around him. Sophia reminded that everyone knows that magical talent is something that is given to them from birth. After citing this well-known fact, she furiously slammed her hands on the podium and shouted that the luckiest people get everything, but some don't even get a chance. While the professor tried to convey her dissatisfaction, saying that a world in which there is no place for the oppressed is a pitiful sight, Anna finally began to notice the strange behavior of her comrade. After just a moment, Finn couldn't stand it and tried to get up. But at that very moment, he collapsed on the floor, feeling incredibly exhausted. Seeing this, Anna began to panic and immediately turned to the professor. But the lady behaved coldly and did not even want to pay attention to what was happening. Anna rushed to help her friend, while Professor Sophia began to approach them, continuing to talk about how unfair the world was. She stated that this is why they created a medicine that could change society. Looking into the eyes of the young student, Sophia said with a crazy look that Apophis could help her. Anna was shocked by her behavior and the fact that she didn't even pay attention to Finn, that right in front of her eyes, she was suffering from unimaginable pain and weakness in her body. Extending her hand to the student, The professor stated that the drug Apophis is the key, thanks to which anyone can reach heights, even if he was not gifted with innate talent. Realizing that Finn's well-being was connected precisely with the drug in question, Anna shouted that this was madness and too dangerous an idea. In response, Sophia asked her opinion about this, provided that they could avoid side effects. Anna was sure that her words were just a blatant lie because you have to pay for everything. Believing that this was beyond human capabilities, the talented student began to think about how they were going to do this. After this, she realized that this required a creature capable of withstanding such a heavy load. Turning to the professor, Anna said that this was somehow connected with God. Seeing Sophia's alarmed reaction, the girl shouted that the church would not forgive them for this. After these words, the dissatisfied professor grabbed her face and said that she was wrong, but since her thought managed to go so far, then she was really smart. Looking into her eyes with a crazy look, Sophia said that the fact that others dare to look down on her just because of her lack of talent upsets her greatly. Showing her the drug, the mad professor shouted that everything would change soon. Saying that Apophis would save her, she tried to pour the drug directly into her mouth. But a moment later, she was stopped by a powerful explosion at one of the walls of the lecture hall. Professor Keniak suddenly appeared in front of them, who, addressing Sophia by her real name, asked her to stop. Furiously shouting that he had betrayed them, Mary sent a magic arrow, enhanced by a magic circle, straight at her comrade. But her magic was destroyed without much trouble. Professor Keniak didn't even move, destroying Lady Mary's arrow. Turning to Mary, he said that she herself knew that she had no chance of winning. After these words, he invited her to surrender. Thanks to his appearance, Anna was able to free herself. She worriedly shouted to the professor that he was in danger. Mr. Keniak did not sense the approach of an enemy armed with a blade. It was already too late. He missed the cut that wounded his back. While Anna screamed the professor's name in fear, Mary called the assassin to her. By stepping on the wounded Mr. Keniak's back, Ashtir caused him even more pain. With an insane thirst for blood, he angrily said that the professor would have to try hard to relieve his boredom. Meanwhile, Finn began to regain consciousness, but was still unable to comprehend what was happening around him. Seeing that he began to rise, the man whom he believed to be the manager began to walk towards him. Ashtir said with a crazy look that Finn was defective. As he began to approach the student, his leg was suddenly grabbed by a magical thread. Looking back, Ashtir could not believe that Keniak was still conscious, despite being seriously wounded and bleeding. The man continued to fight and, turning to the cruel opponent, declared that he would be his opponent. His body was trembling greatly. He could not get up, but while holding the thread, he still said that the manager should not turn away. But a moment after these words, Ashtir dealt him another blow. He kicked him in the face. The professor flew away. With a crazy look, Ashtir said that if he wants to die quickly, then he will help him fulfill his cherished desire. Anna continued to toss and turn and resist, not wanting to see what was happening. Furious, Mary shouted that they were still not finished before slamming the girl's head into the table. Taking the Apophis drug in his hand, he suggested that Anna be a good girl, because in this case she would get everything as soon as she drinks the medicine. Grabbing her head, she said that this way she would become the happiest, and no one would dare to look down on her. At one point, the one whom the experiment participants were most afraid to see appeared in the hall. Addressing Mary, Jamie said that if they dared to touch his student, then they were probably prepared for the consequences. Shocked, Mary could not believe that he suspected something was wrong. Jamie said that she didn't need to know how he got here, and then used a combination of magic and martial arts to send Mary flying with one swing of his sword. The beautiful girl flew into the wall with incredible strength. Addressing the student, Jamie said that she should rest in the safety of being inside his artifact. Seeing her concern for her comrade, he sent him inside too. Within a moment, Ashtir appeared above his head. Turning to Mary, he said that she disappointed him when she lost to some boy. Jamie was surprised because the enemy's movement was unexpected. Despite this, he managed to dodge his first attack without much difficulty. Having a sword with him, he had no intention of sparring with such an opponent. Instead, he dodged all the blows and jumped to a safe distance. The mad swordsman called him a kid who loved to play tag. Hearing his words, Jamie felt incredibly irritated and said that he shouldn't be so self-confident in throwing around words. With a smile on his face, he presented him with his undead vault. Summoning Rise, Jamie ordered him to deal with the non-entity. The servant immediately began to carry out the order. The swordsman could barely hold his small dagger. With a trembling hand, Ashtir asked how weak his opponent was, since he was groveling before some child. In response, Rise powerfully swung his dagger and easily sent it flying, saying that the impudent man would pay for daring to offend his master. Despite the ridicule of Mary, Ashtir himself suffered during the battle, because he himself flew into one of the walls with a roar. Addressing the enemy, Rise said that he recognized the red eyes of the opponents, which belonged to the barbarians from the western continent of Arishi. After these words, the educated servant suggested that Ashtir was from a tribe of bloody fighters. After that, he decided to make a daring provocation and said that he thought that the members of the tribe of bloody fighters had long since died. Ashtir was very annoyed by his words and rushed to the attack with incredible fury, shouting that he would destroy the enemy. While Rise fought the mad swordsman, Jamie continued to watch Mary. As soon as the woman regained consciousness, she began to collect magic with incredible anger and shouted that the damned child would pay for his insolence. As she charged, she shouted that she would destroy him in the name of their cause. But Jamie was unshakable. With an arrogant and self-confident look, he asked if she was really going to kill him with such and such insignificant abilities. At that moment, Mary felt incredible pressure from a man who, despite his age, is called a master of genius. Her legs began to tremble and she could not move from the power belonging to the greatest magician from the past. There was no way she could resist the moment Jamie told her to be a good girl and sit still. Touching her forehead, Jamie said that from that moment on, her mind and body belonged to him. Shocked by what happened, Mary understood that this was the end. At that moment, Jamie was forced to pause for a moment to clarify the order for Rise. Jamie clarified that a servant should not behead a defeated enemy, even though he insulted his master. When asked whether the gentleman really wanted to save the scoundrel's life, Jamie replied that they might need him. Demonstrating the seriousness of his words, the young magician decided to give Rise some freedom and asked him to try to explain to the swordsman how to behave. Sighing heavily, Rise accepted this order. After the battle with the mad man, he was not even injured. His level increased so much during training and increasing his level due to black mana. Fulfilling the order was no problem for him. Rise knew very well how to conduct such conversations, so he immediately dragged the poor fellow inside the undead vault. When the door closed, the screaming stopped. Jamie said with a cheerful tone that he had a new pet. After that, he was going to solemnly announce the next stage of the investigation, but Professor Azir suddenly turned to him and ruined the moment. The man asked what he saw behind the door. Jamie completely forgot that he was in this room. Directing a boundless Avalon at him, Jamie apologized and invited him to rest, after which he erased his memories of recent times. The second stage of the investigation was to continue communicating with Mary. Jamie has gained control of her mind. Calling her his pet, he asked her to reveal her origins. The obedient girl answered her master that her name was Mary Valentine and that she was the manager of the Trinity Research Laboratory. Jamie guessed that the name Sophia was just an alias. Mary went on to say that they were striving for equality in the magical community, so they were ordered to infiltrate the ranks of Phoenix Academy to close the gap in magical abilities with the help of a drug. Diablo knew that when it came to something this big, there was a chance that high-ranking magicians were involved. He further asked how they planned to solve the problem of side effects from taking the drug, and whether this was their goal. As soon as Mary began to respond, her body resisted. She began to experience unbearable pain that began to destroy her body. Jamie was surprised when he realized that it was a curse that was used to prevent information about their mission from leaking. Using the power of his artifact, Diablo Wolfer said that they underestimated him too much. The great magician used full immunity, an ability of the perfect cell artifact, one of Jamie's 3 great divine items. This artifact is capable of neutralizing the effects of any ailment, including curses. Using the Force, he was going to clear her mind of all the curses she received after being brainwashed. Mary Valentine's body continued to resist. Although Jamie had wasted a lot of mana, he was able to stop the enemy's information leakage prevention technique. Returning her to her previous state, Jamie again inquired about how they planned to solve the problem of side effects of the drug Apophis X. Mary replied that they had teamed up with demons to do this. Hearing this, the great magician thought that this must be a difficult demon if he was capable of such a task. We were talking about a creature of at least the highest class. After that, he asked what kind of demon he was talking about. The girl, relieved of the pressure from the curse, replied that it was the king of greed. Jamie had never heard of him before, not even in his previous life. He understood that the world was changing rapidly, or that we were talking about some upstart. On the other hand, he could confidently assume that the Church of Genis might be involved in this incident. Then he learned that Professor Silver and Kenyak were also involved in this case. When asked who their leader is, Mary replied that a man nicknamed the Doctor, who invested the most in the development of the drug. However, most of the instructions came from a person they called the Professor. Jamie asked if she knew their real names, but was told that low-level members of the Trinity Laboratory were not allowed to contact them directly, but only through the sphere she showed him. Looking at the object, the magician realized that it was an artifact through which it was impossible to track another person. His expectations that someone from high society was involved turned out to be true. Moreover, the enemy did a good job of making him difficult to find. When leaving, Jamie gave her permission to be free and asked her to behave naturally and also to contact her if her management got in touch. Having gone inside his artifact, Jamie decided to listen to what another participant in the experiment could tell him. Seeing her mentor, Anna rushed to him with questions about whether everything was okay with him. Placing his hand on her head, the magician told her not to worry. Looking at the trembling guy, he was convinced that his health was not very good. While healing him with Pyro's power, he saw that his core had collapsed, leaving him no longer able to use magic. Turning to Anna, Jamie asked her to take his friend to another room and rest. When the guys left, he was left alone with the professor. Kenyak noticed that Jamie owned a very interesting little thing, which was a gremia. Jamie demonstrated his intentions with a serious look, and replied that he would like to show off, but he did not have time for this. Jamie grabbed him with his magical chains and told him what had happened. After this, he clarified that Mary said that he had a hand in the research of Apophis X. Azier replied that he knew nothing about the professor, but he worked together with the doctor. When Jamie asked to know who the doctor was, Kenyak's body began to resist, but it was not like a curse. With a threatening look, Jamie stated that since he didn't want to talk, then he should just read his memories. Putting his hand to his head, he realized that he could not influence him the way he had Mary. After that, Jamie pressed the skin of his forehead. After making a small injury, it became clear that Professor Kenyak Azier is a homunculus.